Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was enchanted devil? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Enchanted Melodies by athassprkr. March 13th, 1990. Privet Drive, Surrey. In the smallest bedroom of 4, Privet Drive, a boy with messy black hair was sleeping peacefully on a rather small bed. The boy opened his eyes, revealing 2 emerald green eyes. His name was Harry Potter, and he was without a doubt the odd one out of this house. For people called this house that screamed of mundanity and neat freaks bordering on the psychotic their home. Yet, any outside visitors would have thought that only 3 people lived there. The photos were of a thin, tall woman, a rather obese man with a comical mustache, and a young boy that seemed to be on his way to matching his father in his weight. No one would have thought that there was another child in this place. No one would have believed that Harry Potter lived in 4, Privet Drive. And yet, the young boy did. He looked nothing like his relatives. He was thin and rather lithe, as opposed to his cousin's rather large figure. He shared nearly no facial features with his Aunt Petunia, which was his only living relative, outside her son, that is, but he didn't really count. As far as the world knew, Harry Potter's parents died when he was 18 months old, which is why he lives with his aunt and uncle. Inwardly, Harry was glad that he looked nothing like his relatives. Vernon Dursley reveled in his career as a manager in a drill company, and his wife was the typical gossiping housewife with too much time on her hand. As for their son, he was barely more than an underachieving student that barely passed primary school and passed his time bullying his fellow students. Years ago, Harry remembered craving his relatives' love and approval, hoping to be acknowledged one day as a member of this family, distasteful as it may be. The young boy had grown out of that ridiculous phase. The 2 elders Dursleys did their best at ignoring him, although for what seemed to be different reasons. Harry didn't understand why his aunt constantly looked at him with a pained expression of distaste and grief. It probably had something to do with his mother. He didn't understand why Vernon Dursley looked at him with fear and rage in his eyes. But one thing was for certain. The Dursleys have done their best to show Harry that he wasn't a part of their family and that he would never be. It was devastating for a young child to realize that, but Harry was an oddly mature child. He simply accepted the fact and moved on in a way that was simply unnatural for a child his age. While no one would ever deny that the Dursleys did not shirk their responsibility in providing him with his basic needs, he was always treated with this cold dismissal. As far as they were concerned, Harry did not deserve a single drop of warmth as far as they were concerned. The young boy did not have any birthday parties or expensive toys to play with. He was never hugged, nor congratulated on getting a good grade in school. They simply bought him his clothes and his amenities, paid for his basic needs, and left him alone. Of course, they also did their best in making sure that everything he had would be less than Dudley's. His clothes were always secondhands, while his cousin got fancy ones that he would grow too fat to wear in a few months. Dudley was allowed to have swimming lessons, expensive toys, and trips, while Harry sulked in his room. Still, things could have been worse. Harry knew for a fact that this was better than being sent to an orphanage. One of his classmates lived in one, and he told horror stories about the understaffed building, with too many hungry orphans running around, desperately hoping to be adopted into a family. Harry had a room for himself, stable food to grow, and all his basic needs catered for. After graduating from school, he would do his best to either go to university or just get a job to move out of Privet Drive forever, leaving behind the hateful beings that he calls his relatives. As for now, Harry could live with his guardian's dismissal. In fact, after accepting that they don't care about him in any way, he thrived in it. He mowed lawns and did odd jobs in the neighborhood to earn his pocket money. He got good grades in school and was known as the smartest boy in their grade. Not that the Dursleys cared, only celebrating their son's mediocre marks. Harry's pondering was broken by the shrilly voice of his aunt. Petunia, boy, you have 2 minutes to come down before we leave for school without you, and you'll walk to school. Startled, the boy in question looked at the alarm clock that seemed to have frozen in the middle of the night. Seeing that he had almost overslept, he stiffened and immediately sat up. Aunt Petunia wasn't bluffing. He learnt that the hard way. The boy quickly replied, "I'm coming down, Aunt Petunia." He quickly put on whatever was around and ran down the stairs straight to the car. Uncle Vernon had already left, and as usual, there was no breakfast for him. If he wanted something, he had to make it for himself. As far as Harry was concerned, the only meal he was allowed to have was dinner. His breakfast and his school lunch were his own responsibility to prepare. He quickly ran to the garage and entered his aunt's car. She had bought it for the express reason of driving Dudley and him to school. Before Uncle Vernon's big promotion, things didn't look up financially, but that was years ago, and now the Dursleys had enough to splurge at their leisure. God, they even gave their son an obscene amount of gifts for Christmas and his birthday. Like, honestly, Harry could understand spoiling your child by buying 5 or so gifts, but 30 was just too much. Harry met his aunt's derisive frown with an impassive gaze. "You were almost late." The boy shrugged. "The alarm broke. I'll need to replace it. I'm not paying for it. Either fix it yourself or buy a new one with your own money." Harry nodded, not expecting anything else from the woman. Aunt Petunia sniffed and nodded to herself as if she had won something and started driving. He ignored his cousin's childish taunts and looked out the window. Dudley, for some reason, absolutely hated Harry. Well, that was what Harry assumes at the very least. He seemed to understand his parents' distaste for his cousin and tried to do the same in the only way anyone his age could do, with violence. Before he started primary school, the obese child was too young to put things together, but when he tried to do the same in school and Harry complained to the teachers, the Dursleys claimed that he was a compulsive liar or something, and both Dudley and Harry ended up getting a warning without any consequences. The very next time, Harry made sure that a teacher was nearby whenever Dudley tried anything. After the obese boy was witnessed doing it multiple times, the teacher started to believe Harry almost all the time, and adding in Harry's signs of high intelligence, the teachers tended to back him up. Speaking of his intelligence, Harry was called a genius by his teachers, and they might be right. Harry had an easier time learning new things than his peers. Some of it was genuine intelligence, but for some reason, almost everything felt familiar to him. It was more like relearning than anything else. The boy knew that when he learnt French with prodigal speed, but Latin took 10 times that time to learn. Even now, he hadn't mastered the language, at least compared to his almost fluent French. Oh, he was still impressively fast in learning the extinct language, but it wasn't on the same ridiculous level as him mastering the entire French language on his own in a few months. Truthfully, Harry kept at it, even if it was mostly useless to him because it was proof that he was still intelligent even with the whole weirdness about his rate of learning in most other subjects. Harry had known about this for a while and hadn't told anyone, because who can he trust to confess his fears, dreams, and sorrows? Harry Potter was alone, and that was a sad fact that isn't likely to change anytime soon. Oh, his teachers tried, but in the end, they were primary school teachers that were overworked and had to deal with dozens of brats every day. Even Harry's classmates didn't like hanging out with him, or rather, he didn't make the effort to hang out with them. He was just too developed, so easily bored by their behavior that he would choose to spend his time in his own company, either with a book in hand or by learning a new skill. These brats really had too much energy, and Harry just didn't have it in him to run around playing a nonsensical game that he wouldn't enjoy. Sporting activities just weren't for him, and as far as he was concerned, a balanced diet would stop him from gaining too much weight. He didn't need to play sports to keep his figure, and it's not like the Dursleys would pay for any lessons, and even if he joined a club or another, he would probably end up walking home every day, which is not something he's looking forward to. And all of this was without mentioning Harry's weirdness, or whatever Aunt Petunia referred to as freakishness. Oh, he had no idea what she was talking about, but considering that he was practically warned every day that he shouldn't do any freakishness or whatever, there had to be some substance to it. And she was right. Odd things tended to happen around Harry, impossible things. Aunt Marge's dog, which he actually forgot its name, somehow ended up completely bald and covered in warts when he tried to chase down Harry in the garden when his owner wanted him to demonstrate the effectiveness of her commands that she taught the damn thing. Harry would never deny the satisfied and confused smile at the little beast's sudden whimpering when it chased him down. Similarly, Harry remembered the ground turning into a sponge when he fell down a tree he was climbing and could have hurt himself. He remembered how the stones that Dudley and his friends once tried to throw at him had somehow been sent back at his aggressors. Harry theorized that this weirdness was to protect him somehow. But as many times this weirdness happened, there were 10 occurrences where he was actually hurt. Harry didn't trust such a wild phenomenon for his protection. And to be honest, he could understand why his aunt was weary of it. It kind of freaked him out as well. Oh, he tried to control it by following a fiction book she read from the library. It's not like there was a manual called How to Control Superpowers or something. Anyway, he found himself unable to do anything, and he wasn't willing to put himself in danger for the sake of trying to recreate the occurrence, which seemed to be very random and chaotic. So, he left it alone. It would be better to learn the truth from Aunt Petunia one day than hurt himself by trying to experiment with something he didn't understand. Oh, his aunt definitely knew about it, and for some reason, it was the thing that made her dislike him so much. Her constant warnings about his freakishness were evidence of that. If he had to guess, Harry would say that his mother had it too, and his aunt was afraid of it. But that's a wild guess at best. Harry noticed that they had arrived at their destination, and he left the car with his cousin to get to school. As usual, Harry walked to the building with gusto to get to class. He had math class, and he didn't want to be late for it. After all, this was a typical Tuesday at school. It's not like anything interesting would happen, wouldn't it? The Incident. Chapter 2. The Incident. March 13th, 1990, Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry entered the math classroom with gusto and sat at his usual table. They were doing fractions now, and 10 minutes in, he was bored out of his mind. It was so easy, so simple, and so logical. It was something that Harry had been using instinctively in his head. Even now that he was still in class, he didn't even need to think before answering Mrs. Robinson's questions. He even found a small mistake, probably a typo, in one of his school books when he skimmed it. That should be impossible. There's a difference between being a natural about something and actually knowing the mathematical rules of something he never studied before. It was another sign of his weirdness, and it freaked the young boy out. The raven-haired boy looked out of the window, contemplating his situation. He didn't need this at all, another sign that Harry Potter wasn't normal. It was starting to happen more often, using words that he had never heard, knowing things that he hadn't learnt. It was like something was coming, and it was closing every second. Well, Harry had a good lid on his emotions. He looked a calm person on the outside, even if he was inwardly very nervous. It was a skill that Harry developed instinctively. Living in a home that utterly dismissed your existence would do that to a person, but even then, it was too intensive, too normal, for him to be so detached from his emotions like this. His aunt even called him a sociopath behind his back. He read about it in the library, and he felt that it was a wrong diagnosis. Harry felt his emotions and understood them. He simply didn't know how to express them properly. And it's not like living with loathsome people like the Dursleys would ever make him a mentally healthy person anyway. It's not like Harry ever pretended to not be messed up. Oh, he was. But compared to the whiny, entitled, arrogant, violent, spoilt boy that Dudley was growing up to be, he was a far more adjusted person. Honestly, it baffled the young man how Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia didn't notice how much they were mistreating their child by giving him exactly whatever he wanted. Honestly, Harry had never seen them ever refuse him anything, and that was just wrong. It wouldn't be too surprising for the obese boy to end up caught committing a crime if he ever survives to that age, considering the probable heart condition he would most likely develop. It's not like Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were any better. Vernon Dursley was a bootlicker that acts like he was in line for the throne of England. His wife had her head in the cloud and ignores everything that she doesn't like, which happens to mostly be her nephew, and pretends to be some sort of noble lady from the Middle Ages. All right, Harry had his issues with both of them, but he still appreciates what they have done for him. He had no illusions that the Dursleys' financial situation was very fragile before Uncle Vernon's promotion. Harry's unexpected addition to the household, and the expenses that come with him, made Vernon work like a bull to stay afloat. Of course, he ended up being rewarded years later for his dedication with a big promotion, but he could have easily just sent him to the orphanage, no matter what rumors might appear in the neighborhood, and Harry appreciated this. It was why he tried his best not to make things more difficult for his relatives. Harry's contemplation was broken by Mrs. Robinson asking him a question. "Mr. Potter, are you paying attention?" "Of course, Mrs. Robinson," the boy answered back, lying through his teeth. "Then can you tell me what's the answer to this problem?" young man? Harry immediately looked at the board and saw the basic problem. The fraction can be simplified to 2/7. It was ridiculously easy, as was the most of mathematics that he had ever seen. It always came to him easier than anything else. It was a shame that the school library didn't have any schoolbooks past his year. It was a primary school, after all, and the public library was too far away to go regularly. So far, Harry spent most of the time bored out of his mind in class. So, it was easier to lose himself in his own thoughts than pay attention to his painfully slow lessons. Speaking of the teacher, she pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and continued her lecture, ignoring Harry's answer completely. Mrs. Robinson was a friend of Aunt Petunia, and thus has learnt to dislike Harry on principle. The young boy didn't know what his aunt told her, but she was always trying to get him in trouble. Harry returned back to his thoughts, ignoring the rest of the lesson, until the bell rang, signaling that it was lunchtime. Since the green-eyed boy didn't have time to pack himself any lunch and didn't want to pay from his hard-earned money to eat food as horrible as the one in the cafeteria, he chose not to eat at all. He wasn't hungry anyway, distracted by what could be happening to him. The so-called freakishness alone was a problem. It was random, it was odd, and Harry could easily hurt anyone with it. Harry didn't really mind the idea of hurting someone who deserved it, but if anyone knew about it, they could end up destroying whatever potential future he might have. It would rob him of his greatest payback on the Dursleys, living well. For all their dismissal of him, grumbling over his uselessness, Harry knew that he was worth far more than they could imagine. He would make something of himself if only to spite them. He had the potential to build something great, something that would dwarf their meaningless lives, and he would ignore them as they did him. After all, the best revenge for someone who wronged you is to simply live well. The Dursleys wanted to bring him down, but they failed. What better way is it to have revenge than to watch them from afar, having made himself a great life, while they wallow in their petty lives, which will probably be short considering Vernon's health, like the idiotic garden beauty competition the housewives had. Honestly, out of the loathsome relatives Harry has, he dislikes his aunt the most. Petunia Dursley had never even tried to like him, let alone love him. The worst that ever happened was how useless she truly was to the world. She did absolutely nothing with her time outside cooking, gossiping with the neighbors and taking care of Dudley, who was 11 years old and could learn to have some independence at the very least. Now, considering that Vernon is unlikely to live past 50, it would be very likely for Petunia to find herself widowed with no career prospects or actual work experience. The Dursleys tended to blow their money on luxurious items they did not need, like the honestly uselessly expensive gifts they give Dudley or the constant renovation of their house. That's not even mentioning buying a new car almost every year. Yeah, things didn't look good for them if their income dropped suddenly. It was somewhat worrying for Harry to imagine what would happen to him if Vernon got fired or something. He wouldn't dismiss the idea of Dudley just eating him out of hunger. Instead of staying inside, Harry chose to take a walk outside to clear his head. This was his last year of primary school, and Harry will have to go elsewhere to continue his education. He didn't even know where he would be going. Vernon kept bragging about Dudley being accepted in Smeltings, his old private school. It was so pretentious, it stopped being funny. Who the hell gives teenagers walking canes anyway? As for Harry, for some reason, the Dursleys didn't apply him to any school. However, the young boy believes that he would probably end up going to a generic public school, which isn't all that surprising. Although when Harry asked his aunt about it, she looked oddly stricken and told him that they had already arranged something for him, which didn't really reassure the young boy too much. Harry's musing was again interrupted by the sickeningly familiar voice of his cousin. Well, if it isn't the freak? The green-eyed boy raised an eyebrow. What a clever name, Dudley. Did you come up with it by yourself? As expected, the sarcasm went over the boy's head. Dear Lord, Dudley was a different kind of stupid. Honestly, Harry wouldn't be surprised if Vernon and Petunia were somehow related to causing this much stupidity to be contained in a single body. The boy in question was standing next to his little gang, Malcolm, Piers, Dennis, and Gordon. These 5 menaces barely did anything with their time other than harassing and terrorizing the children they happened to encounter. They usually did their best trying to antagonize Harry, but the young boy was always close to a teacher who stopped them from doing anything. Speaking of the teacher, Harry looked towards the school entrance and saw them be suspiciously missing. Dudley followed his gaze and laughed. There aren't any teachers to bail you out, freak. Damn, this wouldn't have happened if Harry wasn't distracted by his weirdness. He should have noticed that there were no teachers and gone back to the cafeteria. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded. Damn, give him an intellectual debate and he would win with his eyes closed. But physical activity just wasn't his thing. Against 5 bigger boys, Harry didn't really have a chance at coming out of it unscathed. Harry didn't know how to fight with fists, but he did know how to fight with words. He observed his 5 instigators. He needed to buy some time either for a teacher to find him or to plan his escape. He gave his confused attackers a smirk. I have to say, Malcolm, I'm surprised that you're still going to school here. I heard you were moving out because your parents are getting a divorce. Something about your father sleeping with Dennis' mother. The boy blinked at him. What are you talking about? Well, it's just a rumor I heard. The word is he disliked you so much that he left his wife because of it. Maybe he just likes Dennis better. Harry wasn't exactly lying. He had heard his aunt gossip about the scandal. However, they had no idea who the woman in question was. He just wanted to fan the flames for a bit. He definitely never expected that his Aunt Petunia's nonsensical gossip would be useful for anything. Harry was proven right when Malcolm ran at his friend and started hitting him. A fight had started out between the two of them, and Gordon went to stop them. The green-eyed boy tried to run away, only to be restrained by his furious cousin and peers. It seems that even with the 3 of them being distracted, his escape plan wasn't successful. Dudley grinned at his cousin. I'm not going to let you run, freak. At least he only needed to deal with 2, with the rest being distracted in their little spat. Harry observed his opponents and saw that Piers was slightly limping on his right leg, meaning that his left one was injured somehow. Harry looked around and saw nothing more than sand. Oh, Harry had no idea how to fight, but he had learned the most painful places to hit someone from a book. Dudley lunged towards Harry, who ducked and grabbed a fistful of sand. Harry then threw his sand in his cousin's eyes and had enough to even hurt Piers. Unfortunately, Piers was still holding him tight, even if he had been blinded by the sand. But Harry kicked his injured leg, and the boy let him go while screaming. He stepped out into the blind fist of Dudley, who hit him in the stomach. Harry retaliated with a much weaker strike of his own, which didn't seem to do any damage. After another punch, Harry fell down. He couldn't breathe. Everything was going black. Until finally the familiar feeling of his freakishness came back, and Dudley was propelled away from him. Although the boy still managed to hit Harry in the head before being banished away. Harry got up after Dudley was away, only to feel like his head was exploding. Had Dudley really hit him that hard? These were the last thoughts he had before he fell unconscious. Remembrance. Chapter 3. Remembrance. March 13th, 1990. Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry got up after Dudley was away, only to feel like his head was exploding. Had Dudley really hit him that hard? These were the last thoughts he had before he fell unconscious. As the teachers ran towards the unconscious boy, they thought that he had been knocked unconscious from a hit in the head. They quickly got the boy to the infirmary for the school nurse to take a look at him. However, while from the outside the boy was completely still, his body unmoving, his mind was whirling in exertion, choosing to keep up with his newfound knowledge. Because for the first time, Harry Potter remembered. The thing that was always on the tip of his tongue, in the corner of his eye, revealed itself, and he didn't know how to make heads and tails of it. His name was Harold Smith, and he was born in Manchester in a lower middle-class family. His father was an accountant at a small firm, and his mother was a secretary until she quit her job when his younger brother Nathan was born. Nathan was 4 years younger than him and was quite sickly ever since he was born, both physically and, as they later found out, mentally. Nathan's birth was the beginning of the misery that befallen the Smith family, and yet Harold could not hate him for it. He loved his brother and promised to protect him. When his father became distant, taking a second job to be able to provide for the household, Harold understood the need for it. After all, with Nathan's health complications came medical bills, and then the constant counseling that he would need for the rest of his life. When Harold's mother started ignoring him in favor of taking care of his brother, he understood why that happened. He had missed his smiling mother doting on him, but his brother was sick, and that was more important than anything else he could selfishly want. Because Harold was an intelligent boy, perhaps not a super genius or something that ridiculous, but enough to see the world around him. He excelled in primary school, being ahead of all his peers. He excelled in secondary school and graduated as the best student in his school. Even when Harry's father died in a car accident when he was 13, Harold did his best to work his arse off, trying to save money for university. His mother, unable to leave her sickly son whom she homeschooled, couldn't get a job and living off their savings. And when she ran out, she took permission from Harold to use the money his father had set apart for his education to survive, and he accepted without a second's thought. After all, this money was his father's initially, and it was the right thing to do. But even then, Harry decided that he would make something of himself. He taught himself how to write code online and worked every day to be proficient at it. He worked as an online freelancer from his own computer, and while it was slow at first, over years of work, he was able to save up to go to an average university to get a bachelor's degree. That was the agreement with his mother. He would give her his father's money, but anything he made by himself wouldn't be touched. Of course, when Harold graduated school with impressive grades and went to his planned university to study mathematics, he expected his mother to practically stay out of his life for a while. The woman practically ignored him all his life in favor of his brother, and while he grew used to it, she slowly started to feel like a stranger to him. The silver lining was the fact that he loved his brother more than life himself. He did his best to tutor him, to take care of him, but the boy would never have a normal life, and he knew it. It was hard to relate to him, but it didn't make Harold love him any less. Imagine his surprise to see his mother and sibling for his graduation. He had planned to pursue a master's degree, or even a doctorate one day, being very passionate about the field of mathematics. He had kept working odd jobs, including his freelancing programming job, and saved up enough to continue his education. Everything was looking well, even if he had to fight his way to get where he was. It was worth it. All that hope was dashed immediately when his mother told him of the staggering amount of debt she had to pay for her expenses. He always wondered where she got the money to continue. But the worst part was the fact that she didn't even seem to care about it until it was too late. She bought expensive clothes and bought a new car a couple of years back without even thinking about the repercussions of her actions. Harold could understand being miserable doing nothing but taking care of her Sunday in and out, but that was just too much. She needed help to repay her debt, and what could he do but help his mother and his brother? The young man abandoned his dreams and moved back home. He practically drained his bank account to pay his mother's debt and settled on taking a job from a friend of his at a school as a math teacher. It was a nice job, cozy, with a few perks. He needed the flexibility to take care of his brother. Their mother had run away barely a month after begging for his help, and honestly, Harold was just exhausted. 5 years later, Nathan died in his sleep. He had too many health complications, and Harold was alone in the world with practically no purpose. He could have chosen to come back to university, but he simply didn't have the passion he once did. Oh, he was practically as well, read as your average university professor, choosing to sharpen his mind during the previous few years. But he was grieving and had chosen to take his time to deal with it. He grew to love his school and love his students. Outside of his job, Harold didn't really have anything else to do. He didn't have any friends and practically never had a girlfriend, since he was always too busy with Nathan to even entertain the thought. The problem with having two parents that practically ignored your existence was the fact that you simply never learned to develop any sort of social skills or emotional intelligence in any way. Oh, Harold was an awkward child when he was younger, but he simply didn't know how to communicate with people. Even then, he was too busy, either taking care of his brother or working, to notice this glaring issue. It was at university that he noticed how lonely he truly was, without being constantly busy. But he had no idea how to even make friends, and so his cycle of loneliness continued until his adulthood. Harold's only companions were his books. He felt alive when he was reading. He learned of joy, loss, sadness, sorrow, anger, and love from his books. It was so easy to lose himself in a book, to give himself to the illusion of life, and yet forget to live. It was easier, and less painful, to lose himself in a fantasy instead of facing the fact that he had lived an empty life. In many ways, just because something was fake, it didn't make it any less true, any less beautiful and powerful. And so, Harold spent another few years as a teacher, living more in his tales and stories than outside, choosing not to be hurt like he had been when his brother died. Because to Harold, Nathan was everything. He was his purpose. He sacrificed his childhood so that his brother would have one. He sacrificed his future just to take care of him. He never experienced his father's pride, nor his mother's life for his sake. And yet Nathan still died with a slight smile on his face, leaving Harold alone in the world. It was when Harold was in his 30s that he was diagnosed with a brain tumor. It was inoperable, and he had months to live. He didn't want to live the rest of his remaining life strapped to a machine and had no one to live with. It was sad. Harold's brain was his pride, the only thing he had left, and it was killing him. It was irony at its finest. In another life, Harold Smith could have changed the world, but it was not this world, and so he went gently into that good night. His passing wasn't noticed by a single human being, except his students that are. No one mourned his passing for more than a day. He was forgotten in the annals of history. His song has ended, and yet his melody lingered on. Harry Potter sat up suddenly when he realized what just happened. He remembered the other man, the other life, the other Harry. Were they the same person at heart? Was he Harry Potter or Harold Smith? Was there any difference, really? They had practically the same personality accentuated by the same emotional awkwardness. They were both scholars who were ignored by their families and forced to grow up quickly and in solitude. Even their names were similar. The only difference now was the fact that Harry now had more knowledge and information about the world. Oh, that and the magic thing that is. Because Harold Smith knew about Harry Potter, about the Chosen One, the young wizard that would sacrifice his life for the greater good to fight the man who killed his parents, the Dark Lord Voldemort. It was a children's tale in Smith's world, and yet it did explain all the oddness that surrounded young Harry. It explained the fear in the eyes of his aunt whenever he looked at him. It explained why he was called a freak by the magic-hating muggles, and what an odd and slightly insulting word that was, that he called her relatives. But most of all, it could explain how he just banished Dudley away without touching him. It was too good. It fit too perfectly for it to be anything else. Harry didn't know whether or not to be angry that his life was a children's book, which actually showed how difficult things were about to be for the young man. Possessed teachers, giant snakes that would kill with a gaze, and giant soul-sucking demons sent warning bells to him. And yet, Harry couldn't help but be excited by the prospect of going to Hogwarts and learning magic there. No matter what the dangers were, he was still a scholar at heart, reincarnation or not. As for Voldemort, he would be handled with caution, now that he understood the danger he presented. It would be daunting, playing the game between Dumbledore and Voldemort, where he was barely more than a pawn, but for the chance to learn something as exciting as magic, he would do it without complaining. Well, he might complain slightly. He might even make friends there with another wizard or witch. And if he was to be a wizard, Harry will damn well be the wizard the world had ever seen. His life as Harold Smith was a disappointment, empty, having achieved nothing with his existence. No, Harry Potter will rise from Harold Smith's ashes to achieve greatness. For he refused to be no one again. Harry got up from the bed he was sleeping on, thoughts filled with purpose. He looked around and saw that he was in the infirmary. There was a mirror right next to him, and the young boy decided to see the extent of his injuries. There was a slight bruise on his left cheek, but it didn't look serious. It was then that he noticed the distinct lack of a scar on his forehead, and all his plans went to hell in a second. The young boy couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, fuck." Semblance of Magic. Chapter 4. Semblance of Magic. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 13th, 1991, Privet Drive, Surrey. There was a slight bruise in his left cheek, but it didn't look serious. It was then that he noticed the distinct lack of a scar on his forehead, and all his plans went to hell in a second. The young boy couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, fuck." Young Harry did not expect the admonishing voice coming from behind him. "Watch your language, Mr. Potter," instinctively answered back, "I'm sorry, Nurse Royce." The school nurse turned up her nose and nodded to herself, satisfied with his apology. Harry didn't even notice the woman enter. He was too distracted by the clusterfuck that he just figured out. He was not marked. Of course, it made sense now he thought of it. But the moment he remembered Harold Smith's life, he forgot the fact that he lacked a certain lightning bolt-shaped scar that marked him as the child of the prophecy, as Voldemort's enemy. Harry tried to remember and thought back to any noticeable scar he might have had and found nothing. He didn't have a scar, that was a fact. Then the question was what happened to his parents. James and Lily Potter were supposed to be the Gryffindor golden couple, the head boy and head girl, which had to be very biased since they're both in the same house. They're supposed to be members of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix and die protecting Harry from Tom Riddle's attack on that fateful night in their cottage in Godric's Hollows. But how much of what he remembered was true, or what else is false? Perhaps Voldemort had chosen Neville, and he was the child of the prophecy, while Harry's parents were tortured to insanity by the Lestranges and Crouch Jr. Perhaps they even abandoned Harry for some reason, which wasn't likely since Petunia would have done her best to rub that in his face, and she said that her sister was dead. Perhaps the prophecy was different than the stories and Harry didn't need to be marked to be the chosen one. Or even better, there wasn't any prophecy in the first place. Or maybe Voldemort never existed in the first place. This little detail, this scar, showed Harry that the books, the stories were fallible. They were just that, stories, but Harry lived in the real world. He would use what he could from the stories, but until he meets the magical world, it would be foolish to even plan. For the present moment, it would be better to assume that he wasn't the child of the prophecy and move on from there. It's the outcome he was hoping for, at least. Harry was uncomfortable at the idea of being famous in any way, especially for his parents dying for him in the first place. Even now, compared to the books, the Dursleys looked tame. Oh, they hated the young wizard for his magic and were completely fearful of his potential, but they were overly abusive. Sure, they were spiteful, but they never beat him, constantly insult him, or even lock him up in the fucking cupboard under the stairs of all places. They were not insane, just some mistrustful muggles that were fearful of magic. Honestly, the Dursleys from the stories felt more like a caricature of the evil stepmother from the Cinderella story than real people. He couldn't imagine ever people being so obsessed with being normal that they would treat their nephew as a slave. That was especially stupid when that particular nephew would one day be a wizard that could kill them in seconds with barely more than a few waves of a wand, and even hide any evidence of the encounter. It would be the height of recklessness to justify the pleasure of being cruel to a defenseless child who would turn into a wizard one day. Oh, they didn't pretend to like him, but ignorance was far better than physical abuse. The young wizard's thoughts were interrupted by the nurse's voice. "Are you listening to me, young man?" "I'm sorry, Nurse Royce. I'm just a bit distracted. Would you mind repeating what you just said?" The grumpy nurse huffed. "Fine. As I said, you only have a slight bruise on your cheek. There doesn't seem to be any fractures or serious injuries. Honestly, I wouldn't have expected you to have been in a fight at all, at least compared to the other boys." Harry shrugged. "I'm not much of a fighter. They just cornered me, called me a freak, and started beating me. I did my best to avoid being hit and run away. I even turned them against each other, but I couldn't run away fast enough." The boy could swear to see a slight smile on the face of the nurse, who sighed in exasperation. "You could have really hurt them, kiddo." Outraged, Harry responded, "You do realize that there were 5 of them, and I barely even hit any of them. They mostly just hit each other. The only one I really hit was Piers and Dudley, and my cousin is too fat to feel anything these puny muscles could hit." "Well, you better convince the headmistress. The teachers broke the fight between the 3 boys and brought you all here. Their parents are all in her office, complaining away." Harry took a deep breath. "Well, that's not good, is it?" "Yes, things do not look good for you. Now, let's not keep the headmistress waiting. She told me to bring you to her as soon as you wake up." The nurse then turned and left the infirmary, with Harry hastily following after her. The young boy was even gasping exhaustion by the time they arrived in the headmistress' office. He felt drained, and he didn't know if it was because of the fight or because of the magic he used. Still, he entered the room with all 5 of his aggressors and their parents staring down at him with furious expressions. The headmistress looked down at him with a severe expression. "Mr. Potter, it's good to see you awake again. Well, now that you're here, we can begin. Can you tell us what happened, your side of things at least?" Harry shrugged. "Well, I decided to go on a walk for lunch since I forgot to pack myself any and didn't bring any money for the cafeteria. I was walking around when Dudley and his friends called me a freak and bragged that there were no teachers to defend me. They said they wanted me to teach me a lesson. I tried to talk them out of it, but it didn't work." Petunia scoffed but was silenced by a glare from the headmistress. The woman then nodded to me to continue his story. "Since I'm not much of a physical fighter, I tried to turn them against one another. I said some very hurtful things that I'm not proud of to get them to focus on themselves. Malcolm and Dennis started fighting, and Gordon was trying to break them up. All of the three mentioned parents glared at their children, who looked down in shame, and Harry stifled a smile of satisfaction at what was probably going to await them. I then tried to run, but Piers and Dudley held me up and still wanted to fight. When they hit me, I threw some dust in their eyes and hit Piers in the leg, but then Dudley punched me in the face and I think I passed out. I don't remember anything else, sorry. Petunia glared at her nephew. Headmistress, you can't believe this nonsense, can you? The headmistress answered with a sarcastic tone. As opposed to your son's story that he attacked them all for no reason whatsoever. Harry snorted in amusement, and all of the adults looked at him with raised eyebrows, telling him to justify himself. It's just that it's such a stupid story. So, I somehow went on a walk before them, and when they came out for no reason, chose to fight them. And that's your story, that an honor student who didn't go to a single detention in his schooling decided to attack boys known for harassing their classmates, just for the fun of it. And most of all, you're saying that I, the short, thin kid who can barely do a few laps in gym class, would physically fight not one, not two, but 5 people that are bigger and stronger than me at the same time. Are you seriously believing this? The headmistress must have had the same thought. You have to admit that your son's story is far-fetched, Mrs. Dawsley. Look, we're all adults here, and we can admit that everyone here had their part to play in this mess. So, I'm giving you all 2 days of detention, and it will be up to you to add any additional punishment at home. As for now, it's almost the end of the classes, so take your children with you home. Everyone seemed somewhat satisfied with the decision, even if Petunia was grumbling, and the drive home was spent in silence. The punishment from Harry's aunt and uncle was relatively tame. They yelled at him for hurting their darling child and forbade him from leaving his room, which wasn't really a big deal. Dudley's grinning face, as they berated him, was annoying, but it didn't really anger him, not anymore. It's hard to imagine that he envied Dudley once. Now, he only just pitied him. His parents coddled him so much that they raised a dysfunctional boy that will not be able to live by himself when he grows up. He'll probably end up paying a small fortune in therapy to get over how they messed him up. And all because his parents wanted to show their superiority to their nephew. Although, it really couldn't be out of spite. And they are just this much of horrible parents, as unlikely as that may be. But Harry stopped caring about it. For now, Dudley wasn't important. Vernon and Petunia weren't important, because he had magic. Now, he had real power, and in a few months, he would be invited to Hogwarts. It made sense because that's probably the arrangement Petunia was talking about when Harry mentioned secondary school. As for now, Harry was confined to his own room until the end of the year, and while he would miss his trips to the library, he had enough time to experiment with magic properly. The young wizard hadn't been successful in using it because he really didn't know what it was other than it was some kind of freakishness. But now, Harry knew that it was just called accidental magic, a way for magic to express itself during childhood when they express powerful emotions. It was often known to be chaotic, and replicating it would be dangerous. It happened to Harry when he was scared or about to get hurt. It didn't really protect him, as much as it responded to his fear of something hurting him. Plus, having control over the magic wasn't an impossible thing. Tom Riddle, as a child, had learnt to weaponize it to frighten his bullies in the orphanage. Hell, he even learned how to telekinetically move objects by himself. Well, that's according to the stories, that is. If anything, Tom Riddle was an extremely intelligent child to figure this out on his own. He probably weaponized an emotion, most likely hate, and used it to channel his magic through it. It was as disturbing as it was brilliant, not to mention slightly frightening. As for Harry, now that he understood the principle, he needed to use them slightly. He looked at the small sheet of paper on his bed and stared at it, as he had been for the last few hours. Harry did his best to put the image in his mind of Dudley trying to strike him in the face. He looked deep down, trying to channel it as much as possible. He almost felt like he was there, scared of being hurt, and with that emotion, he felt something stir inside him. A small warmth spread all over his body, and the sheet of paper levitated a few inches in the air. Well, that was easier than he expected. The letter. Chapter 5. The letter. July 28, 1991. Privet Drive, Surrey. He almost felt like he was there, scared of being hurt, and with that emotion, he felt something stir inside him. A small warmth spread all over his body, and the sheet of paper levitated a few inches in the air. Well, That was easier than he expected. Well, that was a fucking lie. It didn't take long for Harry to figure out that his preconceptions about magic were completely false. For all his immediate success in moving things with his mind, his efforts stayed imprecise and relatively weak. Calling it telekinesis would be a bit of a stretch, considering that the heaviest object he could lift with his magic was his English textbook. Anything heavier than this, and the magic would simply not work. As for the activity itself, it wasn't too strenuous. He didn't feel drained when he attempted something that was above his capabilities, but he did feel slightly sore when he was done, as if he had somehow been exercising all day. Although Harry chose not to do anything drastic without the proper knowledge first, and so did not make theories about how magic truly worked. Older and more experienced wizards and witches have probably made their own research on how magic truly worked, and it wasn't like an 11-year-old orphan who barely even knows that magic exists could come up with something they haven't. As for the magic itself, Harry mostly focused on his telekinesis, deeming any additional magic to be too dangerous to try out without the proper instructions. Even a book on the subject would be better than trying out things blindly. And the worst thing was how inconsistent accidental magic was. Oh, he could move his magic, mold it to fulfill his intent, but he was rarely able to replicate the same thing again. He tried to recreate the locking and unlocking charms, which are spells that a first-year Muggleborn should be able to cast a month into the term. Hermione Granger was an intelligent young girl in the books, but she was not a remarkably powerful witch, only a knowledgeable one, at least compared to the average wizard. Harry had no intention of being average at all. When Harry tried to open or close the lock on his bedroom door, he was met with various results even when he replicates his exact actions, emotions, and intent. The results were just too chaotic every time. Sometimes the door would lock, sometimes it would open only the lock. Sometimes it would unlock the door and open it. Sometimes the lock just jammed, and the young wizard would keep sending more unlocking magic at it until it would unjam. The same happened when the young boy tried to replicate the Reparo charm. The spell was supposed to repair objects, and Harry had an abundance of Dudley's broken toys to experiment with. Similarly to the unlocking charm, sometimes the toys would be fixed, and a few times it would be a partial thing, which tended to happen when the toys were complex. Magic was as wonderful as it was confusing. Honestly, if Harry could guess about Voldemort's circumstances, he would come to the conclusion that the heir of Slytherin was able to direct his intent, which tended to be malicious, and hoped for the best. He probably came to the same conclusion about the weak telekinesis and chose to channel his anger to cast primitive curses on his bullies. Tom Riddle was, without a doubt, an exceptional wizard in the books, but unless his portrayal from the books was false, he was a terrible Dark Lord. Harry didn't know if it was because of the Horcruxes or if the man was just mad, but he didn't seem to have a goal in the matter. He definitely didn't believe in pureblood supremacy, since he was living proof that it was a lie, and probably thought that it was the best cause to support in order to secure his rise to power. His actual goals and motivations are a complete mystery because a man hungry for nothing but power without a clear purpose would be a complete fool. Tom Riddle did not strike me as a complete fool. But that's assuming that Lord Voldemort existed in the first place. Even if the Dark Lord did exist, should Harry be completely out of the chessboard that represented Dumbledore's spat with Voldemort, he would not put himself on it. Harry would learn magic and nothing else, as he had been trying to experiment for the last few months. Oh, Harry had tried to discover if he had any hidden overpowered gift, or something similar, and found absolutely nothing. He wasn't a metamorphmagus. For all his concentration and intent, his eyes remained green, his hair remained messy, and he didn't exhibit any signs of any other bloodline gifts. So, he dismissed the idea entirely, even if he was disappointed that he wasn't some sort of elemental that could shake the earth and create tsunamis without a wand. As far as he could tell, Harry Potter was simply an ordinary young wizard that isn't particularly special in any way. Not that it would stay for long. Harry had led a life of mediocrity once. He had let the world lead his life instead of fighting for his own sake. Harold Smith lacked ambition in a very fundamental matter. That was something he would refuse. In this world, where magic makes might, he would rise from the ashes and become someone that history would never forget. He was a nobody, once. He will not be one again. It was odd. A small part of him wanted to impress his parents, to preserve his legacy as a Potter and an Evans, Not that Petunia made him inclined to use the name Evans. As far as he was concerned, the Evans family was dead to him, and he would do his best to forget about them as soon as he steps foot into Hogwarts. The moment Harry had access to his vault, should there actually be a vault, he would leave the damn harpy of a woman and never return. It's a shame, really. Had the Dursleys acted like his family, he would have been more than happy to share whatever he inherited with his parents with them. Lucky for him, they didn't, and Harry didn't feel like he owed them anything. The last few months were a testament to that, and Harry was starting to see the psychotic version of the Dursleys in them. They really did hate the fact that Harry had defended himself using magic, accidental as it may be. And they were furious that he had hurt Dudley with his freakishness. They kept following him everywhere. At first, they just forced him to stay in his room, when he wasn't at school that is, and locked him inside whenever he was home. They kept doing this for a month, until one of the neighbors asked about him. Harry was known to take as many side jobs as possible to have any pocket money, and some of his usual customers had worried about him. Harry didn't really mind being locked in his room. It allowed him to simply focus on his magic and experiment as much as possible. Magic was just something new, something amazing that the young wizard wanted to figure out. It was such a curious feeling, one that reawakened the scholar in him. Harry was always a bit of an introvert, so spending some time alone wasn't really that big of a deal. Alas, the neighbors were nosy, especially in Little Whinging, and so, Harry had been graciously allowed to leave his home but was constantly watched by his aunt. He didn't know what that was supposed to achieve, really, since she knew that he would leave in a few months. But hey, Petunia Dursley was not known for her intelligence. Now, with his birthday approaching, the woman seemed to start fidgeting even more. Petunia Dursley was the closest thing to a connection to the magical world he had, and he refused to let his feelings be tainted by the woman's bitterness. He would learn of the magical world as any normal Muggle-born would, and he would thrive in it. However, before Harry could embark on his journey to greatness, there was one pressing matter he needed to address. All of his dreams of freedom, the Dursleys were completely dependent on the idea that he would be getting a letter from Hogwarts. Oh, he knew for a fact that he was a wizard, but Hogwarts might work differently than it did in the books. He could be invited to Hogwarts when he was older, or Hogwarts might not even exist at all, and another school might take its place. However, on this fateful day, as the month of July died, a letter appeared on the Dursleys' doorstep, signaling the momentous occasion that would change young Harry's life. Harry had made it his mission to wake up before the Dursleys every day and sneak to the front porch to see if his letter arrived. It was summer vacation. He was still confined to his room when he wasn't working for the neighbors to keep up appearances. The bastards even locked his door every night for some reason. It wasn't like he was a vampire that would drink their blood at night. Every day since the month of July began, Harry would unlock his door using his magic and peek at the mail to see if his letter had arrived. And finally, the day arrived when a letter addressed to him that didn't have any stamps appeared on the Dursleys' doorstep. Harry didn't know how much time he spent staring at the letter in question. It was proof that he didn't live a lie, that the magical world was true, and even if he knew for a fact, there was still some doubt left. Although the young wizard would admit that the scarily accurate address was unnerving, to say the least. The letter clearly said, Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope itself was thick and heavy and wasn't even made of paper, but some kind of yellowish parchment. Wizards really were old school. The letter was sealed with some red wax that had what Harry assumed to be the Hogwarts coat of arms, each of the animals representing the schoolhouses surrounding the letter H. Harry sneakily took the letter to his room and locked the door as it should have been during the night. Finally, Harry Potter opened the envelope and started to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all the necessary books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. This was real. This was the final proof he needed that he wasn't insane, that the stories were true, at least partially. Hogwarts was real. Albus Dumbledore was the headmaster, and Minerva McGonagall was the deputy headmistress. This was good. This was familiar territory. He could work with this. Harry wouldn't be thrust into a completely unknown world. Oh, there was probably a lot more to it than the story portrayed, but his stories were better than nothing after all. Harry was so preoccupied with his dreams of studying magic that he didn't notice his aunt unlock his door and open it. He heard his aunt's horrified gasp at the sight of his letter and looked up at her pale face. Harry looked up at her, eyes expressionless, and asked her with a dead tone, "Good morning, Aunt Petunia. I believe we have a lot to talk about, don't we?" Wilted Flower. Chapter 6. Wilted Flower. July 28, 1991. Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry was so preoccupied with his dreams of studying magic that he didn't notice his aunt unlock his door and open it. He heard his aunt's horrified gasp at the sight of his letter and looked up at her pale face. Harry looked up at her, eyes expressionless, and asked her with a dead tone, "Good morning, Aunt Petunia. I believe we have a lot to talk about, don't we?" It took a long time and a lot of screaming for things to settle down in 4, Privet Drive. Petunia had completely freaked out at the letter in Harry's hand and started yelling at him just for opening it. After the woman finished ranting about freaks ruining her family, Harry stood there, completely immobile with a face that didn't even twitch at his aunt's temper tantrum. After the woman was practically gasping in exertion, the young wizard raised an eyebrow. "Are you done? I'm forbidding you from going to the freak school," Petunia screamed. Her nephew did not scream back at her and instead spoke up with a very calm voice. "I don't really understand you, Aunt Petunia. What are you on about, boy? You keep grumbling to yourself that I'm a waste of space, that I'm the reason you don't have a second child because you can't bear the expense. You don't even call me by my name, just boy or freak. And yet, when you have the opportunity to practically give me away and never see me again, you're forbidding me from leaving." As Petunia started spluttering, but her nephew didn't give her the opportunity to make a coherent sentence. "Because it's not about me, is it? It's about you. It was always about you. It's about how jealous you are that you're not like me, that you're not special. It wasn't enough for you to ignore me as you did, to pretend I don't exist. You hid my family's legacy from me ever since I was a child. I was never angry at you because I saw you as you always were. Jealous woman that would never amount to anything more than being a housewife. While I knew that even without my magic, I would rise far above you." Petunia couldn't handle it and slapped her nephew in the face. The boy looked at her disbelievingly. "Are you seriously saying that what I said was untrue? Considering the way you just reacted by hitting a child is proof enough of what your nature truly is." "I am going to Hogwarts and that's final." The elder woman glared at him. "I'm still not getting you to go to that school." "Oh, my sister was just like you. She got her letter and disappeared, forgetting about us, about me, in favor of that freak boy. My parents were so proud to have a witch in the family, but I saw what she was, a freak. Then she met the Potter boy, got herself blown up, and we were saddled with you. And you were such a freak, even when you were a boy. Always too knowing, too smart, too freaky. The moment I laid my eyes on you, I knew that you were as much of a freak as your mother. So, all of this was just because you were jealous of your sister? You knew that I was a wizard for so long, and you just thought that it would just disappear in time. You knew that this was coming, that my letter is coming, just like you know that I am leaving." Petunia actually growled. "Like hell, I'm letting you." "Well, it's not like I have to do anything. I have an idea that if I don't show up, the school will just send wizards to get me. Adult ones that know what they're doing." "Are you going to yell at them too?" The woman paled in fear, realizing that she really wasn't going to get out of this. "But you can tell them that you refuse. You can tell them to go away." "And why would I do that? I'm your aunt, your guardian." Harry glared at her and raised his voice for the first time in this fight. "You are nothing to me, and you know it. Just like I am nothing to you." "Oh, I would have taken your input if you so much as pretended to be slightly maternal towards me. But you're not, are you? You treated me like I was barely more than dirt, like an obligation, not a nephew. Is it that surprising that I am washing my hands of you the moment I could?" "I knew it," she bellowed. "I knew that the moment you would get your cursed letter, you would leave us behind as Lily left me behind. This has absolutely nothing to do with magic. Trust me, I've been planning on leaving the moment I could. I know when I'm unwanted in this house. This might be your home, but it was never mine. The moment it was legally possible, I would have left this place. This is just a way to leave earlier." Think of it this way, you will barely see me for a couple of months a year, and if I can arrange anything, you will never see me again. Wasn't that your deepest wish, Aunt? Petunia's eyes were glistening. You can't. You're Lily's child, and I would care if I knew the slightest detail about her, but never spoke a word of her and yelled at me when I asked. You can't hold her over me when you obviously don't care about it. Now, all I need from you are the details on how to enter the magical world, and I'll leave you be. Yes, Harry needed as much detail about it as possible because the school was obviously under the illusion that he knew about magic, that he was a wizard. Considering how Muggleborns would have disregarded the letter as a prank, it would make sense that a professor would come to explain everything and at least demonstrate some magic to prove that Hogwarts was a real thing. And yet, no one had come to see Harry. Everyone obviously thought that he didn't need an introduction, which should include a generic explanation as to where to get their shops. It was probably at Diagon Alley, but the boy had promised himself to not consider the stories as absolute facts. The lack of a scar on his forehead was enough proof that it wasn't infallible. Petunia, though, didn't seem to be inclined to help him. No, I'm not. Again, you don't do it, the wizards will be coming, and they won't be kind about it. Harry's aunt glared at him. You think you're so smart, aren't you? I know I am smart, no matter how much you want to pretend I'm some simpleton like your oaf of a son. But this is the logical outcome, and you obviously know it. So, let's not pretend like it's about me and not about your unresolved feelings towards my dead mother, and get things going so that I leave. Just point me in the right direction and I'll be going in peace. Petunia still didn't look like she was going to play ball, and before Harry could even try to convince her, they both heard Vernon's voice and stiffened. What's all this ruckus? The man entered the room, watched the letter in Harry's hand, and his crying wife, and was consumed by a blind rage. You little freak. I will not let you go to this school. I have tolerated your freakishness, but this is going too far. He didn't continue his rant because Harry raised his hand in panic and the obese man was telekinetically thrown at the wall and stayed frozen in the air, eyes filled with rage and fear. Harry, not wanting to show that his uncle was by far the heaviest thing he ever telekinetically controlled, stared at him impassively, not wanting to show how much this was straining him. I don't even know why you care about this, or even why Petunia told you if she wasn't going to even tell me about it. You're just going with the flow, accepting your wife's bitterness as a fact, and going with it. I don't care for your ignorance and brutality. Besides, Uncle, I thought you would be happy. After all, if you send me to this school, you will barely see me for more than 2 months a year. Isn't that what you always wanted? Oh? Harry had no intention of returning here, but he had no guarantee on how the wizarding world worked, so he kept it as a backup. With that said, Harry let go of Vernon, and the man still glared at him but was far more subdued. He's got a point, Petunia. We always complained about him. As long as I'm not paying for anything, I don't care what happens to the freak. Well, that's one of them accepting. And Petunia was a very traditional housewife and would almost always submit to her husband's decision. It was disgusting to see while growing up, seeing her forcing herself to almost obey her husband just to conform to what she thinks is her ideal life of normality. Harry was proven correct when Petunia sniffed and nodded. Are you sure about this, Harry? The boy nodded. Yes. It's time we go our separate ways. You all don't like me, and I don't like you. I am going to where I belong since you made it very clear that I didn't belong here. Oh. Harry had an idea of why she was so conflicted. In her own narrative of her life, she made herself hate the magic that she was denied, but she still loved her sister, even after they lived different lives. Harry was proof of this paradox. She wanted nothing to do with the magic she still longed for, which Harry was born with. And yet she didn't want the only thing she had of her sister to leave her, hence why she didn't want Harry to go away. That's all speculation, of course, and a mix of Harry's experience with the woman and what he knows from the stories, but it made sense. Petunia Dursley's motivations were transparent. She hid in her own illusion of being the perfect housewife, in the perfect house, with the perfect neighbors. It was how she dealt with her lack of magic. And Harry was the bug in the system, so to speak. Resigned, the elder woman nodded. Fine. We'll both take you there today on the condition that you'll make arrangements for yourself until next summer. Harry nodded, satisfied by their decision. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. The two adults left the room and Harry took a deep breath and relaxed. This came out of nowhere, but he got what he wanted from the Dursleys. It was now the time for his life to truly start, to join his true people, his true society, as a wizard. This was the beginning of his journey, and he was excited. He was going to learn magic, actual wand-waving magic. He was going to discover this world, unearth its secrets, and rise to the top. He was going to start by finding out what happened to Voldemort and his parents. He needed to know what was different from the stories, and this was a good way to start. Although from what Petunia told him, his parents seemed to be dead in this life as well. He still didn't know for sure, and he sure as well wasn't going to ask the woman after their fight. Oh, he might have been harsh in their argument, but he wasn't really wrong about it. Petunia and Vernon had done their best to alienate and ignore him. They shouldn't be surprised that he wanted to get out of a house where even Dudley could tell Harry wasn't wanted. No matter what Petunia's relationship was with her sister, the way she treated him was wrong, and she had what she said coming. It's not like it mattered now, because this was the start of Harry's magical journey, and he couldn't wait for it to properly begin. The Alley. Chapter 7. The Alley. July 28th. 1991, Privet Drive, Surrey. No matter what Petunia's relationship was with her sister, the way she treated him was wrong, and she had what she said coming. It's not like it mattered now, because this was the start of Harry's magical journey, and he couldn't wait for it to properly begin. For the first time in a while, Harry thought that luck seemed to be on his side. Petunia was free to give him a rise to Diagon Alley. She revealed the name of the alley after he asked where he was supposed to get his school things. Vernon had to go to work, and luckily Dudley was invited to spend the day with his friend Piers, leaving Petunia able to drive him to London. It was funny how Petunia still remembered the road to the alley decades after she had last been there. If that wasn't proof that she was still secretly envious of magic, nothing was. Still, the letter was very vague on how to get there, which means that it was sent either to people who already know, or a professor was supposed to personally come and explain it to Muggleborn. Things didn't look good for him so far, but he would reserve his judgment until later. For the 100th time that day, the young wizard took a look at the second piece of parchment that held the required school supplies needed. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Set books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection, by Quentin Trimble. Other Equipment. 1 wand, 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, 1 set glass or crystal files, 1 telescope, 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Harry hoped with all his heart that his parents left him enough money to buy all these supplies. Even then, Hogwarts was supposed to have funds for people that can't afford schools. From the looks of it, he was going to need to go to a bookstore, a clothes store, a wand store, a potion store, and whatever the place was where they could buy a telescope. Maybe he could go to a pet store if he has enough money. But first, he needed to get to the alley. Time flew on, and before too long, Harry found himself being driven by his aunt in London. They arrived in midday in front of some dirty pub which had the name, The Leaky Cauldron. Huh, so that's accurate from the book too? Before he could leave, he looked up at his aunt and spoke up. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." His aunt released a sob. "Tell me, Harry, have I been this horrible to you?" The young man shook his head. "You could have done worse, been worse, but you never tried. Are you surprised that I'm leaping at a chance in this new world?" Petunia shook her head. "No, I suppose I'm not. Your mother would have been proud of you, Harry." Harry responded with an awkward, "Thank you." He didn't know what else to say. He knew nothing about Lily Potter. Even in the stories, she was barely mentioned outside of her being a redhead and having green eyes. There's very little known about her at all. Petunia never mentioned her, and Harry had learnt that in this life, he would need to rely only on himself to survive. The Dursleys had taught him that. Petunia was practically sobbing when she spoke up. "Goodbye, Harry." "Goodbye," he answered softly. Harry left the car and entered the pub. It didn't look like much from the outside, and the inside wasn't any better. It wasn't particularly clean or lively. Although, that's probably because it was a pub, and it was noon on a weekday. Honestly, everyone looked shady. Harry was intimidated, and there was no shame in admitting it. He was lost in a world that was new to him, and so, he chose to do the simple thing and ask a question. In his last life, Harry understood the value of asking the right questions. And so, he walked to the bartender and asked, "Excuse me, sir?" Immediately, the man brightened up. "I assume you're here to get your Hogwarts supply?" Harry nodded. "I'm sorry, but Professor McGonagall told me that this was the entrance to the alley. Can you tell me the way?" The bartender gave him a warm smile. "Oh, don't worry about it. I get it dozens of times in the summer. It's practically a tradition now. I'm Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron." Harry did his best to return the smile and followed the bartender as he motioned the back. With a practiced motion, he tapped one of the bricks 3 times with his wand. Immediately, the wall started to morph into a large archway towards what seemed like a crowded street. It was the first piece of magic Harry had ever seen that wasn't his own, and it was amazing. It was nice to have visual confirmation that none of this was in his head, that it wasn't some hopeful ideals that he made up in his head. "Welcome," said Tom, "to Diagon Alley." The man was visibly smiling at the odd look on his face, and Harry blushed in embarrassment. "Tom, can you tell me where the bank is? The professor told me to meet her there." "Oh, that's no trouble. Gringotts is at the end of the road. Just keep walking straight, and you'll see it. It's a big white building made of marble." Harry thanked the bartender and started walking around the alley. From the looks of it, the currency was the same as the stories. The big gold coins were galleons, the silver ones were sickles, and the small bronze ones were nuts. Although he didn't have any money, Harry was still very curious as to what a magical shopping district looked like. It was surprisingly normal. Sure, the buildings just looked structurally wrong and were probably held up by magic, but the shops had windows demonstrating their products. There were salesmen all over the street advertising their shops and offers. There were floating advertisement pieces all over the street for one shop or another. Harry looked down the street to find the shops that had his required supplies. He already found what was probably the potion store. The sign showed cauldrons, all sizes, copper, brass, pewter, silver, self-stirring, and collapsible, in the store called the Brewery. He also found the pet store called Elop's Owl Emporium. He passed by the broom store and so many others. It was fascinating to find such marvels on display. It must look so common for the people living there. Harry didn't take long until Harry found himself staring at the giant white building. Where the alley was chaotic and disorganized, the building stood imposing. It was far larger than any shop, and Tom hadn't wrong when he said that Harry wouldn't miss it. The young wizard tried to discreetly observe the goblin guards as he walked up the stairs to the entrance of the bank. It was his first time seeing a goblin, and Harry had to admit that they were very intimidating. They were shorter than wizards, with pointy ears, even pointier teeth, and long fingers. Harry did his best not to stare, and instead chose to focus on the inscription engraved on the bank door. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." Well, that's ominous. Harry had no plans on breaking into this bank, although it was funny how this was practically a written threat by the goblins in the middle of a wizarding alley. Harry did his best to repress a shudder as he entered the large hall. Hundreds of goblins sat on high stools behind counters, either writing with their quills or examining gems or gold. There were no signs regarding where he should do, and none of the goblins looked free. There wasn't even a line of wizards anywhere, which was curious. And so, Harry approached the nearest one, who happened to be examining a large ruby. He stood waiting for a few minutes until the goblin finished looking at the ruby, scribbled down a few details, and looked down at him. "Yes, hello. I was told that my family had a vault here. They died when I was younger, and I was raised outside the magical world. I don't know what I'm supposed to do to access it." "Did they leave you a key?" the goblin asked. Harry shrugged. "Nothing, as far as I know. I was raised in the Muggle world and just found out about it. I'm practically a Muggle-born." "What did your professor tell you?" "Nothing. No one came to tell me anything. I just got my Hogwarts letter, and my aunt drove me to the alley, That's it, the goblin asked. And do you have a magical guardian? Harry shook his head. I don't know what that is. I've only ever lived in the Muggle world. So, you're a ward of the state. This is slightly complicated. Can you tell me your name, child? The goblin asked. Harry Potter. The goblin nodded and opened a book. Ah, the Potters. They do have an account here. This is not my department, but I'll send you to the account management offices. They should help you. The goblin then jumped down and motioned Harry to follow him. Choosing to follow the teller, they walked up to one of the stairs until they reached one of the offices. Harry couldn't read what was written on the plaque on it, and the goblin teller knocked and walked in towards an older goblin wearing much distinguished clothing. They spoke in some weird language that sounded like a mixture of snorting and spitting than an actual language. But that was their culture, and Harry wouldn't condemn it. It was just weird. The young goblin then exited the room, leaving him with the older goblin in the office. Mr. Potter, I assume? Harry nodded. Yes. My name is Bragger. I am the goblin in charge of frozen accounts. Your case is quite peculiar, Mr. Potter. How so? The goblin grinned. Well, even with the rise of orphans in the last decade because of the war with the Dark Lord, the ministry had done its best to redistribute them around across many families. It was a bid for peace, but you're the only one who had relatives only outside the magical world, while no magical family made a bid for your adoption. Since you were aware of the magical world and thus have no magical guardian, you are technically a ward of the ministry. So, I need to go to the ministry just to have access to my gold. The goblin's smile widened. No. It seems that your parents named you their heir in the traditional way. It's a rather old-fashioned way to preserve an inheritance to their line by bringing their heir to Gringotts and naming him the heir by blood. Bragger then opened one of the folders and released a piece of parchment that had his name, Harry James Potter, on the top. He grabbed a dagger and pricked Harry's blood with it before he could even react. The moment a drop of blood touched the parchment, the paper glowed gold. The goblin gave him a bloodthirsty smile. It seems like you are in fact Harry Potter. That's good. Now we can proceed. Shopping. Chapter 8. Shopping. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 28th, 1991. Diagon Alley. He grabbed a dagger and pricked Harry's blood with it before he could even react. The moment a drop of blood touched the parchment, the paper glowed gold. The goblin gave him a bloodthirsty smile. It seems like you are in fact Harry Potter. That's good. Now we can proceed. Harry was somewhat surprised when the goblin's somewhat hostile attitude disappeared seconds later. He looked at Bragger with his eyes wide. What do I need to do now? You need to sign this. He gave him a stack of parchment. It states that you have received your key. Your account will be unfrozen, and you will be able to enter your vault. Do not lose your key. Its replacement will cost you 50 galleons. After the young wizard signed the documents, he was then dismissed from the manager's office and given a small gold key. He was then escorted by a goblin called Griphook to the depth of the Gringotts tunnels. The ride was informative. For all the goblin's tone was rude, he still answered Harry's question. It turns out that Gringotts did not involve themselves in wizarding affairs, so that means they don't do inheritance tests, they don't care about the Wisingamot, and they rarely even know what is inside the vaults they guard. They only have logs of the access to the vault, nothing less, nothing more. They didn't care about wizarding properties or dwellings. They only entered a vault and repossessed what's inside if it remained dormant for a century. So yeah, claiming ancient secret vaults filled with mountains of gold isn't really a thing. As far as they are concerned, there are two types of vaults. Security measures aside, there is a monetary vault, which only contains galleons, sickles, and nuts. You couldn't add anything else aside from these coins, and you could even use bank drafts, which worked kinda like checks in the Muggle world, to spend money, to avoid having a large amount of gold physically with you. These accounts were monitored by the goblins in case of inconsistencies. This was the vault Harry had. However, there was another account, an artifact vault, where the users can put anything inside, be it magical artifacts or just normal gold. They were far more expensive and were usually only used by very old families that hid artifacts down there. Unfortunately for Harry, the monetary vault was the only thing he inherited. There was no family vault to be unlocked during his majority. There were no secret grimoires, no super artifacts. All he had left from his parents was a small pile of gold, around 10,000 galleons. It was a rather generous sum, but from the sound of it, it didn't even come close to what some families had. Still, it was good enough for Harry, who never had any money of his own to use. Although, when Harry asked Griphook about the conversion to pounds to get an idea of how much he was worth, the goblin snarled in anger. Apparently, it was a very sensitive topic for goblins. The Ministry of Magic had controlled the price of wizarding currencies to Muggle ones. While the average galleon was worth over £100, the Ministry forced the goblins to sell it for 5. It was apparently to allow an easier integration for Muggleborn, who wouldn't be able to afford their school supplies otherwise. Thankfully, this rate was only available to students that are still attending Hogwarts, and they were only allowed to exchange 100 galleons a year to stop people from abusing the system. Still, Harry had around £10 million in the bank, and that was secure enough for him to live on. He could now technically move out of the Dursleys without worrying too much about it. Alas, all things came to an end, and Harry's journey to the depth of Gringotts was finished. The young wizard just grabbed around 50 galleons and brought them in one of the complimentary expanded pouches made by Gringotts and left the bank with a smile on his face. Now that he had money, it was time to search for his school supplies. First things first, he needed a school trunk to put all his shopping inside. Harry sure as hell wasn't going to walk around with countless bags around him. He ended up buying a nice trunk that was slightly expanded and had the standard security enchantments, which was the standard for Hogwarts students. It was nice to see that he didn't really need to ask about it much, just buying the normal Hogwarts supplies since he had no idea what he would need. If he was honest, Harry was tempted to buy a multi-compartment trunk, which was worth 40 galleons. But it was ludicrously expensive for a first purchase in the magical world. In the end, Harry simply paid the 5 galleons for the trunk and left. His next destination was Flourish and Blots, a bookstore. There were already bundles of books, one for every year at Hogwarts. Harry picked up the first-year bundle and the Introduction to the Magical World bundle. He ignored the sneering looks he got when he bought the latter. It was a clear sign that he was new to the magical world. He didn't care for it. Harry was an academic at heart, and he would not be ashamed of what he was and where he came from. Still, he would return to explore the books later. What did make him pause was the fact that there was an entire section of children's books dedicated to the adventures of Neville Longbottom. Browsing the books, Harry could say with absolute certainty that not a single thing could happen. Neville Longbottom was a child, and even Merlin as a child would not have been able to kill a dragon single-handedly. What was interesting was the fact that Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived. It seems that Voldemort chose to attack Samhain in 1981. He killed Alice and Frank Longbottom and tried to kill young Neville, but to no avail. The boy was raised by his grandmother and was rarely seen in public. There were no mentions of Harry's parents in any of the articles. Speaking of Voldemort, the stories really understated how close the Dark Lord was to invade magical Britain. The war had caused the death of over 10% of the entire wizarding population in Britain, and he was stopped by a magical fluke. If he hadn't attacked the Longbottoms, he would have won in a couple of years. Harry's shoulders sagged in relief. He wasn't the chosen one, the child of the prophecy. He didn't have a Dark Lord gunning for him. He wouldn't have the life-threatening adventures from the stories. He would just learn magic and live his life without too much trouble. Things were already starting well. A smiling Harry just put the books in his trunk and left the store. He then followed in by going to the potions shop and bought a cauldron, a set of crystal phials, and a set of brass scales. He wasn't required to buy any ingredients, which made sense since he had no idea how to store them, nor how much damage they could cause. He then managed to buy a telescope from one of the astronomy stores. It looked like an antique, but there were a lot of enchantments layered on top of it, making it superior to any Muggle-made telescope. Finally, Harry only had to buy his clothes and his wand. He walked around the alley until he found Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Harry was welcomed by an old witch which smiled at him pleasantly. "Hogwarts, dear?" Harry nodded. "Yes, madam." "Good. I have the basic templates ready. Wait there until I take your measurements. There's another young man being fitted right now." Harry nodded, showing his understanding, and walked to the back of the shop. In there, a boy with a pale, pointed face and a ludicrous amount of hair gel was standing on a footstool while a second witch pinned up his long black robes. If that wasn't Draco Malfoy, Harry would eat his hat. The boy brightened when he saw Harry. Hogwarts too? Yes, Harry said. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, said the boy. He had a bored, drawling voice. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one, and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Well, maybe Draco was obviously a spoilt brat that was trying to brag about his parents. Harry could see the seamstress repressing, rolling her eyes at his behavior. Draco then looked at Harry questioningly. Do you have a broom of your own? No, I don't, Harry replied. Do you play Quidditch? The boy tried to ask again. Harry could see in his eyes that he was trying to make a friend but didn't know how to. Honestly, the boy chose the wrong person to try, since he barely has the social skills of a Tin Man. Choosing to humor the boy. Not really. I don't really like the sport. The boy gasped in outrage as if Harry had insulted his entire family. Line. How can you not like Quidditch? It's the best thing in the whole world. Harry shrugged. Just don't understand the appeal, I suppose. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind flying, but I just don't like the sport. Still looking outraged by my statement, the boy replied, You're all mad. That's all I'll say about it. What about houses? Where are you hoping to get to? Really? My parents were both Gryffindors, Harry said, but I don't really care where I end up, to be honest. Really? You don't care which house to go to? You'll spend 7 years of your life with your housemates. It's a big commitment. My family was always in Slytherin, so that's where I'll be going. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I'd ask my father to transfer me to Durmstrang. He's friends with the headmaster there. Harry snorted at the boy's attitude. Hufflepuff is a perfectly good house. Loyalty and hard work are admirable qualities that are valued everywhere. Before the boy could reply, the seamstress looked at the blonde and asked, That's you done, my dear? The boy turned and left the store while telling Harry that he would see him at Hogwarts. Harry sighed in exasperation and murmured to himself, And I thought Dudley was spoilt. Madame Malkin must have heard him because she snorted in laughter. You'll see far more of his kind at Hogwarts. That's what I'm afraid of, Harry muttered back. It didn't take long for the seamstress to take his measures. With a wave of her wand, Harry was accosted by flying tapes and measures, and in a couple of minutes later, the witch returned with his school uniform with her. Harry was pleasantly surprised by the uniform. He expected it to be a black sheet with sleeves for him to wear. But no, there was a uniform with trousers, a shirt, a vest, and a black cloak that looked kinda cool when he walked while wearing it. As for the hat, the seamstress had explained to him that it's the most traditional and only ever used during feasts or formal occasions. Even the winter cloak actually looked cool, made of very smooth fur that had warming charms on it. In the end, Harry left the store happy with his purchase and put the uniforms in his trunk. With that done, he only had to get his wand and maybe even a pet. Magical animals were very smart in the stories. Perhaps one of them would be a suitable companion. But that was for later. Harry decided to first get his wand, which meant that had to go to Ollivander's. The Wand. Chapter 9. The Wand. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 28, 1991. Diagon Alley. In the end, Harry left the store happy with his purchase and put the uniforms in his trunk. With that done, he only had to get his wand and maybe even a pet. Magical animals were very smart in the stories. Perhaps one of them would be a suitable companion. But that was for later. Harry decided to first get his wand, which meant that had to go to Ollivander's. To be honest, Harry was looking forwards to getting his wand. The promise of casting actual spells, not just the weak wandless magic that he's been using. The moment he gets his wand, his identity as a wizard would be confirmed, for him and for everyone. Unfortunately, Harry hadn't seen any wand shops walking around the alley so far. So, he asked one of the store clerks, Hello, I'm looking for the wand shop. Do you know where it is, please? Harry had to say that giving them puppy eyes was more than enough to get the woman he asked to soften her eyes and immediately tell him the directions to Ollivander's. Walking around, the young wizard noticed that there were no wand shops except for Ollivander's. Harry hadn't even mentioned going to Ollivander's, only that he was going to buy a wand, but the woman had immediately assumed that she was going to this store. This meant that either Ollivander's ran them out of business, or the store's quality of wands was so much higher that they never even tried, because it didn't make sense in any other case. Wands were everyday objects used by every single wizard or witch in the nation, and yet there wasn't any competition for Ollivander's. The store had a complete monopoly on one of the most vital resources in the country. The shop itself didn't look particularly luxurious, especially considering its status as the only wand shop in the continent. It was narrow and shabby. Peeling gold letters over the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. Honestly, Harry didn't really care about the state of the shop. It seemed to be something characteristic of the wizarding world. The leaky cauldron was the first impression Muggleborns had on the wizarding world, and yet it looked like a dingy, dirty pub. This was weird because cleaning enchantments and repairing charms seemed to be taught to all students at Hogwarts. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop as he stepped inside. It was a very tiny place, empty except for a single spindly chair which he certainly didn't want to sit on to wait. Harry had thousands of questions in his head, but chose to stare at the thousands of narrow boxes piled neatly right up to the ceiling. It was odd and hard to describe, but Harry was able to feel them. It was like every box, which probably contained a wand, had a heartbeat. And yet each one was slightly different than the other, like having a different melody. There were a few distinct ones, one that was very loud and fast, resembling more like a drum than a heartbeat. Another had a soothing and somewhat whimsical melody that made Harry relax without even noticing. Harry stood there, staring at the symphony of wands. He always felt a little pull whenever he was close to any magical item, but it was mostly characterized by goosebumps, not whatever this was. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry jumped. He had been so lost in what he was feeling to notice the man sneak behind him. He turned reflexively and saw an old man standing before him. His wide, pale eyes shone like silvery moons through the gloom of the shop. "Hello," said Harry awkwardly. "Ah, yes," said the man. Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." It wasn't a question. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand, 10¼ inches long, swishy, and made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry and continued, "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches, pliable, a little more power, and is excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Dear God, that man was creepy. Harry found it hard to believe that this man interacted with all 11-year-old wizards in the country when getting a wand. He should know not to act like a creep. Still, this man was the only person who recognized Harry and even spoke about his parents, and he was curious as to what happened to them. "Did you know my parents?" "Briefly. Every single wizard, and which going to Hogwarts comes to this shop eventually. Even those who foolishly use legacy wands eventually learn to come here to get one of their own." "Do you know what happened to them?" Harry asked. The wand maker stiffened and answered, "What happened on that fateful day was a mystery for everyone. It was a few days after the defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named, and the entire nation was celebrating his downfall. However, a few of his loyal servants decided to attack Godric's Hollows to find their master. Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Rabaston Lestrange gathered a fighting force of over 200 dark wizards and creatures and attacked your parents. No one knows what happened afterwards, only that all that remained of Godric's Hollows was a field of flames. There were no traces of James and Lily Potter, no traces of the Lestranges, only a small babe in the middle of a ruined cottage. Godric's Hollows is a historically significant place for our civilization. It's the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, the home of countless magical families over the centuries. On that day, it's not just your parents that perished, but it was the lives of thousands of people, wizards, witches, or muggles, that lived in this village. It's one of biggest tragedies in recent times, one that very few wish to remember. By the end of it, Mr. Ollivander was staring far behind Harry, as if he was lost in a distant memory. Harry, though, was flabbergasted by the story. He expected his parents to be dead, that was a given. But to be the only survivor of an attack that destroyed an entire village was not something that he ever thought about. It made sense why people chose not to adopt him in the wizarding world, and that the ministry left him at his aunt's doorstep. They thought that he was a dark omen, a sign of future misfortune, and Harry couldn't truly blame them. Perhaps he would have ended up in the hands of someone who would have released their frustration on him, cursing him for the loss they experienced. Harry would need to read more about it later. But Mr. Ollivander gave him a place to start from. Finally, Mr. Ollivander shook his head and said, "Let's not speak more of such a painful subject and focus on you. Let's see. Which is your wand arm?" Assuming that the wand maker was speaking about which hand he write with, Harry raised his right hand. Mr. Ollivander just grabbed his arms and started measuring Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head. It was so fucking weird. As he measured, he said, "Every Ollivander wand is primarily made of a wood that has been alchemically altered, and a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We commonly use unicorn hairs, phoenix feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons, since they are usually the elements that are the more suited for wizards to cast wands. However, sometimes, people provide their own cores with which they share an intimate connection. Magic remembers, Mr. Potter. Make sure you do not forget that. But those cases are usually curse breakers that need new wands and have killed various magical beasts along the way. Are certain wands better than others?" Harry asked, curious. "No. The process is the same. Bonding with a wand means that the two of you are compatible magically. It will never be perfect, but slowly as you start using it, the wand will attune to your magic until it allows you to perfectly control it. If a wizard uses a wand that is unsuited to his magic, his spells will simply be weaker. In the end, a wizard's strength depends entirely on the combination between their magic and their wand, not the wand itself. You could use Merlin's wand, and it would be nothing more than a stick in your hand if it's not compatible with your magic. Although, when a wizard defeats a magical beast, their magic bonds with the body, which makes any wand made with its remains already connected to the wizard, which almost always guarantees that it would be a match and that the acclimation period would be extremely small for the wand and wizard to synchronize. In the end, the magic comes from the wizard, not the wand. Well, that was proof that Ollivander knew what he was talking about and guaranteed that Harry would not seek out another more powerful wand. After finishing his impromptu lecture, the wandmaker stopped measuring Harry's nostril and went to grab a box. "Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Cedar and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry grabbed the wand and felt its melody. It was loud and somewhat volatile. It seemed upbeat but very consistent and very loyal. Immediately, Harry knew that it wasn't his wand. He didn't have anyone to be loyal to, no matter how much he wished he had. As commanded, Harry swished his wand and a glass vase shattered into pieces. The wandmaker snatched the wand from the young wizard and gave him another one, maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try. Again, Harry felt its song, and it was too upbeat, too extroverted. It was hard to put it into words, and the moment he touched the wand, various shelves exploded. Yes, Harry was an introvert in both of his lives, but this was not his wand. He tilted his head and looked at the wandmaker. "This wand is too extroverted. Do you have something that's a little less so?" Garrick Ollivander blinked. "How did you know that?" Harry shrugged. "It's hard to explain. It's like every wand has a song. It's very beautiful." The young boy wasn't even lying. The melodies were amazing. They were like personalities given form, and when they synergized with other wands, they made some beautiful songs. "Such sensitivity to magic, at a young age no less," the wand maker murmured. He then spoke up, "See me after you graduate, my boy, and I will see if you have what it takes to be a wand maker." The young Potter nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." The wand maker waved him off and kept on giving him wands. A lot of explosions later, Ollivanders gave Harry a beautiful wand with a cloaked handle and spiraled shaft. The wand was light, almost white, and Harry knew that it was special. Pine and phoenix feather, a rather unusual combination. The wand's song was so familiar to Harry. It was a song of loneliness, of creativity. It's simply to understand, to know what was underneath the underneath. It was a wand seeking discovery and creation, and Harry was a scholar at heart. Before he could even touch it, Harry knew that it was his. It was just too familiar to his own existence. Harry never thought that there would be a song that could describe his entire personality this perfectly, and yet he was surprised by the accuracy of the song. When the young wizard touched his wand, because it was his wand, he felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of blue and green sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed. Oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious." "This didn't sound good, sorry," said Harry. "But what's curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. And yet, this is the first time I ever sold a wand I did not make. My grandfather made that wand centuries ago, and I remember my father saying that he was quite obsessed with finding its wielder. I just find it curious that after so long, after hundreds of thousands of tries, this stubborn wand finally found a companion." Harry let out a smile and nodded. He paid the 7 galleons for his wand and left pondering. He didn't care too much about it because he had his wand now. He could feel it thrum in his hand and couldn't be happier for it, because Harry Potter was a wizard, and he was certain that he would surpass all who came before him. Hogwarts Preparation. Chapter 10. Hogwarts Preparation. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1991. Diagon Alley. Harry let out a smile and nodded. He paid the 7 galleons for his wand and left pondering. He didn't care too much about it because he had his wand now. He could feel it thrum in his hand and couldn't be happier for it, because Harry Potter was a wizard, and he was certain that he would surpass all who came before him. Harry woke up in his room in the Leaky Cauldron, excited for what would have been his first year at magic school. He simply had to get to the Hogwarts Express in King's Cross in a couple of hours, and he would be off to Hogwarts. After getting his wand, Harry made his way to a potion shop and bought a complete set of aging potions and some adult clothes from a second-hand shop. He pretended it was a gift for his elder brother. He took a sip of his aging potion, reading the label very carefully, and was able to rent a room in the Leaky Cauldron without too many questions, where he left his trunk and all his shopping. The young wizard had decided to read the introduction manuals for Muggleborns before continuing his shopping and exploration of the alley. He thought it was better to at least know enough about the magical world to pretend like he belonged than be treated like an outsider for asking dumb questions. He was proven right, of course, when he realized how much things could have gone wrong when he bought his potions. The young Potter was lucky that aging potions were not that restricted, since adolescent wizards tended to use them to sneak into pubs to drink alcohol. Their use was technically restricted, but no one followed them because minors would end up brewing it themselves, which can seriously hurt them. So, these potions were standardized and were often bought in bulk. They were perfected so there wouldn't be any side effects, but things could have gone wrong. Each potion master almost always has a twist on a potion. Sometimes, they can trade in their efficiency for partial use. Sometimes you would need to drink the entire dose for them to work. It was very delicate, and Harry could have hurt himself if he tried to use certain types of potions, thinking them harmless. As for the government, according to the books, it was surprisingly modern. Apparently, there was no such thing as lords and ladies in modern magical Britain, and whoever does that was often mocked. Sure, a few wizards were ennobled after remarkable service and given lands, but that was before the Statute of Secrecy, where the two worlds were almost entirely separated. The Muggle kings and queens have no words for what happens in magical Britain, and the wizarding nobility gave up their lands and titles for the sake of peace. In exchange, every former noble was given a seat in the Wisengamot to their family. However, if after a generation no one claimed a seat, the ministry would take it and a representative would be elected every 7 years. Even now, from the 49 total seats, only 22 were inherited ones. 13 were given to the heads of the most important departments in the ministry, 1 was given to the minister and his undersecretary, and finally the rest were elected by the population. Harry didn't see any mentions of the Potter family, so he assumed that they were ennobled to begin with. However, while there weren't any houses and so on, there was still a certain prestige in being from an old family. These families tend to have rules of their own, many secrets and magic. The books didn't specify how they worked but did mention something about family magic, which they only asked as a warning not to ask about them, as it can be considered to be very impolite and could easily be considered a slight. Harry would research on the matter in Hogwarts, which should have the biggest library in the country. Speaking of Hogwarts, it had a somewhat ambiguous title. There were no tuition fees to encourage Muggleborns to enter, and so it was paid almost entirely by the ministry, which increased the taxes. Apparently, this was decided after the Statute of Secrecy was set up to stop any Muggleborn from accidentally revealing the magical world. Not that the statute wasn't powerful. Muggles just one day decide that magic wasn't real. There was no explanation on how the statute was created, only that it worked like a notice me not charm towards Muggles. It wasn't that powerful, but it was very wide and strong enough to stop accidental magic from being noticed. Nevertheless, the strength of the statute had some downsides, which as the severity of the punishments for breaking it. If a wizard or witch uses magic in front of a Muggle and is being noticed, they could be arrested and fined heavily. But if their intentions were malicious in nature, and they wanted to purposefully break the statute, then they could even be executed. It was a harsh law, but it was still a reality. Magic was strong, absurdly so. But revealing its existence to Muggles will only lead to war and death. With his reading done and enough understanding of the wizarding world, Harry chose to explore the castle. He had forgotten to buy his writing supplies the last time, and so he bought a lot of parchment and various binders to keep things together. It turns out that wizards like using antiquated things because they weren't as processed, which means that they could be more easily enchanted. Parchment could hold spells, like making writing neat or correcting mistakes, and quills could actually write on their own if they could be enchanted. The less modified an item was, the more layers of spells it could handle, which is why no one ever bothers to enchant transfigured or transmuted elements, because they are very liable to fail. Magic remembers. After all, Harry simply bought a few self-inking quills, and he was ready for the year. However, he chose to pass by Elop's Owl Emporium and get himself an owl. To be perfectly honest, Harry was a dog person, so he wouldn't get a cat on principle, and he definitely had no interest in buying a toad. An owl was far more practical and useful, which is why he went there. The store was absurdly dark because owls were nocturnal in nature, but in the end, Harry exited with a nice snowy owl that he named Hedwig. Oh, he tried other names, but she seemed to prefer that one. Perhaps it was fate, but the owl was very intelligent, and Harry often found himself talking to her as if she could understand him. He really needed a friend, didn't he? It's not that he didn't like Hedwig, it just wasn't the same as talking with someone who can, well, talk. Still, Hedwig was beautiful and intelligent, and he quickly grew to love her. He rarely ever put her in the cage, and he even saved her a piece of bacon every day for breakfast. As for Harry, he chose to spoil himself somewhat. He bought himself an entire wardrobe of clothes, not wanting to wear the second-hand ones that the Dursleys had given him. He didn't buy it all at once, of course. Instead, he would visit a clothing store every few days and pick out one or two outfits. He didn't want to make a scene by making an absurdly large purchase for a child. Even then, Harry didn't leave Diagon Alley to buy his clothes, choosing to stick with wizarding fashion to not stand out too much. Not that it was too different from the Muggle ones. Harry spent his days exploring the alley, seeing what the wizarding world had to offer. It was surprising that Fortescue ice cream parlor ended up being his most fruitful one. Well, the food was delicious, of course, but Florian Fortescue was by far a wealth of information on the current state of magical Britain. He had welcomed the young wizard with open arms, who had confessed to having been raised in the Muggle world. Well, it turned out that the shop owner was actually a history buff and knew quite a bit about magical families. Apparently, the Potter family wasn't all that old, barely 8 centuries old, and had started from a famous potions master that had invented many remedies. They mostly took to themselves and didn't involve themselves in politics, choosing to sell their potions. That was until Charles Potter, Harry's grandfather, had chosen to join the army to fight against Grindelwald. He was quite the commander until he and his wife died from dragon pox a few years before Harry himself was born. Harry's father, James Potter, had been an orer in the ministry and had made quite the name for himself before his death. Sadly, Florian had no stories about him or his mother, but it was better than nothing. Outside of this, Harry did spend a lot of time in the library, skimming the books. As expected, there were no books on wizarding traditions. In the same way, there aren't step-by-step guides to act like an English Muggle. Since there weren't any huge red flags in the Muggleborn introduction books, they should not be very difficult to learn. The past summer was the best Harry had ever had, and the young wizard was looking forward to learning magic. Oh, he had read all of his school books but chose not to buy any more, as to not waste money considering there's a large library waiting for him at Hogwarts. Although, the young Potter did not attempt to cast any magic in case of an accident. Yeah, Harry discovered that the trace was active the moment a wizard or witch got their wands, but the reason why they are only triggered in the Muggle world was that magical parents were expected to take care of their children at home, and so could reverse any magical accident that might occur. Muggleborns did not have such luxury, which was why casting magic was prohibited. A magical accident in a Muggle neighborhood could be very serious. After all, Harry simply chose to not cast any magic because he was a beginner and could seriously cause an accident. Don't get him wrong. The moment he enters Hogwarts, he would cast magic like a loon, but until then, he would stay away from dangerous magic. Alas, this was not the time to wallow back. Harry had to get to the Hogwarts Express, and so he walked out of his room after putting Hedwig in her cage, went to the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace, bought a pinch of flue powder for a sickle and bellowed out, "King's Cross Station," and disappeared in a green flame. The young wizard appeared in a designated flue station in King's Cross and walked towards platform number 9, and slowly walked through the hidden entrance between it and platform number 10. He was then met with a large red and gold train that had the words Hogwarts Express written on it. Realizing that he was over an hour early, Harry simply chose to enter the train and wait in a compartment, which he decided to lock with his wandless magic, his introverted nature winning out slightly. Plus, he didn't really want to make friends with people in different houses than the ones he would end up in. Considering the rumored animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, it was better to not be invested in a friendship that could turn sour very quickly. And so, the young wizard released his lovely owl, which stood on the seat next to him, and pulled up a fiction book that he had bought from Flourish and Blots. He was curious as to how magical literature held up against the classics, and it was funny how a fiction novel ended up teaching him more about the everyday wizarding world than all of the Muggleborn introduction books combined. Still, Harry felt he was ready to officially enter the magical world, and he immersed himself in the book about the adventures of a young cursebreaker in an old Egyptian ruin. Ride on the Express. Chapter 11. Ride on the Express. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1991. Hogwarts Express. Harry was curious as to how magical literature held up against the classics, and it was funny how a fiction novel ended up teaching him more about the everyday wizarding world than all of the Muggleborn introduction books combined. Still, Harry felt he was ready to officially enter the magical world, and he immersed himself in the book about the adventures of a young cursebreaker in an old Egyptian ruin. 15 minutes before the train's supposed departure, the station was almost full of people, mostly parents and siblings saying their goodbyes to students. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness and envy. The idea that someone would actually miss him while he was away was one of the few things that he envied about other children. He only hoped that one day he would have someone like that, someone that would love him enough to miss him. Things had gotten a lot messier when Neville Longbottom had been seen in the station. Dozens of reporters were leaping towards the 11-year-old boy, and it was only the threatening looks of what he assumed to be the Longbottom matriarch that they backed off. Harry didn't see the boy who lived, but he didn't particularly care about it, even if he was slightly curious as to how the boy would compare to the Neville Longbottom from the stories. Still, it was only when the train departed that someone knocked on his compartment, trying to get in. Harry looked up and saw a dark-skinned boy his age. Assuming that the boy wanted to get inside, he stood up and discreetly unlocked his compartment. The boy had dismissed him with a glance. "You do know that locking the compartments is against the rules, don't you?" Harry didn't verbally answer and just shrugged. The boy bristled at his reaction and asked, "Do you mind if I sit here?" "Sure," the young Potter responded. The boy nodded politely and sat down in the seat next to him with obviously practiced grace. Harry rolled his eyes at his pretentious attitude and continued his book. While Harry really wasn't the most social of creatures, he was going to invest time and effort in a friendship when they would end up in a different house, which would make it a lot harder to maintain any friendships. It's not that it would be impossible, just that from what he had read, the competition between houses is a real one, and things could go very sour, especially considering how childish 11-year-olds tend to be. A few minutes in, Another boy entered the compartment. Harry recognized him as Draco Malfoy, who had actual goons backing him up. The two other kids were standing behind him, trying their best to look intimidating. It was one of the funniest things Harry had ever seen in his life. They were 11. Kids that age just weren't intimidating. Seriously, what the hell were these kids taught at home? Honestly, they resembled children trying to pretend to be mafia bosses. Malfoy, though, didn't seem to notice the ridiculousness of the situation. "Hey, Zabini, I'm looking for Longbottom. Did you see him anywhere?" The boy shook his head. "I'm afraid not." The blonde then looked at the Potter scion. "What about you?" Harry just shook his head and went back to reading. The boy, though, wasn't satisfied. "Are you a mute or something?" Again, Harry turned to the blonde and raised an eyebrow. "I can talk just fine." "Then why didn't you answer me properly?" The green-eyed boy looked at him in the eyes. "Did you understand my denial?" "Yes, but..." "Then, what is the problem?" Harry questioned. The boy huffed in frustration. "It's rude. Did shaking my head offend you? Do I need to worry about you being near every time I move my head?" "No, it's not that." The young Potter stifled a smile. "Then, how were you offended?" The blonde blushed in embarrassment. "I have better things to do than to bicker with an uncultured swine." He then turned and left, taking his bodyguards with him. When he left, Harry couldn't help but snort in amusement. Annoying spoilt kids was always fun. The Zabini boy just looked at him, flabbergasted. "How did you do that?" "Do what exactly?" "He never goes away, and he likes to throw his father's name around. I thought he would have told Crabbe and Goyle to beat you up or something." Harry simply shrugged. "He does it to get a reaction. When he realized that I wasn't going to provide him one, he left. I just annoyed him into not wanting to stay there." "Well, whatever this was, it was brilliant. I'm Zabini, by the way. Blaise Zabini of the Italian Zabinus." Harry nodded. "Harry Potter." He then chose to return to his book. It was far better than continuing whatever conversation the boy was trying to start. Blaise seemed to have understood that he didn't want to talk and left his devices. Everything seemed to go quietly until a smiling, portly woman opened the compartment. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" Realizing that he was quite hungry, Harry bought a couple of sandwiches and a chocolate frog for dessert. The Potter scion had tried out a few of the sweets the wizarding world had to offer. He had quite the sweet tooth, and he was always down to try out new desserts. Only that wizards seemed to interpret the idea of sweets differently. Whoever came up with Bernie Bott's every flavor beans was insane, and so were the people who actually bought it. Why would anyone make a spoilt milk-flavored jelly bean? Baffled Harry to the extreme. Even chocolate frogs weirded him, but their chocolate was too good for it to be an issue. Harry slowly ate his sandwiches while still reading his book. He didn't really care about staining it, since it was just a fiction book that he probably wouldn't read again. Again, someone chose to enter their compartment. It was a bushy-haired girl with large front teeth. She practically barged into the compartment and asked, "Have any of you seen a toad?" A girl called Sally and lost hers. Zabini just snorted and refused to answer her. It was very rude, and the girl looked like she was about to rant at the boy, and so Harry answered her, "I haven't. You know, you could just ask the prefects to help you instead of going through every compartment. I think they have a special room at the front of the train. They should help your friend." The girl nodded. "I hadn't thought of that, thank you." The witch then left as abruptly as she entered. Zabini, though, spoke up. "I hope I'm not in the same house as her." Harry shrugged. "That's not for you to decide." "Who still has frogs as pets?" "It's probably for the frog choir," Harry explained. "I don't see any other reason to have one if this Salian wasn't planning on joining. I hear it's headed by the charms professor, who was a dueling champion when he was younger." Harry was very surprised when he found out that toads actually had a purpose in the magical world. It wasn't a glamorous one, but the amphibians can be trained like sentient instruments to produce beautiful music there. The Hogwarts Frog Choir is centuries old, and seventh-year student members of that club were often offered positions in the music industry. Blaise didn't seem satisfied with my refusal to mock the girl. She must have enough self-esteem issues, and Harry didn't want to pile onto them, and decided to change the subjects entirely. "So, which house are you aiming for?" "I'm guessing Ravenclaw. I don't really have a preference." "What about you?" "Slytherin. It should help me make connections when I'm older." Harry couldn't help but snort in amusement, but Blaise seemed to take offense to that. "What's so funny? It's just that you're 11. You're not going to make political connections, and no one is going to take you seriously if you say something like that." You'll only start to benefit from it when you're older, when schoolhouses won't be that much of a deal then. The Zabini boy seemed unconcerned. But all of the pureblood families end up in Slytherin. Then it's a tradition you're following. You're not doing it to make connections, you're doing it to fit it. Do you think that when you're older, you will just ignore 3/4 of the population just because they were in different houses? The boy looked down and mumbled, "No." Then in the long term, your house really doesn't make a difference. If you want to fit in, just admit it to yourself and do it. There's nothing embarrassing about it. But don't lie to yourself by using words and terms that you won't appreciate. You're too young to make connections, and you know it. You're better off enjoying your youth instead of wasting it on long-term plans that will never work. You're as old as me, Zabini protested. I am, but that doesn't mean that I'm wrong. I'm not talking to you out of some weird political and financial interest. You're 11, and so am I. We'll have to worry about homework and exams, not political moves. Before he could say anything, a loud voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately. The voice had woken up the sleeping Hedwig, who was napping on the ceiling. The white owl squawked and screeched in indignation. Blaze had jumped at the sound. What in Merlin's name was that? This is Hedwig, and she wants you to apologize. Harry drawled back. He was right, of course. The owl was very much glaring at the dark-skinned young man. I am not apologizing to a bloody owl, the boy exclaimed. Hedwig's glare just seemed to get even more intense until the boy relented. Fine. I'm sorry. All right? The owl's glare lessened and Hedwig just released a threatening bark and looked away, ignoring Harry's companion. That's some intense owl, Blaze muttered. Harry smirked. She's a special one, my Hedwig. We need to change before we get to the station. Blaze nodded, and the both of them started to change into their uniforms. Harry opened his trunk and put his book inside, as well as the chocolate frog that he had forgotten to eat. After he was done changing, he even put on the ridiculous pointy hat he was forced to buy and waited for the train to stop moving. As the train stopped, Harry noticed that Blaze was somewhat pale, and he felt guilty enough to comfort the boy. What's wrong? I'm just worried about the sorting. Why would you be worried? Harry questioned, confused. How can you not be? My mother didn't tell me how we're sorted. Only that it's some kind of test. Harry snorted. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. The young Potter had forgotten that other people didn't know about the sorting hat. Curiously, the hat was mentioned in most books regarding the school, but young students were very unlikely to read them. From the likes of it, parents choose not to inform their children as some sort of tradition, and Harry wasn't about to ruin it. You know what it is, don't you? Blaze asked. I don't know what you're talking about, mate, Harry responded. Harry didn't wait for the boy to answer and exited the compartment with Hedwig standing proudly on his shoulder. He ignored his companion, yelling out, Potter, come back here, and left the train. As soon as they left, he caressed his faithful owl. I think it's better for you to go ahead. I'll need to do this alone. Hedwig gently nipped his earlobe and flew away. Before Harry could even ask himself where he was supposed to go, he heard a loud voice, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. He turned and saw a giant man holding a lantern, and Harry smiled to himself. It was time for his magical adventure to truly begin. Magical Welcome. Chapter 12. Magical Welcome. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1991. Hogwarts. Hedwig gently nipped his earlobe and flew away. Before Harry could even ask himself where he was supposed to go, he heard a loud voice, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. He turned and saw a giant man holding a lantern, and Harry smiled to himself. It was time for his magical adventure to truly begin. The man had a large beard and was far larger than it should be possible, meaning that he probably had some kind of magical ancestry. Harry simply assumed that this was the infamous Hagrid. The stories underestimated how large the man really was. He was at least twice as tall as the average adult man, and the young Potter had to admit that he was slightly intimidated. He kept calling out for the first years to join him. Come on, follow me. Any more Fur's years? Mind your step now. Fur's years, follow me. Slipping and stumbling, the first years followed the giant man down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was so dark on either side of them that Harry thought there must be thick trees there. Nobody spoke much, although everyone looked slightly apprehensive as to what going to happen to them. "Yell get your furs Cyto Hogwarts in a sec," called the maybe Hagrid over his shoulder. "Just round this bend here." Harry heard other first years gasping and exclaiming in wonder as they took their first look of Hogwarts. It was breathtaking. By the end of the path stood a large lake that was reflecting the moonlight and the stars. On the other side of the lake stood a beautiful castle with many turrets and towers. But what was the most breathtaking was the sounds that came into the back of his mind. It was just like the wand shop, only thousands of times more intense. There seemed to be infinite heartbeats with different tempos. Some were intense and loud. Others seemed kind and smooth. A few seemed strict and calculated. And finally, there were the hidden ones that were only noticeable when you actively look for them. Together, they made a complex yet beautiful symphony, like warmth in musical form, and yet Harry knew that there was no sound. He didn't use his ears to hear, but he also knew that the songs were real. He didn't know how long he just stood there, reveling in the warmth the music gave him until he stiffened when someone tapped his shoulder. It was Blaze, and he looked concerned. "Are you all right?" He shrugged. "Yes. I was just distracted by the castle." "Well, we're the last ones without a boat. I guess it'll just be the two of us," Blaze remarked. Harry nodded and tried to put the symphony to the back of his head. It was still there, in the background, but he wasn't distracted by it anymore. For the first time, Harry noticed the small boats and sat on the last one with Blaze. "Everyone in!" shouted maybe Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward, and the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. "Heads down," yelled their guide as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads, and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy which revealed a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge oak front door. "Everyone here?" the giant asked loudly. Seeing that no one said anything, he raised his gigantic fists and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. She had a very stern face, and Harry's first thought was that this woman was a professional. Harry remembered his memories as a teacher and understood the reason for the woman's rigidity. First impressions are very important, especially for young students. Trying to look friendly will mean that you will not be respected, and you won't be able to manage them at all. When students are older, it's all right to be friendly with them, since they understand the dynamic properly. The woman in front of him was, without a doubt, been a teacher for a long time. Immediately, Harry assumed that this was Professor McGonagall, and he was proven correct when their guide spoke up. "The furs, years, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Harry was happy that he had guessed the identity of the giant man correctly. The woman pulled the door, revealing the enormous entrance hall. It really was unreasonable bog, considering that it's only the entrance to the castle. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like the ones at Gringotts. The ceiling was way too high to figure out its height, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. The students followed the stern woman until they arrived in an empty chamber, and they looked around nervously, trying to reassure themselves. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly," and left the chamber. Well, the whole honor thing was not really the reason the house cup was a big deal. No, the big deal was the fact that the winning house tend to enjoy special privileges the following year. Things like extra time in the library, easy access to the Quidditch pitch, private lessons in certain subjects, and even extra Hogsmeade visits. The 5th and 7th years also end up with access to the restricted section of the library. It was a big deal for those affected, and while the 7th years didn't care about the point system, the 4th and 6th years would benefit greatly from these perks, which is why they tend to pressure the younger ones to not lose too many points. It was technically peer pressure, but for good behavior, enforced by the older students. Harry had to admit that the system was very effective considering the small staff-to-student ratio. The moment the Transfiguration professor left the room, the young students started to murmur nervously while looking around. Blaise gave him a nervous look and said, "Please tell me how we're getting sorted." The Weasley boy said his brothers told him something about fighting a troll. Harry snorted in amusement. "You're worrying about nothing, really. I'm not going to spoil it out of respect for the school, but it's not a test of knowledge, and they certainly wouldn't make you fight anything in front of anyone." "As if you know anything," a redhead boy spoke up. Blaise seemed to rise to his defense. "Shove off, Weasley." Assuming that this guy really was Ron Weasley, Harry chose not to escalate the situation. "I don't need to prove anything to you. Whether I am right or simply lying about knowing, you will still go through the sorting ceremony. If you don't believe me, then don't. It changes nothing for me, nor should it matter to you." The boy just looked confused. Harry forgot that most 11-year-old children don't really speak as he does. The Malfoy boy ended up answering for him with a condescending tone. "You're an idiot, Weasley." The boy blushed and turned red. He looked like he wanted to fight Malfoy, but was held back by another boy. "Don't let him get a rise out of you, Ron." Draco sniffed angrily. "Still, hanging out with scum, Longbottom? He's a better friend than 100 of you," the boy exclaimed. Finally, Harry could see the boy who lived for the first time, and he definitely looked different than he thought he would. Oh, he was round and had an arrogant smile on his face, but what was surprising was the scar on his face. It wasn't just some random zag-shaped scar. Not it only looked up from the root. However, the end of the scar continued down his face in a more random pattern than the straight line that made up the top. While the highest part of the scar looked red and raw, the lower part seemed slightly healed. Honestly, anyone that looked at him would recognize who he was. The rest of the students murmured in admiration as they noticed the presence of the national icon among them. Before Malfoy could reply, floating white beings just streamed through the wall. They were slightly transparent and glided across the room, not even noticing their presence. It was only when the fat monk noticed their presence that the other ghosts looked up to see them. "Oh, you must be the new students. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff. It was my old house, you know." The first years stood frozen with pale faces. Harry, though, wasn't really scared as much as he was slightly fascinated. He had forgotten about the existence of ghosts in Hogwarts, and they fascinated him. They weren't really memories given form, considering the fact that they were able to make new ones, and yet they couldn't be alive. Were they souls, or more like magical paintings? He'll need to look it up later. Harry noticed that the professor had returned and spoke up. "Move along now. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Now, form a line to follow me." Harry just stood in line and walked out of the chamber with the rest of the students. He did his best not to gape like his future classmates. The Great Hall was lit by thousands and thousands of candles, which were floating in midair above 4 long tables that made up almost the entire length of the hall. On the other side of the hall, the professors sat at a table of their own. Even the ghosts were floating high above looking at them. The ceiling itself was almost transparent, offering him a view of the cloudy sky. Harry ignored the bushy-haired girl that kept muttering to herself about Hogwarts, a history, and just admired the view. He ignored the change in the melody in his head. It was still very similar, only had a few extra layers on top. It was very hard to describe, but it was not the time for him to get lost in songs. When they arrived on the other side of the hall, they stopped in front of a stool. On top was a traditional hat, although it looked far older than his own and somewhat rackety. All new students looked at the hat in confusion, that is until it moved and started to sing. Better Be, Chapter 13. Better Be. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1991. Hogwarts. When they arrived on the other side of the hall, they stopped in front of a stool. On top was a traditional hat, although it looked far older than his own and somewhat raggedy. All new students looked at the hat in confusion, that is until it moved and started to sing. Harry didn't think the song wasn't that bad. It felt more like a poem than anything that could be danced to. The lyrics just explained the characteristics of every house, and that you only had to put him on to be sorted. The boy saw his future classmates physically sigh in relief, and Blaze gave him a glare for not telling him about how they were sorted before. However, Harry didn't care. He was too preoccupied with staring at the sorting hat. It definitely didn't deserve the deafening round of applause. For the first time, Harry wondered when the hat started to sing before every sorting. It was enchanted to sort the students. It definitely wasn't designed to sing, or its voice would have been far better. So, that means that one day, they decided to sing before sorting the students and it became a tradition. The main question would be if the hat is sentient or not. Magic seemed to bridge the gap between objects and life. The moving paintings surrounding Hogwarts were proof of that. However, where was the line? Can the sorting hat be labeled as a living being, or is it simply an enchantment that is mimicking a living being? Perhaps this question was the core of why wizards disregarded magical species so readily. They were creatures born of magic, and so, they treated them like they would a very heavily enchanted object. It was just a theory, but it would explain why wizards look down on magical creatures, no matter how powerful they may be. Still, Harry had no idea if his idea had any merit. It was just based on observation, nothing concrete. He'll need to look it up in the library later on. Oh, he was going to be busy for a while. He was so long in thought that he hadn't even noticed that a girl had been called to sit on the hat, which suddenly bellowed out, "Hufflepuff." Realizing that the sorting had started, Harry wondered how the hat even worked. It didn't read minds, that's for sure. At least, it didn't. Look at memories. Old families are very protective of their secrets and have them stored in a single artifact that every wizard in Britain put on their head when they were 11. Was a huge privacy breach. People far more knowledgeable than him probably theorized about how the hat worked, and if it came out that it could ferret out secrets, the public outrage would be gigantic, and the hat would find itself burnt or destroyed in a tragic accident. It had to be a test of character, like a personality test with automatic answers that tells the hat in which house students would fit the most. But the hat could also take into consideration the choice of the students, whether they preferred one house over another. That's not mentioning hat stalls. When the hat stays on top of someone's head for over a minute, perhaps the hat could read surface thoughts, or at least projected thoughts, which students with a particular preference would be yelling in their minds. Maybe hat stalls are just what happens when someone is compatible with 2 or more houses, and the hat needs to probe further by physically asking questions to see their preference. But the main question was how the hat could differentiate between the values of each house when they are so connected. Ambition is useless without the courage to pursue it, the wits to know how to realize it, and the hard work to make it a reality. The core values of each house were deeply connected. Too much of one or another, and could easily ruin a life. A coward with ambition will not amount to much. While the young Potter was pondering about the workings of the sorting hat, many students were starting to get sorted. He didn't even notice their names. He would have plenty of time to remember them, but it was almost impossible to regain a proper train of thought. However, even Harry paid attention when Neville Longbottom's name was called up. The entire hall started murmuring but shut up when the boy who lived walked up. As for the boy himself, he walked towards the hat with swagger in his step, which was very misplaced for a child his age. Well, the boy acted superior to anyone else because of that scar, and well, it made sense. Oh, he was a very foolish notion to entertain. But Harry knew that any kid that was raised as a national hero for something he didn't even remember would develop a large ego. You tended to see it in spoilt rich kids in Muggle schools. Longbottom will need to learn to curb it as he grows up. The world can be very unforgiving for people that think they are owed something. That's not even mentioning the Voldemort bullet that he'll need to dodge. Not for the first time. Harry thanked the gods that the Dark Lord hadn't marked him as his enemy. Oh, the war was coming, and Harry will need to deal with it. But it wasn't happening for a few years, and it was more than enough to have a solid plan and enough preparation to execute it. Back to Longbottom. The moment the hat even glanced at the boy's head, it yelled out, "Gryffindor!" The Gryffindor table erupted in cheer, It was by far the loudest one yet, and the House of Lions started celebrating getting the boy who lived in their house as he arrogantly walked to the table. Harry wished the boy the best of luck dealing with the crap that comes with being the chosen one. He will need it. After a few more students were sorted, it was finally Harry's turn. Potter, Harry. Harry walked up to the stool while making theories as to how the hat sorted students. When Professor McGonagall put the hat on his head, he heard a quiet yet rich voice. Interesting, very interesting. Definitely, a difficult sorting, that one. No preferences too, but with that mind, that talent, that thirst to understand how everything works, Rowena would have loved to have you as a student. You already figured out that I wasn't reading minds, and your theories are possible enchantments I could have had, but you're mistaken. You'll figure it out one day of that. I am quite certain. Harry didn't respond but was quite miffed that his theory was wrong. He'll just have to think on it further. The hat, though, wasn't perturbed, but is knowledge what you truly treasure? What is inside your core? Oh, you love it, the thrill of discovering something new, of understanding. But are you suitable for Rowena's house? Or do you treasure something even more? The last Potter remembered a promise he made to himself. I will not be nothing again. I will put my mark on the world, forge a legacy of my own, and be remembered in the annals of history. The hat released a deep chuckle. Yes, for all your love of knowledge, this is your core. Your ambition burns brighter than the sun itself. Yes, better be, Slytherin. Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. He took off the hat and walked towards the Slytherin table. When he sat at the table near the other first years, he took a look at the professor's table. Professor McGonagall had wide eyes and a small, disappointed frown. She probably expected him to join his parents' house or something. Albus Dumbledore didn't even clap, and Hagrid, who had sat on the far right, was grimacing slightly while clapping. What was the most interesting was the greasy-haired man who looked like he swallowed a lemon. Guessing that it was Severus Snape, Harry assumed that whatever relationship there was between him and Harry's parents wasn't an amicable one. Harry didn't even notice his tie and vest turned green, as well as the hood of his cloak, which had a Slytherin badge on the left side of his chest. Harry just stayed silent, contemplating the ramifications of his new house. Slytherin was known as the House of Death Eaters because Tom Riddle was reputed to be the heir of Slytherin. That meant that Harry was practically secluded from the rest of the houses. Honestly, he wasn't really bothered. He knew that he wasn't a bigot, and he rarely ever cared about the words of people who didn't know him. Although as the house which had won the House Cup the last year, Slytherin students were allowed special privileges, which included special spell practice rooms and a later curfew, which was a plus. The elephant in the room would be his new housemates. With blood status being a big deal in this house, it would make things difficult for him since he was a half-blood and his parents fought Voldemort, although he didn't know if that was common knowledge or not. There were rumors of house politics in Slytherin, and Harry wasn't especially concerned with children and teenagers playing at being politicians. It would barely compare to the academic politics that he had to deal with at university in his previous life. The sorting ended when Blaise Zabini was sorted in Slytherin and sat next to him. The headmaster got to his feet. Silence fell upon the great hall. He beamed at the students. His arms opened wide and he spoke. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak." Ignoring the nonsense the man was spewing, Harry chose to focus on the headmaster. He was an obviously old man, with a long white beard and half-moon glasses. And yet, he didn't really look like a frail old man. He looked like a muggle on the verge of retirement, just with a large beard, old-looking glasses, and ghastly-colored robes. These things were an eyesore. And yet, considering that the enhanced lifespan of the average wizard was around 150 years, Albus Dumbledore was probably around 100 years old. Not that he knew it for a fact, it was guesswork. Anyway, the elderly man sat down, and people clapped and cheered. A few first years smiled mockingly at the headmaster, but Harry knew better. No one had that many political positions and was senile. Whatever the headmaster had said wasn't just random world. They had meaning, if only for the man himself. Still, when the food appeared on the table, he realized how hungry he was and started eating. Harry was never really starved at the Dursleys, but he rarely ate to his full, since he normally ate after Dudley, who commonly asked for third servings. Harry didn't speak to anyone while eating, too lost in his own head to care about the idle small talk the other students were spewing. Least Blaze ended up in the same house at him, so that was a familiar face, somewhat. After everyone had eaten and the food was gone, Dumbledore stood up again and started what seemed like a regular speech. A hymn, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Everything seemed to go smoothly until the man uttered that last sentence, and finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Well, that was the stupidest thing Harry had ever heard. He should have simply warded the corridor and made it inaccessible. Curious students who would find the wards and be rejected would be the only ones to know that it was forbidden. But telling it in front of children, especially impressionable ones with no experience with magic, would be like challenging them to come there, which could be very dangerous. Well, that was a good start for Harry's magical education. House Tour. Chapter 14. House Tour. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1991. Hogwarts. Curious students who would find the wards and be rejected would be the only ones to know that it was forbidden. But telling it in front of children, especially impressionable ones with no experience with magic, would be like challenging them to come there, which could be very dangerous. Well, that was a good start for Harry's magical education. Dumbledore asked people to sing the school song without a particular tune. The abomination that followed was one that Harry will do his best to scrub out of his mind. He's definitely wearing earmuffs next year to avoid whatever that was. Meanwhile, Dumbledore wiped his eyes while remarking, music, a magic beyond all that we do here. And now bedtime. Off you trot. Choosing to ignore the undeniable fact that the man was tone-deaf, Harry followed the prefects with the rest of the first years. The girl seemed to take the lead. She had a relatively forgettable face, even if that was unkind, but it was nonetheless true. She was of average height, and had brown eyes and black hair that wasn't particularly long or short. Her companion was blonde with blue eyes, and he looked like he wanted to be showing the first years around. Still, Harry was curious as to how the teenagers would handle a dozen children under their supervision. Surprisingly, his classmates were very well behaved, at least for children. They followed the prefects while just looking around. Harry marveled at the moving portraits, trying to figure out how they would behave without anyone seeing them. They walked down to the dungeons and Harry did his best to memorize the path from the Great Hall. Still, they arrived at their destination after a few minutes. While they arrived in front of the wall, the prefect girl gave them a serious look. Like all the house common rooms in Hogwarts, the Slytherin common room is hidden, and you cannot enter it without a specific password. You are not allowed to bring visitors from other houses. While it is inevitable that its location is compromised, there are additional security measures stopping members of other houses from entering without being invited in by a member of the house. This rule is not an official one, but it is one of the unspoken ones in Slytherin, and you will be severely punished if you're caught breaking it. We'll speak of this further when we get in. The prefect boy rolled his eyes. Stop scaring them, Gemma. Look, kids, just try not to break the rules. There aren't many and they're reasonable. Now, back to the entrance. The password for this week is Viper. The moment he said the word, the wall shifted away, revealing a large door, surrounded by the body of a gigantic snake. The boy walked in and continued to explain. The passwords will be displayed in the middle of the common room and will glow when it has been changed. The rest of the first year followed him into the common room, and they gasped in awe. Harry felt the music in his head shift. It went from being a complex symphony into a slow but smooth one. It matched the ambience of the room, to be honest. The Slytherin common room was grand in appearance, and yet the atmosphere was without a doubt cold. Best of all, it was quiet, and Harry loved quiet. It was why he dreaded the possibility of being a Gryffindor. The rumors of wild parties and events just didn't appeal to him. As for the room, its walls were adorned with green and silver banners, and it was furnished with plush leather chairs and wooden tables. But what was most stunning was the view that came from the window. It wasn't really the night sky, but the black lake. Harry could see fish swimming around and what seemed like a giant tentacle for a moment. It was probably the infamous giant squid. All things considered, Harry liked it. The prefect girl led them to a large couch and started speaking. "Welcome to Slytherin. My name is Gemma Farley, and this is Rowan Paget. We are the 5th-year Slytherin prefects, which means that until your 3rd year, we will be responsible for you, after which we would have graduated. Should you need any help, you are free to come to us with any problems, academic or otherwise. If we're unable to help you, you are free to ask Professor Snape, our head of house, directly. Beware, if he deems that the issue is mundane and finds out that you haven't asked us first, he will not be happy with you for wasting your time. With that said, let's talk about what it means to be a Slytherin student." Rowan continued on her behalf. "Let's be absolutely clear. We are the most distrusted and disliked house in the school, and that is a fact. You are perfectly free to pursue friendships with students from other houses, but it will not be easy. We have suffered greatly because of the last war, which means that speaking publicly about discrimination will not be tolerated. I don't care what you personally believe, but if someone is caught spewing around about mudbloods and blood traitors, they will be reprimanded by Professor Snape." Harry caught the outraged look on Malfoy's face but just shrugged. He didn't care about any of that. As long as no one involved him, he would not enter a political debate with children. Gemma, though, continued their little speech. "Slytherin stands united because if it wasn't for the threat of retaliation from the entire house, we would be constantly hexed and cursed whenever we leave the common room. That means no fighting outside the common room. I'm not saying to argue, but try not to cause large-scale fights, which means no cursing each other outside of the dueling pits. Now, on to a brighter topic. You are allowed to join a club starting the 2nd semester to give you time to settle in. There are dozens of clubs in Hogwarts, each with an age restriction. An entire list will be provided to you next week, but as a rule, you are not allowed to join more than 2 clubs, so as to not affect the quality of your schoolwork. The 2 of us will also accompany you for 2 tours of Hogsmeade Village, one every semester, as an extra perk for Slytherin winning the House Cup last year. It will be a guided tour, not a normal trip, and you will be required to be under our supervision." Gemma then cleared her throat. "Finally, Slytherin is the house of the ambitious, and thus it rewards ambition. There is a hierarchy involved, but you won't have to deal with it until your 4th year, or 3rd if you're very ambitious. That doesn't mean that you can slack off right now. The more impressive your achievements are, the higher the echelon you will rise. You could even be granted a higher position when you start playing with the big leagues. Don't worry though, you have a few years to learn the ropes before things get serious." Well, that took a somber tone. Harry thought that the speech was entirely reasonable up until this nonsense about politics. At least he won't have to deal with it for a while. However, at the mention of a higher position, Malfoy preened, and more people stiffened and were interested. They might as well have had stars in their eyes. Seriously, what was wrong with these kids? They shouldn't be worried about crap like mini-school politics. Harry knew how to handle them, but really hated to do it. Finally, Rowan concluded their little speech. "Now, you will be staying in dormitories separated by your gender. Boys, you are not allowed to get to the girls' dormitory. You'll get a nasty surprise if you do. Your trunks have already been brought next to your assigned bed. I suggest that you get used to them. You will be staying here for a few days. Gemma and I will leave you to get to know each other. We will wait for you at 7 in the common room tomorrow to help you get to breakfast. Also, don't be afraid of exploring, but try to not do it alone. Hogwarts is full of mysteries, but you tend to get lost a lot until your 3rd year. I believe it's time for us to leave. Good night. Don't forget, tomorrow, at 7. If you're late, we'll leave without you." The 2 prefects exited the common room for their dormitories and left the first years just awkwardly looking at each other. Harry ignored their pointless conversation and chose to finally listen to the melody of the common room. It was so odd. Harry knew that it was a magical talent of some sort, but he didn't understand what it was, because it wasn't really a song. It was mostly a mixture of heartbeats with different frequencies, amplitudes, and for the lack of a better term, flavors, that mixed together into an amazing harmony. It was strangely beautiful, and yet Harry couldn't hope to replicate it with any instrument. He understood music theory, having learnt the piano in his youth, but there would be something critically missing if he tried to interpret it using sound. It was like there would be trying to play an emotion or a memory. For example, the common room was slow and deep and yet caring. It was protective, but also mischievous. It was like the soothing cold on hot summer days, a nice shower after a run. It was hard to put it into words, and yet everything seemed so much plainer without it. And I have a crup called Rupert, but I couldn't bring him with me because of the school rules. What about you? A girl was talking and looking at him expectantly. He assumed that they were introducing themselves, and he tried to do the same. My name is Harry Potter. I like books and quietness. It's nice to meet you. Everyone looked at him awkwardly, and Blaze hit him in the side and murmured, Seriously? You have nothing else to share? I wasn't even paying attention, Harry replied. You're supposed to say a few things about yourself. Isn't that what I just did? Blaze looked like he wanted to punch him. But you had nothing to say other than you like books and quiet? Harry shrugged and spoke up. I also play the piano, know how to speak 5 languages, have an owl called Hedwig, and I have never lost a chess game yet. Well, Harry was slightly lying about the chess thing. Oh, in this life, Harry hadn't lost a game, but he had lost many in his previous one. Oh, he wasn't some kind of master or anything, but it had become a hobby of his to play online after his brother died. It was a good way to pass the time, and he did crack a few theory books to entertain his curiosity. When he was younger, when he hadn't gained his memories yet, Harry played a few games against the teachers, and well, since complex chess engines hadn't been invented yet, the theory wasn't as developed as it was in his old life. He played mostly by instinct, and he never lost a game so far. He was kind of proud of that achievement, to be honest. As for the rest of the kids, gave him approving looks, as if they were impressed by his achievements, and the others continued boasting about their families and whatnot. It got boring very quickly, but by the end, he had gotten most of his housemates' names and a hint of their characters. A few minutes later, he excused himself for being too tired and decided to go to sleep. He found his trunk next to a bed that he assumed was his, and Hedwig was waiting for him on top of it. He opened his trunk to grab a change of clothes and went to bed. Good night, Hedwig, Harry said to his faithful owl, who hooted back at him. In the end, Harry grabbed his book and kept reading until he fell asleep, excited for his magical education to truly begin. First Days. Chapter 15. First Days. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1991. Hogwarts. He found his trunk next to a bed that he assumed was his, and Hedwig was waiting for him on top of it. He opened his trunk to grab a change of clothes and went to bed. Good night, Hedwig, Harry said to his faithful owl, who hooted back at him. In the end, Harry grabbed his book and kept reading until he fell asleep, excited for his magical education to truly begin. Harry woke up after what felt like the best night's sleep he ever had in his life. The bed was very comfortable. Well, anything would be more comfortable than the cheap thin mattress the Dursleys had given him, but this bed was even better than the one he had in the leaky cauldron. He looked at the clock, and it was 6:30, meaning that he had half an hour to ready himself before the prefects came to get them and lead them to the Great Hall to eat their breakfast and get their schedule. The young wizard was always an early riser. He had to be. Petunia had the tendency to leave without him to school and force him to walk to school. Needless to say, his body was practically conditioned to wake up early. Harry chose to use this extra time to clean himself, put his clothes in the small closet awarded to him, and take a small shower. As he readied himself, he thought back to what happened the previous day. He was now officially a Hogwarts student. He will start his classes later in the day. He was also sorted in Slytherin, to the obvious shock and disappointment of McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore. Considering that he was technically a candidate for the prophecy, according to the stories, at least, Neville Longbottom, the only other candidate, was attacked by Voldemort, and the Potters were attacked by the Lestranges later. That meant that it was very likely that Harry could be the second candidate for the prophecy, Dumbledore's backup plan if Longbottom fails. And wasn't that a disturbing notion? In a way, Harry's sorting in Slytherin was a boon. Because, like it or not, it was very unlikely that he would develop with Longbottom since Harry was in the House of Death Eater. In a way, he should be far away from Dumbledore's and Voldemort's machinations. At least he shouldn't be more than an afterthought, a lost opportunity for the headmaster. With his preparations done, Harry grabbed the expanded backpacks he bought in Diagon Alley, put enough parchment for a day, a few self-inking quills, and his schoolbooks. He didn't know what classes he had that day, and it didn't hurt to be prepared. Still, he had enough time and chose to simply get down to the common room, sit on one of the absurdly comfortable chairs, and continue reading his book. He was so lost in his reading that he sprang up when the familiar voice of Gemma Farley spoke up. "You're up early." "It's a habit," he simply replied. The older girl looked at the book in his hands and smirked. "Devouring your school books already?" Harry simply shrugged. "It's a fiction book about the adventures of a curse breaker, not a school book. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't read it just for the fun of it. I'll wait until I know the basics before reading ahead at my leisure." Harry must have surprised the girl because she froze for a few seconds or so before taking a closer look at the cover of the book Harry was holding. "I think one of my friends told me about it. Is it an interesting read?" Harry simply shrugged. "It depends. The plot is average. To be honest, the love interest is obviously forced, but I guess it can be called interesting. I would have stopped reading it if it was horrible." Their conversation was interrupted by the rest of the first years going down the stairs. Blaze walked towards him with a small frown on his face. "Where were you?" the dark-skinned boy demanded. "Here. I woke up early," Harry said while shrugging. Gemma then clapped her hand and started speaking. "Well, welcome to your first day as Hogwarts students, and your main challenge in the first few weeks will be to navigate the castle. Now, actually mapping down the castle is impossible. There are too many spatial manipulating charms, secret rooms, and random changes at any time. By the time you map down the castle, it would end up being different. What can be done, however, is to map down certain locations in Hogwarts that are known for not changing. Professor Snape has graciously given you the start of a map that only includes the location of your common room, the Great Hall, the hospital wing, and the location of each of your classes. The roads outlined between these locations are also unchangeable, but they are not the faster routes to your destination. You will need to discover these on your own. Hogwarts is full of secret passages, hidden rooms, and trick staircases. Remember, if you ever get lost, asking for portrait should be your first reflex. You are expected to get lost, so take that into account to not be late for any of your classes. Is anyone confused with what I just said? The first years shook their heads and the older which nodded to them. "All right, everyone, take a map and we'll start navigating the castle towards the Great Hall. Remember, do not lose the maps. There will not be any replacements. If you destroy someone else's map, I will be severely displeased." Each of Harry's new classmates walked towards the pile of parchment, and Harry took one of his own. It was a map of the castle that was divided into each of the 7 floors and the dungeons. It was mostly just the staircases and corridors, except for the few rooms that were colored. There was nothing magical about the piece of parchment. It was just a simple map. Even the library wasn't on the damn map. After scrambling about, the Slytherin first years followed Gemma, with their maps in their hands, and walked towards the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Gemma started telling them about the basics of Hogwarts, common mistakes, and interesting locations. Apparently, Peeves, the poltergeist, tended to avoid messing with Slytherin students because of the Bloody Baron, although the house ghost himself rarely ever spoke to living students. She also warned them from entering the Forbidden Forest, saying that it was full of dangerous creatures, and many older students were permanently injured because of it. Another thing she warned them about was Argus Filch, the caretaker. Apparently, he was a loathsome, sadistic squib that hated children and can be very unreasonable if a school rule was broken. His familiar, a cat called Mrs. Norris, tended to patrol the castle as well and was smart enough to bring any rule breaking to her master's attention if she saw them. By the end of what seemed like a small lecture about the general workings of Hogwarts, they arrived in the Great Hall and walked to the Slytherin table. The breakfast wasn't as extravagant as the feast, but it held everything a growing boy needed in the morning. Harry sat down next to Blaze and started eating some eggs and bacon, before complaining slightly, "Oh, what I would do for a cup of coffee." As soon as he finished speaking, a cup of glorious coffee appeared next to him. Harry blinked in amazement, took a small sip and sighed, "Oh, this is delightful. Thank you." Blaze gave him a weird look. The house elves. Food can't be conjured. It's one of the fundamental laws of transfiguration. House elves just make things down in the kitchen and move them to the hall, not the other way around. "How do you know that?" Malfoy asked. "It's not a secret that Hogwarts has the largest concentration of house elves in Britain," Harry drawled back. The boy flushed slightly before looking away. Harry didn't care if the blonde boy was accidentally offended. He was perfectly happy just sipping his morning coffee. Although he wondered if it was possible for him to ask an elf to constantly give him cups of coffee over the course of the day. When Gemma finally gave them their schedules, they realized that they had Transfiguration as their first lesson. Honestly, Harry was eager to learn it. The theory was fascinating if a little simplistic. Well, it was natural. They were written for the average 11-year-old child to understand. Harry was many things, but a normal child. He is not. It was easy to get bored with the instructions when in a past life he had learned to understand published academic papers. Still, it was where the basics of the theory were explained, and while slightly tedious in their repetition, the recommended books were informative. Harry followed his classmates to the Transfiguration classroom and stifled a smirk when he saw a tabby cat on the professor's desk. The cat was too aware for it to be a normal animal and was observing them too carefully. When the cat met Harry's eyes, its stare felt piercing and just too human. He knew without a doubt that this cat was an animagus, that it was Professor McGonagall. Harry stifled a groan when he realized that the rest of the class was filled with Gryffindor, meaning that they will share the class with the House of the Lions for the rest of the year. When the bell rang, there were still a few missing students, but the professors didn't seem to care and just turned back into her human form. The class gasped. Even Harry did when he actually knew that the cat was their professor in disguise. The magic was that impressive. The transfiguration seemed nonsensical. The brain of a cat was less complex than that of a human. So, how was McGonagall able to think normally while in her animal form? Well, that was probably an extra trip to the library. He seemed to need the library even more. Still, the severe-looking woman started her lesson with a severe warning. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She then changed her desk into a pig and back, and everyone was suitably interested in the field. That was until she continued explaining, you will not start by doing something this complex in your first year, let alone your first day of attending Hogwarts. Instead, you will focus on the basics. Transfiguration is a school of magical change. In this first year, we will focus on inanimate to inanimate transfiguration. This type of transfiguration has countless applications and methods where a physically inert object is turned into another. This field of magic is mostly based on 2 spells that you will need to master possible before you can even cast a single spell: the Alteration spell and the Material Transformation spell. It's this combination of those 2 spells that every single transfiguration spell is crafted. You will learn to master the 2 spells during this simple assignment. The Alteration spell has the incantation Verdo and a triangle as wand movement. Start from the top and do it clockwise. This allows you to transform the shape of an object. The spell is anchored to your intent and imagination. You will need to picture the result of the spell before casting it. Professor McGonagall then waved her arms and the name of the spell, and its incantation was written on the board. Even the wand movements were drawn. The deputy headmistress then continued, the mutation spell has the incantation Muto, which transforms the physical matter into another, like turning wood into metal without changing its shape. The wand movement is a counterclockwise circle with a swish to the right. She swished her wand, and the information on the mutation spell was displayed. The witch then gave them a severe frown. I will provide each of you with a match. Using the information I just gave you, you have until the rest of the class to transform them into needles. The first to accomplish such a task will gain a personal lesson from me on any transfiguration topic you want that is valid until the end of your schooling. If you don't realize it, it is not an opportunity one grant easily. Now, get on with it. Let's see what you can do. Order and Chaos. Chapter 16. Order and Chaos. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1991. Hogwarts. The witch then gave them a severe frown. I will provide each of you with a match. Using the information I just gave you, you have until the rest of the class to transform them into needles. The first to accomplish such a task will gain a personal lesson from me on any transfiguration topic you want that is valid until the end of your schooling. If you don't realize it, it is not an opportunity one grant easily. Now, get on with it. Let's see what you can do. With a wave of her wand, Dozens of matchsticks levitated from her desk and were divided between the students, each with a small pile to use. The entire class stared at the matchsticks in front of them, waiting for more instruction, but the professor gave them a glare. "Are you waiting for the matchsticks to turn by themselves?" Hurriedly, everyone started to try casting the two spells, while Harry was simply flabbergasted by the fact that no instruction beyond the name of the spells and the wand movements. He had read a few magical theory books during the previous month, and there hadn't been a single explanation why waving your wand in a certain pattern and muttering a few words in Latin could result in a spell. The only guide was a reference to arithmancy, which he still hadn't started studying. Curious about the effects, he picked up his wand, waved it at one of the matchsticks with the correct wand movement, and muttered the spell, Verdo. Suddenly, he could feel the magic travel throughout his body to the wand, then be expelled by its tip. The magic was different than any of his bastardized wandless spells. Its melody was a paradox of order and chaos that seemed to work, and yet the match stayed unchanged. Seeing that something was different, he retraced the steps to casting the spell while making sure to picture the change of the matchstick to become pointier. The melody changed again with the same frequency and organized chaos, and the magic traveled through his body to his wand, and the matchstick slowly became pointier. He redid this process until it looked more like a wooden needle than a matchstick. It was baffling. There was no reason why the magic worked. When he tried using his wandless spells, he needed to convince his magic towards his arms and shape it, imbue it with intent, to get the result he wished for, and even then, it was chaotic. And yet, with a few movements of his wand, everything was so automatic. The magic was absorbed by his wand, the movements did the control for him, and the intent was put in the incantation. It was just wrong that weeks of effort could be completed with a wand in seconds. No wonder wands were so commonly used in the magical world. Well, back to the assignment at hand, Harry decided to try his hand at changing the material of the spell, Muto. As expected, the spell worked immediately, and the matchstick started to turn silver. Harry, though, listened to the spell's melody. It was very similar to the alteration spell, but it was more robust, more fundamental in a way. For lack of a better explanation, the chaos was more influential than the order. It was very hard to put into words, but McGonagall wasn't lying when she said that. Transfiguration was the magic of change. In a way, its melodies felt more like transitions between order, chaos, and then order, battling each other yet fitting perfectly. It didn't take Harry long to master the two spells. He could turn the matchstick pointy with a single spell, and then change its constitution with another. He even decided to add decorations a few times to make things more challenging. Although Harry couldn't make it so the needle could have multiple materials, Harry looked around to see how his classmates were doing, and they seemed to be absolutely stuck. No one was able to do anything, except for Seamus Finnegan that exploded one of his matchsticks. Even Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom were looking at their matchsticks with frustration on their faces. Seeing that he didn't have any competition, Harry chose to make it interesting. He was going to try to turn the matchstick into a needle in one go. At first, he started to use the two spells in successions, with both the wand movements and the incantation, Verdo Muto. It worked. The matchstick had turned into a needle, but the spells weren't really in succession. There were two distinct spells, but they sort of merged into each other. He could feel it in the song. The final order stage of the first spell had slightly merged into the second one, and in a way, the final melody became longer. This was new. He had never known that spells could merge like this before. Frowning, he remembered that the magic he had listened to all over the castle was not sequential. It was not a single melody, but a veritable symphony where every stage was working together. And so, he tried to find a way to combine the two spells. After all, wouldn't it be better to use one spell instead of two? He closed his eyes to feel the two melodies of the spell. Their structure was very similar. Order, chaos, and finally order once more. He tried to combine the two melodies of order, the preparation phase, into a single one. The two spells combined seamlessly. However, it was in the chaos phase when something was wrong. The chaos was simply hard to combine with a similar element. After a few tries, Harry decided to simply follow the rest of the magic in the castle and simply turn the chaotic aspect into two melodies instead of a combined one. He compressed and stretched the tempo slightly until it just seemed to click. The final order phase was easily done. With that done, Harry grabbed his wand and waved it with the same tempo as the symphony in his mind, and spoke the words, Mudo Verdo. The matchstick then turned into a needle with a simple spell. The wood became pointier while turning into metal at the same time. Harry grinned at his accomplishment before stiffening when he noticed the professor standing in front of him and the look of awe Blaze was giving him. He looked up to see the deputy headmistress with a small smile on her face. Well done, Mr. Potter. It seems like you have a gift for transfiguration. Very impressive indeed. 20 points to Slytherin. The entire classroom had stopped talking or trying to cast and was just looking at him with looks of awe and envy on their faces. Hermione Granger seemed to try to disintegrate him with her glare, and Neville Longbottom was glaring hatefully at him for some reason. Harry simply shrugged. He didn't care what they thought of him. As the professor walked back to her desk, Blaze gave him a curious look. How did you do that? Shrugging, Harry answered. I just followed the instructions. Incantations and wand movements, until I got used to it. Ignoring his grumbling roommate, Harry looked at McGonagall, who was telling him to come to see her at her desk. When he arrived there, she waved her wand, and the entire class became silent. He looked around in confusion before the professor answered his unspoken question. A simply privacy charm, Mr. Potter. They cannot hear us, and we cannot hear them. You asked to see me, Professor? Yes, I did. Do you realize what you were doing in the end? Said Professor McGonagall. I combined the two spells together. I wanted to change the shape and the material of the matchstick at the same time. The professor raised an eyebrow. Yes, and in the meantime, you created a spell. You made up the wand movements and changed the incantation. Sure, it was a simple combination of effects. It is impressive and also dangerous. I don't understand. It worked as it should have. Harry protested. Accidents during spell creation are very common, and they can be fatal. There's a reason it's a new elective, after all. Many brilliant wizards and witches have lost their lives trying out spells that rebounded and killed them. In trying out what you did today, you could have accidentally not only injured yourself but your classmates as well, she explained with a severe tone. Harry looked down, embarrassed. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. The woman huffed in amusement. I'm not admonishing you, Mr. Potter, but try to be more careful next time. Speaking of this, how did you even do it without using any arithmancy? I guess it just came to me naturally, Professor, Harry replied. The professor grumbled something about prodigies and released a chuckle. Well, I know that you will try to do that again. Although I insist that you do it in the company of a professor, or at the very least a prefect, in case you hurt yourself. Do not be afraid to experiment, Mr. Potter, but remember that your safety is more important than whatever spell you're trying to create. The young Potter gave her a bright smile, but then asked, Professor, I had a question. What is it? I read our textbooks, and I never saw any of the spells we did today. The professor gave him a slight smile. You probably won't find them in any recent textbook. They were standard when I was a student, but the ministry tends to regulate which books are allowed to be on the recommended reading list. Not one of them had the appropriate spells inside, choosing to rely mostly on the theory, with the spells that are necessary for students to complete their OWLS. I always give my first years this challenge to teach them the foundations of Transfiguration books. Harry decided to ask her another question. I have to ask, are there any limitations to these two spells? Because I don't think I mastered Transfiguration in a single spell. The professor had mirth in her eyes. I would be out of a job if you did, Mr. Potter. Yes, there are many limitations to these two spells. The alteration spell can only change solid structures with similar mass, and the mutation spell can only alter solid materials, and even then, a lot of materials cannot be turned into, like gold, silver, and copper. Although there are certain transfiguration laws involved, your achievement may be notable, but there are many similar spells that are more efficient that have been created. You're not a Transfiguration master yet, Mr. Potter, although I can certainly see the potential for you to do so. Now, get back to your desk and help your classmates. Harry gave the professor a smile and walked back to his desk. Blaze gave him a curious look. What did she want? She just congratulated me and answered a few questions I had regarding the spell she gave us. Like what? Malfoy asked with a sneer on his face. Harry shrugged. Like why they were not in the required books for the class. Apparently, she can only recommend certain books because of the ministry, and none of them had these spells in there. Finding no interesting gossip, they all returned to their assignments. while far more subdued since the prize was already taken by Harry. As for the young Potter, he simply practiced his new spell, trying to make the change occur faster and more efficiently magically. He was quite proud of the results. He also tried to help Blaze, but it didn't seem to work. By the end of the class, the only other person who had any results was Hermione Granger, whose match was slightly pointy with a silver tinge. It wasn't anything close to even Harry's first attempt, but McGonagall seemed to think it was impressive, considering the small smile on her face when she awarded the young Gryffindor 5 points. The girl had given him smug looks after that. For some reason, even in this life, he couldn't understand girls. Afterwards, Harry and the rest of the Slytherins made their way to the Charms classroom for their first lesson. Considering Professor Flitwick's reputation as a Charms master and a former dueling champion, Harry was especially excited about this lesson. Charming Housemates. Chapter 17. Charming Housemates. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1991. Hogwarts. Afterwards, Harry and the rest of the Slytherins made their way to the Charms classroom for their first lesson. Considering Professor Flitwick's reputation as a Charms master and a former dueling champion, Harry was especially excited about this lesson. Finding the Charms classroom was a lot more difficult than the Transfiguration one. Harry encountered his very first moving staircase on the way and ended up getting on the wrong one. Well, it wasn't the wrong one. It was the right staircase, but the wrong exit, somehow. Harry was still very confused about it. Whoever designed this castle had to be high or something, because no sane mind would think that this mess was a good way for children to move around. He had almost gotten lost, despite the map, but simply asked one of the portraits for directions, and they were happy to help. By the end, Harry was able to get to class a couple of minutes early and sat down at the front of his class. He was later joined by Blaze, who seemed oddly attached to him for some reason. Oddly enough, Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley arrived far later than even the other Gryffindor. Still, Professor Flitwick simply gave them a verbal warning and didn't really chastise them. Well, it was the first day of school. Accidents are expected, really. With everyone having calmed down, the professor jumped on a stack of books with a very impressive sense of balance and introduced himself. Welcome to your first year of Charms. My name is Phileas Flitwick, and I will be your senior Charms professor for the next few years, which means that we will see each other for quite some time. As you well know, Charms is a core subject that is mandatory for you to have for the next 5 years. Everyone here will hopefully sit his OWLs in 5 years, after which you will decide if you wish to continue studying the subject further or not. Professor Flitwick was short, about as tall as the average first year, which was probably because of his ancestry as a half-goblin. Hybrids of that nature were quite rare, especially because of the Goblin Wars that ended barely a century ago. Even then, offspring of mixed races were rare, and Harry didn't want to think about the possible complications that might have happened. The man looked jovial, and his smile lit the room. Immediately, the entire class was far more comfortable with the half-goblin than they were with Professor McGonagall. Flitwick looked more approachable by the rest of the children, at least compared to McGonagall, whose severe, no-nonsense attitude endeared her to Harry. The class even burst into laughter when he almost fell down the stack of books he was standing on when he called Longbottom's name. Harry sighed in exasperation as the boy was preening when that happened. People really needed to stop enabling the boy, or he wouldn't amount to anything. Although, the professor had given Harry an odd fond look when he said his name. Not that it would change anything, really. After the roll call, Flitwick started lecturing. The magical field of Charms, by definition, is imbuing a property to an object or a person. As you can imagine, it's a very large field that dabbles with dueling, enchantment, ward building and breaking, and so much more. You can see charms everywhere, and it is without a doubt the most currently used field of magic in the world. We will start today with the simplest charm that every single wizard, and which needs to learn, the wand lighting charm. With a wave of his wand, the name of the spell appeared on the board. The wand lighting spell, commonly known as Lumos because of its incantation, is a spell with no wand movement that charms the end of your wand to light up. Usually, charming a wand in any way is very dangerous, but this charm was perfected in a way that doesn't truly interact with the magic of the wand after being cast. You will study the theory in more depth should you take arithmancy in your 3rd year, but the spell is remarkably easy to cast. Yet its theory is remarkably complicated as well. Flitwick then flicked his wand while saying Lumos, and the tip of his wand illuminated itself. The small professor then continued, another characteristic of the spell is the fact that its power output cannot change. You cannot blind someone by overpowering a Lumos charm, but variations of the charm where this restriction is removed can do some serious damage. Now, everyone, take out your wands and flick them while saying the incantation clearly, Lumos. In a single breath, the entirety of the class spoke the word Lumos loudly. Unexpectedly, a third of the class, including Harry, had the end of their wands light up with white light. Well, that was easier than transfiguration, that's for sure. Harry's classmates were looking around with wonder, having cast a spell successfully, probably for the first time in their lives. Although Harry didn't pay attention to their looks and simply decided to listen for the spell's melody. It was surprisingly beautiful for such a simple spell. It felt more like classical music in its restriction. But what was more remarkable was the fact that it didn't behave at all like transfiguration. There wasn't any of the chaos and order, just a melody, but it wasn't the wand that played it. It sent a command with the energy and the object that played it. In a way, it was a fundamental difference between it and transfiguration. It was like the wand sent the energy and sheet music, but it was the charmed object itself that played the music. The main question was how charms react if the object itself was playing another melody, if it was already charmed. Harry absent-mindedly muttered, "Nox," to dispel the light and raised his hand. The professor immediately called on him. "Professor, how does a charmed object behave if someone adds an additional charm to it?" The half-goblin let out a proud grin at the question. "What a wonderful question, Mr. Potter. It depends on the charm, really. Sometimes the strongest charm wins out, sometimes both cams cancel each other out, and sometimes they can even damage the object. However, there are techniques that can combine charms into layers, which is aptly named charm layering. Alas, this is a far more advanced subject than this year. Take 10 points to Slytherin for a very good question." Harry nodded, satisfied with the professor's answer. "It must depend on the song, really. If the songs harmonize, it would be theoretically possible for the two melodies to be played at once as a single symphony. However, if they don't synchronize, they can either cancel each other out, or just the one with the stronger power source take over." The professor then continued to explain the properties of the extinguishing charm, Nox, which can actually cancel out most sources of light, at least if they have been charmed to glow. It doesn't really work on enchanted objects, since they usually have an independent power source powering the enchantment, nor would it work on something like sunlight since it's reapplied. But it is technically possible to extinguish the candle using the charm. When the professor started teaching variations of the charms to make the light have different colors, Harry started to hear the difference in each spell and slowly understand it. Discreetly, by the end of the lesson, Harry had started to slowly modify the Lumos charm to have its colors change on a cycle and was prodding to see which part of its melody handled the power limiter, although to no avail. Spells just felt unstable whenever he changed things willy-nilly, and he chose not to cast any of them, remembering McGonagall's warnings. Still, it was a fun class that ended too quickly in Harry's opinion, but they were finally done with the classes. It was looking like Monday was going to be Harry's favorite class. Charms and transfiguration were fascinating. Harry looked down at his schedule and groaned in exasperation. He had most of the classes with the Gryffindors. Why the school tried to encourage this needless rivalry, Harry didn't know. It was like whoever made that schedule wanted to make the professor's life miserable. Harry didn't miss the obvious glares Longbottom and Malfoy were sending at each other. That's not mentioning Ron Weasley, even calling Harry a slimy snake when they hadn't even talked to each other yet. Still, the Weasley had latched onto Longbottom like some kind of lackey, which wasn't really uncommon, since Malfoy had two of his own. Harry was oddly reminded of stories of gang wars, not schoolyard fights. The sight was so ridiculous it was almost funny. Also, for some reason, Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom wouldn't stop glaring at him. He never even talked to them ever before. Well, he did talk to Granger on the plane, but he was perfectly polite and helpful. Sure, the girl might be slightly jealous of Harry's skill with his magic, but the way she looked at him made him really uncomfortable. Longbottom, on the other hand, was a mystery. They never interacted with one another, Not that Harry particularly cared about a spoilt boy that was probably going to be hunted down by the not-so-dead Dark Lord that killed his parents. Harry really wished that he won't be constantly glared at for most of his lessons. At least the theoretical lessons were with the junior professors. It turned out that it was impractical to have a single professor be responsible for the classes of every single student in every single house. There are over 200 pre-OWL students in the castle, which means that each teacher will have to give out and correct assignments for every single one of them. That's not mentioning the Newt students and practical classes. So, each core class professor can have up to 3 junior professors that help them mark grades and give out non-critical lessons. Although OWL and Newt students were handled entirely by the senior professors to prepare for their exams. That meant that half of Harry's classes were taught by these junior professors, not that Harry have ever met them. Curiously enough, the defense against the dark arts teachers was not given to junior professors. Harry heard a rumor from Blaise that the curse actually impacted the junior professors as well, which ended up with 2 dead teachers and a severely injured one. So, Dumbledore elected to only have a single defense professor because it was traditional. It's not like Dumbledore could publicly say that he was worried that each year would end with a small massacre of defense professors. Still, Harry removed all thoughts of defense curses. He had a date with the most wonderful place in Hogwarts. The most beautiful, that's for sure. He wanted to find the infamous Hogwarts library. Harry went to the Great Hall to get some lunch and asked one of the seniors where the library was. After memorizing its supposed location on the first floor, Harry walked around asking paintings for directions until he found its doors. Harry drew the entrance on his map and with a deep breath, stepped through the open door. The room was vast, with towering bookshelves stretching up to the ceiling and winding staircases leading to upper levels. The shelves were filled with books of all shapes and sizes, some old and tattered, others new and gleaming. The room was dimly lit, with the only source of light coming from the flickering candles on the desks and the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. As Harry wandered through the shelves, he was amazed by the sheer volume of books that surrounded him. The covers of the books were diverse, some leather-bound with gold lettering, while others had brightly colored covers with intricate designs. Harry took a deep breath. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and leather-bound books. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Silence in the library. Chapter 18. Silence in the library. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1991. Hogwarts. As Harry wandered through the shelves, he was amazed by the sheer volume of books that surrounded him. The covers of the books were diverse, some leather-bound with gold lettering, while others had brightly colored covers with intricate designs. Harry took a deep breath. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and leather-bound books. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. It was without a doubt the worst thing he had ever experienced. Oh, it looked beautiful from the outside. An endless sea of books and knowledge, and Harry was an academic at heart. But damn, the experience to find a book and read it in the library was so tedious it wasn't even funny. Well, first things first, there is no real organization system for the library. Outside of having sections for school books so that students could find them easily, there were no dedicated sections for general magic. Well, the books were roughly sorted into the general magical field, but nothing more. For example, there is an entire wall dedicated to transfiguration, but it included everything from conjuration to human transfiguration, and there was no order to differentiate any sections in the field. There aren't even any labels on the intended audience of each book, be it for pre-OWL students, Newt students, or even mastery holders and above. It was just so incompetent. It wasn't even funny. At least, the books were more informative in terms of content and language. The school books were really written for children, not for adults. Although Harry wouldn't imagine a first or second year student understanding what appears to be a mastery thesis just for the fun of it, unless they're walking around with a dictionary. That is, it was in times like these that Harry missed the internet. He had really taken it for granted when it came to academic matters. Theories were reviewed, tested, disproved, and the findings were published and accessible with a few pushes of buttons. The worst thing was that each section library was actually divided into 2 main categories. The part that Harry aptly called spellbooks, which is geared towards students and simply gives step-by-step instructions on how to cast spells, but practically no theory behind it, nor how it was created. It was just recipes, and for all how these were useful, Harry wanted to explore magic, not spells. He wanted to see what made it tick and understand how the symphony in his head worked. That was the beauty of it. The other books were mostly theory books, with more theory than spells. A book can contain less than a dozen spells and be over 1,000 pages thick. But these spells were explained on a very fundamental level, which drastically eclipsed his knowledge of theory. Funnily enough, he discovered that while skimming the charms section of the library, he saw a book titled Light Charms, an exploration of the fundamentals, and well, there were so many theories and formulas referenced that he was lost a couple of pages in, and the damn thing was about the variations of the Lumos charm. So, yeah, he's going to get started on arithmancy on his own because if he doesn't, most of the library would be useless for him. Well, that settled on which electives he was taking in his third year. Still, with how many theories were being referenced, Harry chose to pick up one of the theoretical OWL recaps for every theory visited until their OWL years. Oh, Harry had no inclination to cast any of the spells, but it would provide a better understanding of the fundamentals of magic, as well as an understanding of some of the more complicated tomes in the library. He did that for the tomes in Transfiguration, Charms, Arithmancy, and Potions, as well as an interesting book that should explain wand magic. This should keep him busy for a few weeks to digest everything. Harry decided to return to the common room and read these books at his leisure. To do so, he walked towards the librarian, Madame Irma Pants. The young Slytherin put the 5 books on her desk. "I'd like to check these out, please." The woman looked at him blankly. "You're checking out 4 OWL books and a magical theory one?" Harry nodded. "Yes, we are allowed to take away up to 5 books, right?" The librarian glared at him. "If these books are so much as damaged if there is a slight rip in any of the pages, you will pay for the damages and will be banned from the library. Trust me, I know. These books have been enchanted to resist magic, so no repairing charm will help you." Yeah, these books weren't exactly rare, to be honest, and thus easily replaceable. They were your average OWL revision books, or more accurately, written for students taking their OWLs that have been homeschooled. As for the enchantment bit, Harry could feel the book's melodies somewhat. They felt protective, for the lack of better terms. There were probably just the usual copyright charms to make sure the books are not mass copied, with a few extra awards for being a part of the library. The books on the back, the handwritten ones that go deep into the theory, were far more violent than them, so they must depend on the book. Still, Harry simply nodded and accepted her condition. He then signed the paper the librarian gave him and waited for him to be given the books. "You have 2 weeks to return the books. Any tardiness will result in a fine and a ban from the library until you return the books. You will not be able to take out any other books until you pay the fine. Now go away." Harry hummed, "I'm sorry, but I had a few questions about the organization of the library, please." "What is it?" the witch responded with obvious irritation in her voice. "Well, I don't really understand how it's structured on the way back. I can see in the front where the spell books are sorted by years of study and their reference books, but after the newt books, it feels very chaotic." "That's because it is chaotic," the librarian drawled back. "There are hundreds of thousands of books in this room. I cannot keep track of them all. The further back you go, the less used the books are. They tend to only be checked out by old students checking a mastery in one subject or another, not a student of Hogwarts. They already know the exact books they need, and so they look for them. I haven't had a single complaint so far in my organization, so do not look so outraged. Now, go away. I have better things to do than to pander to a first-year student that still hasn't finished his first week of magical education." Well, that woman was rather unpleasant, that's for sure. All he asked was for her to explain how she organized the books, nothing more. Is she really trying to demean an 11-year-old boy for her own gratification? It didn't matter. Harry didn't care about the prickly woman. He had gotten his books, and so he turned, put the books in his bag, and left the room, seeing the library rules printed on the golden plaque. The library rules were reasonable. You are not allowed to eat or drink in the library. You are not allowed to cast any magic inside the library. You are not allowed to take out a book without checking it first. There are alarm charms to enforce that, and you are not allowed to damage any of the books in any way. Of course, there is the whole late fee and paying for damages thing, but overall, they were very understandable. A miscast spell could burn down the library, and the library housed a lot of rare books that were worth thousands of galleons. Still, The way to the common room was a lot quicker. He might start to get used to the chaotic ways of Hogwarts any day now. Harry passed by the hall for a quick snack for dinner and went to the common room, starting to read his magical theory book. It was very informative. It turned out that magical cores weren't really a thing. A wizard's body acted more like a buffer to magic, where it would absorb magic from the environment and channel it through the body to be unleashed as spells. The magic was absorbed by the heart, or at least near the heart on a metaphysical plane, and spread out through the body using metaphysical channels for each spell. The better the channels, the more powerful the wizard. The channels start to stabilize around a child's 11th birthday, which is why students are invited to Hogwarts at that stage. The thing is that a wizard never runs out of magic as long as there is magic around them. Instead, their bodies are taxed with every spell, which is why spells are designed to be fired at once in bursts, and not in a continuous way, which would quickly tire the castor. It was also the reason why Azkaban was a prison, since the island was almost devoid of magic, meaning that wizards can't cast anything. In a way, magic was like a muscle. You could train your channels to grow as you grow up. Before the 11th birthday, it could be dangerous and accidents were prone to happen to overzealous wizards that have tried to train their heirs before Hogwarts. The results were not good ones. Still, a student can slowly use these channels to widen them, allowing them to hold and pass through more magic, making them more powerful. However, on the 17th birthday, the magic stabilizes, and the channels stop growing or shrinking. Of course, there are probably a lot of dark rituals to circumvent these limitations, which is what Harry imagined Voldemort had done, considering how inhumane he was rumored to look. Harry was distracted from the book by Blaise, who was looking down on him with a frown on his face. "Where were you?" "I just went to the library," Harry replied. Malfoy, who was standing behind Blaise, snickered. "You should have been a Ravenclaw if you like reading so much." Harry shrugged. "There's nothing wrong with reading a book." "Well, you have to make up for your mudblood mother somehow." The blonde boy replied with a smug grin on his face. This last sentence had gotten Harry's attention, and the common room seemed to quiet suddenly. He slowly put a placeholder in the book, put it in his bag, and then turned to face Malfoy. "What did you just say?" His voice was barely above a whisper, but the blonde boy shivered slightly. "I said," Harry interrupted the boy, "I didn't think you were stupid enough to repeat it. Now, let's get something straight, Draco dear. I don't give a damn about you. I don't care if you're a bigot or secretly a troll. You can go around terrorizing Hufflepuffs with threats of your father all you want, but you will not insult my parents. Are we clear?" Draco stiffened. "How dare you?" The boy tried to raise his wand at Harry, probably to cast some kind of spell, until the green-eyed boy simply grabbed the wand out of his hands. The baffled look on the boy's face was priceless. Harry, though, didn't even look at the wand, and instead was staring Draco straight in the eyes. "I said, are we clear?" With each syllable, Harry was projecting his anger at the boy with his magic. It wasn't even a spell. It was barely more than a party trick, where Harry just changed the symphony. He was releasing to be a violent and angry one, but without any intent. But the Malfoy scion seemed to be close to pissing himself. His nod was shaky, and Harry stopped releasing the magic, while suddenly smiling gently. "Well, that's very good, Draco dear. It's good that we have an understanding, right?" Harry handed him his wand and patted him on the shoulders. "Try not to hurt yourself, dear." Draco had stopped trembling and started to glare once more. "My father will hear about this, and you'll tell him what? That you called someone's mother a mudblood in the middle of the common room, and that he asked you not to do it again after taking your wand from you and giving it back without using any magic. Good luck with that." Harry didn't even wait for an answer and just grabbed a bag and went to the bedroom. After all, that book wasn't going to read itself. Trouble Brewing. Chapter 19. Trouble Brewing. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 3rd, 1991. Hogwarts. Draco had stopped trembling and started to glare once more. "My father will hear about this, and you'll tell him what? That you called someone's mother a mudblood in the middle of the common room, and that he asked you not to do it again after taking your wand from you and giving it back without using any magic. Good luck with that." Harry didn't even wait for an answer and just grabbed a bag and went to the bedroom. After all, that book wasn't going to read itself. When Harry woke up, having recollected what happened the day before, he really shouldn't have terrified the Malfoy boy this much. The blonde was nothing more than a spoilt brat, that had never been denied or reprimanded in his life. For some reason, the boy just didn't understand that insulting people in public was just a bad idea. Although, the boy did reveal his status as a half-blood. Not that it mattered, really. Most of Slytherin was made up of half-bloods. Purebloods really were a dying breed, if they ever were a breed in the first place. The Ministry's definition of a pureblood was also very weird. While normally, a pureblood is a wizard, or witch whose great-grandparents are all wizards and witches. And yet, for some reason, old families like the Malfoys seemed insistent on not introducing a drop of Muggle blood in their families and only considered a wizard or witch as a pureblood if they didn't have a drop of Muggle blood in at least 10 generations, which was frankly absurd. With that in mind, marriage to half-bloods and the odd Muggle-born are somewhat common. Honestly, normal people do not care about that, since the number of purebloods was so slim. Less than a tenth of the population could be considered to be purebloods. Similarly, Muggle-borns were also quite rare. No one knew where they came from or why they developed their magic, but barely 3 or 4 students are Muggle-born every year. Everything in between was considered a half-blood, which was a very large pool of the population. While Slytherin boasted that it didn't have any Muggle-born students, half-bloods were so common that they couldn't be discriminated against, and the fact that they are raised in the magical world seemed to calm them. Even the child of a Muggle-born and a Muggle was technically a half-blood and was considered part of the magical world from birth. Now, if Malfoy knew that Harry grew up in the Muggle world, things could have ended differently. But all the boy did was loudly insult his mother in the middle of the common room. Oh, Harry was angry, that's for sure, and wanted to punch the boy in the face. Even if he wasn't enraged by the boy insulting his mother, he would have done something similar because it was a bad idea to roll over and let Malfoy walk over him. The boy would have tried to stretch the line, as all spoilt children did, slowly getting more daring each time, and Harry needed to nip that in the bud to have a peaceful year, even if he had gained the blonde's enmity for it, which really didn't matter to him. Harry had no intention of befriending the boy, and Malfoy probably had no intention of being civil to him. Still, when Harry went to the common room and started reading one of his OWL books, OWLs included all of the critical elements in all the previous years of magical education, which practically made the books into some kind of student notes for every magical discipline. And they weren't even written with children in mind, which was Harry's biggest issue with his school books. Considering that he had potions and herbology as his classes for the day, Harry chose to read the potions book. The first-year school book was nothing more than recipes of potions, which wasn't what he was looking for. Luckily, summaries of the common ingredients in potions and interactions between them were in the OWL book. Harry was so absorbed in his book that he didn't notice Blaise sitting next to him. "We're going to get our breakfast. Do you want to join us?" Harry looked up and saw him standing next to 2 girls, a blonde girl with blue eyes that he recognized as Daphne Greengrass and a black-haired girl with round glasses and hazel eyes that he recognized as Tracy Davis. The 2 girls were looking slightly nervous. Harry nodded. "Sure. Let me just pack up my stuff." Harry put a bookmark in his book and put it in his bag. He then grabbed it and joined the other Slytherins to make their way to the Great Hall. While they were walking, Greengrass asked, "Say, Harry, where did you get your school bag?" "Just a small shop in Diagon Alley. It was recommended to me by the trunk shop when I asked if they had any expanded school bags with featherweight enchantments. They just pointed me to a store that sold them. They're very practical and I leave all my books inside if I need them." Davis glared at him. "Lucky you. I think I'll ask my mum to get me one. Walking up and down so many steps with heavy bags is so tedious." Blaise chuckled. "I told you before, Tracy, that you don't need to bring every book with you to class." "Hey, I don't bring every book with me." Daphne chuckled. "You do because you're scared of losing them like you did all your old toys." The 3 of them continued to bicker while Harry just stayed silent and listened to them. He forgot what it was like to just be around people. Harry was alone for so long, with no one to keep him company but himself, that he didn't realize that the simple presence of other people his age could change things. Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy were just joking around like all kids their age did, and Harry was completely lost on what he should do. Finally, Tracy chose to include him in their conversation during breakfast. "So, Harry, I heard you made Malfoy piss his pants." Daphne just hit her friend's shoulder and glared at her. "Tracy, that's such an inappropriate thing to say." She then looked at him. "I'm sorry for her." She wasn't taught any manners. Hey, I was taught manners. I just choose not to use them, Tracy replied. Harry snorted. It's all right. And I didn't really hurt Malfoy. He just insulted my deceased mother, and I kindly asked him to not do it again. Blaise snorted. He was shaking at the end of it. Well, I not so kindly asked him to not do it again, Harry drawled back. The three Slytherins grinned before Daphne explained. I'm glad someone finally put Draco in his place. He was such a prat growing up, constantly bragging about his mother and father. You're all familiar with one another, Harry remarked. It wasn't exactly a hard deduction to make. The first-year Slytherins had already been divided into groups the moment they were sorted. They definitely knew each other before attending Hogwarts. Yeah, we were all introduced to all of the other Slytherins in our year, Blaise answered. For parties and stuff like that. Although our parents are all friends and are partners in a few businesses, so we saw each other a lot and became friends. As for Malfoy, we only met him during the ministry balls, during Daphne's birthday parties since his father had to invite him because they're both in the Wizengamot. But from what I heard from Daphne, I didn't want to be friends with him. Well, that was pretty much elitism at its best. The parents only wanted their children to meet other children with similar stations, be it politically or financially. Magical Britain was also a somewhat close-knit society. There were barely more than 100,000 wizards in the British Isles, and so everyone knew the others, or at least the ones similar to their station. Although Harry stifled a snort when he heard Daphne mutter, I wish I hadn't known him. Their conversations continued on the way to the herbology greenhouse for their lesson, which they had with the Ravenclaws. Professor Sprout seemed to prefer practical applications over just reading books, and so taught them the basics of growing plants. They were barely more than basic gardening techniques like replanting, watering, and cleaning a few plants. Harry had never taken care of a plant in both of his lifetimes, and yet didn't have any difficulty following the professor's instructions, although some of the other Slytherins were very disgusted with the idea of playing with dirt. Pansy was practically in tears when her nails were ruined, and Draco was threatening everyone, even the plants, of telling his father about what he was forced to do. Tracy and Blaise didn't look particularly happy doing it either, but Daphne seemed a natural at it and finished her task before anyone else, without a single stain on her robes. She must have some experience taking care of plants. Thinking back on it, the lesson was probably meant for kids to get used to the idea of getting dirty during herbology lessons. Everyone ended up sprinting to the bathrooms to clean their hands after the lesson, and they all made their way to the history classroom for their other lesson, this time with the Hufflepuffs. Well, they weren't kidding when they said that it was taught by a ghost. The man was just slowly droning what seemed like the exact word for word from the book he recommended, and he didn't even try to change his tone at all. The sad thing was the history of magic could be a very fascinating subject, especially when it came to large-scale magical battles and disasters. It was fascinating, and yet the man was boring. Having read the book, Harry simply swiped back to his potions book and chose to continue reading it until the next lesson. Everyone was asleep minutes later. Adults would have a hard time paying attention to the lessons the ghost was lecturing on. Harry wondered if the man was as boring before his death. The worst thing was that Professor Binns didn't have any junior professors, since he didn't have one when he was alive, and he always taught in his routine schedule. Hell, the schedules were often very similar every year to match the ghost's own schedule for teaching that he refuses to alter even after his death. As for assignments, he never asked for any homework, and he corrects only the finals thanks to the schoolhouse elves. According to Gemma Farley, he doesn't even change the exams every year, and copies could easily be bought from older students. Now, the only thing Harry could see going on would be if he stopped using the book for some reason. And so, he endeavored to order a dictation quill to take notes for him when he does something better during the lesson. By the time the bell rang, the entire classroom, Slytherins and Hufflepuffs alike, were asleep, and Harry was halfway through his potions book. This lesson was 2 hours long, but they thankfully only had one of them a week. In the end, it was time for the lesson he dreaded the most: potions. He had no idea if Professor Snape held any animosity towards him. Did James Potter bully this Severus Snape as well, or did they not even know each other? Or perhaps, maybe Snape was never friends with Lily Evans at all. From the looks of it, potions looked like a very interesting field of study, and Harry was interested in the specifics. As he made his way to the dungeons, Harry hoped that the professor didn't dislike him on principle, since he was one of his Slytherin. Harry took a look at his schedule and realized that the class was also with Gryffindors. Well, that was a recipe for disaster. Fame and Glory. Chapter 20. Fame and Glory. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 3rd, 1991. Hogwarts. From the looks of it, potions looked like a very interesting field of study, and Harry was interested in the specifics. As he made his way to the dungeons, Harry hoped that the professor didn't dislike him on principle, since he was one of his Slytherin. Harry took a look at his schedule and realized that the class was also with Gryffindors. Well, that was a recipe for disaster. Well, by the end of the potions lesson, Harry was pretty sure that Snape hated him. What the hell had James Potter done to him that he would be this petty to students? That man was without a doubt a menace that shouldn't be around children. Harry had always thought that the stories were romanticized from the point of view of a child. He wasn't abused like the Harry from the stories, he wasn't starved, nor was he bullied by his cousin. As such, Harry somewhat expected Snape to be frosty, not some unhinged man picking on children. Well, first of all, when Harry entered the classroom, he made sure to sit in the back, to avoid being called on by Snape. Blaise followed after him, and they sat together, waiting for the professor to show up. Everyone had shown up before the professor. He had a fearsome reputation, especially when it came to reprimanding Gryffindors. Even Weasley arrived early and sat down obediently waiting for the professor to arrive. The door opened suddenly, and the professor entered the classroom dressed in black with his cape billowing behind him. It was cool, but it was also the highlight of the lesson. The man instinctively seemed to search for Harry and glared at him. After a few seconds, he started his speech. For those of you who do not know, I am Severus Snape, the current senior potions professor in this school. I will have the misfortune to teach you the subtle arts of potions that most of you will fail to truly grasp. Potion brewing is, without a doubt, one of the most dangerous fields of magic you will learn in this school. A single mistake could cause an explosion that would not only endanger you, but also the others around you. Most of the accidental deaths that occur in magical Britain have been attributed to potions, be it an accident by a subpar brewer, or getting poisoned drinking a faulty potion. This is your first and final warning. If you do not take this field of magic seriously, you will answer to me. And believe me, you will wish that you would be dead. The professor looked around the classroom, making sure that he had the students' attention before continuing, as there is little foolish wand-waving here. Many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Like most of your wand subjects, this class will be divided into theory and practice. I will be responsible for the practical aspects of your lesson, while you will have your theoretical ones with a junior professor. In this room, there are ground rules that you will follow. First of all, you are not allowed to brew any potion outside this room, since you will only risk killing yourselves. Secondly, you will follow my instructions to the letter. If you purposely choose to mess around with potions, you will answer to me. Finally, you will not be allowed to take any of the ingredients and potions outside this room. Am I making myself clear? The entire classroom nodded at once. Now, let's begin our lesson. What are potions? Some of you might foolishly believe that it's simply a combination of magical ingredients, but they would be wrong. A potion necessitates magic to be brewed. A squib or muggle cannot brew a potion, although I will leave the intricacies for your theory lessons. Longbottom, said Snape suddenly, since you like not paying attention, why don't you explain to me what you would get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of woodworm? The scarred boy, who was snickering with Weasley, stiffened and blushed in embarrassment. I don't know, sir. The question wasn't really that hard, but it was mentioned in the potion book in the description of both ingredients. The draught of living death was a very well-known potion that were used on unconscious prisoners after large battles. Prisons tended to be full in times of war, and so, wizards used this potion to make sure they wouldn't escape or cause mayhem. The potion was so popular in the past that there are many Muggle fairy tales inspired by this potion. Perhaps this question was just too complicated for you, Snape drawled. Maybe this one would be more your speed. What exactly is a bezoar? The boy was clenching his fist. I don't know, sir. The rest of the Slytherins were snickering, and Harry could understand why, even if he didn't like it. Bezoars are relatively common ingredients that every child knows about because they can neutralize most poisons. It was also on the first page of the potions book Snape recommended. The fact that Longbottom didn't know that was honestly disturbing. But still, this had gone past a simple punishment. Snape was actively embarrassing Longbottom in front of their peers. The professor was smirking now. One last time. Tell me 3 ingredients used in the cure for boils. This was a point-blank question about the first potions they were going to brew. Anyone who had even looked at the book would have known that. Unfortunately, it seemed like Longbottom didn't. The scarred boy glared at the professor. I don't know, sir. But why don't you ask Hermione? She seems to know the answer. I have better things to do with my time than to play with potions. True enough, the young Muggleborn was shaking her hand in the air and had actually stood up for the last question. But the way Longbottom was talking back to the professor was beyond insolent. But it was the typical response from a spoilt child that liked flashy magic. That will be 10 points from Gryffindor for your insolence, Longbottom. And drop your hand, girl. You're embarrassing yourself. The bushy-haired girl had dropped her hand down. Harry noticed that she had watery eyes. Now, that was a very rude thing to say to a young girl that seemed to want to fit in. Oh, she was a know-it-all, that's for sure. And she wanted to show the world how smart she was. But she was a girl that wasn't even in her teens yet. The potion master was being purposefully cruel to her. The man then kept asking questions to the Gryffindor students. He tended to give out ones just hard enough that they wouldn't be able to answer them. He didn't ask a question to any of the Slytherin, something that was entirely unfair. He even asked Granger what Harry realized were third-year potions. He was doing his best to beat everyone down as much as possible. Harry stopped paying attention when the man was humiliating Seamus Finnegan and was brought back to reality with the professor's loud voice, "Potter!" The entire classroom looked back at Harry at once, with disbelief clear on their faces. After all, he was the first Slytherin the professor was going to humiliate. The man's glare was far more intense than it was with even Longbottom. You think you're too good to pay attention, don't you? Well, answer me this. What are 3 ingredients used to make a draught of peace? Harry tried to remember if he had ever read about a draught of peace, and he did. It wasn't in the first-year textbook, it was in the OWL book he was reading. The man was asking him questions about an OWL-level potion. Powdered moonstone, syrup of hellebore, and stewed mandrake, said Harry with a dry tone. The man actually reeled back when Harry answered his question correctly. Actually, the entire class was gaping at him, especially Hermione Granger, who probably didn't even know the answers. What does the Wiggenweld potion do? Harry simply shrugged. It is a healing potion that is known to cure minor injuries, although it is infamous for being an antidote to the draught of living death, awakening victims of this potion from their endless slumber. The professor didn't seem satisfied. What is the Felix Felicis potion? Felix Felicis, commonly known as liquid luck, is a magical potion that makes the drinker extremely lucky for a period of time, during which everything they attempt would be successful. It is known to be toxic in large quantities and is very extremely to brew, which takes 6 months to complete. The professor looked flabbergasted at the answered question, then asked, "What is Galpalot's third law?" Harry simply shrugged. "I know that it is referenced as a law for making antidotes, but I am unsure of its content." This question was a theoretical one that is explained to Newt students, not first years, and the man seemed to see how caught up he had gotten with his questions. There's a difference between embarrassing unprepared students and asking them post-OWL potions questions. The man just sniffed and started speaking to the rest of the class. Now, this is not a rule, but I will heavily recommend you read the instructions carefully before you even attend your practical potion lessons with me, including researching the ingredients used to brew a simple cure for boils. Now, clear your desks and start brewing. The instructions are on the board. The ingredients necessary are in your desk drawers. You will brew this potion individually. You have 90 minutes. Harry took a piece of parchment and started writing the instruction on the board. They were somewhat different to that of the books, but Harry chose not to question them and listen to the professor. It was honestly a rather riveting experience. Harry stopped caring about what the professor was doing and just started brewing. What he heard while brewing a potion was amazing. The idea was to combine the abstract properties of certain elements and other ingredients to enhance, reverse, or even just stabilize the concoction. Harry saw how the powdered snake fangs acted as stabilizers to the potion, the protection provided by the porcupine quills that enhanced the small anti-boil properties of the horn slugs. The symphony kept changing, and the magic channeled by the rod while stirring was like someone slowly changing the key to the potion's melody. The rod seemed designed to help accelerate certain reactions and encourage certain results from particular combinations. These were standard ones that automatically used the user's magic in a certain quantity, hence the standardized number of stirs for potions. After OWL, specialized stirring rods are required where the magic channeled is actively controlled by the brewer, which is necessary for delicate potions. By the end, Harry's potion was the exact red from the instructions, and he bottled it and put it on his desk, while the professor was busy with Seamus, whose potion had blown up and caused him and Weasley to grow giant painful boils on his face. The man was berating them instead of telling them to get to the infirmary. Still, by the end of it, Snape's reaction to his potion was him muttering, "Passable," in a disappointing tone, and go back to praising Malfoy for his potion, which was more orange than red. At least it was better than whatever abomination Longbottom had brewed, which the professor mocked loudly for everyone to hear. By the end of the lesson, Harry just grabbed his bag and started to leave, ready to leave, only to see Longbottom waiting for him by the door. "I bet you like that, huh, traitor?" Harry was confused by what the boy was talking about. "Do you mind clarifying?" "Just go away with your Slytherin friends," the scarred boy responded. Harry just rolled his eyes, muttered, "I'm too tired for this," and turned to leave for his common room. He had his fill of childish petty professors and weird scarred boys that glared at him for no reason. Valanor. Chapter 21. Valanor. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 6th, 1991. Hogwarts. Harry just rolled his eyes, muttered, "I'm too tired for this," and turned to leave for his common room. He had his fill of childish petty professors and weird scarred boys that glared at him for no reason. The rest of the week ended unremarkably. Most of the week was with minor professors, who were obviously inexperienced and slightly boring. They definitely didn't have a mastery over the fields, as the senior professors do, which was proven by the fact that they didn't teach any OWL students or above. They were boring, wooden in their teaching, and didn't even attempt to engage the students during their classes. Honestly, they were disappointing. So much so that Harry didn't even remember their names after lessons were done. All they did was practically read the books without really explaining anything. They probably seemed self-explanatory to them since they were adults, but their students were children, and Harry mourned the drop of competent wizards and witches because of them. Although Harry was introduced to two other senior professors, Professor Sinistra was the senior astronomy professor and was quite good at teaching, although Harry would have liked her classes more if they weren't in the middle of the night and had to climb all the way up to the astronomy tower to get there. Although, the telescopes were very impressive. They were enchanted to just ignore the light pollution and were good enough that Harry was able to see one of the moons of Jupiter as if it was as close as Earth's moon. Still, as interesting as all of this was, the entire field was based on memorization and was only useful for picking herbs and brewing certain potions that could depend on certain celestial bodies. Harry still had no idea why these magics depended on planets and moons that far away, but he wanted to find out. Now, that would be an interesting astronomy lesson. As for defense against the dark arts, well, it was a sham of a lesson. Well, not really. Quirrell was surprisingly competent as a professor, even if he was jittery and his room stank of garlic. The man taught them basic cast as a first lesson. It was basically a lesson on how to channel magic into a wand to create small blasts of energy. It wasn't even that hurtful, just a small projectile of magic. It didn't even have a melody. It had no intent, no complexity. From the looks of it, defense was not really about fighting, but more about general theory and applications of magic. Oh, there will probably be lessons on jinxes and hexes, but it seems like it's mostly used to bridge whatever is missing in the other core classes. Funnily enough, the class wasn't even named Defense Against the Dark Arts at the beginning, just Battle Magic. A dark-inclined headmaster changed it to Dark Arts. He didn't last long at his post, and his successor, a light-aligned headmaster, changed it to Defense Against the Dark Arts as an act of opposition to his predecessor. That aside, Harry's week was thankfully uneventful outside of Malfoy and Longbottom becoming eternal rivals or whatever because Malfoy insulted Weasley's mother by calling her a cow. The redhead was defended by Longbottom calling his father a filthy Death Eater, which ended up in a small brawl of first years that barely knew how to use the simple cast, thus cementing the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry for their year. Honestly, Harry didn't care as long as they kept him out of it. Malfoy seemed to have rallied the entire Slytherin first years to his cause to humiliate Longbottom, except for Blaise, Daphne, Tracy, and himself. He seemed to think that this was some kind of political rivalry between him and Harry for some reason, and that they were my allies. Harry didn't know what the hell that kid was learning when he was growing up, but Lucius Malfoy must be a horrible parent to teach his son that this was how the world worked. Honestly, it might not even be Malfoy Sr.'s fault. The Gryffindors seemed to have rallied behind Longbottom, who became their de facto leader. It was seriously messed up. It was a small mercy that the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs just didn't end up making factions on their own. What the hell was wrong with these children? Harry tried to get away from all of this madness. Gryffindors attacked Slytherins who took it back on other Gryffindors, and the cycle continued. Harry, himself, ended up needing to learn the Contigo charm, a small shielding spell that stopped minor jinxes and spells. It was very easy to learn, but it became a necessity to have a tranquil life as a first year in the castle. The young Potter just wanted to learn magic, not whatever this was. Still, Harry ended up sitting by the Black Lake, in the shade of a large yew tree, and continued reading his books. He had finished the potions one, which was far more interesting than whatever the hell Snape was doing. He didn't try brewing anything. He wasn't an idiot, but it was a lot easier to visualize how brewing a potion could work and possibly fix a few mistakes during brewing classes, something that Snape utterly ignored. As for the Transfiguration book, it was utterly fascinating. The spell that Harry created was what was known as a general transfiguration spell, which happened to be very inefficient. This was why students were taught specialized spells that were far more efficient and learnt in their fourth year to combine a few transfiguration spells to get the exact result they wished for. Transfiguring multiple materials was also possible. The general spell was very magically intensive and so it wasn't really taught to students before their third year. Harry was lost in his charms book when he felt the malicious song of a spell going his way. He instinctively grabbed his wand, turned towards the spell coming his way, and cast Contigo, blocking it. The Slytherin had no idea who was attacking him or why. When he looked back, he groaned as he saw Longbottom and Weasley glaring at him. Harry just raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "Why have you attacked me?" The two boys seemed surprised that Longbottom's spell didn't work. "We don't have to explain anything to you, traitor." Harry shrugged. "You don't have to. Your little pissing match with Draco's crew is the talk of the school. Did you really not even wait 1 week before starting this mess?" The boys just kept glaring at Harry, who just let out a resigned sigh. "Look, why don't you just go back to the castle, and we can all pretend that this never happened? I can't tell you how much I don't care about your spat with Malfoy, so go hex him or something. I have better things to do with my time." Harry's answer was Longbottom sending a pimple hex his way, Furnunculus, which was blocked by another Contigo shield. "Stop doing that," the Longbottom scion complained. Harry just shrugged. "I will not apologize for blocking an offensive spell. But what is the matter with you anyway? What are you on about?" Weasley exclaimed. "Well, your friend here has been glaring at me in class ever since. Well, ever. We never spoke to each other, and I certainly didn't insult him or anything. So, what's the real reason you're so angry at me?" "You know why I'm angry at you, traitor," the brown-haired boy exclaimed. "No, I really don't, and I don't particularly care as well. You're being troublesome with your angry looks and trying to curse me, and I don't really care for it. So, you either leave me alone, or I will start fighting back, and we all know that that's not something you really want." Harry was slightly bluffing with that. Well, he didn't really practice any spells besides a couple of useful hexes and jinxes that were not that harmful. He mostly just focused on transfiguration and learning the variations of the light charms. They certainly helped him to write his assignments. However, the boys seemed intimidated enough and slowly stepped back. Although Longbottom seemed less apprehensive than Weasley and spoke up, "How could you be sorted in Slytherin?" "By putting on the sorting hat like everyone else. Did you miss it, or something?" Harry snarked back. The boy blushed. "You know what I mean. I don't see the problem, Longbottom. Harry said. The boy looked angry. The parents of your housemates killed my parents, killed yours too. And you sitting next to them as if nothing happened. Harry simply shrugged. And why should I care? Really? Why should you care? Neville responded as if he was trying to process Harry's response. These are the people that our parents fought against, together. They died to fight them, and you are mingling with them. You're spitting on our family's sacrifice. Our parents fought for their own reasons. They were ready to die for them. As a matter of fact, they did. They would not want their children to endanger themselves needlessly, and if my parents disagreed, then they didn't love me. Stop living in the past that will never exist. Your parents are dead, as are mine, and curing anyone that is related to their deaths will not bring them back. The boy was red in anger and yelled out, "How dare you?" Harry simply shielded against the spell. See what I mean? You're so aggressive for no reason. Neville's eyes were glistening. You don't care about them, don't you? The dead have no preferences, Neville. I have lived my entire life without them. Why should I care about what they would have wanted if I never knew them? I mourn their loss just as you mourn your parents' deaths, but I am consumed by it. It's best to forget about unrealistic dreams and enjoy life. The world will not be always peaceful. After all, I can't believe you. You're supposed to be my godbrother. My mother was your godmother, and yours was mine. Does that not mean anything? The Longbottom scion yelled out. Harry was surprised by that revelation. He didn't think that it was really a thing. And yet, this was the first time we met each other. What did you expect? That I would be with you in Gryffindor? That we would have been as close as brothers the moment we meet one another? The boy looked down, embarrassed. We were supposed to be brothers. I didn't even know I had a godbrother when I was younger. You can't call us brothers if we have never met each other before. If the Longbottoms had adopted me, things would be different, but unfortunately, they didn't. However, I'm more than willing to try being friends with you. Harry gave the boy a way out. He really didn't want to be friends with Longbottom, considering his likely adventures with Voldemort. But if he really was family, Harry was willing to give it a shot. The boy seemed to be enraged even further. It's too late now. You're one of them. One of who, exactly? The Weasley boy seemed to have gathered his courage. Slimy snakes. Harry raised an unimpressed eyebrow. So all this hostility isn't because I ignored you, but because I'm in Slytherin? Yes, both boys yelled. Harry really had no response to that. The issue wasn't even about Harry, but what he represented. He was technically a part of Longbottom's backstory, and the boy didn't want it to be tainted with the whole Slytherin thing. Harry just shrugged. I can't really do anything about that, and I'm done with the conversation. The young Potter put his book in his bag and was starting to leave. Both Gryffindor didn't seem to want to see him leave, so they tried casting at him. Harry just dodged the two stinging hexes by crouching down and cast Flipendo. A blue arc of magic hit both students at once and knocked the two boys back into the grounds. The spell was slightly modified to act like an arc and not a beam. It was part of the second-year curriculum about basic spell manipulation and defense of the dark arts. Harry heard the two boys groaning in pain to make sure they were all right. Well, apparently Longbottom was now an enemy. The last Potter simply shrugged and walked back to the castle. He was getting hungry anyway. Legacy. Chapter 22. Legacy. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 6th, 1991. Hogwarts. A blue arc of magic hit both students at once and knocked the two boys back into the grounds. The spell was slightly modified to act like an arc and not a beam. It was part of the second-year curriculum about basic spell manipulation and defense of the dark arts. Harry heard the two boys groaning in pain to make sure they were all right. Well, apparently Longbottom was now an enemy. The last Potter simply shrugged and walked back to the castle. He was getting hungry anyway. Harry's return to the Slytherin common room was met with cheers from his classmates. Malfoy and Parkinson had come to congratulate him for his victory, for some reason. And Draco even exclaimed that he had known that there was a Slytherin hidden underneath all along. Apparently, Longbottom had loudly complained about him in the Gryffindor common room, and now everyone knew, at least a version, about Harry's encounter with Longbottom and Weasley. These kids were weird, and Harry just ignored them in favor of exploring his magic. He had found no mention of the melodic heartbeats he heard whenever he was near magic. It was extremely useful when perfecting a spell or even modifying it slightly. It had even helped him sense and dodge the spells from the two Gryffindor boys that attacked him. He did try to look at magical gifts that wizards often had, but magical families tended to be very secretive, unless it was an extremely noticeable one, like Parseltongue, for example. Still, Harry was surprised when he was cornered by Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne in the common room. Daphne had given him a severe look. "So, we are formally against Longbottom and his lackeys." The green-eyed boy tilted his head. "What are you talking about?" "The duel with Longbottom and Weasley, Harry," Tracy explained. "What about it?" "They attacked me when I was reading outside the castle. I tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't listen, so I retaliated. It barely qualified as a duel. Hell, I didn't swear vengeance or anything. I just knocked him around so that he would stop trying to attack me." "Well, Longbottom does, and now Malfoy thinks you're supporting his group," Blaise replied. Harry was aghast by the implication. "I'm not supporting anyone. I can barely stand being in the same room as Malfoy. And I sure as hell am not going to follow his lead and attack Gryffindors for no reason. As far as I'm concerned, the entire thing is entirely illogical and frankly moronic. Look, after an attack or two from Malfoy, Longbottom will forget all about me, and he'll focus on him. As far as I'm concerned, as long as none of us gets attacked for no reason, then I'm not going to involve myself in any of this." The three of them visibly relaxed when he told them that. Had they really thought that Harry wanted to get into childish fights with Gryffindor all the time? This house rivalry was getting too far. Harry could understand that it might help motivate students to do better and to behave, but this was getting out of hand. He only hoped that they would calm down. A week had passed, and it didn't look like they would. In fact, the conflict seemed to have escalated to include the second and third years as well. Harry didn't expect the Gryffindor-Slytherin spat to turn into an all-out war, and yet it did. It was becoming common to walk around the school and see a duel happening between two students. Malicious pranks from the Gryffindors were met by curses from the Slytherin. And the worst thing was that no one seemed to care. The professors broke fights and took off points when they ran across one, but for every fight they stopped, there were 10 that they didn't. It was during his class with Professor Flitwick that Harry decided to ask a question. The professor was obviously impartial given that he was the head of Ravenclaw. Harry could see that McGonagall was slightly partial to the Gryffindors, and Harry was sure as hell that he wasn't going to ask Snape about it. The man's behavior was visibly colder compared to his classmates, something that everyone had noticed. It was after Charm's class about the color-changing charm that Harry stayed back and asked the half-goblin, "Professor, may I have a moment of your time?" The jovial professor immediately jumped down and looked Harry in the eye. "Of course, Mr. Potter, ask away. I'm a little concerned about the whole Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry that's going on. Does it always go this far?" The professor's jovial expression fell slightly. "I'm afraid so. It wasn't always like this. Before the war, Slytherin were just students like everyone else. During the war, everyone was afraid and kept their heads down. It was after the war that things started to get this far. We indulged them at first, to get it out of their systems. You see, in the war, everyone lost a family member or a close friend, either to death or to Azkaban. I'm not sure which is worse, to be entirely honest. However, when the war was over, when people stopped being afraid, they started to get angrier and angrier. Until every year, first years end up fighting. We let them get through with it because stopping them now will mean that they will get it out of their systems when they're older and have been taught dangerous spells. You see that older students just don't seem to care all that much, and that's what we want." Although, this year, Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy, who are considered the heirs to the light and dark factions, have caused tensions to rise up, which is why the second and third years started to get involved. Don't worry, there is a teachers' meeting at the end of the week where we'll discuss how to deal with this situation. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said after releasing a sigh of release. At least the staff weren't insane enough to let their magic-wielding children run around sending nearly lethal spells at each other. "You remind me of your mother, you know?" the professor asked with a fond tone. "You knew her?" Harry questioned with a hopeful tint in his voice. The young Potter knew deep down that Lily Potter was dead, that he had never met her. But past life or not, he wished he had met her. Even if he had memories of his past life, Harry was still a child, and a mother's love is a very strong force. "Oh yeah, Lily Evans was one of my most brilliant students. A veritable charms prodigy that could have gone far. Horrible in Transfiguration, though. I even recommended her in the Charms Guild to pursue her mastery. She was a kind woman, but her anger was something to be feared. I miss her dearly. No one said anything about her, to be honest. Thank you, Professor. Harry replied. The professor huffed. You're very welcome, Mr. Potter. My door is open to you if you wish for any questions about your mother. And I hope to see you at the Dueling Club in your next semester. I think you'll do well there. Harry nodded in understanding and left the room. He chose to trust the professors to do their jobs. Instead, he chose to focus on the scholarly side of things. He had finished the books he had taken from the library, and it was showing. Harry's practical magic was starting to get absurd by all standards. He had tried out a few transfiguration spells from his schoolbook, and they all worked perfectly. Harry was honestly taking his time with them, trying to perfect them and their modifications. He wanted to figure out how they worked and map out the frequencies needed for the transfiguration in his mental symphonies, to be able to craft transfiguration spells of his own one day. For all his achievements in practical magics, Harry discovered that arithmancy was his favorite subject. Oh, not the crap that is taught in 3rd and 4th years, but from OWL level and above. The first 2 years of the elective are just a study about magical numbers and their properties, as well as their uses in primitive divination. Afterwards, it is practically a small introduction to calculus while taking into account the properties of the numbers. It was starting from the 5th year that things started to get interesting with the inclusion of arithmancy in magical theory. It was advanced arithmancy that Harry wanted to truly study. Honestly, it didn't take long for him to get used to the oddity of arithmancy, which was basically maths with the inclusion of traits of certain numbers which were considered as an additional dimension of sorts. Adding in the fact that until the Statute of Secrecy, most mathematicians and philosophers were wizards, the arithmancy system is very close to the one from Harry's previous life. Harry quickly returned the books and chose one on advanced arithmancy, which was actually taught by a different professor. He thought about starting with runes as well, but changed his mind. Advanced arithmancy looked to be quite complicated, and Harry didn't want to overwhelm himself with it. The truth was that the young Potter wanted to discover everything he could about magic. He wanted to study it as no one had ever before. He was going to try out every single magical field and see how it ticked. To create a unified theory of magic and arithmancy seemed to be the best way to get about it. It combined the theory of practically every wand-based subject, but Harry had no idea how. Magic is chaotic by nature. It was unpredictable. Harry had learnt that when he tried to use wandless magic, it was trying to grip water without scooping anything, and complex effects just weren't replicable. And yet, with a wand, a few words in Latin and moving your wrist a certain way made it very possible to replicate a spell 1,000 times. It all came back to wands, didn't it? Arithmancy couldn't be wrong. It was based entirely on fundamental magical laws, but it was also more than useless whenever rituals were involved. At least, according to the books about rituals that were allowed in the public side of the Hogwarts library. Rituals seemed more art than science, and Harry wanted nothing to do with them until he was more experienced with magic at the very least. But the point stands. Someone, probably during the rise of Rome, invented the wand and created a giant system of magic based on Latin. With it, a soldier with magic would be able to tirelessly cast a replicated spell, which probably explained how quickly they were able to expand their empire. Curiously, the name of this inventor was nowhere to be found. He was most likely a genius with no parallel, probably surpassing even Merlin with his understanding of magic. And yet that man didn't have a legend as he should have, but was lost to the sands of time. Wizards now take his gift, his magical system, for granted. It was breathtaking how one man more than 2,000 years ago changed the course of magical history and yet was forgotten. That's what Harry wanted, really, to make his mark on the magical world in a very significant manner, but not be forgotten as well. He wanted to forge a legacy that would remember his existence. He wanted young wizards and witches to swear by his name long after his body withers and becomes nothing more than dust. This was Harry's deepest wish, the reason he was sorted to Slytherin. In his previous life, he had died forgotten, alone. In this life, Harry grew up being told that he was no one, and that he would never amount to anything. He would prove them wrong. He would prove them all wrong, that he swore. Clouds. Chapter 23, Clouds. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 17th, 1991. Hogwarts. This was Harry's deepest wish, the reason he was sorted to Slytherin. In his previous life, he had died forgotten, alone. In this life, Harry grew up being told that he was no one and that he would never amount to anything. He would prove them wrong. He would prove them all wrong, that he swore. It was after the second week of school that something new finally happened. Flying lessons were available to first years, and the entire house war that was going on practically disappeared overnight just because of the excitement of it. Longbottom kept telling everyone about how good he was on a broom, so much so that a Quidditch team apparently wanted him to join. Malfoy wasn't that far behind him in terms of fake stories, saying that he almost escaped a Muggle helicopter while flying on a broom, discounting the fact that it was illegal for Quidditch teams to hire anyone under the age of 15, and the fact that helicopters were very loud that narrowly escaping them meant that Draco was either deaf or an idiot. The Malfoy Scion story was a clear breach of the statute of secrecy, which can be very heavily enforced, even to minors. Surprisingly enough, Tracy was also very invested in flying lessons. She was apparently very fond of Quidditch and hoped to be a chaser on the Slytherin team in her next year. Harry stayed quiet, of course, during the bragging sessions, rolling his eyes at his classmates' ludicrous stories. His precious peace and quiet were interrupted in the middle of the common room when Malfoy proudly proclaimed, "Potter, you must be disappointed to be away from your books for so long during flying lessons. Didn't you say that you didn't like Quidditch?" The entire common room froze when the smug-looking blonde said that. Tracy looked at Harry with betrayal in her eyes. "Is it true?" Harry simply shrugged, unconcerned. "I quite like flying, actually, but I just don't see the appeal in Quidditch. I suppose I could watch it, but I don't really fancy myself playing, to be honest." That was a lie. Of course, Harry had no idea about flying a broom. He's just banking on his Potter flying genes being a thing as they do in the stories. Still, the entire common room kept shouting obscenities at him until Harry raised his wand and flicked it. A loud cannon sound was emitted from the wand and silenced everyone. "Look, I don't care if you think that Quidditch is the best sport in the world. I am allowed to have my preferences, and if I don't like it, and I don't keep shoving this fact down your throats, then I expect you to extend the same courtesy to me. Or have all of you forgotten your manners?" Everyone looked down sheepishly and Harry nodded to them and left, his friends following him. When they were outside the common room, Daphne glared at the hidden entrance. What did Malfoy want to achieve by saying something like that? Harry simply shrugged. "I don't know, and I don't care. Although, I never expected the fact that I don't like Quidditch to cause this big of a scene. I swear there were seventh years yelling at me. It's the biggest sport in the world, of course. They're going to be mad at you. Hell, I'm mad at you. How could you not like Quidditch?" Tracy answered while glaring. "I just don't. I also don't like eating fish. Do I have to explain myself?" "But it's Quidditch," Tracy protested. "Look, all I'm seeing is 7 people on brooms trying to put a ball in hoops while the beaters try to push them off the brooms, and the seekers keep trying to find a smaller golden ball with wings to stop the match. There's just too much chaos happening at the same time that I find the game ridiculous. Honestly, I would rather be reading a book than watching a game. Unless, of course, Tracy is playing. That would change everything, of course." The girl looked down and blushed while the other two snickered. Harry just continued, "Look, I just don't like the game. It's not a big deal, and even if you want me to go to watch them, I will, but I don't think I'll ever play it. But I love flying. I'm actually excited to get my flying license." Yeah, flying lessons were technically outside the Hogwarts curriculum. They weren't graded, and you can actually fail the class. The reason is to have enough proficiency in flying broom to be allowed to do it by the ministry. You could do it at any time, during any year, but the professors recommend doing it during first years to both act as a scout for the house Quidditch teams, and because the classwork is relatively light in the first year. In a way, a flying license was like an apparition license. Only people with them can buy a broom from anywhere. Technically, you were not even allowed to own a broom without having a license, and anyone selling or giving a broom to someone who doesn't is illegal and punishable with a large fine. Oh, parents ignored it, of course, and bought their children brooms. But they were technically the parents' property, not their children's. It was also the reason why first years weren't allowed to have brooms, since it was technically illegal, but once they get their broom license, they would be allowed to use them to move around. Outside the castle, of course. Alas, the time came for the flying lessons to begin. Of course, It was with the Gryffindors, which was a recipe for disaster. Still, during an afternoon at the weekend, Harry and the rest of the Slytherin first years left the common room to the grounds for their first flying lesson. It was a clear, sunny day, and the grass rippled under their feet as they marched down the sloping lawns towards a smooth lawn on the opposite side of the grounds to the forbidden forest, whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. The Gryffindor hadn't arrived yet, but there were around 20 broomsticks lying in neat lines on the grounds. Harry started spreading his senses, a new skill he was trying to master. It was an extension of his magical hearing. He still didn't know what to call it. Sue him. He was horrible with names, and magical hearing was explanatory enough. It seemed too disappointing to explain his skill really, but alas, he didn't confide with anyone enough to have better name suggestions. Harry chose to focus on each individual broom. They looked old and worn out. The songs were also slightly fading. One of them was particularly out of tune, but still, the broom songs were so wonderfully complex, with a light air of freedom and discipline. The enchantments, whatever they may be, were breathtaking, and Harry had lost himself slightly staring at one particular broom in the back whose song was still loud enough and speedy enough for it to captivate his interest. Malfoy seemed to take pleasure at Harry's distraction. "You look scared, Potter. Afraid you're going to fall over and join your parents?" The blonde must have had the memory of a goldfish if he already forgot how terrified he was when Harry was angry at him. After the thing with Weasley and Longbottom, he returned to trying to pester him, which annoyed Harry to no end. And so, Harry returned the favor with the best method to deal and annoy with an attention-seeking child. By ignoring them entirely. Did you say something?" The boy's face reddened in anger and embarrassment. "Are you deaf or something?" Harry simply shrugged and answered with a disinterested voice. "No, I just tune you out whenever you start talking. It's rarely more than idiocy for the most part, and it's too troublesome for me to pay attention to your yapping." The Malfoy scion's head was redder than the infamous Weasley hair, and he yelled out, "How dare you?" "How dare I what?" "Then tell me, Draco dear. What did you say that you're so angry at me for not paying attention?" "I said that you were too afraid of brooms because you're scared of falling and joining your parents." Harry stifled a smirk. That boy was too easy to rile up, and he didn't pay attention to his surroundings when he was angry. Of course, I teased him until the flying teacher, Madame Hooch, arrived, and from the looks of it, she had heard Malfoy's little tantrum. "How dare you, Mr. Malfoy? This is unacceptable. Detention this weekend with Mr. Filch, and believe me, young man, I will write to your parents about your behavior in public. Now, apologize to Mr. Potter." The boy paled in fear and then just glared at Harry, who was smiling innocently at him. "I apologize for my words, Potter." "I accept your apology," Harry replied. Harry looked up at the flying instructor with a grateful smile, which she returned. The woman seemed like a kind person, with gray hair and yellow eyes. As for Harry's friends, they were gaping at him. "How did you do that?" Harry exclaimed. "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry simply answered. However, the commotion distracted Harry enough from noticing that the Gryffindors had arrived as well. Weasley, Longbottom, and Granger sent hateful glares at him, which he returned with a smile. Before anyone could say anything, Hooch spoke up. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" the woman barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." Harry walked towards the one that fascinated him and stood next to it. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," called Madame Hooch at the front, "and say, 'Up, up,'" everyone shouted. Harry did his best not to summon the broom with his wandless magic, and simply activate the commands on the broom. Unsurprisingly, Harry's broom jumped into his hand at once. He was actually one of the few that did it. It was a verbal command that was powered by an artifact, not a spell, which meant that either the brooms were defective, or the others just couldn't activate the artifact properly. They were probably slightly afraid that their subconscious chose not to activate the artifacts. The moment his hand touched the broom, he felt its song intensify and change to suit his own. It was a happy song, fast and exciting. Harry immediately grew to like it. By the time he looked around, he noticed that everyone had their brooms in their hands. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Although Harry snorted when the witch ended up correcting Malfoy as well. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground hard," said the flying teacher, more irritated in her tone and manners. "Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1 go." Harry kicked the ground as hard as possible and channeled some of his magic to the broom. It immediately responded and accelerated away. He had to adjust the output a bit, but the young Potter would admit that he never felt at home as much as he did at this moment, flying through the air, free of all burden and worries. Madam Hooch made them do some basic drills, and Harry grew quickly used to controlling his broom with perfect precision. It seemed like the Potter genes were a thing. Flying was in fact in his blood. Alas, all good things come to an end, and the relatively peaceful flying lesson ended when Malfoy purposefully pretended like he had lost control of his broom and slammed into Ron Weasley, who lost control as well and was falling towards the ground. The Brawl. Chapter 24. The Brawl. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 17th, 1991. Hogwarts. Alas, all good things come to an end, and the relatively peaceful flying lesson ended when Malfoy purposefully pretended like he had lost control of his broom and slammed into Ron Weasley, who lost control as well and was falling towards the ground. Harry was sure that the redhead was going to die. The boy was gripping the broom as if it was his lifeline and practically accelerating towards the ground. Longbottom seemed to fly behind him trying to stop him, to no avail. Everyone had thought that the boy was done for until the professor quickly shouted, "Molly R." Instead of crashing, the redhead simply bounced on the ground, and then a few times until he fell outside the spell. Harry had read about the incantation that the professor had used. It was for the cushioning charm, which is usually used on brooms to make them more comfortable, but Professor Hooch had somehow manipulated the spell to make sure the Gryffindor wouldn't hurt himself while falling. Still, the redhead was whimpering and was holding his arm, which looked very bruised. The professor immediately ran at the injured student and spoke up, "Let me take a look at your arm." It looks like a broken wrist. Why don't I take you to the infirmary?" "Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey will fix that right up." She then turned and looked at Malfoy. "As for you, Mr. Malfoy, I'm taking 50 points from Slytherin and another week of detention." "But," the boy protested. "But nothing," the flying instructor interrupted while glaring back at him. "You injured your classmate, and you could have gotten him killed. If I wasn't paying attention, your classmate could have severely gotten hurt. You need to think about the consequences of your actions, Mr. Malfoy." Hooch then turned to the rest of the class. "None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear." As expected, the moment the woman left with the whimpering student, Longbottom walked towards Malfoy with his wand pointed and snarled, "You'll pay for that." The blonde immediately raised his own and smirked back. "I don't think so." He was immediately backed up by Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, and not while the rest of the Gryffindor boys backed up the boy who lived. For some reason, Draco gave Harry an expecting look, which Harry simply ignored and took out his fiction book. The entire little conflict just stood there, frozen, giving the last Potter incredulous looks. Daphne hit Harry on the side, and he looked up with a fakery annoyed voice. "What is it?" She just pointed at their frozen classmates that were giving him expectant looks, which Harry ignored. Very interesting," Seamus Finnegan shrieked. "What's so interesting?" "Oh, Dresden the curse breaker just entered the Temple of Doom after getting past a Sphinx by solving its riddle. I just find it interesting how writers often reuse common riddles in their books for some reason. Like, come on. It's not that hard to be creative for once. Like, seriously, the Ravenclaw knocker would probably help them. It's kind of put me off the whole series, to be honest." Harry shot back. Longbottom looked frustrated. "What are you on about?" Harry just pretended to be confused and tilted his head. "Well, I was reading the book, and Seamus here just asked me what was interesting, so I told him. You need to pay attention to conversations, Neville. It's very rude to just ignore your classmates' questions." Malfoy burst into laughter. "See, even Potter thinks you're an idiot." The rest of his sycophants joined in. "Shut up, Malfoy," snapped Parvati Patil. "Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom," said Pansy Parkinson. "Do you have a crush on him, or something? Or is he too scared to talk for himself?" Longbottom was blushing from embarrassment and looked at Harry. "Are you seriously taking their side?" "Their side for what?" Harry answered while doing his best to look oblivious. "Did you seriously not see Malfoy push Ron off his broom? Neville questioned. Oh, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy reading, you see. You were flying, the long-bottom scion protested. So, I was. Harry didn't elaborate on his words, and Longbottom let out a frustrated groan. Don't be an idiot, Potter. Are you with me or against me? With you or against you for what? For the fight with Malfoy. Neville yelled back. Why are you fighting with Malfoy? Harry asked. Because he hurt Ron for no reason. Harry shrugged and looked pensive. What an unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. Honestly, Harry had no idea what he was saying. He was just buying some time by confusing his classmates until Hooch comes here. Because they start firing spells without any adult nearby to stop them, people could easily get hurt. Malfoy grinned at him. It's good that you know where you belong, Potter. I'm afraid I don't understand, Draco dear. The boy gritted his teeth at the familiarity Harry was addressing him with. The blonde, though, controlled himself. I mean that you're a Slytherin. That you're with us. Well, of course, I'm in Slytherin. Draco, we've been having classes together for 2 weeks. Hell, we're in the same dormitory. Were you not paying attention? The Gryffindors were now chuckling, and Malfoy turned in a nice shade of red that reminded Harry of Ron Weasley's hair. Enough, Potter, Draco yelled at him. Stop playing stupid. We're fighting Longbottom right now. So, you're either with us or against us. How is that hard to understand? Harry, though, had stopped listening to the blonde and continued reading his book. Daphne elbowed him to the side again. The young Slytherin noted that she had an amused gleam in her blue eyes. He pretended to be surprised and looked up at Draco. Oh, did you say something? This chapter is just very good and stop listening to you. The blonde then walked towards Harry in a threatening manner. Harry just discreetly pulled up a weed with his wandless magic over the boy's shoes and watched as he fell over, planting his face on the mud. Harry's classmates just stood silent, not believing what had just happened, before bursting into laughter. Even the Slytherins were laughing. Falling over for no reason is just funny to preteens. Longbottom was loudly laughing at his rival's defeat or whatever. He arrogantly took a step towards Malfoy, and Harry did the same for Longbottom. The boy's foot was caught by another weed, and he fell face first to the mud, right next to Malfoy. Harry telekinetically moved the two boys' wands away from them without anyone noticing. As expected, Malfoy and Longbottom just kept fighting each other in the mud. Their clothes would have probably been ruined if it wasn't for magic. The rest of the first years just kept laughing at the two rivals. Well, that's one crisis averted. Harry had no interest in being part of this over-the-top Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry. It just felt too petty and a waste of time. He simply took out his book once more and continued reading. At least, he tried before he noticed that someone was tapping him on the shoulder. Daphne was giving him a sly smile. I know what you did. What are you talking about? Harry responded. Stop pretending to be clueless. You know exactly what you did. You goaded Malfoy and Longbottom into falling in the mud while making fun of them to stop the duel situation. Tracy elaborated. It was wicked. You just pretended not to care, and you made them look like idiots. How did you do that? Harry signed in defeat. Longbottom and Malfoy are actually very similar. They're both extremely spoilt, and like any spoilt boy, they crave attention. If you ignore them, they will get angry very quickly. They also expect any kind of response for insulting you. If you put some boundaries, like I did when Draco insulted my mother, and left a little bit for him to focus on, you would have given him an ultimatum. He could either go too far, or you just wouldn't care. Either way, he doesn't win anything. Neville is very similar. People either worship the ground he walks on, or they just hate him. Someone not caring is very new, and he's desperate to put me in one of these boxes to know how to deal with me. So, you ignored the both of them and let them want to buy your attention, to outbid each other, and just pretended not to understand? Blaise asked. Oh, no, this was entirely coincidental. I was just pretending to not pay attention while buying some time, until Professor Hooch comes back with Weasley. The whole mud fight thing wasn't part of the plan, believe me, but it's better than the spell brawl that could have happened before. The moment Harry finished his sentence, the gray-haired woman ran towards the two fighting students and waved her wand, Immobilis. The two boys were immobilized by the freezing charm, and the professor waved her wand and sent a few nonverbal spells at the two boys. They floated in the air, and the mud disappeared, revealing two heavily bruised boys. The elder which glared at the two of them. In all my years of Hogwarts, I have never seen such horrid behavior during any of my classes. Crashing into students, getting into fights, what a disgrace. I have only been away for 5 minutes. You couldn't behave for just 5 minutes? I am disappointed in both of you, and I will speak to both your heads of house, and believe me, you will be punished appropriately. As for the rest of you, you did not try to stop the fight. In fact, you were encouraging it. So, I will not continue this class. You will all return to your common rooms, and I will see you next week. After a few groans and grumblings, the students left the terrace and returned to the common room together, while Hooch took Malfoy and Longbottom to their respective heads of houses. Harry simply sat by the fireplace in the common room and continued his book, while enjoying the company of his friends, because Harry realized that they were his friends. It was a strange notion, the fact that he had friends now. He was never the more sociable of creatures and preferred his own company. He rarely ever made an effort to be included in any kind of activity, and yet somehow, he now had 3 friends that he spent most of his time with. Harry looked at the 2 girls and boy that he called friends with a warm look in his eyes. Daphne and Tracy were arguing with each other, while Blaise watched and sometimes added an argument of his own. However, the young Potter's mind was preoccupied with Professor Hooch's reaction to the behavior of Ron, Draco, and Neville. At a Muggle school, something like this would almost guarantee their expulsions, but as far as Harry understood, they were getting a few detentions and a stern talking to from their heads of houses, nothing more. Malfoy had almost killed Weasley, and yet no one seemed to make a big deal out of it. It probably had to do with the development of healing magic that seemed to be able to save practically anyone, as long as dark magic isn't involved. Harry fell asleep that day with questions on the nature of healing magic in his mind. The following day, Harry was woken up with the news that somehow Neville Longbottom became the Gryffindor Seeker. It didn't make sense, since nothing impressive happened during flying lessons other than Weasley almost dying and Malfoy and Longbottom getting into a fistfight in the mud. Harry didn't particularly care about Quidditch, but it seemed like a lot of special dispenses were given to the boy. No wonder the boy was so spoilt and entitled. What the hell had McGonagall been thinking when she gave him that position? Of meetings and plots. Chapter 25. Of meetings and plots. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 31st, 1991. Hogwarts. It was a chilly October morning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the senior staff had gathered for their monthly meeting. Minerva McGonagall felt exhausted. This has been her most difficult year so far. Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy coming to Hogwarts at the same time caused a resurgence in the Gryffindor and Slytherin rivalry that had been slowly becoming dormant after the end of the war. There was always some tension between the two houses, but never like this. The first years often took it out of their system by Yule, but this year was different. Somehow, Longbottom and Malfoy have stirred their seniors, renewing their interest in the rivalry. It didn't help that Albus was insistent on making sure that Slytherin and Gryffindor students share half their subjects together, especially the practical sessions, to mend the rivalry with proximity and friendships. No one would ever deny Albus' genius, but sometimes the man simply didn't make sense. She gave up trying to understand his motivations decades ago. The Transfiguration Mistress looked around and saw that the other professors looked as tired as she was. This rivalry thing was getting too far. The constant hexing and curing, the pranks and duels that the staff had to deal with, were taking a toll on all of them. And Albus was insistent on not forcing the issue. Professor McGonagall took her seat at the long table, adjusting her spectacles as she surveyed her colleagues. As usual, the room was bustling with conversations. But today there was an undercurrent of tension that everyone carried. This year was simply too different. This was more of an informal meeting that they held every month or so to discuss their students and make certain decisions. It was for senior professors only, since it was their responsibility to communicate any major decision to their juniors. Even the defense against the dark arts professor wasn't invited because they tended to last very little for them to be comfortable with them during informal meetings. Of course, they are invited to the formal meetings at the end of each term, but not for things like these, with colleagues Minerva had worked with for years and considered many of them to be friends. Finally, the headmaster arrived and took a seat at the head of the table, his twinkling blue eyes surveying the group of professors assembled before him. "Good morning, everyone," he began. I trust you are all settling into the new school year well? The professors nodded and murmured their assent. McGonagall gave them a glare and decided to force the issue. Are you all joking here? Albus, we need to do something about the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry. It's getting too much. Pranks, curses, spells, duels. Hogwarts is turning into a battlefield, and we need to rein our students in. They're just boys, Minerva. The headmaster admonished as if she was still a child. They'll learn to control themselves as they grow up. They won't because like it or not. It looks like you're encouraging them. Going over the rules and naming Longbottom as the Gryffindor Seeker was over the line. And you knew it and still made me do it. It looks like we're rewarding him for getting into a fight with the Malfoy boy. They need to be disciplined, Minerva protested. My dear, I simply thought that Quidditch practice would distract the boy enough to stop this rivalry. You must have seen a slight decrease in the number of pranks ever since you let Oliver Wood mentor him. Dumbledore explained, and Minerva had to admit that he was right. It was still very hectic, and the situation was still worse than the previous years, but Neville Longbottom stopped getting involved in these duels, being too busy to keep up with his studies and Oliver Wood's demanding training. This is only mitigating the problem. The boy needs to learn not to attack other people for a war that ended over a decade ago. And like it or not, the boy is setting an example for all the Gryffindors in the school. We need to be more severe with our punishments. Give them longer detentions or more strenuous ones when it's related to fighting. Dumbledore seemed to age and nod. All right, double your punishments when it comes to spell fights and pranks. Severus, how is your house dealing with the heightened hostility? Nothing, the man drawled. The court of Slytherin does not involve themselves in matters of third years or younger. When someone older involved themselves in the rivalry issue, they were punished internally. You will have no complaints from any of my older Slytherins. Believe me. I'm afraid I cannot say the same for the Gryffindors. Minerva winced. She knew very well that a few older students had been getting involved in the duels with the Slytherins, who seemed to be very coordinated. It had something to do with inner-house politics, which Slytherin was famed for. Whenever Severus spoke of any political tensions, conflicts, or decisions inside the house, he always said the court as if that meant anything. Minerva had no idea which students were in this court, only that it only involved fourth years and older, and that they ruled the House of the Snakes. Dumbledore brightened at Severus' response. Very well, since young Neville has started to calm down, I ask you to convince young Draco to do the same. As you wish, Headmaster, Severus answered. The Weasley twins need to be handled as well. Their pranks are starting to become more violent, and that needs to be nipped in the bud. We do not need another version of the Marauders at Hogwarts, especially at this time. The man had practically spat out that last sentence. After all this time, the Potion Master was still bitter about the Marauders' pranks on him. He had a point, of course, but he also tended to escalate things more by using dangerous curses to defend himself. Minerva ignored his last comment and simply nodded. I will ensure that punishments are more severe for upper years getting involved. That should calm things down, or at least de-escalate slightly. The twins will behave themselves if I threaten to take away their experiments. Dumbledore let out a bright smile. Good, now, with that done, does anyone has anything to add before we begin speaking about the students? He waited for a few seconds while everyone stayed silent and continued. Very well. As is tradition, let's start with the first years. I believe Miss Abbott is first. Pomona, you are her head of house. What do you think? What continued was a brief description of each student. It wasn't anything too interesting. Just saying if the first years are homesick, or if they have difficulties with any subject, or if they tended to be in any kind of trouble. Truth be told, the Transfiguration professor noticed that Albus tended to pay attention when the student was the son or daughter of a Death Eater, of a member of the Order of the Phoenix, or of people with promising talent. For example, Albus perked up at the mention of Hermione Granger, whose professors sang praises at her, other than Severus, of course, who called her an insufferable knowing. But the headmaster dismissed Anthony Goldstein entirely since he was an average student. He actually straightened up when Longbottom's name was announced and looked very thoughtful by the end. As expected, Severus ranted about the boy and his attitude, which is ironic considering his own godson was as much of a brat as the boy who lived, if not more. But what was so surprising to everyone was how normal he was. Oh, he was a good student, talented in charms especially, and a herbology prodigy according to Pomona, but he was just above average in his schooling. He wasn't Merlin Reborn, or the second Albus Dumbledore, just a normal spoilt boy who had lost his parents and was hailed as a hero for it. Everything went well until Albus finished with the Patil twins and took a look at the student's sheet. "Now, Harry Potter, what do you think of him so far?" "Oh, Harry Potter, the son of two of her favorite Gryffindors. His parents were extremely loyal, very talented, and even members of the Order of the Phoenix, having fought and survived the Dark Lord many times. His sorting was as much a surprise for Minerva as it was for Severus and Albus. They froze in shock when the hat yelled out, 'Slytherin' a month ago, having expected him to end up in the same house as his parents. Still, the boy was the picture of the perfect student. He was respectful, diligent, and didn't break the rules. And now that she thought about it, he was never involved in any of the incidents between Gryffindor and Slytherin." Minerva was the first one to speak up. "The boy is a prodigy, Albus. In all my years of teaching, I have never seen anyone grasp the intricacies of transfiguration quite like him. And he's had no other tutelage, I can tell. But the way he experiments with magic, it's breathtaking." Phileas concurred. "It's the same with me. He is blowing past his peers at a ridiculous rate." The others repeated the same in other words, and for some reason, Albus looked slightly pale. He looked directly at Severus, who spoke up, "The boy is adequate in potions." It looked more like he was forcing the words out of his mouth, wanting to do nothing but praise the son of the man he considered to be his rival. Still, a stilted silence followed as everyone simply gaped at him. Even Albus had raised his eyebrows. Severus rarely ever praised any student, even his own. For all his favoritism, he was still one of the best potion masters in the nation, and his standards were very high. The headmaster still looked very shocked. "And what about his attitude?" "He likes being alone, but is often seen in the company of Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, and Tracy Davis. He rarely interacts with any other, except for Draco Malfoy when the latter tries to intimidate him or recruit him. Longbottom seems to try the same, but the boy seems uninterested in the rivalry altogether. His friends tend to be following his lead." Severus elaborated. "This is very concerning. It's not good to have such a promising young man isolate himself and forget to live. For all that Hogwarts is a school of magic, it's also a place to nurture interactions between peers. Try to partner him with Hermione Granger during the practical sessions. If a friendship blossomed, it could be the first step of inter-house communication. Young Harry's friends will follow his lead, after all." Albus proposed. It wasn't really an opinion, more of an order. Severus sneered by nodding his acceptance. Minerva knew what Albus was doing, obviously trying to stop any pureblood propaganda from affecting the boy. He wasn't exactly wrong to do so. Slytherin students can be very persuasive, and pureblood supremacy still reigns supreme in this house. In the end, Minerva didn't protest. She owed it to James and Lily to make sure that their son would grow up to be a good man. And Miss Granger did seem very lonely in Gryffindor, since she was the only one that refused to join in on the fighting, disapproving of such behavior. Well, that's enough about Mr. Potter. Do keep an eye on him, though. A gifted student mustn't be left to his own devices if he gets too bored. A few professors chuckled, and they continued to the next student. Still, Minerva was still unnerved by the odd gleam in Albus' eyes as he was thinking about young Harry. Still, a couple of students later, she forgot entirely about it, dismissing it to be a trick of the light. After all, Albus Dumbledore couldn't possibly be scheming about students as young Harry, could he? Of Frustrating Beavers. Chapter 26. Of Frustrating Beavers. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. October 13th, 1991. Hogwarts. Harry didn't particularly care about Quidditch, but it seemed like a lot of special dispenses were given to the boy. No wonder the boy was so spoilt and entitled. What the hell had McGonagall been thinking when she gave him that position? It had been almost 2 weeks since all the professors, for some reason, had chosen to partner him up with Hermione Granger, and Harry was starting to lose it. Don't get him wrong, it had nothing to do with her being a Muggle-born Gryffindor. Yes, he had to admit that the girl was smart. Oh, she wasn't some prodigy like he imagined, just a lonely girl that spends every second of her life reading. Honestly, Harry wouldn't care, really, if it wasn't for her attitude. She was just so inflexible with everything. She considered the textbooks to be gospel, and did not even try to find an alternate way of solving a problem. It wasn't exactly a bad thing, since she was new to magic and experimenting with magic was dangerous, but the fact that she kept trying to boss Harry around was so frustrating. She kept watching him like a hawk and commented on every modification he tries to make to any spell. One time during Charms class, Harry was trying to modify the color of the Periculum charm, which sends red sparks from the wand. The Potter Scion was able to turn the sparks into something resembling flares, and one where the sparks could be controlled by the wand, by combining certain elements of the Lumos Maxima spell. The girl kept lecturing him on the proper wand movements of the spell, that he was doing it wrong and why it was wrong with a smug tone of superiority. She also seemed to develop some kind of rivalry with him. She tried to answer every possible question by the professors, while Harry rarely ever raised his hand. She tried to master spells before him, while he was trying to experiment with his magic. She was like a badgering beaver that wouldn't leave him alone, and Harry was very close to blowing up on her. He was definitely getting closer during the potions lesson. Snape had been grinning maliciously at him as he revealed his partnership with Granger. Potions were by far the worst place to stick him with Granger. The girl quickly took command and asked him to prepare the ingredients while she brewed the potions, and Harry was too tired of arguing with her, having spent the previous night trying to modify the Contigo shield, which was a lot harder than it seemed. He did manage to add an extra layer to the shield and create the Contigo duo spell, but he was trying to turn the second layer into a repelling shield and be able to switch between them. It was the biggest project he had undertaken so far, and it was as hard as it sounded. In this class, they were brewing a bruise healing potion. It wasn't that hard, considering how complex the subject could be. So, Harry prepared the ingredients as written on the board in silence, with the possible arithmancy permutations of his new spell on his mind. Half an hour in, he finally started to look at the potion Granger was looking at. It didn't look right. Oh, it had the right color, but the melody was too soft and out of tune. Harry looked at the instruction and saw that she had overstabilized the potion by adding too much flour. It was a perfectly acceptable error for a first year, where the potion recipes are often too stabilized to prevent accidents from happening, even if the effects are very reduced in their effectivity. To rectify it, Harry added a mild catalyst in the form of crushed unicorn horns that was already used as a main ingredient, but was dissolved in the acid from before. The moment Harry put the pinch of unicorn horn, the potion didn't change color, but Harry could feel the difference in its song. Happy with his work, Harry returned to dicing a few ingredients, but was interrupted by a shrilly voice. "What do you think you were doing?" The young Slytherin answered her with a bored tone. "I'm cutting the ingredients." "What did you put in the potion?" Choosing not to convince her that it was possible to modify a potion. "I don't know what you're talking about." The girl started to get redder and redder. "I saw you put something in the potion." Harry shrugged. "Doesn't ring a bell." "You're trying to ruin my grades, aren't you?" "Just because I'm better and I answer more questions in class, and I have a better potions grade than you. You're trying to ruin my grade so that you be better overall." Seriously, what was that girl talking about? Harry didn't even know what her grades were. Only that Snape seemed insistent on giving him no grade over exceeds expectations, not that he cared. If the man wanted to be petty, then let him. As far as he was concerned, only the OWL and Newt grades mattered, and they wouldn't be given by a childish teacher with a grudge. Of course, the Batman wannabe had to sneak on them. "What is this ruckus, Miss Granger?" Harry wanted to groan. He wanted nothing more than go back to the common room and just take a nap. "Potter sabotaged my potion, Professor." The greasy-haired professor turned to Harry. "And what do you have to say about that?" "Well, considering it's both our potion, I'm not stupid enough to ruin my own work purposefully. And does it even look ruined?" The man looked at the potion and then turned back to give Harry an unreadable look. "You added powdered unicorn horn as a catalyst." Harry shrugged. The potion was overstabilized. A pinch of unicorn horn would have solved that, and the potion would still be safe enough to handle. I would have added mint leaves to restabilize it after the next reaction. The potion master's eyebrow raised. "Were my instructions unclear enough for you to follow, Potter?" "They are perfectly fine, but I'm not the one who added too much flour in the first place," Harry responded while looking at Granger. The man seemed to glare at the girl before speaking up. 5 points from Gryffindor for causing a scene for no reason. He then turned and left to berate Seamus Finnegan for almost making his potion explode. Harry turned to continue his work and saw his partner almost in tears. "What is it? How do you know all that?" Did you have magic lessons before attending like Neville? She demanded. Huh, interesting. The boy who lived ended up having magic lessons before Hogwarts. He couldn't have been training with a wand since his magic would have been too chaotic before his 11th birthday to be handled by a wand. He definitely wasn't taking potion lessons, considering how abysmal he was in it. It must have been theory, lessons, or toy wands that don't really cast magic, but help train wand movements and incantations. It would explain how the Longbottom scion was learning hexes and pranking spells so quickly. I like to read, Harry said. Yes, I see you in the library. But I'm also reading. Why don't I know the things you do? You read a lot more than I do, at least in terms of library books. But the books I choose are simply better. I read when something interests me, or there's something I want to try out. Reading too much is as likely to distract you from the useful parts. Quantity has a quality of its own, but it's not enough to bridge the gap if you physically can't read enough books. The girl stopped crying and Harry simply took over the potion and put the hellebore acid in. Then a minute later, the mint leaves he had saved up. The leaves dissolved, and he started stirring the ingredients. The bushy-haired Gryffindor was still confused. I don't understand. Look, you're reading around twice the amount I do. But 1 in every 5 books you read is actually useful for your education. You either choose books that are beyond your comprehension, or you just choose books that don't contain any useful information. That difference makes my time reading much more valuable than yours. It's not an insult, it's fact. Don't make it a competition. Look at what makes you better and focus on it. It's how you learn. What books don't tell you is that magic is an adventure that you undertake. Restricting yourself is a very bad habit to have. Harry explained. The girl gave him a slight smile. Thank you. You're not so bad, Potter. You do realize this is the longest conversation we ever had. What impression did you have of me before? I don't know. Cold, I guess. You should hear what Neville and Ron keep saying about you. Harry groaned. We only talked to each other twice in my life, and they attacked me every time. Just because I'm not willing to bow down and kiss the feet of the boy who lived doesn't mean I'm some monster. It just means that I have some dignity. The rest of the class was relatively peaceful. At least Granger had stopped glaring at me all the time for no reason. When it was over, Harry submitted a vial of his potion and left the room. He was joined by his friends, but unfortunately, also by Malfoy. So, you're getting along with the mudblood, Potter. Harry simply stopped and looked Draco in the eye while releasing his presence a bit. What did I say about that word, Draco? The blonde paled. I'm sorry, Muggleborn. Harry stopped scaring the boy and answered, I needed to, or we would have ended up killing each other in the middle of our classes. She's a bit of a stickler for the rules. I could see myself getting along with her if she relaxed for a bit. Daphne snorted. Like that's going to happen. Never say never, Daph. Never say never. Harry said with an amused glint in his eyes. Stop calling me that, Harry, she yelled back while chasing him. The Potter scion had tried to make a nickname for her. He expected the girl to disapprove. Daphne was raised like an aristocrat, with a rather large focus on nobility and elegance. She didn't really approve of nicknames. Just calling her by her first name was already proof that she liked him. But the moment he tried out her nickname, she practically ran at him, snarling and oddly blushing. She chased him around the castle until they were both tired. Honestly, Harry liked having friends. It was odd, not having to work by himself all the time. He had obligations, like making sure that they ate their meals together, or him helping the others with their spell work, or them helping him by taking extra books from the library for him to read. There was also the protection of numbers. People didn't try to target him or any of his friends because they rarely instigated anything. On that side, things were even starting to settle down. The professors were starting to severely punish the older students that get involved in the rivalry. The Weasley twins had apparently been in tears as McGonagall confiscated all their ingredients and prank items after they dismissed her warnings. They honestly looked pitiful for the days afterwards. As for the Gryffindor first years, with Longbottom being too busy with his Quidditch position, they stopped instigating things, which made Malfoy feel like he had won. It was sad that he didn't know that it was all probably designed by the teachers to stop Hogwarts from turning into a battleground. Still, things were starting to calm down, and Hogwarts was beginning to turn into a normal school. Family Magic. Chapter 27. Family Magic. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. October 13th, 1991. Hogwarts. As for the Gryffindor first years, with Longbottom being too busy with his Quidditch position, they stopped instigating things, which made Malfoy feel like he had won. It was sad that he didn't know that it was all probably designed by the teachers to stop Hogwarts from turning into a battleground. Still, things were starting to calm down, and Hogwarts was beginning to turn into a normal school. Harry returned to the common room with his Slytherin classmates. He had come to a certain understanding with Granger, but dealing with her was exhausting. It wasn't anything bad, but Harry felt more like he was indulging her than hanging out with her. She wasn't really a bad person. She just didn't know how to talk with people. To be fair, Harry didn't know how to talk with people either, but he knew how to fake it. He still didn't understand how he ended up having friends, but he was grateful for them. When he arrived in the common room, Harry removed another book and started reading it. Tracy rolled her eyes. "How you weren't sorted in Ravenclaw? I have no idea." "Well, it's not like I convinced the hat to put me here or something. I just let it do its thing," Harry said while looking up from his book. Blaise responded, "Thank Merlin, it put you here. Could you imagine any other house suffering you? You would have driven them mad in a month." The Malfoy scions seemed to have been listening to their conversation and interjected, "Would have been a good riddance if you ask me." Harry raised an eyebrow. "It's rude to interrupt other people's conversation, Draco. I would have hoped that your parents would have taught you some manners. At least I have parents. I bet you don't even know your family's rituals for the Samhain ceremony. I bet you're afraid. I heard that it hurts the more you have Muggle blood running through your veins." Draco replied smugly. Harry honestly had no idea what the hell he was talking about, but Daphne and Blaise looked furious. Tracy, on the other hand, looked as confused as he was. Choosing not to the asshole have the last word. "Honestly, Draco, you were in tears when you were hit with a stinging hex by Longbottom. I doubt our definition of pain is close to one another." The boy huffed. "You won't be as smart when you're deemed unworthy in front of everyone." The blonde then turned and left without saying a word. Harry still had no clue what he was alluding to. He did keep his questions to himself. He didn't want any of the Slytherin to realize that he was raised by Muggles. It would be the closest thing to being a Muggle born in Slytherin, and Harry didn't want to risk it. So, he stayed silent, and thankfully, Daphne spoke up. "Are any of you scared about Samhain?" Blaise nodded, "A bit. But I heard that while it hurts, it's worth it." Tracy was the one that exploded. "What the hell are you on about? What's happening on Samhain?" Daphne and Blaise's eyes widened. "Sorry. Sometimes we forget that you're not from an old lineage. The Samhain after the start of a child's Hogwarts education is where the crest ceremony is held. They're sort of the unlocking of the family magic. Although don't really ask anyone about it, it's sort of taboo." Blaise continued, "Every family sort of has a crest that is passed to their descendants. It's proof that you're a member of the family. Getting accepted to magic school is the first step to being declared a wizard member of the family. I heard that the crest hurts when it's unlocked, but those were some rumors. Otherwise, crest can contain a lot of stuff inside, which depends entirely on what your ancestors put inside. Either way, you never ask anyone about their crests. You'll probably never have one since your family is so young, and none of your ancestors built a crest for their descendants." Harry nodded as if he already knew all of this. Tracy, though, looked thoughtful. "So, when Malfoy was insulting Harry about his family crest, he was telling him that he was unworthy of his legacy because his mother was a Muggle-born. There are a few crests like that won't be unlocked if they're not pureblood enough. Or sometimes there are a few worthiness enchantments that let someone only unlock only a part of the crest. It really depends on the maker," Daphne explained. "But Harry has to be worthy," Tracy protested. "As flattered as I am by your faith in me, I won't know until Samhain. Do either of you know where we're doing the ceremony?" Harry responded for the first time. Blaise responded, "I asked one of the prefects, and he said they had a special ceremonial ritual room where they hold it every year." Harry simply nodded and started to think. He had never in his life heard anything about magic crests. It wasn't in any of the books he had read. It made sense that they weren't in the Muggle-born introduction books, since they wouldn't really need to know it. These books were mostly centered on how the government worked and the currencies and so on. Old family magic was not something that they needed to know. But still, there had been no mentions of magical crests in any of the books he had read from the library, and in over 6 weeks, he had read enough to get a general idea about what it meant to be living in the magical world. He needed to research this quickly, understand how they worked, and before Halloween, that's for sure. He couldn't waste any time. He sure as hell wasn't going to participate in a ceremony that he didn't understand. He needed to get to the library, and he needed to do it quickly. The following day, which happened to be a Saturday, Harry went up to the Great Hall, ate his breakfast, and went to the library. He didn't even wait for his friends to get up, consumed with his search. He couldn't say to anyone what he was looking for, considering the issue was as sensitive as Blaze and Daphne made it out to be. He walked into the library, ignoring any of the casting magic sections, and towards the history section. For hours later, he had found exactly nothing. No one had written anything about magical crests. They were probably in the restricted section, away from any curious student that might end up getting killed. Truthfully, Harry looked at books about lineages, about entire magical dynasties and bloodlines. But while there were mentions of magical crests, they always assumed that the reader knew what they were. The book, The Second Goblin Rebellion of the Middle Ages, said something about a Leo Black that was able to massacre thousands of enemies thanks to the power of the crest of the Black family. This wasn't normal. Magical crests were a sensitive topic, but not enough to barely mention in the history books. Someone had to be removing every book with any information about magical crests, either putting them in the restricted section or removing them outright from the library. Harry needed to know. He needed to understand. It ate at him that someone was actively preventing him from understanding his legacy of what it meant to be a Potter. By the end of the day, Harry had decided that the library didn't have any information about magical crests and their unlocking. Hell, Harry didn't even know if the Potter family had a magical crest in the first place. And so, he went to the only place he knew could help him, the place that helps all Hogwarts students when they need it. The Room of Requirements. The young Potter was honestly wary of getting there. Or perhaps he just didn't need it. There was no one stopping him from learning magic as he saw fit, not experimenting on it. He was too much of a beginner to need to practice in a specialized room to train and experiment. Harry was holding off the room to explore properly when he would have needed it. And while the Room of Hidden Things was a very attractive place to search for old books and artifacts, it was an endless room with things thrown away by students for centuries. He needed to have a grounding in curse breaking to avoid getting cursed by the random crap that was in the room. Harry had no wish to endanger his life for no reason. Not when he could put it off when the room wouldn't be a danger anymore. Still, Harry had no choice, and thus walked to the 7th floor right after dinner and towards the moving tapestry of a man trying to teach trolls how to dance ballet. If that was a thing, then the man was either crazy or an idiot. He turned to the wall in front of the tapestry with his heart beating loudly. He sincerely hoped that the room would be there. He walked past the room 3 times while thinking, I need a place that would teach me about magical crests and family magic. I need a place that would teach me about magical crests and family magic. I need a place that would teach me about magical crests and family magic. By his 3rd time passing the wall, a door started to materialize from the previously empty wall. It didn't look particularly grand, just like the door of any of the classrooms. Slowly, Harry opened it and got inside. Harry was surprised when he saw the interior of the room. It wasn't some grand magical room as he expected, just a cozy room with a comfortable sofa, a chair, and a small desk. There was a single book on the desk titled, Say Sweetolung Rad Wirt minus Rum Libcraft. Fuck. The book was written in Old English. The damn book looked older than the castle. Harry mentally asked the room to translate it, but it didn't work. He tried to summon another book, to no avail. Just to make sure that the room still worked, he summoned an extra chair that materialized in seconds. He really needed to understand the capabilities of the room. Instead, Harry asked for a book that would help him translate Old English. Luckily, there seemed to be a book on translation spells and a few common spells that seemed easy enough to cast. And yet, after dozens of tries for many spells, even ones specializing in Old English, nothing happened. Harry felt the spells wash over the book, and yet they didn't seem to hold. Curiously enough, Harry didn't feel any magic in the book, which should have been his first instinct that there was something wrong with it. Considering that Old English stopped being used centuries ago, the book should have looked far more told if it didn't have any preservation spells. Harry would need a dictionary to work in his free time to translate this, at least to get an idea of what the book is talking about. It would take days, if not weeks, but if he worked hard on it, Harry was optimistic that he would at least get enough information to deal with the Samhain ceremony. Knowing that he couldn't take the book outside the room, Harry brought out one of his never-ending empty notebooks that he ordered a couple of weeks before. He had an empty one and used a spell on his quill to copy the book's content. He was half expecting it to fail, considering how his previous spells failed as well, but it worked. The quill copy spell was a spell of Harry's own creation, devised from the charms on a note-taking quill he had bought. However, instead of copying the book, the quill detected the parts of the book that were not blank and rewrote them in the target parchment. Harry had used this trick to bypass the ant copying wards on the books in the library. The only issue was that the method was slow. By the time the book had finished being written, it was almost curfew. Still, Harry had a complete physical copy of the book the room had picked for him and had tinkered with his modified Contigo spell a little more. Before leaving the room, Harry pointed his wand at his book and cast the translation spell. Suddenly, the words of the parchment shuffled around and turned into an explanation of family magics. Harry grinned to himself as he went back to his common room before Filch would find him. It had taken him the entire day, but he had found what he was looking for. Magic Crests. Chapter 28. Magic Crests. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. October 15th, 1991. Hogwarts. Before leaving the room, Harry pointed his wand at his book and cast the translation spell. Suddenly, the words of the parchment shuffled around and turned into an explanation of family magics. Harry grinned to himself as he went back to his common room before Filch would find him. It had taken him the entire day, but he had found what he was looking for. Although Harry wanted nothing more than to devour the book in his hands, he needed to get back to the common room as soon as possible. He was already very close to missing curfew, and he definitely didn't need the 4th years and 6th years on his case for losing points because he was too impatient to read the book in the common room. Still, he was glad to have found the book, or at least beat the challenge needed to do it. Harry was very glad to have modified the charms on the self-writing quill to copy books. Honestly, it was a challenge to see if he could find a way to bypass the wards on the book without actually breaking them. Oh, it was very slow, but it was better than having to explain to Madame Pants why he needed advanced books from the library. It was an extremely good achievement, especially after only a month and a half of magical learning. If it wasn't for him cheating with his magical hearing, he would have never even come close to modifying a spell to that extent. Honestly, it was unfair how good Harry was at magic compared to his classmates. But if there's something Harry knew for a fact was that people were not born equal. Harry slowly snuck down in the night to the dungeons and barely missed curfew. Thankfully, he was able to make it in time, but he had practically run the entire way to the common room. As soon as Harry arrived, he was accosted by his friends. Blaze practically ran towards him. "Where the hell have you been?" Choosing not to answer any uncomfortable question, Harry simply put his hands in his pocket and shrugged. "I got lost on the path of life." That seemed to make him and the girls speechless. They just gaped at the young Potter, unable to muster a response for a good minute, until Tracy blew up. "What the hell do you mean you got lost on the road of life?" Harry again shrugged. "Ma, Tracy, don't get so worked up. I just decided to explore the castle a bit, walking around aimlessly, getting lost in the beautiful path that is life, letting the currents take me away and lead me." "So, you explored the castle for the whole day?" Daphne responded with a deadpan tone. "Well, I did at first, then I went to the library for a bit, and then I was just going to find you guys, but then a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way round. I somehow ended up in the astronomy tower since the cat just wouldn't leave me alone. Then an insane knight called Sir Cadogan said that this was the same cat that led him to his death, which is why I just kept trying to escape its grasp." Harry elaborated. "You could have used a spell to make it go away," Blaze remarked, "and risk hurting such a cute little kitten just because of its color." "That's very racist of you, Blaze," the green-eyed boy remarked with a sly grin on his face. "Racist?" the boy thundered. "Harry, I swear to Merlin." Daphne just hit the boy in the shoulder. "He's messing with you, you idiot." "Well, it's still not a nice thing to do. We still don't know what he was doing," Blaze answered with a pout. Harry gave his friend a grin. "I wasn't really lying. I explored the castle for a bit, went to the library to research a spell I was trying out, then finished my assignments for the weekend and practiced a bit of charms. I kinda lost myself in a book before I realized what time it was and ran back here. Blaze gave him a glare. You could have just said that. What's with the whole Black Cat story and the Road of Life stuff? Oh, I just wanted to see your reactions. I have to say that I wasn't disappointed, Harry replied with a smug grin. You're a jerk, Harry, Tracy grumbled at him. Harry just laughed, and they all continued the night with their usual nightly conversations. The young Potter almost forgot about the book. Almost, being the key word. He had tried to read the book before going to bed, but he realized why translation spells weren't commonly used. Yeah, the spell worked, but that didn't mean that it worked well. The spell seemed to have categorized the words in each language and just mapped them together. Grammar be damned. Oh, there was a semblance of sense there somewhere, but not enough to be read casually. Honestly, it reminded him of when he had tried to translate entire articles using online translators. It made the text understandable, but only after some effort trying to decode it. Reading the translated book will require patience and hard work, and Harry was too tired after an entire day of researching for such an undertaking, which is why he just went to bed. The very next day, Harry exited the room before his classmates and took an early breakfast, choosing to read the book in the library and take some notes as well. He was done by the end of the day, and the content was really dry. Honestly, Harry didn't understand a lot of the technical magical theory inside, but he at least understood the premise of magical crests and a basic understanding of how the Samhain ritual worked. Well, magical crests were amazing inventions that became popular after the burning of the Library of Alexandria and became commonplace for practically all influential magical families in Europe after the fall of Rome. Crests existed far before, but during these events, many magical families were either massacred, and their libraries were also pilfered by the invaders. So, measures were taken so that magic wouldn't be lost once more. To be perfectly honest, magical crests were repositories of magical knowledge that is passed down in the bloodline. With every birth, a smaller crest is born, but the archive of magic can only be used by the head of the family, whose crest tended to act as a control one. Usually, the head of house only allows his heir access to the knowledge within, in case a member of the family chooses to marry into another one or is just punished. Every member of the family that could add something to the magic, by creating a new spell, brewing a new potion, and so on, would record it into the crests for no reason. However, the way they are designed almost guarantees that any possible blood relation would be able to inherit the crests in case a family is massacred, and thus, the knowledge wouldn't be lost. However, these crests need to be activated first to formally be part of the family. They are activated when a member gets his own wand and waits until the age of 13 for it to integrate into the child's magic. Afterwards, the magic will slowly trickle in, allowing the heirs to access to gradually learn their personal magic until the age of 17, when the magical archive is entirely made available to the heirs. It was the way old families safeguarded their personal spells and magical discoveries while making them available for their descendants. Books could be stolen, and the spells inside could be replicated, but with a crest, no one would be able to access them. Although, magical crests don't need to only have information inside. There were theories in the book about people putting artifacts and family heirlooms inside the crest to make sure that they are not stolen. However, Harry had no idea how that worked, and he wasn't eager to find out. Yeah, the young Slytherin was advanced for his age, but not enough to mess with things like that. Some of the conceptual crap that came with making a magical crest was very hard to understand, especially when he had a hard time understanding the introductory chapters because of how the translation spell worked. If he needed to mess with magical crests in general, he would need to learn Old English, and that was an undertaking on its own. Harry decided to put it into the back of his mind, and only do it if he finds out more knowledge of magic written only in this language. He was already learning Latin on his own. Adding in another dead language just wouldn't be fun. Especially with how much he's probably going to memorize during his runes electives, he wouldn't want to burn out, would he? Still, the upcoming Samhain ritual wasn't really a ritual, not in the classical term. Technically speaking, a ritual is the predecessor to wand spells that are more art than science. They heavily involved runes and sacrifices to shape and channel the magic, which didn't make it any better or worse than using a wand. It was just so much harder than wands simply became commonly used. No, the Samhain ritual was just an unlocking. It didn't really have to happen in Samhain, only for the subject to drink a potion that relaxes the magical flow and for an outsider of casting the standardized spell to unlock the crest, which already existed connected to their magic in a dormant state. The crest didn't need to be unlocked on Samhain, only for the subject to be between the ages of 11 and 13. The experience is widely considered to be unpleasant, from irritating to agonizing. It depended on both the wizard and the crest, and it was impossible to know how it would work. There were also a few peculiarities that came with every crest. Sometimes the creator of the crests adds in a little extra condition to inheriting parts of the family archives. Sometimes a crest would be barely more than a small peculiarity for generations, only for a descendant to fully unlock it later. However, that wasn't the same as family magic. The spells inside a crest could be replicated if one knew the theory. Family magic was unique for everyone who had it and was built on the dedication of an entire magical line to a certain field of magic until it became a part of their own blood. After centuries, the families start to develop certain traits that naturally came to be. Things like mage sight, metamorphmagus, and parseltongue occurred either naturally or with some large-scale ritual to be passed down from parent to child, and no one would be able to speak it. There is a reason why parseltongue was so revered in pureblood circles. These abilities are the epitome of what made a magical family prestigious. Honestly, Harry didn't know if the Potter family had a magical crest, but it's most likely true. There was no risk to trying it if he didn't have one, but in the House of the Snake, it would be akin to being a second-class citizen. The young Potter sincerely hoped that he would end up having a crest, if only for the potential spell available inside. At least now, Harry understood what Blaise and Daphne were talking about when they referred to the Samhain ritual. He probably even knew more than them thanks to the book. In the end, Harry would need to wait until the end of the month to figure out more. However, he put the issue to the back of his mind. His curiosity was now abated, and he had more assignments to finish to compensate for the research time he used up the previous day. Afterwards, well, he did promise that he would spend the day with his friends. After all, a friend in me. Chapter 29, A Friend in Me. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. October 25th, 1991, Hogwarts. In the end, Harry would need to wait until the end of the month to figure out more. However, he put the issue to the back of his mind. His curiosity was now abated, and he had more assignments to finish to compensate for the research time he used up the previous day. Afterwards, well, he did promise that he would spend the day with his friends. After all, the week following Harry's discovery of family crests passed in a strange monotony that was very contradictory to Hogwarts' very nature. It was the calm before the storm. Harry could feel it in his bones. Everything was too quiet, too normal. The whole Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry turned into a strained peace practically overnight. The Weasley twins stopped pranking anyone. There were few duels and hexes thrown around. Honestly, the young Potter thought that it was too good to be true. He was waiting for the shoe to drop. As for Harry, he just spent his time either experimenting with his magic or hanging out with his friends. Nothing particularly interesting happened, except for him finding an obscure book on illusions in the library, which he quickly copied using his spell. The book copying spell that Harry invented must have been one of the most useful things he ever created. Oh, it wasn't anything impressive, and any student with talent in spell creation and the dedication to study it thoroughly would have been able to make it. Although Harry did cheat using his magical hearing to bridge the knowledge gap to craft the spell, it wasn't even a complete spell. It needed to be cast on a self-writing quill. Anyway, just turning the dictation aspect to a visual one to be able to scan the pages for it to copy. How people didn't try it out before, Harry didn't know. Perhaps people did invent it, but the industry made sure that no one knew of the spell. It couldn't exactly be warded against since it doesn't technically even affect the book in any way. Oh, it could probably do nothing about illustrations since they're animated, and Harry didn't know how to enchant a quill to draw animated images. He didn't even try to look it up. He knew that it was out of his league. Still, since most books do not actually have important illustrations, it wasn't that big of a deal. In a way, it was the way Harry was able to have a copy of each book he had read in the library in his everlasting notebook he bought. He had no idea if there was a limit on the pages it could have, and he was probably going to figure it out eventually. In the end, the book would also make sure that he wouldn't need to bother with library deadlines since he stopped actually taking out the books. Madame Pants had thankfully allowed the use of enchanted quills and inks in the library, as long as they don't endanger the books, which happened to be warded with countless preservation spells. However, while Harry was proud of his first true original spell, it didn't come close to his fascination with the subject he had just uncovered. The art of illusions was just that, an art. There weren't any spells like most of the magic, only a single one. Luxdolum was a generalized small-scale illusion spell that can be used depending on the user's imagination. Oh, it was only light illusions that could be broken by touch or magic. There were similar spells to fool each sense, as well any combination of them. It was a book on generalized spells that resembled the minor inanimate transfiguration generalized spell he blundered into creating on his first day. This was the first time during any of Harry's daily trips to the library that he had seen anything resembling the generalized spells that McGonagall referred to in his first transfiguration class. Honestly, he loved that spell. He could practice it any time without anyone saying anything since there isn't an actual spell burst when he used it, so no one noticed. He started with small things and continued enough to get the illusions to be as big as him. That seemed to be the limit of both his abilities and the spell itself. There was also a law of magical intent to be considered where the larger a scale of a spell is, the more difficult it is to control. For illusions, control was a must, and so the biggest illusions tend to be very easily recognizable where small ones were almost indistinguishable. Still, this was an art that Harry wanted to master completely. He planned to cast all kinds of illusions, visual, auditory, olfactory, etc., even the mental ones, although the skill and acclimacy needed to do so would be problematic. Oh, Harry of course wanted to learn how to protect his mind, and maybe even how to read others, but he wasn't able to find a single book on the mind arts, apart from a few books on compulsion charms. Considering that this was supposed to be the biggest magical library in the nation, either that title was simply a misdirection or someone had removed all the books, or put them in the restriction section, which was very understandable considering their potential for abuse. Nevertheless, Harry was happy for now. He needed to master the basics before worrying about secret knowledge in the restricted section. The Room of Requirements would probably help him with that, but Harry was wary of it. The temptation of secret knowledge, of discovering the capabilities of the room, was simply too attractive, but for all its wonder, the Room of Hidden Things contained countless objects whose owner wanted to get rid of, meaning that the number of cursed items was probably abnormally high. Harry had no wish to die to his own hubris. Alas, Samhain was approaching, and Harry and the rest of the Slytherin first years were obviously nervous, and truthfully, so was Harry. The ritual weighed a great deal on his mind, especially in regard to the unpredictability of Crest's activations in general. No two people ever said the same thing about how it felt. Currently, Harry was trying to analyze a generalized auditory illusion spell, which was a fancy word for a noise spell. Although he liked auditory illusion spells better, even if musicians often used it to compose songs. Still, it was far more complicated than the light illusion spell since it was very difficult to master. It couldn't even muffle noise in any way, only create noise, not manipulate it. Perhaps analyzing a silencing charm and integrating it into the spell could help create a new spell? It was way out of his league for now, but Harry could see the potential of such a combination. Harry started writing small arithmetic calculations to see the viability of this theory. He was so focused on his calculations that he hadn't noticed a bushy-haired Gryffindor sneak a peek at his work. "What are you doing?" the girl asked. The last Potter stiffened and shot up. "Granger, it's nice to see you." The girl gave him an intense look. "What are you doing?" Harry pretended to be unconcerned. "Learning magic, of course." The glare that the girl had given him was as threatening as a small kitten. Still, Harry started to fear that the girl would have a stroke or something, and so he snorted. "I'm trying to learn a sound-making spell that I found." The Gryffindor tilted her head. "But what were you scribbling about?" "Just the arithmetic formula of the spell. I found it in the book and wanted to study it." "You know arithmancy?" the girl shrieked. Harry shushed her. "We're in the library, Granger. Keep your voice down." "Do you want Madame Pants to ban us for life?" The Slytherin had to stifle a chuckle when he saw the horrified look on her face. The girl hit him on the shoulder and whispered, "You know arithmancy? I was bored before Hogwarts, so I taught myself advanced mathematics just to pass the time. With that as a base, it didn't take me long to get a feel for the basics of arithmancy and how it worked. I'm still a beginner, but it's very interesting. Whenever I learn a new spell, I write down its formula and try to understand it. It doesn't work most of the time, but after a while, You start to notice patterns which helps during casting. The girl gave Harry an odd look. Do you think you could teach me? Huh. Teaching was always a passion of Harry's in his past life. He enjoyed his job immensely, and there was this sense of satisfaction at the thought of helping someone build a passion for his subject. Hermione Granger was an ideal student. She was hungry for knowledge and wouldn't mind working hard for it. If she was taught how to be more selective with her learning, she could grow into a formidable witch. Honestly, if Harry was older, he wouldn't mind tutoring her, but he wasn't, and he barely scratched the surface of the potential of magic, and he knew it. I don't think I know enough to teach you, to be honest. We've only been there for less than 2 months. I don't have a good enough grounding in magic to teach anyone anything, Harry replied. But there's no reason for me to not answer any question you might have, or help you with a topic you're researching. The girl looked downcast but brightened at his offer. She leapt and enveloped him into a hug. Thank you. Thank you. The girl then quickly released Harry and blushed in embarrassment, as if realizing what she had just done. Harry couldn't stifle his amusement anymore and snickered at her behavior. The girl sent a glare without any heat in it. Git. Harry continued snickering and was joined later by Hermione as well. After a minute, they both calmed down, but Harry noticed that Hermione was still melancholic. How do you do it? Do what? Be as smart as you are and still have friends? The girl elaborated. Harry hummed and thought, I don't know. I never had a friend before here. They just felt boring, if you know what I mean. It was like their priorities didn't make sense. I've never been the best with people, and I expected nothing better when I came here. Then Blaze sat in my compartment, and we were sorted in the same house. We just stuck together, and then Tracy and Daphne joined us. I didn't plan it, and I still don't really understand how we became friends, but I'm not complaining about it. Do you think I'll ever have a friend? The girl asked with a vulnerable tone. I don't see why not. You're smart, funny, and a little bit of a stickler for the rules, but it's nothing horrifying. Although, you might scare people by how much you keep correcting them. It makes you look a bit condescending, but I honestly don't care. Harry replied. The Gryffindor seemed to get herself ready for something before she steeled herself and spoke up. Would you be my friend? Harry really should refuse. If any Slytherin ever realized about him being friends with a Muggle-born Gryffindor, then he would be in big trouble. For all the surprising lack of bigotry in the common room, Muggle-borns weren't looked at favorably by Slytherins in general. It would practically destroy any standing he might have with his peers, or even when he starts playing house politics when he's older. Still, Harry couldn't bear to destroy the sheer hope shining brightly in the girl's eyes. All right, Granger. I guess we're friends now. The girl had small tears in her eyes and a small yet blinding smile on her face. Thank you so much. After she enveloped him with another hug, they looked at each other for a few minutes awkwardly. Harry just sighed. I wasn't lying when I said I was horrible at this. The girl snorted. Yeah, we both are. Have you started the Transfiguration assignment yet? There's something that's still troubling me. The conversation flowed from there. And hours later, when Harry went to bed, he thought of the bushy-haired girl with fondness and realized that he had fun just talking with her about magic and their classes. What an odd turn of events. Samhain Excitement. Chapter 30. Samhain Excitement. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. October 31st, 1991. Hogwarts. The conversation flowed from there. And hours later, when Harry went to bed, he thought of the bushy-haired girl with fondness and realized that he had fun just talking with her about magic and their classes. What an odd turn of events. After that fateful day, Harry and Hermione started a tentative friendship. They met practically every day in the library and spent a couple of hours discussing books and classes. Sometimes, they just stayed quiet, reading, and just enjoying their company in general. Harry found that the girl was strangely mature in some areas, yet absolutely childish in others. She was as hopeless as he was when it came to social situations, but unlike him, she was also almost desperate to please people. The trick was to use logic against her when she's being stubborn. Hermione respected logic more than anything, which would have been a great thing in Muggle school. He could easily see the girl becoming a famous surgeon or a researcher, but magic spat in the face of logic. Oh, she could memorize spells and magical laws, and she could probably succeed in her life. But as long as she keeps theorizing magic in a logical manner, she will never step out of the cage she built herself. She will only experience a fraction of what magic was, and that was a tragedy. Harry has tried many times to explain the symbolisms and chaos that magic represented, but she didn't even try to understand. Still, Harry enjoyed her company and was starting to see her as much of a friend as Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne. He didn't even hang out less with his housemates because he only hung out with Hermione during his usual library time. And normal 11-year-olds would do their best to avoid reading dusty old tomes for hours. Although Harry did put his foot down with a few ground rules, such as no one knowing about their friendship because of what might happen if the other Slytherins knew of them. But the girl didn't care as long as he didn't use her to get out of doing homework. Harry woke up this morning feeling apprehensive. It was Samhain, or Halloween as it was being celebrated currently. The entire castle smelt of baked pumpkin and spices. Honestly, he wouldn't have minded if it wasn't for the fact that this was an insult to the original ceremonies. Magic goes into certain cycles depending on the seasons and certain dates. Samhain is the Day of the Dead, where the veil between the living and their lost ones is at its thinnest. It's known as one of the most intimate ceremonies in the magical world, and Dumbledore's reforms had turned it into the Muggle holiday about pumpkins and candy. The sad thing was that most of the school didn't even realize it. Their parents were pushed towards celebrating Halloween, that they didn't even think of teaching the traditional holidays to their children. It was disgusting, and the atmosphere in Slytherin reflected this as they sneered in disgust at the orange decorations and carved pumpkins. It was a direct insult to their heritage, and one of the biggest reasons Muggleborns are discriminated against by the old families. Thankfully, the first year Slytherins brightened up when Flitwick revealed that they would be learning the levitation charm. Making things float was one of the most basic skills any wizard needed, and it was a very common spell that everyone was excited about. As expected, Flitwick demonstrated the spell by levitating Perk's toad and the pile of books on his desk. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, too. Never forget, wizard." Baruffio, who said S instead of F, and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. Harry's partner was Blaise, which was a nice break from being forced to partner with Hermione. The girl was nice and everything, but she always tried to admonish him whenever he tried to experiment. Harry pointed his wand at the feather in front of him. Wingardium Leviosa, as he expected, the feather started to float up and down following the movement of his wand. It wasn't actually that difficult, and Harry had learnt this spell in his first week in Hogwarts. It was actually part of a family of spells that dealt with the telekinetic movement of objects. Of course, the spell only worked by levitating the object up and down depending on where the wand pointed. It's not permanent, and it can't go left or right. It was just that, a levitation spell. Its sister charm, the Levioso charm, was a spell that levitated an object for a selective amount of time, which depended on the power of the spell, making it easy to cast other spells at the object since it doesn't need to be constantly reapplied. Harry did learn a lot of telekinetic spells from that family because of their usefulness, and had tried to craft a general telekinetic spell, but failed miserably at it. It was a long-term project anyway, but such a spell could be very powerful in both daily use and combat. Blaise looked exasperated at him when he got it on his first try and tried to cast the spell again, which failed, to the frustration of the young boy. No one seemed to have done the same, and Harry let his feather float down and looked at Blaise. "Make sure that you coordinate the spells and wand movements. And don't forget to picture the feather floating in your mind." After a few tries, the boy's feather twitched, and with the blinding smile he returned Harry had made it all worth it. Harry returned it. "Keep practicing. It's how you'll get better." The young Potter turned to see what was happening. All the students were glaring at their feathers while yelling the incantation. Seamus Finnegan, which had partnered with Longbottom, ended up somehow burning his feather, and the professor had run to stop the fire from spreading. Next to them was Ron Weasley that was partnering with Hermione. Both of them looked miserable. Weasley kept floundering about making nonsensical wand movements and mispronouncing the incantation. Honestly, that boy had a mismatched wand that was so worn down that the unicorn hair was slightly visible on the top. The boy had very little hope to succeed as a wizard by using a wand like that, and it was proof of the Weasley family's favoritism of his older siblings that they gave Percy a new owl and robes for being a prefect and didn't even give Ron a proper wand to learn magic. The boy was practically shouting in Hermione's ear, Wingardium Leviosa. The girl seemed to snap at his spitting. You're saying it wrong. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Make the gar nice and long. You do it then, if you're so clever, Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand, and said, Wingardium Leviosa. Her feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. Oh, well done, cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. Everyone see here. Miss Granger's done it. She turned and gave Ron a smug smile, and he glowered at her. Longbottom sent a stinging jinx at her back when the professor turned when Malfoy called for him. By the end of the classroom, Neville and Weasley were still very angry. The redhead loudly complained, It's no wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare. Honestly, Longbottom burst into laughter at that remark, which made the rest of the first-year Gryffindor follow his lead. Of course, Hermione had heard him, and she ran away with tears visible in her eyes. Harry looked at his friends. I'm going to the bathroom. Save me a seat in McGonagall's class. They nodded and walked to the Transfiguration classroom, while Harry followed his crying friends to the girls' bathroom. She was sitting on the floor sobbing her eyes out. He cleared his throat, making the girl stiffen, then relax when she saw him. What are you doing here, Harry? This is the girls' bathroom. I'm checking in on you, silly. I have to say that you don't look good. The girl snorted. Yeah, I guess I don't. Come on. You can't say that Weasley of all people made you cry. The only people I know that are dumber than him are Crabbe and Goyle. But he's right, Hermione protested. No one likes me. I don't have any friends, and everyone laughed at the joke. I thought that it would be different here, that I wouldn't be as lonely as I was in the Muggle world. Magic or not, humans are humans. Magical children are just as dumb as Muggle ones. And come on, I like you well enough, and we already said that we're friends. Harry said, trying to console her. Look, Harry, it's not the same and you know it. Sure, we talk a bit every day, but we don't hang out. I'm a Gryffindor and you're a Slytherin. For Merlin's sake, Harry, you don't even want people to know that we're friends. You're my friend, and I'm happy about it, but I'm still lonely. Harry struggled to answer that. He couldn't really say that he was enough since he really only talks to her a few hours a day about schoolwork. Oh, they liked each other well enough. But the house rivalry was a big wall stopping their relationship from progressing any further than study buddies. The young Potter deflated. I see your point. And it's not impossible for you to not have any friends. They don't have to be from your house. Try befriending the Ravenclaws. They're nice enough. And I know that Padma Patil is a lot more interesting than her sister. Yeah, Harry did talk to the girl a few times. He was curious about how magic in India worked and was disappointed to see that it was somewhat similar. Apparently, the colonization of the country happened in the magical world and Muggle one as well, and the Indians adopted the British magical ways. She did mention that there were a few tribes and monasteries that still practiced the old ways, whatever that meant. Hermione seemed to brighten up slightly. I guess I could. I never really talked to them before. Now, come on. We're going to miss Transfiguration if we stay here. I don't feel like going, to be honest. The Gryffindor protested. Harry didn't know what to say to tell her to come to the feast. According to the stories, she would be attacked by a troll during the feast, but he couldn't guarantee that Longbottom and Weasley would be able to save her, or if they would even try to go after her in the first place. You sure you don't want to come? Harry asked. The girl nodded. Yeah, there's some thinking I want to do. The Slytherin nodded solemnly and went to Transfiguration class. He didn't even pay attention during the class, distracted by what might happen to his friend. Hermione didn't turn up, and Harry didn't see her all afternoon. When evening came, Harry went to the Great Hall with his friends. Of course, Dumbledore seemed to want to go all out when insulting every traditionalist in the school with countless decorations and animated monsters. Yet, Harry was still worried for his friend and the danger she might be in. Fortunately, Harry relaxed when he saw that Professor Quirrell was sitting on the high table talking enthusiastically with Professor Sprout. Perhaps the man wouldn't be releasing a troll in the castle, and Hermione would be safe. The stories were somewhat unreliable after all. Of course, that hope was dashed when Harry saw Filch, the caretaker, slam open the hall doors and sprint into the hall with an expression of terror on his face. Troll in the school grounds. Thought you ought to know. The man then sank to the floor in a dead faint, and with him any hope he had that Hermione would be safe. Troll. Chapter 31. Troll. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. October 31st, 1991. Hogwarts. Of course, that hope was dashed when Harry saw Filch, the caretaker, slam open the hall doors and sprint into the hall with an expression of terror on his face. Troll in the school grounds, thought you ought to know. The man then sank to the floor in a dead faint, and with him any hope he had that Hermione would be safe. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Well, that was a stupid idea. The Great Hall was a fortified position, and any competent adult professor should be able to defeat a troll easily in case it attacked. That would leave the other staff members to hunt down the trolls and look for any missing students, like Hermione. Of course, the prefect started yelling about trying to get a semblance of order. Each prefect seemed to be responsible for a year. The sixth-year prefect boy was shouting, "Follow me. Stick together. First years. Make way. First years coming through. Prefect coming through. Excuse me. First years. Prefect." The sad thing was it didn't work, which wasn't really unexpected considering that this was a single teenager that's responsible for a dozen of scared students that he doesn't know in the middle of a chaotic Great Hall where everyone is running around like headless chickens. Honestly, the moment they left the Great Hall, everyone was practically lost in the endless crowd of students. However, Harry was mostly worried about his crying friend that was fated to be attacked by the troll in another life. Harry ducked down, becoming invisible in the crowd, slipped down a deserted side corridor, and hurried off to the bathroom he knew Hermione was crying in earlier. He ran towards it, and that was when the smell hit him. It smelt more like old unwashed socks mixed with a dirty toilet smell. It was a foul stench and Harry resisted the urge to gag and throw up. The troll was near, and he needed to get Hermione out of there. He ran inside the classroom to see a hysterical Hermione that seemed to have been catatonic while the troll loomed in front of her. The troll was a horrible sight. 12 feet tall, its skin was a dull, granite gray. Its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. But what was breathtaking was the troll's song. Harry had never listened to the song of a magical creature, at least not closely. The song was dull, repetitive, and slow, but also strong. It felt like a slow set of drums, with a distinct feeling of rocks and mountains. Oh, it was savage, but it felt more like a brute than anything else. But this was not the time for contemplation, and with a flick of his wrist, Hermione was pushed away from the creature and into one of the stalls. He really needed to find a way to get Hermione out of there. From what he had read about them, trolls didn't have the greatest sense of smell, hence why they were almost extremely smelly. They didn't revel in being dirty or smelly, just didn't particularly care about it. That meant that the creature mostly relied on sight and hearing. A semblance of a plan started to form in his mind, but it was all ruined when Hermione finally regained her courage and cast Flipendo at the troll. Of course, the creature barely blinked at the spell, hit its head, and splashed back as if nothing happened. What the hell was that girl thinking? Trolls are notoriously known to have magic-resistant skin, which was why it was recommended to use indirect attacks and not directly cast at them. The girl froze, as if not believing that her spell didn't work, and Harry did his best to stop the situation but casting Lumos Maxima, the spell actually a variation of the Lumos charm without any limitation on the output and where the ball of light can leave the wand and be controlled at the caster's will. Harry moved the ball towards the face of the troll and overpowered the spell massively, blinding the troll and Hermione as well probably. Harry was closing his eyes in preparation. The troll screamed in pain, and from the sound of it, Hermione yelped. Again, Harry pushed her into the stall and weaved the biggest illusion he could manage around himself and Hermione's stall. The troll blinked as he regained his eyesight and looked around, probably still looking for Hermione. Honestly, the young Potter was struggling while maintaining the spell. It wasn't designed to be used on something of this scale, and Harry, while very strong for his age, is still not strong enough for many feats of magic. The troll sniffed, growled, and prepared to leave. Of course, That was when Longbottom and Weasley barged in with their wands in hand and cast a spell at the troll. Honestly, Harry didn't even see them cast, which was useless since the spells splashed on the creature's magic-resistant skin. However, they seemed to have angered the troll, who lashed around with his club and smashed the stall Hermione was under. The girl's scream reassured Harry, and from the look of it, she was able to duck underneath the monster's swing. Longbottom yelled out to Weasley, "Confuse it." Harry didn't know what he expected to happen, but it wasn't for Weasley to grab and dung bomb and send it at the troll's head. The damn creature barely had a sense of smell, but the smoke seemed to hurt the troll's eyes. The bomb seemed to have driven the troll berserk, as it started to stamp around blindingly as if trying to hit an invisible opponent. Longbottom seemed to realize something. The eyes. Try to send spells at his eyes. The two boys started to send stinging spells at it, most of them missing, but a few hitting enough for the troll to keep yelling in pain. Honestly, Harry didn't know what he could do. The more the two Gryffindors aggravated the troll, the more violent it became. Hermione looked almost catatonic, so she wouldn't be of any help. Hitting it with its own club was possible, but unless it's a straight hit to the head at a certain angle, it was very unlikely for the troll to be knocked out from it. Although, a hit to the back of the head could be possible. The troll still hadn't realized that he was there, and Harry was hoping for things to stay that way. The young Potter chose to close his eyes and listen to the troll's song. He tried to isolate the song of its skin and found it to be akin to a wall where spells are splashed onto. It was very strong, but songs do have an inverse. Sound can be cancelled. It wasn't anything Harry had done before, but he had to try. Harry listened to the song, understood it, felt all its nuances, its rhythms and emotions, and channeled its complete inverse. Harry was lucky that it was basic in its complexity, yet slightly surprisingly strong. All that meant was that Harry's inverse melody wouldn't be extremely complicated. Slowly, as he pictured the two melodies together, they started to cancel each other out. Harry combined his new song into a spell and murmured, "Petrificus totalis." The troll, who was looking at Longbottom and hence had his back at Harry, was hit with the spell, which didn't splash on his skin like Longbottom and Weasley's spells did. It did seem to hit the troll, who stiffened and seemed to struggle to move. The troll was still able to push Longbottom away, who fell on the ground while wincing. The spell obviously wasn't perfect. The creature must have some more protection outside his skin, but it was enough to make it safe to get Hermione and run away, or at least hit him with his bat in the head. Funnily enough, Weasley seemed to take that opportunity to finally become useful and cast Wingardium Leviosa, causing the club to fly out of the troll's hand and rose high up into the air and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face, with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry used this chance to get away, not wanting to deal with Longbottom or Weasley. He especially didn't want them to know that he had saved Hermione's life. They would blab out in seconds to their friends, and Harry would need to deal with the aftermath in his own house. Hermione didn't seem to have noticed him in the start, which was good because she was a terrible liar. Harry ran away from the scene, knowing that the professors weren't that far behind. He snuck into one of the secret passages towards the dungeon and went to the common room. The moment he arrived, he was accosted by his hysterical friends. Daphne was practically hugging him while shaking like a leaf. "Where in Merlin's name were you?" Harry schooled his features and gave them a lazy grin. "Sorry, you wouldn't believe the traffic. There was this old woman who needed help carrying her groceries, so I couldn't just leave her alone, the poor woman. So, I helped her. She even gave me a piece of pie as a thank you. We're in Hogwarts. There are no old ladies carrying groceries here," Tracy answered him with a deadpan look. "Now that you mention it, she might have been a painting." "Oh, yeah, she was definitely a painting. Her granddaughter was rather pretty and asked me to dance for her. A lovely young woman," Harry answered wistfully. Blaze's eye twitched. "So, you're telling me that you were busy helping an old woman in a painting carry her groceries and danced for her granddaughter, and that's why you're late?" Harry didn't give him an answer, and slowly the four friends burst into laughter. These excuses were really good at defusing tense situations. The sheer ridiculousness of them was enough to relax them. After giggling for a bit, Daphne asked, "What were you actually doing?" Harry shrugged. "I left halfway through the feast to go to the bathroom, and then when I went back to the Great Hall, No one was there. So, I just went to the kitchens, asked the elves to make me some hot chocolate, and walked back here. Why was the Great Hall empty anyway? Thankfully, they didn't notice that Harry was there during the feast until Filch came in running. The excitement and panic must have suppressed what happened before. Tracy seemed very glad to start some gossip. You don't know? A troll broke into the school grounds, and Filch ran in yelling about it before he passed out. Dumbledore told us to come back to our common rooms while the professors deal with the situation. Harry gave her a weird look. Why didn't he just make you stay in the Great Hall? Students could have been attacked on the way to the common room. The Slytherins stiffened. I hadn't thought of that, Harry shrugged. Anyway, we're all safe and sound, so let's not think about what could have happened. But now that I think of it, saying that a troll attacked me while I was in the bathroom would be a very good excuse if I'm late. I will hurt you, Potter, Daphne answered while growling. Before he could tease her further, Gemma Farley, the Slytherin fifth-year prefect girl, spoke up. First years. I know that things are tense, but this is still Samhain and the ritual is ready. For those that wish to undergo the crest unlocking ceremony, please follow me. Oh, yeah. He had forgotten about this because of the troll mess.
Samhain Rituals.
Chapter 32. Samhain Rituals. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. October 31st, 1991. Hogwarts. Before he could tease her further, Gemma Farley, the Slytherin fifth-year prefect girl, spoke up. First years. I know that things are tense, but this is still Samhain and the ritual is ready. For those that wish to undergo the crest unlocking ceremony, please follow me. Oh, yeah. He had forgotten about this because of the troll mess. Harry was too distracted by the possibility of his friend dying to remember that the crest activation ceremony was today. He had read the Family Magic's book about half a dozen times to make sure that he didn't miss anything. Oh, Harry was sure that his classmates had no idea how it worked, certainly less than him at least, but Harry didn't like that the knowledge he found was imprecise, having been translated using a charm and thus had a lot of grammar mistakes and nonsensical sentences. Even with all his preparations, Harry was still nervous about the ritual. The results were varied, even with people in the same family, but what everyone said was that it was a life-changing experience and that they were fundamentally different because of it. It was that unpredictability that caused Harry to be wary. He would wake up the following day as a different person altogether. Harry didn't seem to be the only first year who seemed to be nervous. Everyone seemed to be shaken in some way. Harry's friends looked very pale walking behind Gemma Farley. Even Malfoy, who had proudly announced his superiority because of his family, was practically shaking in fear. It was probably because he never attended a ritual before. For the crest activation to work, a high amount of ambient foreign magic must be in the body, and an easy way to do that was to participate in one of the rites rituals and then unlock the crest afterwards. However, before the age of 11, children were not allowed to attend these rituals because of the chaotic nature of their magic. This was everyone's first ritual, and so, even before activating the crest, they had to go through the Samhain rites. The prefect seemed to have noticed their unease and gave them a soft smile. Don't worry. Everything is going to be fine. A few people relaxed, but Harry was still apprehensive about the task ahead. He followed Gemma down the stairs. However, the prefect stopped halfway there and pressed a particular brick. No one is allowed to enter these rooms without the court's express permission. These rooms are the secondary ritual rooms that are available to the public, but still with the court's permission, of course, and can only be used for the standard rites, like Samhain, Beltane, and so on. Should you be lucky enough to join the court when you're older, you will be allowed to enter the private ritual rooms to do what you wish. The Samhain ritual has been prepared for you, but you will need to learn and perform them yourselves if you wish to participate in another one. Oh, and one final thing, do not tell anyone about these rooms. Dumbledore practically made the old rites illegal, and we don't need some fanatic Muggleborn to try to get them banned because it's barbaric. This is a Slytherin house secret. If you break it, you will be punished severely. Do you understand? The speech was enrapturing, and Gemma was far different from the way she presented herself on the first day. She was very severe and was practically threatening them into secrecy, although Harry could understand why. Children were children, and he could see Draco prancing about bragging about the fact that Slytherin had ritual rooms to Longbottom in an attempt to make the boy who lived jealous. The prefect's face softened at the collective affirmation, good. Now, go get ready for the ritual. We have taken the luxury of giving you ritual robes to wear, as well as the customary masks to do so. They will be in your changing rooms. You will find your name written on them. These are provided to you by the 7th-year students, the same way you will be required to provide a robe to the first years when you're their age. You have 10 minutes to change and come here, after which I will escort you to the ritual. You will not wear anything but your robes. So, leave your wands, jewelry, or even underwear in the changing room. Oh, ritual robes. Harry sort of forgot about them. They were clothes that were designed to be magically inert, so as to not interfere with the ritual. It was a nifty anecdote that people who couldn't afford them had to be naked when participating in a ritual, which thankfully wasn't the case then. Harry and his classmates went into the changing rooms, where he found a piece of parchment with his name on it on top of some black robes. From the look of them, they looked more like what he expected traditional wizarding robes to be. They were barely more than sheets of fabric with sleeves, but Harry knew differently. There was something fundamentally magical about them. Honestly, to his magical hearing, the robes sounded like a tuning fork. They were inert, without any drums or melody, but the biggest issue was how they interacted with the environment. Ambient magic seemed to glide off it. Nothing was truly inert in the world. There were reactions between magic, between songs, and Harry could hear them. But for some reason, the ambient magic seemed to glide off it. Oh, there was probably a limit, and too much. Direct magic could overwhelm the properties on the robes, but it was a very curious artifact, nonetheless. The young Potter changed and put his wand with his clothes. He left the changing room with nothing on him but the ritual robes. He was met by the others on the way out. Everyone seemed to have a different ritual robe, or at least a style of robes. Harry did look like he had the most basic ones, because Blaze's were blue with a few ornaments there. But Malfoy's robe was green with snakes all over it that looked like they were alive. The blonde gave Harry a smug look. The last Potter rolled his eyes. That boy really was extremely spoilt. When they rejoined Gemma, and he raised an eyebrow at the girls' robes. They looked more like dresses than ritual robes. Gemma, herself, was there, wearing a robe, but also with masks in her hands. They looked green and neutral, and she handed them up in silence. Harry nodded at her and brought the mask on his head, only to feel it shape itself around his face. He looked around and saw that it was very hard to distinguish his classmates from one another, outside their gender. Gemma then spoke up, "Good. Now, from now on we will not speak until the sun rises. A word of advice, do not resist the magic. It will hurt if you do. Come on, let's go." The first years then followed the prefect to what must have been the ritual room. The marble ground was cold to their naked feet. They walked up a flight of stairs and finally arrived at their destination. It was obviously an old room, illuminated only by candles that surrounded a large stone. That stone was covered in runes that Harry had never seen before. The first years followed the participants by surrounding the stone in question. When all of the first years entered the room, the door closed and merged into the wall. The entire room was silent, both magically and in real life. Slowly, a strange woman wearing a red robe walked towards the altar at the bottom of the stone and brought a pure white rabbit in front of it. She looked around, raised her hand, grabbed the ritual knife that was next to the altar, and stabbed the small animal in the heart. The woman quickly returned to her place in the circle. Honestly, Harry would have been horrified by the sheer cruelty of killing such an innocent animal, but suddenly the runes started to glow and the candle's fire dimmed. Harry could feel it, the magic. He could hear it. It was one of the most beautiful and terrible things he had ever heard in his life. It wasn't just magic. It was something different, something more. What Harry heard couldn't be called a song. It had an extra dimension, or perhaps even several extra dimensions to it. Harry did his best to try to understand it, but to no avail. It was mournful yet happy, angry yet sad. It was familiar in a way that he couldn't explain. It was the veil of death that was becoming nothing more than a curtain. He tried to look past it, feel past it, but felt a sense of alarm. If he tried to understand what should not be understood, to see past the veil, past what mortals ever see, then he would be forever changed, and not in a good way. He stopped trying to figure the melody out, but was worried by it trying to affect his own. No, that's not it. Harry's magic was completely fine. His very cells were somehow being filled by the magic of the ritual, and he had to stifle a gasp as he realized what he was feeling. It felt like intense love and protection, a mother's love, a father's pride. Was this what was on the other side? Harry didn't remember his past life beyond its pitiful end. He didn't remember what happened after, and that scared him. Because Harry had defied death, he knew it, and it likely knew it as well. Samhain was the Day of the Dead, and Harry, even if his mind didn't remember, his soul has experienced death. Harry could feel it being watched, being judged. There was no one in front of him, but Harry could feel it. Someone was there looking into his very soul. Something old, something new, something familiar. Death was judging him. The man who defied it and the boy who remembered what he should not. Harry knew that at any second the being could snuff out his life and take what is owed to it because he was alive, thus belonging to death. And yet nothing came. The energy didn't hurt him, and the feeling of oppression vanished into welcome. Harry sagged in relief and relished the feeling of the magic in his body. And just like that, the candles brightened again, and the runes on the stone vanished. The ritual was over, but his night still wasn't over. Harry stayed put, not knowing what to do. The older students started to leave, Gemma included, and the young Potter didn't know whether to follow her or not. Suddenly, a bright light occurred from the stone, blinding the young Slytherin. But Harry didn't scream for the brightness of the light. Instead, he heard a burst of magic hit every single first year at once. And that was when the pain started. The spell, whatever that was, brought the magic from the ritual and pushed it towards his magical circuits. It felt like his blood had turned to fire going through his veins. Harry could feel the light spread throughout his body, looking for something until he found it. It was very well hidden near his heart. The magic attempted to synergize with whatever it was it had found, as if asking for permission. The thing returned some energy of its own, as if judging it, before letting the magic through. That was when the pain was magnified in its intensity, and Harry was gritting his teeth to suppress the scream. But also, Harry noticed that the songs around him started to shift, like something was also added. The feeling continued for a few seconds, but it felt like hours. When the pain subsidized into soreness, Harry tried to walk, only for the world to slowly darken. Mere seconds later, he fell down unconscious from the strain of what happened to him. Samhain Recovery. Chapter 33. Samhain Recovery. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. November 1st, 1991. Hogwarts. The feeling continued for a few seconds, but it felt like hours. When the pain subsidized into soreness, Harry tried to walk, only for the world to slowly darken. Mere seconds later, he fell down unconscious from the strain of what happened to him. Harry blinked his eyes open and tried to remember why his body felt so sore. It was as if he had run a marathon the day before. Thinking back on the events of the previous day, he sat up abruptly and gasped. The ritual. What happened after the ritual? The initial part was intoxicating, but the rest, what he assumed to be the crest activation ritual, was practically torture. He had never felt such pain in his life, and hopefully, he will never do so again. The young Slytherin looked around and noticed that he was in his dormitory. Everyone was still asleep. Crabbe and Goyle were heavily snoring, and Blaise, Draco, and Theo looked passed out, wearing their normal pajamas. If it wasn't for the ache he felt whenever he moved his body and his memories, he would have thought that it was a normal morning. Wait a minute, they were wearing their pajamas? Harry looked down and froze as he saw that he was in fact wearing his own sleepwear. The Potter Scion distinctly remembered passing out in the ceremonial robe provided to him for the ritual. Did someone dress him to sleep? Harry blushed in embarrassment at the thought, but shook his head and decided to figure out what happened. He palmed his wand, which happened to be on his nightstand, and muttered, "Tempest." Pain. That was what he felt. Absolute pain. It was like pulling a muscle. Oh, the spell worked as the date and time had appeared out of thin air. But the very act of casting magic was agonizing. What was going on with him? Harry grimaced until the spell fizzled out, sighing in relief afterwards. Did the ritual somehow screw with his magic? He needed to see someone like it. From the previous spell, he knew that it was the morning after the ritual, which happened to be a Friday. Luckily, he only had a history of magic double class, a theoretical charms double class, and practical herbology. It was usually a pretty dull day, all things considered, without any magic casting, but Harry was glad for it, because it gave him time to figure out whatever happened to his magic. Seeing that it wasn't even 6 in the morning yet, Harry decided to go into the common room and leave his classmates to their blissful sleep. He needed some time to himself, and he could still interrogate them about what happened to him the day before. The young Slytherin sneakily went to the bathroom to change his uniform, and when he removed his shirt, he froze at the sight of a tattoo on his chest. It was far bigger than anything he could have reasonably put on his body. Here on his chest, a jet-black raven looked as if it was taking flight. It was so detailed. It looked like it was about to leave his body at any moment. No artist, no matter how talented, could have done something like this. It was beautiful, Harry would admit it, but he never felt the need to do something like this on his body before. Numbly, Harry just put on his uniform and walked down to the common room. He was met with silence, which was somehow deafening. Harry sat down on his usual couch and started to think. Casting spells becoming painful was a big issue for a wizard to have. The ritual was far more painful than it should have been. There were a few reports of slight pain and discomfort, but not something like what happened to him. The raven was a clue about what happened. Harry's book did say that crests could manifest physically in certain ways. It was mostly just small marks or tattoos. In fact, they were rather common as a declaration of who is the head of the family, which would have a special mark in some way. The raven was the manifestation of Harry's crest, but he had never read anywhere about any connection between the Potter family and the bird. These tattoos were often designed by the first holder of the crest, and were often similar to certain family symbols or signets, which for some reason wasn't the case for Harry. The young Slytherin decided to just take a walk to the castle. He needed answers, and he needed to stop the pain whenever he used magic. Harry walked out of the common room and instinctively started to walk up the stairs. He passed by a few paintings, and it was then that he noticed that something was different. It was subtle, but Harry could tell. The songs were different. Oh, their properties were the same, but Harry could hear more. It was like before, it was muffled, but now he could hear it clearly. Oh, it wasn't even the melodies themselves that were clear, but also the addition of something more. When Harry decided to focus on the painting of a beautiful landscape and listen to its song, there was this feeling of wonder and pride emanating from it. He decided to look at the painting of a beautiful young woman and felt love and warmth woven into the painting's song. It was like he could feel the emotions tied to every enchantment. He needed to experiment on this further, with artifacts other than paintings as well. Harry kept walking up the stairs while marveling at the extra sense of magic that he had gained. He would need to understand how it worked and how he could use it properly, but it was an unexpected boon from the ritual. Additionally, the fact that he could use his magical hearing without pain boded well for the health of his magic. Without even thinking about it, Harry found himself on the 7th floor, specifically, in front of a certain tapestry of an idiot attempting to teach trolls how to dance ballet. Harry barely even thought about the room of requirements to solve his issue. Did he subconsciously think that it might be helpful in his plight? Harry was practically walking on autopilot, lost in his head trying to figure out what happened. Well, what could he lose? It's not like he could ask anyone about it. Family crests are very private matters. Big families often have members that are healers especially to deal with such matters. There was no mention anywhere about a Potter magical crest, and Harry didn't really expect much from his crest outside of a few family potion recipes, which was the area of magic that his ancestors often focused on. Still, Harry decided to go for it and walked towards the wall while thinking, I want a place that can help my condition. I want a place that can help my condition. I want a place that can help my condition. On the third turn, a door surprisingly materialized. Harry honestly didn't expect anything but slowly walked inside. It looked like a mix of a magical workshop and a bath. There was no explanation about what happened other than a book that was opened on the conjured desk. Harry slowly walked there and saw the title of the open page, Forceful Expansion of Magical Circuits and Its Consequences. The young Slytherin immediately started to carefully read the document. Oh, it was very complicated. Probably a thesis for a healer of some sort, but the premise was slightly understandable. It described the event of someone having atrophied his magical circuits, either by not casting magic at all or by having been under a curse that muddled the flow of their magic, who later became free of their plight. Magic remembers, and thus, he remembers how much intake the body used to handle, and will try to constantly channel the previous capacity of magic. The forceful magic tended to oversaturate the magical circuits, causing them to overheat with every spell, which caused a lot of pain in the process. Yes, This was a very good estimation of what happened to him. For some reason, the magical crest decided that his body should output more magic and so overwhelmed his circuits with more magic. The good news was that it was a temporary issue that would continue until the circuits compensate for the increased input. The bad news was that it would hurt like hell every time he cast a spell until that time. Thankfully, the thesis described a method of using a pre-ritual bath to moderate the output, making the expansion slower, but also less painful. Pre-ritual baths were artifacts whose purpose is to absorb the excess magic of a wizard or witch, to stop it from affecting especially delicate rituals. The room seemed to have provided Harry with one, and slowly, the young Potter took off his clothes and sank into the bath. The feeling of relief was immediate. Harry hadn't noticed how much his body ached from the magic when he woke up and just sighed in pleasure when it did its work. With a small dip in this bath every day, he would be able to cast magic, while the magical circuit expansion happened during the night, while he was asleep. Harry was so relaxed that he almost fell asleep while in the tub. It was when he looked at the clock in the room and realized that he almost missed breakfast that he quickly got up to go to the Great Hall. Once he was dry and clothed once more, he palmed his wand and decided to see if the bath worked. He waved his wand while murmuring, "Lumos Maxima," and a ball of light appeared out of his wand and floated in front of him. Oh! His body ached slightly more with the magic, but it didn't even come close to the agony he felt earlier. But this was a temporary solution at best, a band-aid on top of a wound. Harry will still have to deal with the magical circuit expansion for weeks, if not months, and the ritual bath will only help so far. The more magic he casts every day, the more painful it will become until his next bath. That meant that Harry would need to spend less time experimenting with magic, which was a huge downside in his opinion. There was still the issue of why Harry's crest decided that he didn't have enough magic. He was already on the upper tier of the magical power scale. He was powerful for his age. In his mind, Harry imagined Albus Dumbledore and Tom Riddle to be around as powerful as he was at his age. There were no psychological blocks on his magic to cause any atrophy. So why did the crest decide that Harry's usual magic generation was more than what his circuits could handle? Well, it was something Harry needed to research further, but there was practically no source material other than the badly translated book he found in the Room of Requirements. Still, Harry tried to hypothesize on the reason, on his way to the Great Hall, where he sat down to have his usual breakfast and a good dose of coffee. The young Potter noticed that Hermione wasn't sitting alone, but seemed to be arguing with Longbottom and Weasley. The fact that they had come to rescue her seemed to destroy any aversion they had towards each other. Harry didn't really know how to feel about that and just chose to continue eating. Immediately, he was accosted by Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. They immediately sat next to him. Daphne was the first to break her silence. "Are you all right, Harry?" The boy nodded. "Yeah. Why is that?" "You're kidding, right, mate?" Blaise interjected. "You sort of screamed in pain during the ritual yesterday and just passed out. What happened, Harry?"
Samhain Aftermath.
Chapter 34. Samhain Aftermath. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. November 1st, 1991. Hogwarts. Immediately, he was accosted by Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. They immediately sat next to him. Daphne was the first to break her silence. "Are you all right, Harry?" The boy nodded. "Yeah. Why is that?" "You're kidding, right, mate?" Blaise interjected. "You sort of screamed in pain during the ritual yesterday and just passed out. What happened, Harry?" Harry simply shrugged. "I'm not really sure. I remember the ritual, then feeling like I was burning from the inside, and finally waking up in my bed. I was sore and really didn't know what happened, so I decided to take a walk." "Was the ritual supposed to be that painful?" Blaise gave him a pondering condition. "I guess there was some stinging and itching, but I wouldn't say it felt like I was burning from the inside." Daphne interjected. "Really? It didn't hurt at all for me. It actually felt good, a little warm even." They all turned to Tracy, who rolled her eyes. "Don't look at me. I didn't activate any crest of anything." At their apological looks, she continued, "Come on. We all know that I wasn't getting a crest. My family isn't old enough to have one." "I'm not disappointed in considering how painful Harry's activation was. I'm grateful that I didn't have to go through that. Anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't want to go through what Harry did," Blaise responded with a snort. He then turned to Harry. "Seriously, did you at least get your crest?" The young Potter nodded, and Blaze grinned enthusiastically. Well, go on. Show us. I don't think that it's a good idea, Blaze. Maybe in the dormitory, Harry protested. Come on, I'll even show you mine, his friend insisted. Blaze then pulled up his right sleeve and Harry saw his magical crest. It was a lot smaller than Harry's, but looked just as lifelike. Honestly, it was a work of art. I was an eagle's head that looked fierce and proud, with piercing eyes that seemed to look right through him. The beak was sharp and curved, with tiny ridges along the edges. The feathers were detailed and intricate, with shades of black and white that blended together perfectly. Honestly, it looked kingly. The smug young wizard relished in their look of awe. Yeah, I know it's cool. Mother told me that my family is as old as Rome itself, and that our crest symbolizes that connection. Daphne, though, didn't want to be outclassed and pulled up her own sleeve, revealing her own crest, which happened to be a flower. I still think mine is better. It looked beautiful, and surprisingly had faint colors unlike Harry's and Blaze's. The flower was small with white, delicate petals, with a hint of green at its base. Harry didn't recognize what type of flower it was, but Daphne, who was grinning smugly at them, continued. It's called a lily of the valley. It's a flower that can even survive in winter that symbolizes purity and luck. I sent a letter to my father about it. Apparently, every green grass gets a unique flower when activating them. It's part of our druid ancestry, I think. Druids, the original magic users in the British Isles before the Romans invaded. Their practices tended to be more in line with connecting with nature and manipulating it. Of course, they could be extremely dangerous, especially with the rumors of sacrificial rituals going around. But what made them unique was the fact that they were the only people to ever be able to channel the direct power of a ley line directly, creating massive acts of magic and stopping most invaders. Unfortunately, the art of druidism was somewhat passive until they mastered the basics, which took decades. Compare it to the endless Roman legions that use wands and standardized spells. They were quickly defeated. However, even now, there were a few houses with druid ancestry, like the Greengrasses and the Longbottoms. They tended to have a green touch in herbology, and they were celebrated by the community because they were often charged with the maintenance and sale of magical plants, especially the ones with ingredients. They had special rituals and practices that guaranteed the health of their plants and their quality when brewing potions. That, of course, made House Greengrass one of the wealthiest houses in the British Isles, and virtually untouchable. Potions were critical in a magical society. Jeopardizing their main providers of quality ingredients would either make them leave for another country or just only sell to their enemies. Yeah, politically and magically, House Greengrass wasn't that big of a deal, but it was the sleeping lion that no one had any intention of poking. While he was lost in his own head, Harry's friends looked at him expectantly until Tracy spoke up. Well, go on then. Show us. The young Slytherin held his head in embarrassment. It's a bit more complicated. My crest is a bit bigger than yours. Is that normal? Daphne looked pensive. I honestly don't know. I think it depends on the crest creator. People often decide for it to be small and on their arms because it's easy to show and would provide proof of their ritual. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Tracy exclaimed. Fine, I'll do it myself. Before he could react, Tracy pulled up his sleeve and saw the tattoo that seemed to go up his arm. What is that? Blaze asked. Harry sighed in exasperation. I told you I would show you in the common room. To answer your question, that's the wing of my crest. It's sort of centered on my chest, not my arm like yours, and it's honestly massive. What is it? Daphne questioned. A raven, he replied. The rest of the day, Harry's friend pestered him about what his crests looked like. During this time, everyone was bragging about their crests. It was mostly harmless fun. It didn't really reveal anything about the magic or any family secrets. Malfoy kept bragging about the peacock on his arm, and Pansy Parkinson about the tulip. Theodore not happened to have a crest that took the shape of a moon of all things. But the boy stayed quiet as he usually was, and didn't show even an ounce of enthusiasm. Surprisingly, Crabbe and Goyle ended up with one, with a hammer and an axe respectively, living up to their Viking ancestors. Harry, though, stayed silent, trying to understand what his crest even meant. There was no relationship between House Potter and ravens. In fact, the Potter name started less than 1,000 years ago by an eccentric potioneer that invented many pertinent potions. He was called the Potterer, because of the plants he had to take care of to pursue his experiments. That name was later corrupted into Potter, which was used by his children and all of his descendants. Their symbol was that of a lion, which some descendant who was sorted in Gryffindor chose. After that, it became traditional for Potters to be sorted in the House of Lions, although there were a few exceptions over the centuries. Long story short, there were no connections between ravens and the Potter family at all. However, there was one tiny little connection, because ravens are symbols of the dead, and there was a very old and very powerful family connected to the Potters that had a close relationship with the concept. However, the Peveril family was a can of worms that Harry really didn't want to open, so he'll leave it be until he can call himself even competent enough to handle the mystery. As for the other students, outside of that, no one really got a crest, or at least, no one revealed that they had one. Millicent Bulstrode looked practically in tears when Parkinson insulted her lineage and blood, but thankfully Professor Sprout was able to calm the situation somewhat. By the time they had arrived in the common room, Draco kept giving Harry smug looks. "What about you, Potter? Did you end up with a crest, or did it find you as unworthy as your blood? After all, you were screaming like a little girl last night." Harry gave the blonde an unimpressed look. "Yes, my crest was unlocked last night." "I think you're lying," Draco responded with a mocking tone. "Well, think away. It wouldn't be the first time that you were wrong, Draco." The boy seemed to grit his teeth in anger. "I think that your own ancestors found you unworthy and punished you for your traitor blood. Maybe the crest even saw how much your mudblood mother tainted your line and is writing you off as a lost cause. I wonder if it felt the same when you were screaming in pain yesterday. It certainly sounded like you were burned alive as your parents did. Tell me, did the crest want to finish the job for the sake of its line?" The entire conversation froze instantly with that statement. Harry hadn't really needed to deal with Draco for weeks, where the young boy kept his distance in fear of Harry's retaliation. But that was far more than just insulting his mother as he had previously. The idea that Harry didn't have a crest seemed to give the boy more courage. The blonde has been trying to remove Harry as a threat for the long run. For when the house politics began, he was probably doing it at his father's insistence, or maybe he was misinterpreting what the man meant. Lucius Malfoy was a cunning man, and he wouldn't risk his son getting hurt for no reason. Harry didn't know, nor did he care. It happened, and he was going to deal with the consequences. "Draco, you have 10 seconds to apologize for what you have just said and take back your words." The blonde was then accompanied by his 2 bodyguards who tried to look threatening. "I don't think so." Harry just gave him a steely look and counted inwardly until 10, after which the entire common room held its breath. By the time he finished counting, the young Potter walked forwards and projected his magic once more. He really didn't want to exert himself again, especially with his condition, but a show of power to silence Malfoy was necessary. The 3 boys were trembling in fear, but he didn't care. Harry took out his wand, while the 2 bodyguards tried to hex him. With a twitch of his fingers, he moved the 2 boys' arms, causing their spells to miss massively. Harry raised an eyebrow at the spells. A balding hex and a pimple-bursting jinx. What were you hoping to achieve with that? Harry didn't even let them answer as he moved his wand and cast Detrudo. It was the ancestor of the repelling charm that worked with small forces. It was in the book about telekinetic magic that he had borrowed from the library, and it was a very useful spell. It lacked the raw power of the other spell, but it could target up to 5 small objects at once. Harry targeted the 2 boys' wrists, giving them a light sprain and making them drop their wands. He then cast Flipendo, sending the 2 boys flying back. Meanwhile, the young Malfoy was trembling in fear, with his wand raised. Harry again raised an eyebrow. "What were you realistically hoping to achieve, Draco? I just don't understand you, really. You have so much potential, and yet you squander it on nonsense like this." The boy woke up from his stupor and kept casting spells at Harry. They were barely more than pranking jinxes, and Harry, instead of sending a spell back, decided to cast an illusion, talking his form and going forwards while making himself invisible. Harry prepared himself for the strain that the spell usually causes him, but for some reason, it felt almost natural. The illusion was almost perfect, and the invisibility illusion felt almost real. It was a far cry from the illusion he used the previous day against the troll. The boy kept casting spells at the illusion, who kept dodging every spell in a superhuman manner while walking forward. Harry would have never been able to do such a thing. The boy was practically shaking and fell down while he was walking back in fear. Having enough of terrifying the boy, Harry canceled the illusion, which was looming threateningly over the downed Malfoy, and simply cast a disarming charm, Expelliarmus, from his original position. The boy was sent back with his arm far away from him. "I expect a written letter of apology tomorrow, or I will send one to your parents," Harry spoke up before turning and leaving for his dormitory. The Snowy Day. Chapter 35. The Snowy Day. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. November 2nd, 1991. Hogwarts. Having enough of terrifying the boy, Harry canceled the illusion which was looming threateningly over the downed Malfoy and simply cast a disarming charm, Expelliarmus, from his original position. The boy was sent back with his arm far away from him. "I expect a written letter of apology tomorrow, or I will send one to your parents," Harry spoke up before turning and leaving for his dormitory. The following morning, Harry woke up to something pecking his head. He tried to shoo it with his hands, but hit nothing. He let out a tired groan and muttered, "Stop it!" And yet the pecking didn't stop. Having lost his sleep, entirely decided to see who was bothering him. Slowly sitting up, he was accosted by a white figure that seemed to be glaring at him. Harry frowned at the figure and put on his glasses to see more clearly. Hedwig? The owl's glare seemed to have intensified. It was far too intense for a bird to have. Harry immediately realized what was wrong. He really hasn't visited Hedwig for weeks, and he was feeling a bit guilty at the thought of his negligence towards his friend. He gave the owl an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Hedwig. I haven't hung out with you for a while." The snowy owl let out a reproachful screech in response, and Harry grimaced. "Tell you what, I don't have classes with you today, so why don't you hang out with me all day? Spend some quality time together. We can even pass by the kitchens to get some breakfast before anyone else. We might even get some yummy bacon. You'd like that, wouldn't you, girl?" The owl hooted softly, which the young Potter interpreted as an agreement. Harry gave his companion a warm smile and continued, "Tell you what, I'll take a quick shower, get dressed, and we'll leave." The snowy owl bobbed her head in agreement, and Harry decided to get ready. While taking a shower, a thought entertained his mind. His fight with Draco was somewhat expected, but Harry would have thought that the blonde would have tried to ambush him, or at least do it privately in case something goes wrong, and not in the common room. It was a risky maneuver, and the boy had embarrassed himself immensely. Oh! Harry knew that Draco was stewing at Harry's superiority in practically their classes, even in potions, which he had heard from Crabbe that the blonde was tutored by his godfather during his childhood. Where Snape visibly hated Harry, the Malfoy scion was overshadowed by Harry's talent. Draco's father was probably the one pushing him to excel so far. Maybe the boy thought that Harry's painful unlocking of his family crest was a sign of weakness, or that maybe Harry hadn't unlocked his at all. But family crests do not make wizards better at magic, especially when Draco's father still held the primary crest. Honestly, Harry didn't know what was going on in Draco's head. He seemed insistent on aggravating everyone. From Longbottom to Harry himself, the Malfoy scion seemed determined on making enemies. The worst thing is that Harry had tried being cordial and even befriending the boy, but he was insistent on continuing this petty one-sided rivalry. Deciding not to ruin his morning with thoughts of Draco Malfoy of all people, he finished showering and put on some clothes. The moment he exited the bathroom, his own immediately flew to his shoulder and gave him an expectant look. Harry chuckled at his owl's antics. "You really are a diva, Hedwig." The owl preened proudly and pecked him on the head once more. He was going to have some breakfast first, and then go to the room of requirements for his daily bath. Harry had gotten rough directions to the kitchens from one of the upper years around a week back, and he was going to abuse the hell out of it. Harry walked to the Great Hall and went to the passage under the entrance. Technically, the kitchens were in the dungeons, but for some reason, they were no direct way from the common room without going to the above floor. It was probably because it was close to the Hufflepuff dormitory. Still, Harry had gotten a bit lost after he went down the stairs, and instead of asking the paintings, decided to take out his wand and murmured, "Point me, kitchen entrance." The wand immediately levitated itself and spun around, pointing towards Harry's right. But the Potter scion didn't care. He was too preoccupied with the telltale burning of his condition, but suppressed the urge to scream. His flinch, however, was noticed by his companion, who gave him a penetrating look. For some reason, Harry felt as if he had to explain himself. "Don't worry, Hedwig. It's a temporary condition of mine, a side effect of unlocking my family crest. After breakfast, I'll take care of it for the day." The owl nodded and pointed towards the floating wand. With a chuckle, the Potter Scion followed the wand's direction, and a few minutes later, the wand pointed to the painting of a giant painting of various fruits. Harry tentatively put his hand up against the painting and tickled the painted pear. The damn thing actually giggled and turned into a giant door handle. Harry grabbed the pear and opened the door, revealing a giant high-ceilinged room as large as the Great Hall on the other side. There were 4 long wooden tables that were positioned exactly beneath the 4 house tables above in the Great Hall. They already seemed to be full of food, ready to be sent up through the ceiling to their counterparts above. At least 100 little elves were standing around the kitchen, beaming, bowing to Harry. They were all wearing the same uniform, a tea towel stamped with the Hogwarts crest and tied like a toga. One of the elves finally decided to speak with him. "I best tweak, young student. Why use be in our kitchens?" Harry frowned at the broken English but smiled immediately after. "Well, I heard that you were all the most hard-working elves in the country, and I wanted to see for myself." The elves preened proudly at that. Of course, Wes being the most hard-working. Wes Hogwarts elves. Harry chuckled. "Of that, I have no doubt. Tell you what, Tweak, do you mind getting some bacon for my friend Hedwig here? She's very hungry. As am I, for that matter." Before he even finished his sentence, Harry was immediately pushed towards one of the tables, and a plate of food was summoned in front of him. Hedwig, on the other hand, had a plate full of bacon just for her. Harry gave the elves a gracious smile. "Thank you for the meal. I am sure it will be delicious. Oh, can you get me some coffee too? It's a bit of a morning ritual for me." A cup of coffee practically materialized next to his plate. "Thank you. You really are amazing." The elves seemed to be slightly teary but still had blinding smiles on their faces. Perhaps they just weren't used to people giving them compliments, or thanking them for that matter. But at least they didn't jump at him and burst into tears like Dobby did to his counterpart in the stories. And the meal really was delicious. Hedwig practically devoured her small pile of bacon, and both Harry and his companion left the kitchen with full bellies, ready to continue their day. Harry then proceeded to walk towards the 7th floor to take his daily ritual bath. The room of requirements really was God-sent. The Potter Scion really didn't know what he would have done if it didn't help him with his condition. Harry didn't want anyone, especially not Dumbledore or Quirrell, to find out about his abilities. He was staying out of their little pissing match as much as possible. Harry walked by the door 3 times, while wishing for his ritual bath, and as expected, the door appeared. Hedwig's questioning hoot was very amusing, and Harry started to explain. "It's called the Room of Requirements. It's supposed to turn into anything a person needs. Here, let me show you." As Harry disrobed and took a dip into the bath, he groaned in relief as the excess magic was siphoned off his body. He then gave Hedwig a wink, and suddenly the room started to shift into a giant forest. Harry gave Hedwig a small smile. "Go on, girl, have fun." The snowy owl hooted and flew away. Harry, though, decided to use this time to take out a book he was slightly putting off reading. Its title was An Introduction in Alchemy. It was one of the required books for 6th years taking the alchemy elective. With all this talk of philosopher's stones and immortal alchemists, Harry had wanted to get a preliminary understanding of the field, even if it was probably far above his competence. Harry had copied the book in the library, not wanting to let anyone know how advanced his studies truly were. And he started devouring the theory. Funnily enough, the concept is very simple and could be summarized into 2 words: equivalent exchange. Well, magic was technically based on the concept, but the exchanges made using alchemy were permanent ones. It was an entire overhaul of the wand magic system because it wasn't based on wands at all, but on ritualism. With alchemy, transfiguration became transmutation. Charms became permanent enchantments, potions became permanent elixirs, and curses became unanchored and permanent. It was a very delicate concept of magic that could easily backfire with permanent consequences. The fact that this was taught to 16-year-olds was disturbing. Then again, a first year could accidentally burn someone alive with a spell, so that wasn't out of the ordinary. And yet, alchemy was by far the single most dangerous type of magic that Harry had read about so far. No wonder alchemists were so much in demand all over the world. They were the only ones capable of making permanent serums that can stop certain diseases. It was very hard, though, and most people quit after a couple of lectures. Yeah, Harry couldn't see a teenager with a subpar magical theory education understanding a word of this. That made Dumbledore practically the only competent alchemist in the country, and that gave him a monopoly over all alchemical regents in the nation. That man made himself quite literally indispensable to magical Britain, and it was disgusting. His political positions in the Wisengamot, in the ICW, and as headmaster of Hogwarts, let alone the only source of alchemical elixirs in the country, quite literally made him untouchable. Should he lose all these positions, the political and economical ramifications would be massive. Alas, Harry had no wish to confront Dumbledore. He didn't even want to be on the man's radar. Let him distract himself with useless concepts of fate and destiny, while Harry grows as a wizard. The Potter Scion put the book down with a huff. The contents were heavy, even for a scholar like him, and Harry realized that he would need to have a competent understanding of runes to start making sense of the specifics of the field. And it's not like Harry had any plans on using any sort of alchemy without a teacher. Yeah, permanent magic was scary. Harry took out his wand and murmured, "Tempest," and realized that it was almost noon. He had spent over 5 hours in the room, and he needed to hurry up to get back to their daily meeting in the library. After all, he had a few things to say to her about Halloween. Harry called Hedwig back and got dressed. A few minutes later, he and his owl left the room and headed towards the library. Lionheart. Chapter 3-6. Lionheart. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. November 9th, 1991. Hogwarts. Harry took out his wand and murmured, "Tempest," and realized that it was almost noon. He had spent over 5 hours in the room, and he needed to hurry up to get back to their daily meeting in the library. After all, he had a few things to say to her about Halloween. Harry called Hedwig back and got dressed. A few minutes later, he and his owl left the room and headed towards the library. Well, long story short, Hermione never showed up at the library that day, or any of the days for the following week. It was odd for her. She would never stay away from there for too long. Harry had first thought that she was traumatized from the fight with the troll, but she seemed oddly chipper for someone who had almost died a few days prior. Hermione was going to the library, but only to take out books, and didn't actually study there. She probably stayed in the common room with her new friends. Oh yeah, that was a thing. For some reason, she decided that Longbottom and Weasley of all people were good enough to be her friends. He did find that out the hard way, when he saw her toddling after them, trying to get them to stop leaving their assignments to the last minute. It was disgusting, and Harry had seen the two boys practically insult her for months, and for some reason, she just forgave them and practically started tutoring them. It put him in a foul mood, to everyone's confusion. After all, their friendship was supposed to be secret, and so, with new friends from her house, Hermione practically forgot about Harry, or maybe even actively avoided him. It hurt, even if he didn't want to admit it. It really hurt when someone just spits on your friendship like that. Harry had taken a leap of faith with Hermione. He didn't see the member of the Golden Trio. He didn't see the brave bookworm from the stories. He only saw a lonely girl that was as socially awkward as he was and offered her a hand in friendship. He knew how terrible being alone was, and he was willing to spare the girl. And in return, she spat on his goodwill and abandoned him for the first people that offered her a hand in friendship. Still, being alone was something Harry was used to. He was alone with the Dursleys, and he was alone in his previous life. And so, the young Slytherin persevered. He stopped sitting by Hermione during classes, even if it was assigned to him previously. The professors seemed to see that whatever cordiality there was before was gone after Halloween, and just pretended that nothing happened. Well, every professor except Snape, of course, was delighted at the sight of Harry being uncomfortable. Harry had decided to sit next to Daphne during class. The potion master had noticed the switch and wasn't having any of it. "Potter, why are you sitting here?" "Because we have potion class, Professor." Harry responded in mock confusion. "No, I have assigned you to partner up with Granger, and you will continue to do so until I say otherwise. Do you understand that, Potter?" Harry grimaced and moved to sit next to Hermione, who looked just as awkward as he felt. The man proceeded to continue the lessons, and Harry promptly ignored his partner as the professor continued to explain the properties of the potion they were brewing, as well as the different techniques of doing so. When the man finally told them to read the instructions and start brewing, Harry silently went to pick up the potion ingredients and started preparing them. He didn't even look at Hermione when he told her, "I'll prepare the ingredients. You, get the potion started." The girl stammered in response, but Harry ignored her and focused on dicing the hellebore roots and crushing the unicorn horn that was needed by the potion. They worked in silence, with Hermione working on the potion and Harry fixing the small mistakes that she, unknowingly, does. Snape was very harsh with his grading when it came to Harry's potions, and he didn't want to get lower grades because of his unspoken spat with Hermione. As usual, Snape just sniffed at their potion and didn't say anything. That meant that it was practically flawless. By the time class was over, Harry just walked in the other way without saying a word to his former friend. Harry let out a grimace when Hermione ran after him. "Harry! Harry!" The last Potter stopped and turned. "Yes? Can we talk for a minute?" the Gryffindor asked. Seeing no harm in it, he nodded in acceptance, and the two of them entered an empty classroom. Harry took a look at Hermione, who was awkwardly fidgeting. "What is it?" The girl flinched slightly and responded, "Are we okay?" "I'm afraid I don't understand what you're talking about," Harry responded. "Oh, come on, Harry. You barely said anything to me during our potion class," the bushy-haired girl protested. Harry, though, snorted. "You're seriously asking this? You practically ignore me ever since Halloween, and just because I don't talk to you during class, you think that something is wrong." The girl's face paled. "Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. I was just caught up with Neville and Ron that I didn't really make time for you." "Hermione, let's be frank. You didn't just forget to make time for me. You forgot entirely about me," Harry said. "I didn't forget about you. It was nice to be appreciated in my house is all. I never felt at home in the Gryffindor common room, but now people are nice to me. They talk to me. They ask for my help." The Gryffindor tried to explain. "And that made it all right to completely forget about your actual first friend?" Harry replied with some bite in his voice. "You're the one who insisted that our friendship be secret," Hermione bit back. "You can't just expect me to disappear every day from everyone just to hang out with you." "That's a fair point. But it's not enough to just outright ignore me. And with Longbottom and Weasley of all people, what's wrong with Neville and Ron?" Hermione answered while gritting her teeth. "Ron Weasley is a lazy boy that is jealous of everyone around him and channeled this jealousy into putting people down. Neville Longbottom is an arrogant brat who thinks the entire world revolves around him because of some fluke that happened to him when he was still in diapers. I wouldn't call them to be good friend material," Harry said. "It wasn't some fluke. He killed you-know-who, for Merlin's sake. And you don't get to judge who my friends are," the girl answered back. However, Harry wasn't done there. "Weren't they the people who you complained about because they kept pranking and bullying you, calling you names because they were jealous of how much you're better than them in your classes? They saved my life, Harry, and you wouldn't have needed saving from the troll if they hadn't insulted you to begin with." Hermione stubbornly didn't back down, and Harry decided to just press on. He sighed in exasperation. "Look, Hermione, I know that Longbottom and Weasley don't like me, and I don't care. I never did anything to them, while they tried to attack me multiple times. Being friend with me and them is not going to work out, and you know it. I personally don't care about you being friends with them, but they won't feel the same. You can't live a double life like that, Hermione. One day they will find out about it, and you can guess how they will react. You will have to choose between us." "No, you have already chosen. You just didn't want to make it final. You're smart enough to understand what's going on. You're just afraid that your new friends would drop you, and you're keeping me as a safety net." Harry looked Hermione directly into her eyes and continued, "Well, I'm not anyone's safety net. I was able to maintain friendships with my housemates and you, without anyone taking priority over me. You could have done the same if you had chosen anyone but Longbottom and Weasley, but you did, and from the look of it, you will not budge. So, what's the answer, Hermione? Who are you picking? Me or them?" Hermione looked down and didn't answer, and Harry understood exactly what her answer was. After all, it was what he expected. The fact that you're looking like that means that you're choosing them. And that means that we're done, you and I. I don't have the energy to hate people too much, so from now on, we're strangers. Granger and Potter. Harry. Hermione. No, Granger. opened her mouth to argue back but closed her eyes. The Potter scion just shook his head. You know, it's good that we stopped being friends this early. Someone who would have dropped me at a moment's notice for something they think is better is not someone I want as a friend in the first place. You could have tried, Hermione, but you took the coward's way out. Harry just turned to leave. He almost wanted to reveal to the girl that he was the one who had saved her from the troll. But he knew that this would shatter her entirely. She was a conflicted girl, but she was already practically crying, and he didn't need to be cruel just to hurt her more. In a way, Harry still cared for her to not hurt her unnecessarily. So, he just left, ignoring the sobs of the girl in the room. He forced himself to not come back and comfort her. It would be the complete opposite of what he wanted. Although Harry thought back at the fight with the troll and noticed how similar the aftermath was to the books, Hermione had become friends with the boy who lived and Ron Weasley, and the Golden Trio was born. They would start going through one daring adventure after another, each leading to Voldemort somehow. Was it fate? Was Hermione Granger always meant to help the boy who lived survive his trials? Or was there someone else arranging for it? Harry could see Dumbledore pulling a few strings to give the child of the prophecy a loyal, which with a lot of potential that would push him to not stagnate in his magical education. But this was too late to ponder on some primordial force pushing the world towards a certain direction. Or even a headmaster with the mental capabilities and deviousness of James Moriarty. With magic, very little was impossible, but Harry was still a beginner in understanding it. As for Hermione, he didn't really hate her, or even dislike her. She had made her choice, and Harry had other friends. He could respect that. But why were his eyes teary as he stood in front of the Slytherin common room entrance? Why did it hurt so much to see her practically admit that she liked Longbottom and Weasley more than she does him? He kept pondering that until he came to a realization. For all his maturity and intelligence, Harry still wasn't that experienced when it came to emotions. He was practically emotionally stunted in his past life, and in this one, he still had the emotional maturity of a child, even if he did his best to keep them controlled. Harry was a child, even with all the memories of his past life. He was still growing, learning his place in the world, and having lost a friend, when he had so few for years, did hurt. Harry felt as if some weight had come off his shoulders somewhat. He felt lighter when he finally accepted a part of himself. He always thought of himself as Harry, the man, but never as Harry, the child. He was so consumed with learning magic that he had forgotten a part of himself. He was allowed to be hurt by what happened. He had given his trust to someone, something that he rarely did, and it was neglected. Damn right, he was right to be upset. With that realization out of the way, Harry simply wiped his tears, put on a fake smile, and walked into the common room. He was immediately accosted by Blaise, who wanted to challenge him in a game of chess. The Potter scion rarely ever returned to the common room just after lessons, preferring to try out new spells or just stay in the library. The two boys were later joined by Daphne and Tracy and just hung out, telling each other stories or just playing games. They spent hours just enjoying each other's company, and the pain that Harry was feeling was numb by the end of the night. It was nice, remembering that even with Hermione gone, he wasn't alone. It was one of the happiest evenings he had ever experienced. And by the end of it, Harry realized that he had almost forgotten about his former friendship with Hermione. Beavers' Contemplations. Chapter 3-7. Beavers' Contemplations. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. November 10th, 1991. Hogwarts. Hermione Granger knew that she was smart. In primary school, she always had full marks. Except for physical education, of course, but that class didn't really count. The teachers loved her, appreciated her dedication to her studies, and showered her with praise. But there was always something missing. There was a hole in her heart, a desperation to connect with someone remotely close to her age. Anyone would do, really. When she had gotten her Hogwarts letter, Hermione was excited with the prospect of learning actual magic, but also the possibility of making a friend. After all, that must have been the problem. She was a witch, and so she should have friends who are also wizards and witches. However, it wasn't to be. Hermione was just as isolated as she used to be in the Muggle world. Her classmates made fun of her for being a bookworm and called her names like teacher's pet, and she hated it. Hogwarts was supposed to be a new start, not be more of the same, but with magic being involved. She was barely resigned to a life of loneliness once more until that fateful day she met Harry Potter. He was a Slytherin boy from her year. Hermione didn't like him at first. And it wasn't because she was jealous, because she wasn't jealous, not at all. Okay, she might have been a little jealous. He was just too good at everything. He got every spell from the first time. He answered any question the professors asked him, and most of all, he had friends. The professors loved Harry Potter, except for Snape, that is, for some reason. It was odd that his head of house disliked him so much for no reason, but Professor Snape was rude to everyone. But what irked Hermione the most about him was the fact that he had friends. No one ever called him names or made fun of him. For Merlin's sake, he probably spent more time studying than Hermione, and she was the one called a bookworm. The Muggleborns started to observe him, hoping to find out how he was able to persuade everyone to treat him better, and she got absolutely nothing. After a while, she just tried to speak to him, and that was when it clicked. Harry was a genuinely nice guy who did a lot of self-studies. He just randomly picked a subject, and when he didn't understand anything, he just looked at a book on the subject. That made him far more knowledgeable than any first-year student had a right to be, but Hermione couldn't help but be impressed. It was surprising that she found herself to be friends with him. He was easy to talk to, about academics and everything, and he was also very knowledgeable of the Muggle world, which was weird for a scion of an old family like the Potters, but the Muggleborn didn't really care about it, because it made their conversation flow easier. He was her first friend and a real genius. Hermione was smart. She knew that. They both started learning magic at the same time, but Harry could learn something in a fraction of the time she needed to. It was humbling to see it happen in action. When Hermione wanted to learn a new charm, she thought that she would invite Harry as a bonding exercise. He learned the spell in 2 minutes when it took her hours to do it. He just looked at the book, read the instruction, and tried the wand movements a couple of times, and just cast the spell. Harry Potter was the exact friend she needed. He was brilliant, understanding, kind, and had a strange sense of wisdom to him. He was strangely aloof and disinterested in many things, one of which happened to be Quidditch, but Hermione could excuse a few quirks in comparison to how wonderful he was. Harry always tried to help her even when she was being difficult, which wasn't often, of course. He would have been her friend for life if it wasn't for a single thing. He was a Slytherin. Hermione knew that it was a bad thing to say, but Harry's house changed things. He didn't want anyone to know that they were friends, while she wanted to shout it to the world. Apparently, the upper years wouldn't like it if one of theirs was friends with a Muggleborn, which was very bigoted and opened Hermione's eyes to an ugly truth of the magical world. It wasn't perfect and injustices happened all the time, and she was in the repressed minority. Still, it was hard being alone for most of the day and only spending time with your only friend in a library or an empty classroom to avoid being seen, but it was better than having no friend at all. That was until Halloween happened. Hermione's memories of the event were all over the place considering how terrified she was. Neville and Ron insulted her, and she went to the bathroom and was attacked by a troll of all things. Neville and Ron did end up rescuing her, but Hermione could swear that she saw Harry in the middle of things. But it must have been a trick of her eyes. It was probably just wishful thinking that her friend would come to save her. Ron and Neville had come to her help, so why didn't her friend? Did he forget about her? Did he abandon her because of the other Slytherin? She didn't know, and it hurt. Lucky for her, Neville and Ron apologized for what they had said, and a friendship was formed. After all, there are experiences, like surviving a deadly mountain troll, which, when experienced with other people, will undoubtedly lead to close bonds. Hermione was so elated to finally have people to spend time with from her house and who she could hang out with all the time, that she kind of forgot about Harry. Oh, she's ashamed of it. But it was just unreal. Hermione never anticipated what Neville's friendship could bring. Her classmates paid attention to her when she spoke. They included her in their activities and just spent time together. She didn't just have Neville's friendship, but practically the respect of all her house. How could Harry compare to all of that? And so, she helped Ron and Neville in return. She focused every free moment she had to help them. They had given her so much, and she could pay them back by helping them in their studies. She wasn't as smart as Harry, nor did she have his prodigal talent in all things magic, but she was enough to get their grades to go up. And didn't Neville and Ron need her help more than Harry? Hermione always felt like a spectator whenever she hung around with him. She felt inadequate, as if she didn't bring anything to their friendship, and it scared her that her only friend would one day see how useless she was to him and stop being friends. If she proved to Neville and Ron that she was useful, that she was necessary for them to pass, then they would never let her go. But her confrontation with Harry changed things too much. He wasn't supposed to be angry. He said some hurtful things and officially stopped being friends with her. It was then that she realized that their friendship meant something to Harry and that she hurt him and replaced him for no reason. When he asked her to choose between him and her housemates, she wanted to choose him. She really did. But Neville needed her more. Her house needed her more. After all, she was a Gryffindor, and he was a Slytherin. It was never going to work out anyway. At least, that's what she kept telling herself all night. It was the morning after her fight with Harry. Or could it be called a breakup? Hermione had lost her first friend to her negligence, and she didn't know what to do about it. As she sat on the Quidditch pitch with the rest of her house, Hermione was subdued and not cheering on her friend who was making history. Neville was the youngest seeker in Hogwarts for at least a century, and she was proud of this achievement, but her conversation with Harry just occupied her mind. Was Hermione really that shallow? Replacing your friend with a more popular and richer boy seemed like a shallow thing to do. The Muggleborn had always prided herself on being a good person, but what she had done was anything but good. How was she supposed to fix this? Hermione winced as one of the Gryffindor chasers, Katie Bell, get trampled on by Marcus Flint again. It was a foul, but the girl was holding her ribs while wincing in pain. Quidditch really was a surprisingly violent sport. Foul! Screamed the Gryffindors like a single wizard, with a few others insulting Marcus Flint, his parentage, and whether his house was sleeping with trolls. Professor Hooch spoke angrily to Flint and then ordered a free shot at the goalpost for Gryffindor. Next to her, Dean Thomas was yelling, "Send him off, ref. Red card." "What are you talking about, Dean?" said Ron. "Red card," said Dean furiously. "In football, you get shown the red card and you're out of the game." "But this isn't soccer, Dean," Ron reminded him. The young Muggleborn grumbled about changing the rules, and Hermione rolled her eyes. She decided to just pay attention to the game, hoping that it would distract her from the guilt she was feeling. As she barely finished this thought, Neville's broom started moving as if it had a mind of its own. The boy who lived looked like he was hanging on for dear life, as the broom violently tried to get him to fall off. Ron seemed to notice as well. What in Merlin's name is Neville doing? Is he trying out a new stunt or something? Suddenly, Neville's broom was given a sharp jerk, and the Gryffindor was swinging off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. Was his broom damaged or something? This was definitely not a stunt. But it was unlikely that a few fouls could damage a Nimbus 2000 this quickly. They were known to be fairly durable brooms. Hermione had researched it when Neville's grandmother had sent him one as a present for becoming the Gryffindor Seeker. Maybe it was a curse? She had read that dark magic is very effective at overwhelming protective enchantments. Hermione took her binoculars and pointed it at the teacher's stand. Her gaze immediately went to Snape, who was gazing at her classmate while murmuring an incantation without blinking. So, Snape was cursing Neville? She knew that the potions professor was no good, but trying to kill a student in broad daylight? That was just insane. She murmured to herself, "Snape is cursing Neville's broom." Ron shouted back, "Snape is what?" The redhead then calmed down but was still panicking. "What should we do?" "Leave it to me," the Muggleborn responded. Before Ron could say another word, Hermione had disappeared. She fought her way across to the stand where Snape stood and raced along the row behind him. She didn't even stop to say sorry as she knocked Professor Quirrell head first into the row in front. Reaching Snape, she crouched down, pulled out her wand, and whispered a few well-chosen words. Bright blue flames shot from her wand onto the hem of Snape's robes. It took perhaps 30 seconds for Snape to realize that he was on fire. A sudden yelp told her she had done her job. Her plan seemed to have succeeded. Up in the air, Neville was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom. Hermione slowly snuck back to her seat and gave Ron a cheeky grin. It didn't take long for Neville to almost swallow the golden snitch of all things, giving Gryffindor the victory. Hermione was happy with herself when the boy who lived landed on the ground, looking proud and relieved. She had saved her friends. Even if she lost Harry, she would make it up by making sure that Neville and Ron would be safe. Today was just a good first step in that direction, and I know some of you are frustrated with why I haven't really begun to change canon all that much. Well, I kinda wanted to keep things relatively stable for the most part. It was so that I could craft a good base to really start my story. Honestly, I needed the whole Golden Trio thing to happen. I'm kinda ahead in terms of chapters, so I can say that I started to change things, and that the path will start to diverge with that of canon in the next few chapters. The changes will start to pile up slowly with how this year will proceed until the end. Second year, though, will be very different, and I'm kinda happy with what I planned so far. As for those who are frustrated about Neville catching the snitch since he's not a flying prodigy like Harry, well, you're right, he's not a prodigy. He is not as talented as Harry. He was just an average child who practiced a lot of flying. He's at best as good as Malfoy is. Swallowing the snitch was a coincidence, and not done out of skill here. Not that it was on purpose in canon. There's a part in a future chapter where that issue will be explored a bit. Of Habits and Mischief. Chapter 3-8. Of Habits and Mischief. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. November 10th, 1991. Hogwarts. The two boys were later joined by Daphne and Tracy and just hung out, telling each other stories, or just playing games. They spent hours just enjoying each other's company, and the pain that Harry was feeling was numb by the end of the night. It was nice, remembering that even with Hermione gone, he wasn't alone. It was one of the happiest evenings he had ever experienced. And by the end of it, Harry realized that he had almost forgotten about his former friendship with Hermione. The following day, Harry was convinced to attend the Slytherin game with his friends. Well, it was more like he was dragged to the Quidditch stadium by his friends. The match started off simply enough, if a little brutally. Harry still didn't see why half the population was obsessed with the sport, but he would admit that there was a little enjoyment in watching the chaos that was Quidditch. Oh, Harry still didn't find it to be half as interesting as a good book. He was half tempted to just whip one out and start reading. But Daphne seemed to have seen through him, and one glare from her stopped him from trying anything. Still, all things considered, the game ended up turning into a mini-battle, with the Slytherin chasers being particularly brutal, but from what Harry could infer, it was normal enough for a Quidditch match. Longbottom proved himself to be an adequate seeker, and a rough match to Higgs, the Slytherin seeker. He wasn't anything spectacular, but Wood's training seemed to be paying off. It was for the better, in Harry's opinion. The more time Longbottom spends training, the more tired he is during the rest of the day, and the less bothersome he becomes. Oh, he was definitely getting more arrogant by getting the position, but he had to prove to the whole school that he didn't get it solely due to Dumbledore's blatant favoritism. Still, like the stories, Longbottom's broom got cursed by either Snape or Quirrell. Harry was pretty sure it was Quirrell since that was what happened in the stories, but this life wasn't a story, and he wasn't going to exclude someone just because he remembers a story from his past life that said so. Although Harry did stifle a chuckle when he saw Hermione actually set Snape's robes on fire. To think that the shy, authority-abiding bookworm could actually do something that could have gotten her expelled. She was a far cry from the shy girl that was his friend, and that was a bitter pill to swallow. Hermione would have never broken the rules for him. Not even once. Harry squashed the envy that spread through his heart. It would serve nothing. Hermione had chosen Neville. It was a shame, and Harry wasn't enthused about it, but it was better now that he wasn't extremely invested in their friendship. It hurt, but it was manageable. It could have been worse, all things considered. Still, Neville ended up being catching the snitch by swallowing it. A veritable first in the history of Hogwarts, probably considering how unlikely it was. Still, the boy who lived survived an attempted murder, and he deserved some time off. It was odd how it happened in both the story and in this real life. Things should have gone differently, especially considering how impossible to accidentally swallow the snitch once was, let alone happen with two entirely different people, with different skills on a broom. Perhaps it was just fate. Perhaps the ball was enchanted to grant Longbottom an edge. Harry could see Dumbledore doing something like that to make sure that Longbottom endeared himself to his housemates, and still have a spot on his team, no matter how mediocre his talent was on a broom. Perhaps it was also done to canon Harry to get more confidence. Honestly, the Potter Scion didn't know, nor did he really care for that matter. That night, Harry chose not to return to the common room since everyone was practically in a bad mood and itching for a fight. Harry couldn't handle another time of Malfoy exclaiming to everyone about how much better he would have done if he was the Seeker instead of Higgs, and about the unfairness of Longbottom being in the Quidditch team when he's worse than him. Harry just couldn't do it. He was one comment away from just cursing the boy, or just strangling him physically. By all that is good and holy, whoever raised Draco Malfoy was an idiot. Thankfully, the blonde was utterly terrified of Harry after their last encounter. He could barely make eye contact with him without flinching. At least he stopped bothering Harry. That was what mattered in the end. And so, the Potter Scion distanced himself from his housemates to do something he has been itching to do for months, going to the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore had explicitly warned everyone from visiting. Of course, practically everyone ended up trying to find out why it was forbidden, and there were a few stories going around about a Cerberus being there. Yeah, things really didn't go according to Dumbledore's plan. Or perhaps it went perfectly. He had to know that making something forbidden was a good way to get everyone curious enough to try to figure out why. There had to be more to it than that. The headmaster isn't an idiot, and that meant that there was another dimension to the forbidden corridor. He could have just warded the corridor and not said anything. Only students that were 5th years or higher would have even detected a ward made by any competent wizard, let alone Dumbledore. Or he could have provided a false reason like it being cursed or something and make people scared of it. No, he purposefully wanted everyone to be curious about it and be vague about the danger. Harry slowly walked towards the corridor. The castle was quiet, and only his footsteps were the only sound reverberating throughout the corridor. When he finally reached the corridor, he sensed something odd. The song is odd. There is a ward, but it's not stopping me from entering. It's not really repulsive, just there, I guess. Probably detects something, but I can't hear a warning trigger. There was no harm in getting through, all things considered. Dozens of students had done so, and they were fine. Harry steeled himself and took a step inside. Immediately, the ward flared, and its song intensified. It was looking for something in Harry, and afterwards, it just let him go through. The torches around the corridor started to light up, and there was nothing there but another wooden locked door by the end of it. Harry slowly walked, trying to hear any other song. There was only one by the end of the door, but it was far more complex than the previous one. Harry didn't really get to study wards all that much, the same reason he didn't really get to study alchemy. They needed a foundation in runes that he lacked, and for all his cleverness and insight in magic, runes was a very time-intensive field to learn. It would take months to become adequate in a single runic language, let alone the countless ones that are required to specialize in these fields. He was going to do it eventually, but Harry had too much fun discovering wand magic to just focus on learning what was basically a new language from scratch. Oh, Harry knew enough to understand the basics of warding, but he didn't really have enough time to manipulate them using his magical hearing. Still, Harry was adamant about seeing the infamous Cerberus at the very least. He pointed his wand at the door and muttered, "Alohomora." The door clicked and opened up, and the ward's song flared in intensity. Harry slowly walked forwards, and he finally understood what the ward was doing. It had 2 distinct songs, one that felt protective and another that was slowly changing. It was becoming more familiar. Harry could tell it was at the back of his mind. Oh, it was his song. The ward was analyzing his magic. What a wonderful and curious piece of magic. Harry, of course, chose to trick it and slightly change his song to resemble Blaze's. It was probably a bad thing to do, but he was most familiar with it, having hung out with him the most out of his friends. His technique was more of an illusion than actually changing his magic, because it was an illusion of a magical song superposing his own. It wasn't really something he had tried before, but it should have been theoretically possible. When it was done, the ward fully assimilated the false magical signature and settled down. It sent a copy of the fake signature to the first ward, which also flared. Harry then slowly walked past the door and was face to face with the giant 3-headed dog. It was far more intimidating than he imagined. It was bigger than the troll and was scowling at him. Cerberus were magical dogs that have the best magical resistance in a magical creature. It was literally impervious to magic. You couldn't put a spell on it, be it protective or attacking. They were also one of the few creatures that are immune to the killing curse, but that protection didn't hold into their fur. To defeat a Cerberus, you had to do it physically, which wasn't really most wizards' strong point. It was a fantastic beast to use to protect an object. Practically no one would have been able to get past it, all things considered. And it did make sense why Dumbledore would let it attack it. Harry slowly walked towards the rising dog and spoke up, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to get past you. I just wanted to see you." Immediately, the three heads stopped and focused on Harry. So, they understood human speech. "I have heard a lot about your kind, and when I knew that you were in the castle, I was just curious." Harry wasn't even lying. He could hear the wards on the trapdoor, and they were extremely complex and very loud, which meant that it was very powerful and far above anything he could deal with. He only came here because a Cerberus was a rare creature, and it was intelligent enough that Harry wanted to hear its magic. "I have to say, you are magnificent," Harry muttered. That was true. Harry stopped and ignored all of the ward's noise and just listened to the Cerberus. It was, by far, the most complex symphony he had ever heard. It had so many layers and deepness. It was the most magical thing he had heard so far. There was loyalty, playfulness, and nobility involved. And then that changed with a feeling of familiarity, and for the lack of a better term, souls. It was then that he realized what was happening. "You're not a being of flesh and blood, are you?" The giant hound's three heads sniffed in amusement, and Harry knew that he was right. The Cerberus wasn't some average magical creature. It was deeper than that. It was made of magic, mixed in with a few other things, but fundamentally it was a being of energy. No wonder magic couldn't hurt it. Harry still didn't really understand the killing curse, but if it was made of magic, it technically couldn't kill a Cerberus. Yet, the beast was just so oddly familiar, and Harry knew that he had just scratched the surface. However, the more he listened, the more his magical crest started to burn in his chest. It was a slow prickle that slowly turned into what felt like someone putting a torch to his chest. Harry yelped and stopped actively listening to the Cerberus. He gasped as he let go, and one of the heads pushed him playfully out of the door. Oh, so it was playfully asking him to leave. Isn't that kind? Harry just grinned in response. "I'll be back." The dog growled and the door closed by itself, and Harry heard the distinct click signifying that the door was locked. He tried to open it, but felt the ward getting stronger and stopping him from doing it. Shaking his head, he turned with a small smile on his face and left the corridor. He noticed that the ward on the door was now pushing him to not notice it. Harry removed the illusion of his magical song, and the ward stopped working. Oh, so it saved the magical signature of whoever enters and only works after the student sees the Cerberus once, denying them access. If that wasn't a red flag that Dumbledore was planning something, Harry didn't know what would be. Still, Harry slowly walked to his common room, with his head filled with questions. What was the Cerberus, really? How was it born? And if it was made of magic? And why did his magical crest burn when he looked deeply into it? Harry went to bed and dreamed of giant three-headed dogs. A Snowy First Year. Chapter 39. A Snowy First Year. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. December 20th, 1991. Hogwarts. Still, Harry slowly walked to his common room, with his head filled with questions. What was the Cerberus, really? How was it born? And if it was made of magic? And why did his magical crest burn when he looked deeply into it? Harry went to bed and dreamed of giant three-headed dogs. The term passed quickly after the infamous Quidditch game. It was odd. Harry's first 2 months at Hogwarts were exciting, with one crisis after another. From the excitement of attending magic school to making new friends, losing a friend, experimenting with magic in general, and fighting a fucking toll, Harry's initial impression of Hogwarts was that it was a place of excitement and adventure. Alas, this wasn't to be. After the Quidditch game between Gryffindor and Slytherin, things started to stabilize, and Harry found himself having a daily routine that barely deviated. He woke up early every morning to take his ritual bath. The treatment was working. His magic had adapted to the change, and after 2 months, Harry barely needed a bath every couple of weeks. Harry's capacity to channel magic was increased, and the Potter Scion found himself relearning his old spells to adjust the power output. After almost blasting a wall with a basic cast, Harry did learn that he had to hone his control over his magic, which took a lot of time. Every morning, if he didn't need a ritual bath, he would simply train his control even further. Afterwards, he would go to class, study to maintain his grades, and then go to lunch with his friends. After classes, he would go to the library to self-study. He had bit the bullet and chose to start learning runes. It was a tiresome and boring endeavor, but it was the bottleneck in his magical education. Apparently, It was required for most students to learn 2 runic languages to start working on alchemy, warding, and enchanting. Harry had chosen Elder Futhark and Norse runes, which had the most potential to be used. Immediately, he was tempted to learn hieroglyphics because of its involvement in impressive wards on their tombs, but there wasn't really any other use for them, and considering how complicated they were, it just wasn't worth the effort as his introductory runic language. Aztec runes were still being experimented on, which made them unpredictable, so Harry chose to stay with the basics for now. Runes, by definition, were languages that were used to cast magic. Harry couldn't really find out why those symbols had power, and there was practically no book about their creation. It was probably something to do with the fact that magic remembers. So, thousands of years back, someone used these symbols in some kind of magical act that made magic itself remember them, which was why they had power. It was the most common hypothesis, but there was no sign of proof of it so far. Currently, Harry was still learning Elder Futhark. It turned out that just learning the symbols wasn't enough. Oh, don't get him wrong, it was quick to get started as a beginner, but the moment you try to put a sentence together, it quickly becomes very difficult to manage. Honestly, you could get a rough idea when reading a runic text if you understood the concepts behind every letter, but writing something new was very complicated. Harry could see why mastering these languages could take years, but he was determined to continue. He had even practiced every day about writing them, even if it was mind-numbingly boring, but he was progressing along very quickly. Soon, he would be able to at least understand the alchemy texts, even if wouldn't really try to use any of the information. Still, Harry relished the challenge and did his best to learn what he could without a professor. In the evening, Harry would just hang out with his friends. It was nice to just de-stress every day with the common banalities of games and drama. As for his classes, McGonagall was as severe as ever, Flitwick was as whimsical as he used to be, and Snape was as much of an ass as he was during the beginning of the term. Quirrell kept jumping at every sudden movement, Sprout kept trying to mother them all, and the assistant professors kept being useless. Days turned into weeks, which turned into months, until suddenly Christmas was coming. Harry barely noticed it until one morning in mid-December. He woke up to find Hogwarts covered in several feet of snow, and the lake was frozen solid. Of course, everyone was excited to go home for the holidays, and Harry was probably going to be the only Slytherin staying at Hogwarts. Still, it wasn't that big of a deal, all things considered. Harry was comfortable with his own company, but he was going to miss his friends after a while. The day started with the Weasley twins deciding to hex snowballs to hit the back of Quirrell's turban. If he really had Voldemort's face on the back of his head, then this had to be the single most amusing prank those two had ever done. At the image of the mighty Dark Lord being accosted with snowballs, Harry burst into hysterical laughter, to the confusion of his friends. As expected, his good mood worsened soon after because of the blonde Ponce. The Malfoy scion seemed to revel at holding something on Harry. The boy was very subdued for a few weeks following their confrontation after the crest unlocking, but he returned to send spiteful comments trying to badmouth Harry to everyone around him. He was probably trying to be discreet, but it was just ridiculous. The funny thing was that the blonde quickly folded the moment Harry so much as looked at him. Honestly, if someone else was in Harry's place and lacked his patience with the blonde, the boy would have ended up hexed into oblivion months ago. Still, it was a large upgrade since he had stopped trying to have a direct confrontation with Harry. He was cowed, even if he was still an ass. He was annoying, but at least Harry could ignore him now. However, it wasn't just him that was quickly getting annoyed by the arrogant boy. After the Quidditch match, the Malfoy scion reached new levels of insufferable and unpleasantness, where he kept provoking every Gryffindor in his sight. Even the other Slytherins kept getting annoyed at the loss of points, and it was probably his father's influence that stopped any 4th or 6th year from hexing him for the risk of losing the House Cup. As expected, as Harry was saying goodbye to his friends, Draco had to ruin it by loudly proclaiming, "I do feel sorry for all those people who have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because they're not wanted at home." Harry didn't show it, but that comment did sting a bit. Harry disliked the idea of being alone, not in the literal sense, but having no one that would comfort him when things get hard, or that would help him when he needed to. It was something he ached for in both of his lives, and he was left wanting in both of them. He really wanted to punch the boy in the face for his comment. Instead, he just smiled, raised an eyebrow, and continued his conversation with Daphne about her plans for the holidays. Apparently, the Greengrasses were going to France for Christmas and had invited Tracy's family as well. Blaze was going back to Italy to spend time with his deceased father's family. It was some kind of tradition, all things considered. Harry did envy them a bit, but Hogwarts was more than magical enough to compensate for some trip abroad, and so, he smiled as Daphne was grinning in excitement about her future trip. I'm so looking forward to visiting La Place Cachée. It's the French alternative to Diagon Alley. Harry snorted, yeah, the hidden place. It's not exactly an original name, is it? You speak French? Daphne and Tracy exclaimed at once. The Potter scions simply shrugged. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I speak English, French, Spanish, German, and Latin. They were all gaping at him, and he rolled his eyes. I got bored when I was younger, all right? They all kept grumbling about unfair geniuses, but Blaze interjected, what about Italian? I guess I could learn it in the summer. I'm focused on runes right now, and it's a bad idea to try learning 2 languages at once. I'm almost done with the basics of Elder Futhark, and I'm planning on learning Norse in the 2nd semester. That didn't stop them from grumbling for some reason. Still, for all the chilly weather, a few warming charms did the trick to be comfortable. By the time they arrived towards the corridor, they witnessed Weasley punch Malfoy in the face. The Ponce probably deserved it, but as usual, Snape came prowling and punished the Golden Trio. Speaking of them, they started showing up at the library a lot, curiously in the recent history section. If things went the same as the stories, they were trying to figure out who Nicholas Flamel was. Harry snorted. Considering his copied book in alchemy held a pretty thorough biography about the man, Harry knew that they were really looking in the wrong section. Flamel hasn't done anything history-worthy, at least as far as the rest of the world knows, for at least 200 years. When Harry entered the Great Hall, he almost gasped in amazement. The hall looked spectacular. Festoons of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no less than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with hundreds of candles. Harry and his friends took a seat on the Slytherin table, and Daphne asked, so, what are you going to do while you're staying here? The Potter scion shrugged. I guess I'll explore the castle and practice some magic. So, nothing out of the ordinary then, Tracy interjected. Very funny, Tracy. But without classes, I should have more free time to finish up with my runic studies and finally go back to focusing on wand magic. The conversation flowed from there until it was time for them to leave. Harry accompanied them to the Hogwarts Express and returned to the empty common room, feeling oddly empty. Here was this magnificent castle that he could explore to his heart's content, and yet, he was oddly lonely. Practically all of the Slytherins, apart for a dozen upper years, returned home for the holidays. In his year, oddly the Weasleys were the only ones remaining because apparently, their parents decided to visit their son in Romania for Christmas. Harry had to say that for a family that couldn't afford to give their son a wand of his own for his magical education, they were really wasting more gold than needed for an entire trip instead of inviting their son home. Harry shook his head at the thought of the Weasleys and simply chose to wander randomly in the castle. Things would have been a lot simpler if he had the Marauders map. He didn't even know if such an artifact existed in the first place. The Potter scion realized that he knew practically nothing about his parents. Were the Marauders even a thing? The only person who would speak about his parents objectively would probably be McGonagall. But Harry had little to no contact with the Transfiguration Mistress outside of class, and he didn't know how to broach the topic. It was probably easier to just sneak into Filch's office and see their records. Kind woman or not, that witch was very intimidating. All things considered, Harry just let himself wander off into the castle, something that he never really did before. He was always running from one place to another, trying to maintain his friendships and try to learn a certain spell. It was nice to just let go. Oddly enough, Harry found himself in front of an open room near the library. He felt oddly compelled to just walk there and look at it properly. The Potter scion's eyes widened when he entered it. Inside was a very large mirror, probably very old, with some kind of golden frame. It had an inscription carved around the top, Eristra eru oit ube kafir oidon wosi. Well, that was an unexpected surprise. Mirror of Desire. Chapter 40, Mirror of Desire. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. December 20th, 1991, Hogwarts. Oddly enough, Harry found himself in front of an open room near the library. He felt oddly compelled to just walk there and look at it properly. The Potter Scion's eyes widened when he entered it. Inside was a very large mirror, probably very old, with some kind of golden frame. It had an inscription carved around the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafir oidon wosi. Well, that was an unexpected surprise. Harry glanced at the infamous mirror of Eris with trepidation. He had tried researching the mirror in the library and found absolutely nothing. To be fair, the Potter Scion didn't exactly know when the mirror was created or how it was created, only that it was a mirror that showed people what they truly desired. That description was too vague, and Harry had researched the most well-known magical mirrors but found no mention of the mirror of Eris. Now that it was in front of him, he started using his arcane hearing. Yeah, he was going to call it that now. It's a lot cooler than magical hearing. Harry did his best to deactivate this skill ever since he was in the castle, unless he actively needed it. The castle was just too magical, and he kept getting headaches after a while, especially when it somewhat evolved after the crest activation ritual. There was always an extra dimension to every melody. Harry theorized that it was the emotions of the caster, but he wasn't sure. Only that really overwhelming in high doses. Anyway, the moment Harry activated his arcane hearing, the mirror started to sing. It was by far the weirdest artifact he had ever analyzed, definitely the most complex. Oh, Harry could tell the remnants of some kind of space manipulation which he became familiar with by analyzing his expanded backpack. Oh, it was far more impressive than the backpack, but the rhythm, the melody for the lack of a better term, was similar. There were the standard curse-repelling enchantments and protection charms, that's not to mention the weird runes that Harry didn't understand. There was a sense of judgment, of possible punishment depending on that judgment. It was the closest thing he could compare to a magical art piece. Harry oddly wondered if he could somehow transcribe the melody into actual music. He was already pretty good with the piano and violin, and putting magic in music form could help him make a killing. Back to the mirror, there was a single piece of magic that just felt alien yet familiar. Harry supposes that it had something to do with the heart's desire part of the inscription. Harry could feel his raven crest heating up slightly. He really needed to figure out how his crest worked. Not a single one of his classmates mentioned their crests doing anything. It was apparently supposed to show itself after their 13 birthdays, and yet Harry's crest kept burning in certain situations. So far, Harry did his best to not look directly into the mirror. Oh, for all its beauty, the artifact was very dangerous. At least it would be if someone was found wanting while looking at it. Still, Harry decided that he wouldn't return to see the mirror again, no matter what he saw. In many ways, he was still confused about his ambition, about his future. Harry wanted to make his mark on the world, but other than just learning magic, he didn't know what his heart's desire was. Perhaps it would let him know to learn more about himself than any other. He decided to finally take a glimpse at the mirror, unable to restrain his curiosity, and stood in front of the mirror while murmuring, "My heart's desire? Huh? I wonder." Harry opened his eyes and gasped at the sight that awaited him. It was an older version of himself that was giving Harry a confident smirk. His green eyes were glowing, thrumming with power, but that only seemed to be a minor aspect of the desire. No, the reason. Harry gasped in shock was the two people that were standing next to him. There was a woman with constantly changing features, who was looking at his mirror self with love and warmth in her eyes. There was also the young girl who was looking at him with admiration. She had messy black hair and green eyes that reminded him eerily of his own. He knew deep in his heart that this girl was his daughter, which made the older woman his wife. Harry looked at her finger and saw a beautiful wedding ring. His mirror self was wearing a ring of his own as well. Behind them was a large house with a garden. It wasn't quite large enough to be called a mansion, but it was larger than any villa he had ever seen. It looked luxurious yet cozy, a true home. Behind it was a beautiful beach with sand as white as snow, and the water was as beautiful as sapphires. So, for all his ambition and fascination with his magic, all he wanted deep down was to have a family, a home, and live comfortably while relishing in their love. In his previous life, he never experienced such love. Oh, he loved his parents even through all their distance, and he loved his brother deeply, but it was a love based on responsibility and familial relations. He never had someone to support him. someone he could complain to when he was frustrated, someone that would love him in return, a true partner. Harold had died without anyone to mourn him. He died forgotten. He was nothing. Oh, he wanted to make his mark in the world, to be remembered by the history books, to have something to give his life meaning. He was an empty man, before, devoid of love, devoid of life. A family, a legacy was a way to achieve his dream in a way. True happiness, that's what he could see on his mirror version's face. He was fulfilled. He was happy. He was content. It was so alien on his face, but it looked so right. Harry didn't care about the power that the man was showing off. The man was thrumming with magic, with power, but it was his smile and the way he looked at his daughter, at his family, that really took his breath away. The Potter scion noticed that his eyes were tearing up and let out a bitter chuckle. Love? My heart's desire is love. Having a loving wife and child. To find true happiness in an imperfect world. What a mockery of a Slytherin I turned out to be. Slytherin was the house of the cunning and ambitious, and Harry just found out that it was his ambition was to settle down with a loving wife and have a child to raise and spoil. What a joke. Oh, but I find that love is by far grander of a goal and one with far more rewards than any other pursuit. An aged voice responded behind him. Harry stiffened and turned with his wand raised. He was so distracted by the loud symphony of the mirror that he didn't notice the one hiding behind him. He relaxed slightly and lowered his wand when he saw the headmaster. Harry was talented, yes, but he didn't even come close to Dumbledore's level. If the man wanted to do something to him, he would have done it already. I didn't see you, sir, Harry remarked, because I did not want you to see me, young Harry. Now, tell me, you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erist. What do you think of it? Harry shrugged. I think it's a very dangerous artifact, and you would be right. Countless men have wasted away before this mirror, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. Do you know of its origin? The headmaster asked. I can't say that I do, Harry responded. Long ago, before the statute of secrecy was put in place, a Muggle lord had become quite wealthy after a few trade deals. And yet, his staff and subjects were living in very poor conditions, for the lord did not wish to part with any of his wealth. Seeing enemies everywhere, he foolishly commissioned a Fae to create the ultimate vault, one that cannot be accessed by anyone. He planned on tricking the fairy after the vault was built by locking his gold inside and refusing to pay her. Seeing the man's greed and his mistreatment of those he deemed to be below him, they decided to add some creating punishment. They created this mirror to act as a gateway for all who wish to put their riches, and yet they could only take it out if they do not truly desire it. When the Fae gave the Lord the mirror, he put all of his wealth inside and refused to pay. The fairy then left with an odd smile on its face and relished while watching the man see his wealth and yet not be able to take a single coin. The man died on hunger and thirst, unwilling to let go of the mirror that held what he desired the most. Harry raised an eyebrow at the story. He didn't expect that. He didn't even know that the Fae were real. He just commented, a fascinating story. How ironic for a man to be killed by what he desired the most. Quite. Very few people could stand in front of this mirror and see love instead of power and wealth. It is usually those who have lost love that treasure it the most, Dumbledore remarked. You can never lose what you never had. You can never take it for granted when you see people have it and yet dismiss it so casually. I hope I don't fall into the same trap they do. To be perfectly honest, I half expected you to see your parents in the mirror, the headmaster remarked. Nothing can bring back the dead. It would be foolish for my whole being to be centered around people I will never meet. It's better to let the dead have their rest and focus on the living. You really are wiser beyond your years, Harry Potter, the headmaster remarked. I only wish to offer you the piece of advice to not seek the mirror once more, but I think you can understand its dangers more than anyone your age should. They stayed in each other's presence for a good minute before Harry spoke up. Professor, may I ask a question? You just did, young Harry, but I suppose one more question wouldn't be too much of a bother, answered the old man with mirth in his eyes. Harry shrugged. Do you know what happened to my father's cloak, sir? The man stiffened at the action and asked, what makes you think that I have any idea about what happened? Well, I was looking for anything that might have survived the fire and this cloak stood out, since from what I understand it survived far worse attacks before. It's a family heirloom, you see. I owed the ministry and they said that anything regarding my inheritance was handled by you, headmaster, at least according to my father's will, that is. It had to do with you being the witness to the will or something. I'm not really sure. Most of it went a little over my head, which is why I am asking if you ever found out what happened to it. The headmaster relaxed. I'm afraid not, young Harry. It's truly possible that it was destroyed by the fire. After all, it had devastated an entire village of wizards and muggles. It's very probable that an artifact, no matter how ancient or well protected, could be destroyed. Harry slumped. Well, that's a shame, really. Suddenly, Harry's family crest burned slightly, and the Potter Scion obtained the first bit of information from it. He suppressed a grin and continued, and yet, it still could be stolen. Perhaps it would be better to just activate the curse, just in case. Again, the headmaster stumbled. Is the cloak cursed, young Harry? The Potter Scion shrugged. Well, it's sort of a safeguard. I found out about it from a small journal from my grandfather in Gringotts. The artifact is bound to the Potter family, and it's very well protected, especially since it's nothing more than a long-lived invisibility cloak. But I guess it's a family heirloom of some sort. So, yeah, while the cloak would barely work for anyone without Potter blood, there's a small activation curse that can be used in case it's stolen. It emits some kind of locator signal, but even if it's returned, the curse persists if the holder is not of Potter blood. I'm not sure of the specifics, but I do know that the cloak was stolen a few centuries back by the Codrington family, and well, the entire family, branches and all, were gone in a single generation, and the cloak was back in the possession of the Potter family. Harry wasn't even lying. The crest really had shown him the fate of the Codrington family, as well as the ritual to activate the curse on the cloak. The man looked slightly worried. My boy, there's no reason to take such drastic measures. I know, the cloak is probably just destroyed, but this is just me making sure that no one stole it. If someone had it, they would have arranged for a meeting when I came to Hogwarts. Honestly, I'm probably just going to activate it on New Year's Eve. I still need a few materials to activate the curse, but I already ordered them. Harry pretended to look at his watch. Oh, look at the time. It's almost curfew, and I don't want to get detention. It was nice speaking with you, headmaster, and thank you for the story. Don't worry, I won't look for the mirror again, but you really should hide it better. The Potter Scion turned and left the room, doing his best to not burst into laughter. When he was finally in the comfort of his common room, Harry broke down and laughed harder than he ever had before at Dumbledore's panicked expression when he talked about the cloak's curse. A Magical Christmas. Chapter 41. A Magical Christmas. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. December 25th, 1991. Hogwarts. The Potter Scion turned and left the room, doing his best to not burst into laughter. When he was finally in the comfort of his common room, Harry broke down and laughed harder than he ever had before at Dumbledore's panicked expression when he talked about the cloak's curse. On Christmas Day, Harry woke up smiling at the silence that met him. For all he had missed his friends, sleeping in an empty dormitory, especially without Crabbe and Goyle's constant snoring, was a very good feeling. Like he did every morning, Harry took a warm shower, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave the dormitories, ready to get some breakfast. It wasn't until he reached the common room that he realized that it was Christmas, or Yule as the traditionalists like to call it. Harry noticed that the Christmas tree that was installed by the beginning of December had a small pile of presents underneath it. Huh, so it was Christmas already? Time really does go fast when you're having fun. Harry looked around to see if any of the piles belonged to him, and yes, there was a small pile on the left with his name on it. Harry smiled before making his way to unwrap them. The pile was by far the smallest in the bunch, but this was his first time getting a Christmas present in this life, and he was excited to see what his friends got him. The idea was so foreign that he had forgotten that Christmas was even a thing. Harry had to say that he was surprised with the concept of exchanging gifts was still done in Yule. It was a Muggle tradition, not a wizarding one. There were rituals involved in Yule, of course, but they weren't as important as Samhain. Harry wasn't invited to any of them, which wasn't really a surprise since there were barely any students in the house. Still, receiving gifts was more than enough for him to be happy. He had almost forgotten about the holiday until he heard Weasley say some comment about Slytherins not deserving Christmas gifts or something. Harry didn't even care about the offensive comment but widened his eyes when he realized that he almost forgot to shop for his friends. Lucky for him, owl orders were a thing, and Hedwig ended up having quite the workout for a weekend, going from one shop to another, hoping to find any suitable presents for his friends. Shops advertised their products in magazines, with the prices, which weekly had an entire section just for beauty products, but there were a few magazines for Quidditch and other interests. Marketing in the wizarding world really was lacking, all things considered. You needed to constantly market your products to get any owl orders, and you needed to be selective with what you wanted to buy. Often, the shop will end up sending a letter back to you to deal with it. It was quite time-consuming, but aside from opening a very eye-catching shop in Diagon Alley, it was the only way to get new customers. Harry didn't want to go too far with the presents. Harry decided to just be basic and send a new pair of Quidditch chaser gloves to Tracy, since she expressed her enthusiasm in joining the team the following year. For Blaze, Harry had found a small shop that made animated engravings of any designs. Harry simply asked for a silver cloak pin shaped like an eagle's head. It cost a pretty penny, but Harry was rich now, and he was allowed to splurge a little. As for Daphne, Harry contacted a herbologist that specialized in breeding miniature magical plants. The Potter Scion was able to purchase an enchanted bonsai tree that also functioned as a lamp with a tap of a wand, releasing small floating lights that could illuminate an entire room. He really hoped that Daphne, whose love of herbology surpassed even Longbottom's, would like it. Harry picked up the first present, which happened to be a wizard's chess set from Blaze, with a note telling him to stop playing with his own set. Chess happened to be Blaze's favorite pastime. That is until Harry kept destroying him one game after another. He had to admit that Blaze wasn't that bad for an 11-year-old, and Harry's experience in chess from his past life was an unfair advantage. Still, it seemed to motivate the Italian boy to improve himself, which was a plus in Harry's book. Smiling, the Potter Scion put aside his new chess set, which he knew was quite expensive, and picked up Tracy's present, which happened to be a large box of chocolate frogs. Harry smiled, knowing that she was practically buying for herself. Harry wasn't really fond of sweet food, and Tracy was probably planning on eating the chocolate herself when she comes back, knowing that Harry wouldn't touch them. Finally, Daphne's present happened to be a book, and a fairly old one at that. Its title was Customs of Wizarding Nobility in Magical Britain, after the Statute of Secrecy by Anthony Greengrass. It was a family tome that was practically priceless. Harry integrated himself into the magical world with the help of fiction books that were made there. Literature was a very good way of understanding how societies think. But those books were not written by members of former noble families, just struggling authors from normal families. Daphne must have noticed that Harry didn't really have the education of someone from an old pureblood family and gave him a book to compensate for these gaps. Honestly, not a lot of people cared about these traditions, and Harry didn't really notice anyone acting any differently or judging him. Still, it was a very thoughtful gift, especially considering how scandalous it is to give someone a family book. The letter cleared that up easily enough, where Daphne insisted that the book wasn't a gift, but that he would need to return it after the holidays. Still, with Harry's copy spell, it didn't really make an issue out of that stipulation. Harry was somewhat excited to see the contents of the book, although Harry was surprised to see two more presents by the tree. He held up the one on the top, which felt like a book. Harry was proven right when, after unwrapping it, turned out to be a book on dueling. A letter fell out, and Harry stiffened when he realized it was sent to him by Hermione. It said the following: "I'm sorry, Harry, about what happened. I talked to my parents, and they told me how horribly I treated you. I know we'll probably be friends again, but I felt like I just needed to apologize properly. You mentioned that you were planning on joining the Dueling Club, and I thought that I would help you get a head start. Merry Christmas. Hermine J. Granger." Harry let out a bitter smile at the letter. It was too late. Hermione was friends with Neville and Weasley, who saw him as an enemy because of his house. Still, some closure isn't a bad thing, and while he was initially slightly hurt, Harry had moved on quickly enough after Hermione's betrayal. This was the final nail in the coffin that was any form of friendship or rivalry they might have had. The Potter Scion didn't want to think about this further and chose to focus on the last gift. Above it was a small note with no name. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." Harry burst into laughter. Dumbledore really had taken the bait, which was hilarious. Oh, Harry wasn't lying about the curse. There was a curse that could be activated with a certain ritual that would act like a locator spell and had the potential of killing off an entire bloodline. But Harry couldn't really activate it. The crest had shown him the ritual to do it, and he needed the crest itself to accept him fully because he would need the crest itself as an anchor to activate the curse. Harry didn't even lie once when he told Dumbledore about the curse, and if the man had used legilimency, he would have confirmed this. Harry was able to trick Dumbledore into sending him the cloak that the headmaster had tried to swindle. All that was left was to see if it was the real thing and not a cheap replacement. Back to the package, just to make sure. Harry decided to unwrap the present, which revealed a shining silverly piece of cloth. Harry knew immediately that this was his father's cloak. The Potter Scion didn't dare touch it directly, fearing Dumbledore having spelled it somehow. He activated his arcane hearing to see if there were any spells or curses on his family heirloom and gasped at what he heard. There were obviously a couple of layers on the foundation of the piece of cloth, which was hidden somehow. Each layer was made by a different person, with different intentions. The first was cautious and distrustful. The charm's melodies reminded Harry of tracking charms slightly, with a slight tint of a trigger ward. It was obviously Dumbledore's work. It certainly sounded like his magic. Old, inflexible, with a tint of arrogance and pride in it. It was classical, orderly, and with a clear rhythm. Harry made sure to keep his arcane hearing activated after seeing the mirror of Erased. He knew now that this was Dumbledore sizing him up. Harry was drawn by the classroom with the mirror, probably because of a compulsion charm. He didn't instinctively hear it because it wasn't exactly malicious in nature. The headmaster had unknowingly been able to bypass his own magical instincts without even trying, just because the man didn't actively wish him harm when casting the spell. Harry swore that he will now focus on the mind arts to prevent something like this from happening once more. He will also try to keep his arcane hearing up for as long as possible. He was quickly overwhelmed by the frankly absurd amount of magic in the castle, but he was going to live there for 7 years, and ignoring his greatest strength was frankly absurd. Learning occlumency now became critically important. He had discreetly tried to see anything on the mind arts in the library, but found nothing. It was probably in the restricted section. He'll either need to sneak into it, maybe try to see if the Room of Requirements had anything to offer in that regard. Harry groaned. He was just finished with his Elder Futhark runes and planned a small break for the holidays to just relax, but Dumbledore had to make him learn the mind arts even sooner than he had planned. Back to his present, Harry pointed his wand at it and listened to the layer of magic that Dumbledore cast. He molded his magic to its inverse entirely and cast Finite. A white burst of magic impacted the cloak, and while nothing looked different from the outside, the entire layer of magic fractured and dissolved into nothing. Harry grinned to himself and looked at the second layer. It was infinitely more complex than Dumbledore's spells. Harry couldn't really make heads and tails of it, only that it wasn't cast with a wand, and that it was cast with protection in mind and restricted the cloak. Harry didn't even know how he could cast something like this, but his family crest burned, providing him with the solution. Without really thinking about it, Harry used his wand to make a small cut on his hand and held it above the cloak. Drops of blood started to fall on the cloak and Harry spoke up. I, Harry James Potter, the last of the line of Ignotus Peverell, unbind this cloak. May it serve me and my descendants and frighten my enemies. Let it remind all those who had forgotten the might of the Peverell family. With that done, and the 7th drop of blood touched the cloak, the layer of magic dissipated. Physically, the cloak transformed. It didn't look like a mere piece of cloth anymore, but of some kind of flowing, silverly liquid. Harry touched it, and while he was able to grab it, it felt like he was holding a cool molten silver, not an invisibility cloak. The most surprising thing was that when Harry tried to activate his arcane hearing, he heard nothing from the cloak. Absolute silence. It was as if there was nothing there. Even normal objects had a spark of magic, no matter how small, but when the Potter Scion looked at the artifact that his ancestors possessed, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the true power of a deathly hallow. Cloak of Winter. Chapter 42. Cloak of Winter. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. December 25th, 1991. Hogwarts. The most surprising thing was that when Harry tried to activate his arcane hearing, he heard nothing from the cloak. Absolute silence. It was as if there was nothing there. Even normal objects had a spark of magic, no matter how small. But when the Potter Scion looked at the artifact that his ancestors possessed, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the true power of a Deathly Hallow. Harry couldn't help but wonder if theoretically, this cloak would make him invisible to magic in general, and not just to sight. The fact that the cloak was silent to his arcane hearing was proof of that. Attempting to test it, Harry grabbed one of his enchanted quills. He opened up his ability and heard it thrum faintly when he focused on it. The Potter Scion then grabbed the cloak and put it over the quill and tried to sense it. He could feel absolutely nothing. It was as if there was nothing there. It was extremely disconcerting for Harry to put his hands up and grab something that for all his senses shouldn't exist. He couldn't see it, he couldn't hear it, he couldn't sense it. It was as if anything underneath the cloak just stopped existing. Harry tested the phenomenon with different enchanted artifacts, and it always worked. There was only one thing remaining, and that was putting on the cloak himself. When he put it around himself, it felt like it was a second skin, and everything around was still visible, and Harry could still hear the object's magic using his arcane hearing. Did that mean that the cloak couldn't impede any casting from the inside? Harry shrugged and took out his wand while being under the cloak and used a basic cast to see if a spell could travel outside of it. Alas, the spell was washed away when it touched the interior of the cloak, and yet the chair that was touching the exterior of the cloak was broken. Harry hadn't even aimed at the chair. Curious about this phenomenon, Harry put some vases that he had gotten from one of the empty classrooms to practice some spells on, underneath the cloak, and cast a stinging hex. The vase broke, but when he tried to do the same when there were clothes around the vase, it wasn't even touched, while the clothes were displaced by the spell. Oh, so the cloak directed the spells towards its surface. Touching the cloak would mean being affected by the spell as well. It wasn't a new effect. Harry did notice the same with regular clothes, but the cloak was far more durable than them, probably even indestructible. That meant that Harry wasn't impervious to magic attacks when he was under the cloak. It was why people could still be cursed even though the spells only hit their clothes and not them directly. But if they weren't directly touching the clothes, then they wouldn't be affected. Of course, it's far more complicated, where if you're touching something that's already touching the clothes, then you might be affected, which is what happens when someone is wearing multiple layers of clothes. However, the spell will only travel a certain distance before dissipating, which usually depends on the material of the object touched, the magical output of the spell, and the nature of the spell itself. Alas, it wasn't the time to focus on such an advanced subject of spell creation. Back to the cloak. It was such an amazing artifact, all things considered. Harry had decided to perform the final test, which was to try to sneak past the third-floor corridor wards. 1 hour later, Harry found out that he was undetected. He was invisible to even the wards when he was underneath the cloak. He had spent so long experimenting with the cloak that it was almost dinner time. He hadn't even eaten anything since he woke up. The cloak provided him with an opportunity to sneak anywhere he wanted without anyone knowing about it. Still, it was almost dinner time, and Harry regretted not being able to have the cloak with him at all times. If only he could wear the cloak discreetly, he pondered. As soon as he finished this thought, the silver cloak morphed into a standard Slytherin cloak. Holy shit, it can shapeshift too? Harry put on the cloak and willed himself to be invisible. It didn't seem to work until he put on the hood while willing the cloak to activate. Harry's entire frame became invisible to everything around him. Well, at least he could use it at a moment's notice. Hearing his stomach growl, Harry decided to go down to the Great Hall for dinner. Harry had to admit that the hall looked like a marvel of Christmas. Festoons of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no fewer than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with hundreds of candles. Christmas decorations were everywhere on the 4 house tables. It was a very festive atmosphere. On those tables, 100 fat, roast turkeys, mountains of roast and boiled potatoes, platters of chipolatas, tureens of buttered peas, silver boats of thick, rich gravy and cranberry sauce, and stacks of wizard crackers every few feet along the table. The Weasleys were already sitting at the Gryffindor table, pulling on magical Christmas crackers that exploded. At the high table, everyone seemed in a merry mood. Dumbledore was even wearing a flowered bonnet, and Flitwick had put on an elf hat. Harry almost burst into laughter when an obviously drunk Hagrid kissed Professor McGonagall on the cheek, who actually giggled and blushed. Her top had lopsided. Harry sat down and ate like a man possessed. Yeah, he really should have eaten something earlier. He was practically alone at the Slytherin table, so it wasn't as if there were other people that needed to eat. It was delicious, as always. The house elves really do go over and beyond during feasts. Harry would have called this a waste of food if it wasn't for preservation charms able to keep leftovers for months at a time. They were probably going to be eating leftovers from this feast until the end of the holidays. Still, Harry's meal just had to be ruined by Ron Weasley, who walked towards Harry with a grin on his face. He was wearing a knitted maroon sweater with a big R on it. His mother had probably made it. The Potter scion ignored the redhead and continued eating while reading his book. This went on for a good minute, and the redhead tried to get his attention by clearing his throat. Finally, the boy had enough and rudely closed down Harry's book. The young Slytherin looked up with a raised eyebrow. "That was awfully rude, Ronald Weasley." The boy blushed at him using his full name before stiffening. "Well, you weren't paying attention to me, and why would I pay attention to you?" Harry asked with a very dry tone. "Because I was trying to talk to you," the redhead exclaimed loudly. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just so engrossed by my book." The curse breaker Dresden was just about to fight some giant crocodile in an ancient tomb. Very exciting. "You see," Weasley interrupted his little monologue, "I don't want to know about your stupid book, Potter." "Then why did you mention it, then?" "I didn't mention it." "You did," the boy proclaimed. Harry simply shrugged. "Perhaps I did, and perhaps I didn't. We'll never know for sure." "No, I actually know for sure because you're the one who talked about it." "Then let's just agree to disagree, young Whitley," Harry responded. "My name isn't Whitley," Ron shouted with his face as red as his hair. Harry was doing his best not to burst into laughter. "It isn't? I thought your name was Ronald Whitley." "No, it isn't. My name is Ron Weasley." The boy was practically foaming from the mouth. "It's very nice to meet you, Ron Weasley. I'm Harry Potter." "I hope we can get along," Harry responded. "You know me, Potter. We don't get along," the redhead growled back. Harry just let out a shrug. "That's a shame. You seem like a fine young man." "Stop looking down on me," the Gryffindor shouted. "How am I looking down on you, young man?" Harry answered with a teasing tone. "Stop it. Just stop it. You're doing it again," the boy yelled. Harry was almost going to burst into laughter. It was so easy to revert to his past experience as a teacher in his old life. "Then perhaps you could tell me what you wanted to say to me. After all, you were the one who went all this way from his house table to mine just to speak." "I did?" The boy wondered while frowning. "Oh, that's right, I did. I was here to ask if you got any Christmas gifts." "You certainly don't deserve any, the slimy snake that you are." The redhead was smiling victoriously as if he had won something. Harry rolled his eyes. "Well, I'm sorry to tell you that, in fact, I did receive gifts this Christmas. And for your information, snakes aren't really slimy. I've never touched one, but from what I read, they're quite smooth." "And who would even get you gifts?" the boy sneered back. "Maybe it was just your parents." "Oh, wait, you don't have any?" Harry suppressed the urge to punch the boy in the face. He went too far, and the Slytherin had no issue in retaliating. Instead of shouting and cursing the boy, Harry simply shook his head and put a sad expression on his face. "Well, that was rather rude, Weasley. Here I am minding my own business, and you throw my parents' death to my face for no reason. What a cruel thing to do." "Perhaps you would have done well in Slytherin," Harry answered. Oddly enough, the boy paled. "No, I wouldn't have. I'm a Gryffindor to the bone." Harry grinned at the reaction. "Oh, I think you would have." The hat did see it too, didn't he? All that ambition, to be respected, become more than your brothers. After all, one's a very talented curse breaker. One is already making waves in Romania as a dragon handler. Percy will obviously be rising in the ministry soon enough, and the twins will probably have their own joke shop by the time they graduate. They all have their talents and their strengths. But you're just there, unremarkable, talentless, forgotten. You barely get a second-hand wand, which is stopping you from reaching your potential, while the others get new things. The forgotten Weasley, isn't that right? The boy looked teary. "No, I'm not, but you are. I can see it. You wanted to rise above it, not struggle with money anymore, to buy new things, and that the entire world would remember your name. The hat saw it, didn't he? He saw this ambition and almost sent you to the house you hated, but you pleaded to be with your family, to be with your idol, Neville Longbottom. Even now, you're barely more than the friend of the boy who lived, and that's all everyone will ever know you by. Maybe if you had chosen Slytherin, that wouldn't have been the case, Harry answered with a small smile on his face. The boy was shaken, and his eyes watered. Did Harry go too far? He did scratch at Weasley's insecurities, and somehow Harry knew how to dig in further. Alas, the redhead pulled out his wand and yelled out, "Never!" The Potter Scion ducked, letting the slug vomiting spell go over him. Of course, the staff ran towards the boy. Professor McGonagall ran towards the young Gryffindor with her wand raised and disarmed him. "Mr. Weasley, in all my years as a professor, I have never seen such behavior. At Christmas of all days." Harry suppressed the grin as the redhead got over 2 weeks of punishment for starting a fight. But the Potter Scion didn't even care. After all, he was planning on sneaking into the restricted section using his new cloak. After all, he didn't need to get started learning the mind arts. And wouldn't that be a good place to start? The Breached Library. Chapter 43. The library has been breached. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. December 25th, 1991. Hogwarts. Harry suppressed the grin as the redhead got over 2 weeks of punishment for starting a fight. But the Potter Scion didn't even care. After all, he was planning on sneaking into the restricted section using his new cloak. After all, he didn't need to get started learning the mind arts. And wouldn't that be a good place to start? Later that night, Harry crept out of his dormitory, down the stairs, across the common room, and went past the secret entrance. He moved up his way up the stairs, into the library. Finding himself in front of the locked entrance, Harry used his arcane hearing to get a feel of the magic inside the lock, to find the correct combination to temporarily disable the locking protection. After manipulating his magic to counteract the enchanted lock, he combined it with an unlocking charm and muttered, "Alohomora." The library door unlocked itself. Satisfied with his casting, Harry put on his cloak and went inside to sneak past the library wards. They weren't anything special, really, since the library was technically public for all Hogwarts students and alumni. The books didn't really need to be hidden away. Oh, Harry wasn't under the illusion that, if someone actually tried to damage the books, much heavier wards wouldn't be activated. At least, Harry assumed they would, since if that wasn't the case then it would be a large security flaw, where a student might sneak into the library and burn it into the ground. The Hogwarts library was a huge asset to the school and provided a certain status to studying in this castle. Even if the curriculum started getting restricted decades back, the library was pitch black and very eerie. Harry decided to use a Lumos Maxima to light the way. A ball of light appeared floating alongside the invisible student, guiding him towards the restricted section. It was right at the back of the library. It seemed separate from the rest of the library by a rope, but Harry could certainly hear the invisible wards stopping any intruder. They were very complex and very powerful, that's for sure. Without the cloak, Harry wouldn't even dream of trying to get past them. Stepping carefully over the rope that separated these books from the rest of the library, Harry suppressed the urge to laugh in glee. The cloak really was overpowered. It turned the protections of the most dangerous books in the castle into a simple, magicless rope. Harry waved his hand to move the ball of light, allowing him to see the restricted section tomes properly. A few minutes later, the young Slytherin was slowly getting frustrated. It seemed like the restricted section lacked even the fundamental organization that the rest of the library had. Even the tome titles didn't tell him much. Their peeling, faded gold letters spelt words in languages Harry couldn't understand. Some had no title at all. One book had a dark stain on it that looked horribly like blood. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck prickled. Maybe he was imagining it, maybe not, but he thought a faint whispering was coming from the books, as though they knew someone was there who shouldn't be. Yeah, Harry was pretty unsettled by the damn place, but he was right to be. Harry remembers Tom Riddle's diary in the story and how it possessed anyone who wrote inside. Yeah, the Potter Scion was right to be wary of unknown books, especially when their melodies reeked of malice and bloodthirst. Seeing no point in just walking around endless books, and decided to use a certain spell that he had found weeks ago. He waved the wand in a complicated manner and muttered, Invenar libros verbis mind arts. A glowing beam of golden light was released from his wand and dispersed into countless smaller beams, each one connecting to a certain book. Harry smirked to himself. This was his modified spell of one that researchers used to find certain terms in a book, only on a much larger scale. It was a bitch to get down, but Harry had practiced it in secret with his schoolbooks. The original spell was particularly helpful in potions when trying to find out about certain ingredients quickly. It was based on divination, weirdly enough. It didn't work on books protected against scrying, but people tended to neglect divination as a magical field. Harry still hasn't really tried to look into the magical field, but he was planning to in the future. If it wasn't nonsense, then it would be a very useful field to master. Still, it wasn't foolproof by any measure, and Harry wanted to fine-tune the spell to be invisible and have him use it in conjunction with his arcane hearing. Alas, he didn't really have the time to do it. Still, Harry noticed that most of the books with the words mind arts were grouped together in the middle of the library. When he walked there, practically every book was glowing, and Harry assumed that it was the section in the field. Satisfied with his search, the Potter Scion removed the cloak and started looking at the titled books. Well, he understood why most of them were in the restricted section. Mind Curses, How to Break Down Your Enemies by Charles Claw sounded quite sinister. Yeah, there were books on how to curse people to insanity, on how to control their minds, on how to brainwash them, manipulate their very thoughts, and so much more. It was very horrific, and Harry was shaking by the end of it. He had forgotten how dangerous magic was, how terrible it could be. Magic was supposed to be beautiful, filled with wonder and amazement, but not this. After dozens of horrific titles, Harry found one that didn't sound very dangerous, An Introduction to the Mind Arts by Xavier Harlaw. Finally, a book that wouldn't give him nightmares. Harry prepared to touch it, only to be warned by his arcane hearing of the wards that protected the tome. Harry spread his senses and found out that the ward wanted to see a certain identification magical mark to be disabled momentarily. It wasn't very complicated, since it did need to be heavily manufactured. All things con Harry focused and was able to weave an illusion to replicate the magical mark, and he could hear the wards disabling as he touched the book. Grinning to himself, Harry decided to read the book slightly to see if it was interesting. The introductory chapter showed it to be an academic book focused on teaching. It was probably a supplementary book that was recommended whenever a student wanted to focus on the mind arts. As it said, it seemed to be an introduction to the field, but there didn't seem to be any chapters on occlumency and legilimency. Still, Harry decided to copy the book. He took out one of his modified dictation quills and charmed it to copy the book into his never-ending journal. With that done, Harry decided to change the command a little. Invenar libros verbis occlumency. This time the golden light was far smaller and was only divided into a dozen or so books. Harry walked towards the closest one and read its title, Occlumency and Legilimency, the Sword and Shield of the Mind Arts. It didn't have an author, but when Harry took it out and skimmed it, it looked like a brief summary of how occlumency and legilimency worked. Looking around the other glowing book, Harry selected 3 that looked to instruct the caster on how to protect their mind. Harry decided to take out a few of his spare books and charm his quills to copy them as well. Meanwhile, Harry started reading his fiction book. After all, his spell took hours to finish, and Harry wasn't in a hurry. He canceled the lights, put on his invisibility cloak, cast a small lumos underneath the cloak, and started reading. It was better in case someone passed by. Harry wouldn't be surprised if Filch and his demon cat patrolled the library for some reason. Harry was thankful that he had locked the door on his way in. The squib caretaker shouldn't suspect a thing. A couple of hours in, the last book was copied, and Harry proceeded to put them back on their shelves, feeling their security enchantments resetting. Harry slowly walked out of the library, making sure to relock the door, and felt the enchantment on the lock activate once more. He walked in silence to his dormitory, with a triumphant grin on his face. It was a good feeling. Sneaking around, bypassing the castle's protection while seeking forbidden knowledge. It was like an adventure. Was curse breaking like this? Harry could imagine himself sneaking into tombs, breaking wards to find hidden ancient treasures. It seems like an exciting profession, all things considered. The following day, Harry wasn't seen by any of the residents of the castle. Ron Weasley, who had been humiliated the previous day and wanted to give the Potter scion a piece of his mind, ended up trying and failing to corner him. The young Slytherin didn't show in any of the meals, choosing to get some snacks from the kitchen. He was too absorbed by something new. Harry hadn't really found anything truly different for months. It was all extensions of his current studies, but an entirely new magical field. No. The last he had seen was alchemy, and Harry needed to learn another runic language just to begin practicing it, because that's what the mind arts really were. It was a magical field that was extremely obscure and very easy to abuse. Well, technically, there are charms and potions that could mimic its effects, but actual mind magic was just a league of its own. It wasn't just defending the mind and attacking other ones. It was a subtle art that needed practice. It was the gateway to astral projection, sending telepathic messages, and even reading emotions. It was a therapist's wet dream, to be honest. It did explain why mind healers were such treasured and expensive commodities. Apparently, people who specialize in this field are only allowed to do so after finishing their normal healing education and taking an oath not to cause harm. It was sort of like the Hippocratic Oath, but more binding. Afterwards, they would have access to thing knowledge, and it was terrifying. No wonder Voldemort was so terrifying. You can't really trust your own thoughts when you're at the mercy of a mind mage. Honestly, considering what he had read, Harry decided to learn occlumency as soon as possible. Funnily enough, it happened to be a somewhat obscure subject, even in the mind arts. The field was mostly targeted towards healers who didn't really need to be discreet while entering another person's mind, but they needed to be gentle and not cause any damage to their patient's psyches. A mind healer getting inside their patient's mind would need to prepare a pseudo-ritual to stabilize the connection both ways. Legilimency didn't do that. The subtlety of legilimency, which is an attacking form of mind magic, wasn't really common. It was basically having access to the surface thoughts in one's mind, be it images, memories, dreams, or imagination. It was just a simple spell that collected the loud thoughts around a person. It didn't really involve any true invading of the mind unless the spell is overpowered, which is just as likely to turn the target into a vegetable as getting any useful information from him. Similarly, protecting yourself from mind magic was also not that common, since it really wasn't likely that someone that has learned this magic properly to use it for harm. Occlumency took years to master, sometimes even decades, and that was just too much effort for small harm. It was a discipline, not a spell. It had many levels. Firstly, learning how to stop errant thoughts, practically stopping anyone that could use legilimency from reading your mind. However, mind curses and similar artifacts could still affect you. Afterwards, the discipline is essentially how to control your own mind, so that it may never be manipulated without your permission. Alas, Harry wasn't going to even try to attempt doing something like this anytime soon. He was going to get started with the legilimency before committing to anything like this without any research. It took 2 days and a pointed letter from Professor Snape until Harry Potter exited his common room. And for all the potion master's scolding, Harry wouldn't have had it any other way. After all, Harry wanted to get the most done before classes started again. The Two-Faced Man. Chapter 44. The Two-Faced Man. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. January 12, 1991. Hogwarts. Alas, Harry wasn't going to even try to attempt doing something like this anytime soon. He was going to get started with the legilimency before committing to anything like this without any research. It took 2 days and a pointed letter from Professor Snape until Harry Potter exited his common room. And for all the potion master's scolding, Harry wouldn't have had it any other way. After all, Harry wanted to get the most done before classes started again. Well, before he knew it, classes were back, and school resumed as usual. Harry had spent the rest of the holidays practically reading every single book on the mind arts. It was far more extensive than he had thought, especially since its theory was aimed at fully licensed healers that have studied for years after graduating from Hogwarts. Funnily enough, the easy part was the spells, especially the malicious ones. The Obliviation charm can be mastered by any idiot with a wand, but you could spend years studying the disciplines dealing with the fragile intricacies of the mind, and you would only scratch the surface. Mind curses were disturbingly easy to cast. There was one to cause gradual dementia on the target, which acts like a worm. eating away the mind unless it is countered somehow. As for occlumency and legilimency, they stood places apart. Legilimency was a spell, but one that can only be mastered by a decent occlumens that was somewhat understanding of mind. Magics. You could easily accidentally broadcast your own thoughts in the spell, giving your target a slice of your memories while trying to get one of his. As for occlumency, it was a discipline of mastery over the mind. It wasn't meant to repress emotions or feelings. It didn't give you a photographic memory, and it certainly didn't give you perfect recall of every little detail like a pensive. Oh, the practices involved would guarantee that the user is disciplined and has enough self-control. But it's not the magic but the exercises that guarantee this, and even then, they weren't foolproof. Voldemort was known as a master of occlumency, and he wasn't exactly the picture of mental or emotional stability. Still, Harry started to do the advised exercises and focus on a mental image every night to clear his mind. It was very hard and not that rewarding in the short term. No wonder Harry Potter from the stories was miserable at it. He was a hormonal teenager, angry at the world that was clamoring for action. Sitting still for an hour a day to clear his mind wasn't really a thing he would look forward to. And that's not to mention Snape breaking into his private moments one after one. Thankfully, that wasn't happening to him, even if the method Snape used was technically viable, especially considering his counterpart's situation. The purpose was to get him to familiarize himself with his own mind enough that he would be able to feel every intrusion. It wasn't enough for him to stop broadcasting his thoughts, since Voldemort was already inside his mind because of the Horcrux. It was a bootlegged still of deep occlumency meant to recognize mind-altering spells and potions and stop them. And the boy was forced to do it without even mastering the basics since that would take too long. Still, with his magic circuit stabilizing after the ritual, Harry didn't need to do the ritual bath every day, leaving him with a couple of hours of free time that he was going to use to do these exercises. However, for all Harry was excited to have all the time in the world to learn a new field of magic, he had missed his friends. He waited for them at the platform on the day they returned, one day before classes started. He was immediately enveloped by a hug from Daphne and Tracy, who seemed to have loved their presence. Blaise was slightly more subdued in showing his gratitude, but he was wearing the pin Harry had given him. With classes starting, things started to stabilize into a certain routine. Harry simply did his occlumency exercises in the morning, then went with his friends to class, went to the library after it was over for a couple of hours after classes, and then returned to the dormitory to hang out with them, do his homework, or practice his spell work. Normalcy had returned to the School of Magic, at least in theory. Although, for some reason, Neville Longbottom seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time in the history section of the library looking for Nicholas Flamel. It was extremely amusing from the outside since if he asked any upper year, he would have probably had an answer. Alas, he seemed to be stuck in the wrong part of the history section in a vain effort to be secretive in his quest to find out what is hidden in the forbidden corridor. And he was too stubborn to ask anyone about it. Harry wanted to see his face when he found out how much of a waste all this effort was. Although, the young Slytherin was somewhat sympathetic to McGonagall that looked hopeful that her student was taking his education seriously, only to be saddened by his even lower grades. Still, as long as he kept busy, Harry was all for letting the boy waste his time with this nonsense. He had barely even talked to a person that wasn't a Gryffindor first year or a member of his Quidditch team, which meant that he stopped harassing people and ignored Malfoy's crude attempt at antagonizing him, much to the blonde's obvious frustration. He really didn't know how to deal with it. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Harry had no desire to find it, because the corridor is either a trap for Voldemort or a test for Longbottom. It was the only conclusion other than Dumbledore being simply insane, and that was unlikely, no matter how much the man wanted the world to see him as an eccentric, wise old man. It didn't matter if the trap used the real stone or not, because if it was the real thing, no matter how unlikely it was, then it could be easily tracked somehow, and Harry was not confident enough to fight out armies of wizards with dreams of living forever, although it was most likely a fake. Nicholas Flamel didn't really seem the type to give the key to his and his wife's survival to be used as a trap for a Dark Lord that's not all that different from the other Dark Lords he dealt with in his long life. It didn't matter, and even if Dumbledore had arranged to show him the mirror, Harry had no intention of being involved in the man's plots. Still, nothing out of the ordinary happened until one day. After his defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell addressed Harry, Mr. Potter, could you please stay back for me? Harry gulped slightly, while his friends left the classroom, leaving the young Slytherin alone with the possibly possessed professor. He was always hesitant whenever he was in Quirrell's presence. He never met his eyesight or the back of his head. He made sure to never be alone with him, and he never volunteered in any way during class. The man still kept fidgeting and jumping at every sudden noise, but the Potter scion knew that it didn't make him any less dangerous. The turban-wearing professor waited until the last student left the classroom before speaking. You must wonder why I asked you to stay, Potter. Harry nodded. The thought did cross my mind, Professor. Well, I couldn't help but notice how advanced you really are during class. I will admit to not having seen someone your age with your competence in a very long time. Harry simply shrugged. I just like learning about magic. It's just so amazing what we can do with it. How could I not want to learn about it? Alas, the professor's words cut into his heart like a knife. You weren't raised by wizards, were you? Harry simply stood there stupefied. Of all the things he expected the professor to say, this wasn't it. The man grinned at his reaction. I thought so. Don't worry, I'm not planning on telling anyone. I could only imagine what might happen if this information was spread in your house. How did you find out, Professor? Harry finally asked after a few seconds of silence. He tried to figure out where he went wrong. He didn't really do anything that any other pureblood student wouldn't. So, how did Quirrell know? Oh, you want to know where you went wrong. That's the thing, Potter. You didn't, and that's what let me know. Your experimentations with your magic and your passion towards learning more about it aren't characteristics of someone who is used to magic as an everyday commodity. You treat your magic as a luxury, as a precious gift, as you well should. Your peers dismiss it. It's too normal for them. That's why I knew that you weren't raised around magic. Harry grimaced. The man really wasn't wrong, but he really wanted him to just get to the point. The professor continued, It's nothing to be ashamed of. You are part of a family that has existed for centuries and helped shape history in its own way. As far as I'm concerned, your attitude towards magic is an advantage, not a flaw. Which is why I wish to make you an offer. What kind of offer? Harry asked. Well, as you well know, you're allowed to choose a club to join this semester. Professor Flitwick was very excited when you showed interest in his dueling club, but I'm here to offer you an alternative. Dueling, while a noble art and a respected sport, is not really useful outside of sporting events. You won't really learn any new spells or magic, and in a real magical fight, the instincts wouldn't help you too much. What I propose is for you to study under me, and I will teach you magic beyond any student in this castle. Like what, Professor? The man grinned as if he had won something. Well, there's the dark arts, the light arts, elemental magics, mind magics, rituals, anything really. It will depend entirely on you. I will make sure that you're the greatest student to ever come out of Hogwarts. The Potter scion internally grimaced, but he was still curious about something the man said. The light arts, sir? What are those? Well, Dumbledore probably kept this hidden, but there is a counterpart to the dark arts, called the light arts. They're not as nice as they sound. Honestly, they're not all that different from the dark arts. They're just as alluring, just as addictive, and just as harmful in the wrong hands. You could do a lot of good with both. You can heal with both the light and dark alike, just as you can cast curses with both light and dark arts. This is not magic that you will ever find at Hogwarts. The headmaster has made sure to put any of the books either in his own collection or in the restricted section. So, what do you say, young Potter? Would you like to accept my offer? Well, that was more information than he had on the subject in a while. Harry decided not to dabble in dark magic until he had enough of a foundation in magic, while making sure not to hurt himself. Harry wouldn't deny that Quirrell's offer was attractive. He had to sneak into restricted sections, the room of requirements, fighting and figuring out every useful spell he could find, and having an official teacher would help speed things along. But with that came the downsides. Quirrell was dangerous, and Harry wanted nothing to do with it. The Potter scion made a decision and shook his head. I'm sorry, Professor, but that would be taking the fun out of learning magic. I like figuring things out on my own, and a private tutor would rob me of that. And I am excited to test my magic against other students. I'm sorry, but I'm going to join the Dueling Club. Harry thought that for a second. The man's eyes turned to red before turning back to their usual brown. I'm sorry to hear that, Potter. If you ever change your mind, My door is always open. I hope that you will succeed in your endeavors and not regret refusing this opportunity." The young Slytherin shivered at the man's cold tone and implied threat. He returned to his dormitory and stayed in his bed, realizing that he almost became the apprentice of the fucking Dark Lord in his first year at Hogwarts. He only hoped that the man wouldn't kill him for his refusal. Dodging a bullet. Chapter 45. Dodging a bullet. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. January 13th, 1991. Hogwarts. The young Slytherin shivered at the man's cold tone and implied threat. He returned to his dormitory and stayed in his bed, realizing that he almost became the apprentice of the fucking Dark Lord in his first year at Hogwarts. He only hoped that the man wouldn't kill him for his refusal. It was the following day, and Harry was still shaking at what happened with Quirrell. There was just too much of a risk to spending a large amount of time with the defense against the dark arts professor. The topics that the man spoke of were far beyond the cowardly academic he pretended to be, and the passion in his voice did not fit his carefully mastered persona. Yeah, Quirrell was probably possessed, and spending any extra time with him was dangerous, let alone becoming his private pupil. This posed a substantial risk, especially with the knowledge locked deep in Harry's mind. His protection came from his anonymity. No one cared about the Slytherin quiet bookworm when Malfoy and Longbottom look all the spotlight, and it suited him perfectly. However, Quirrell had noticed, Voldemort had noticed him. And while having one of the strongest wizards in existence teach him was a very attractive idea, it was simply foolish to spend time near a master of legilimency while having secret knowledge in his head. The fact that the castle was still standing and that things are continuing somewhat similarly to the stories in Harry's mind was proof that no one was able to breach inside, but Harry was gaining attention and he couldn't let his knowledge into the hands of anyone but him. He didn't trust anyone to give them something that could shake the very foundations of magical society, and perhaps he never will trust anyone for that. Harry didn't know if his past life was automatically protected from intrusion, but Harry rarely ever thought about it, and definitely not during class, which made him somewhat safe. Plus, legilimency was a spell, and Harry could hear spells that are malicious in nature thanks to his arcane hearing. It wasn't foolproof since Dumbledore accidentally got past it by getting an enchantment without negative intent affecting him. But direct spells like legilimency were like loud bangs for Harry. Oh, he was actively blocking his ability to not be overwhelmed by the castle's magic, but it was still proof that he wasn't infallible. Harry never turned off his ability when he was in Quirrell's presence, or Snape's for that matter. It was for self-preservation purposes, but he hadn't felt anyone attempt to breach his mind. Not that he was even looking them in the eyes in the first place. Still, having someone become your mentor without looking them in the eye was just optimistic. That's not mentioning whatever Quirrell's real plan was. Yeah, getting away from that shit show was for the best. Nevertheless, Harry really needed to step up his occlumency training to avoid causing any trouble. To make sure that the offer is off the table entirely, Harry decided to speed up his joining of a school club so that Quirrell wouldn't try to sneak something past him. First years were only allowed one extracurricular activity, and if he joined a club, the possibly possessed professor would need to get him to quit before getting him to accept his offer. And so, after his charms lesson, Harry walked up to Professor Flitwick and spoke up, "Professor, is it possible for me to join the Dueling Club?" The half-goblin grinned, "Oh ho, Mr. Potter. I have been waiting for a week for you to bring up the issue. I normally don't accept first years as they are liable to get hurt and often get left behind. I also need a whole year to train my students and prepare them for the dueling tournaments in the summer, and first years are only allowed to join a club in their second semester." However, Minerva did bend the rule to admit Longbottom to the Quidditch team, which sets a precedent for admitting you into the club, so it's only a question to if you can catch up to the other members, and if you can handle the extra workload. It will not be an easy task, Potter. Are you willing to put the effort in? "I promise to do my best, Professor," Harry replied. "All right, I will admit you as a probationary member of the club. In a month, I will personally review your membership based on your performance in the dueling ring and your performance in your academia. If you prove to me and the rest of the club that you can handle it, then you'll be a full member. You'll probably be the youngest member in almost a century, an impressive feat, all things considered. Do you agree with my terms, young Potter?" The Potter scion had an intense look on his face. Yes, I can do it. The former dueling champion jumped while clapping his hand. Very well. You are now a probationary member of Hogwarts' esteemed Dueling Club. Our first meeting is tonight at 6 near the Great Hall. Don't be late. Harry understood the implied dismissal in the statement and left the room. He was immediately accosted by his friends. So, what did you want with Flitwick? Blaise questioned. The green-eyed boy shrugged. I just asked to join the Dueling Club. He agreed to let me join as a probationary member to see if I can handle it. Wait, what? Flitwick never lets first years in his club, Tracy remarked. I remember Montague complaining about it. Apparently, he wanted to join in his first one to fight in the under-12 European dueling tournaments, and he wanted Flitwick to train him. Flitwick refused, and he ended up losing in the first round to some Bulgarian boy. Montague joined in his second year, but he keeps telling everyone that Flitwick is the one who stopped him from winning the whole thing. Harry quirked his eyebrow. How is there an under-12 dueling tournament? Only 11-year-olds could use wands without blowing everything up and participate in the tournament. It's more of a joke tournament, Daphne replied. No one really takes it seriously since the best the participants could do is send prank spells at each other. It's why it's so sad that Montague still brags about it. He lost on the first round in a joke tournament, and he blamed Flitwick of all people for it. Harry simply nodded. It must be one of the small quirks of the magical world, and he didn't have any interest in actually fighting in a tournament if it wouldn't really be a challenge. Still, he decided to come back to the dormitory with his friend and forego going to the library that day. He didn't know how long the dueling meeting was going to be, and he didn't to neglect his friends. Harry was broken from his thought when Daphne hit him with her elbow on the way to the dormitory. Hey, what gives? The blonde girl glared at Harry. Granger is looking at you again. The Potter scion suppressed a groan and looked discreetly at his former friend. She was looking longingly at him for some reason. The Muggle-born kept doing that during class, and it was very distracting. He didn't know why she wouldn't just come to speak with him. Ever since she had returned, she just acted weirdly whenever he was near. Oh, he was never going to be as close to her as before, but they were at least friendly acquaintances. Harry wouldn't really care. Hermione was free to do whatever she liked. He stopped being invested in their friendship months ago. Unfortunately, his friends had noticed the Muggleborn's behavior and commented on it. Again, I don't know why she's doing that. A teasing smile appeared on Tracy's face. Maybe she has a crush on you. Oh, it would be so romantic. A love that is forbidden because of the houses, the Muggleborn and the heir. It would make a great tragedy. It would be a trashy romance novel at best, Tracy, Harry protested. But I really haven't spoken to her for months. I don't know why she's suddenly looking at me like that. And he wasn't even lying. Hermione's gift was a very nice gesture to apologize for her mistake, and Harry did forgive her. But for some reason, she seemed undecided between talking to him and avoiding him, and Harry was very confused about it. The Potter scion simply did his best to ignore the girl and muttered, "Troublesome." Blaise snorted in amusement at his comment, and the four Slytherins kept bickering until they reached the common room. They ended up playing a small chess tournament. Harry had wanted to try out his new chess set, and Daphne had surprisingly asked to play against him. It was odd because he and Blaise usually played while Daphne and Tracy gossiped in the corner. Still, Daphne wasn't that bad, all things considered. Harry destroyed her, of course, but the Greengrass scion was competitive enough to keep trying until it was almost time for the Dueling Club meeting. Harry excused himself and hurried back to the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished and a golden stage had appeared along one wall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. The ceiling was velvety black once more, and upper years were giving him questioning looks. One of them, an older Ravenclaw, walked towards Harry, probably with the intention of asking him to leave, but Professor Flitwick walked up the stage. Gather around, everyone. I hope that you all had a wonderful Christmas, and I welcome you to the second half of your yearly dueling education. As most of you noticed, we have a new addition to our ranks. He pointed at the only first year in the room, and Harry wanted to crawl away from their stares. Montague turned to the professor with an incredulous expression. But he's a first tie, and I believe he can catch up to the second years easily enough. Do not worry, though. His membership is probationary. I will personally judge his progress and see if he should stay a member. That being said, if I see any signs that someone is sabotaging him in any way, they will be expelled from the club, That's not mentioning the months of detention that they'll have to serve with Filch. Everyone shivered at the thought of spending that much time with the frankly despicable squib. Harry didn't really know why his post even existed. It's not like he cleaned anything since the house elves do it. All he does is run around with his cat and try to get students punished. And even if the post was necessary, this man had no business being anywhere near children, let alone handling their punishments. Harry didn't care that he was a squib. He did care that he was a spiteful, angry sadist of a man that relished at the thought of physically harming the students of the castle. The fact that Dumbledore hadn't fired the man was honestly disturbing. The charms professor simply shook his head and continued, "All right, so a quick revision on the basics. Dueling is a sport, an art, where you show your mastery over tactics and magic in a martial manner. However, using dueling tactics while fighting a criminal is liable to get you killed. So, if you're expecting to list this club as some sort of advantage when applying to be an Auror, you're more likely to be laughed at than anything else. Dueling is a demonstration of knowledge of spells and their counters, reflexes, certain skills, and tactics. There are strict rules and regulations, and there is an official list of allowed spells. Of course, not a single spell allowed to be used can be considered to be dark. Casting any forbidden spell in an official tournament is grounds for getting disqualified, and if the spell is dangerous enough, banned from competitive dueling altogether. Now, with that out of the way, let's start with a small demonstration between me and the 7th-year current champion. The Dueling Club. Chapter 46. The Dueling Club. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. January 13th, 1991. Hogwarts. Dueling is a demonstration of knowledge of spells and their counters, reflexes, certain skills, and tactics. There are strict rules and regulations, and there is an official list of allowed spells. Of course, not a single spell allowed to be used can be considered to be dark. Casting any forbidden spell in an official tournament is grounds for getting disqualified, and if the spell is dangerous enough, banned from competitive dueling altogether. Now, with that out of the way, let's start with a small demonstration between me and the 7th-year current champion. A 7th-year Gryffindor boy with blonde hair slowly walked up the dueling platform. Harry had heard Marcus Flint complain about him. Apparently, the guy was responsible for incapacitating Montague the previous year and causing him not to be ready for Quidditch. Alex Smith was his name. He was related to Zacharias Smith in Harry's year, who according to the stories was probably a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. Still, the boy was an arrogant ponce, and his elder relative's sneer of disdain as he looked at Harry was not really promising to his character. Still, personality aside, his skill as a dueler must be impressive since he's the 7th-year champion. The members of the club organized themselves by years since it wouldn't make sense to teach 12-year-olds and 17-year-olds the same things. Their mastery over magic is simply different, and they can incorporate more skill in their duels. There are small tournaments to declare who is the best dueler in each age group, and at the end of the semester, the champions for everyone fight, declaring who is the best Hogwarts dueler. It mostly ends up being a 6th or 7th year. Harry knew this because the final duels are available to the public and their results are logged in the library. And so, to summarize his little inner monologue, Alex Smith was the best dueler in Hogwarts, and he was going against a legitimate dueling champion and charm master. Both duelers stood at opposing sides of the stage, bowed to each other, and took some stances. Harry had seen them in the dueling book Hermione had gotten him. They served to minimize the target and be ready to cast a spell at a moment's notice. Smith was the one to start the duel. He cast some kind of purple spell at the professor who simply batted it away with a flick of his wand. Whatever this spell was, it was very aggressive. At least that's what Harry felt using his arcane hearing. He didn't have time to analyze it because it traveled far quicker than any other spell he had seen. Still, the professor retaliated with a standard stunning charm that the 7th year dodged. And they kept at it, sending very quick spells at each other, dodging, countering, and shielding sometimes. They didn't speak a word, nor did they do any elaborate wand movements. Things started to look slightly boring until the professor sent a blasting curse at the student, who redirected it to the ground before him. The wooden platform that was hit ended up into shards which the student used to banish the professor. A gust of intense wind appeared from the tip of the half-goblin's wand and redirected the projectiles towards the student, who put up a shield to protect himself. The professor conjured a rope that he animated to discreetly slither down the shield, as he peppered the shield with small spells. Finally, the professor cast a powerful shield breaker which momentarily broke the shield and let the rope through. The hidden object tripped the teenager, and the professor used this to disarm him and banish him out of the arena. It was an impressive display of skill by the professor that didn't really look tired. He was holding back massively, but he was somehow able to animate a construct while casting other spells, something that Harry didn't know was even possible. Smith wasn't really that bad. Spell redirection is a very impressive skill, and his use of his surroundings was good, but he simply didn't come close to matching the professor. The entire classroom clapped at the display of skill, and Harry understood why this could be considered to be a joke to Oris. Yeah, the reflexes are all right, but the common use of shields wasn't something that's commonly seen, especially when unknown spells are being fired. The fact that the spell repertoire was limited is good for the safety of the duelers, but not really for actual fighting. The two fighters didn't really move closely towards each other. Duelers are only allowed to move in certain locations, making any kind of close combat absolute. That meant that duelers simply won't know what to do if they were attacked by a dark creature. Yeah, Harry could see why Oris would laugh at duelers, but he could also see the beauty of the sport. It was about making the best of what you're allowed to do, and Flitwick showed that. It's about being creative, fast, and strategic. But the way spells were sent around and countered so effortlessly by both sides was simply breathtaking. Using counter curses in the middle of a fight was suicidal, but with a locked repertoire, it wouldn't surprise Harry if people knew a counter for every available spell. Still, all things considered, Harry was excited to be able to do half this stuff, and from the looks of his fellow club members, he wasn't the only one. The professor and Smith bowed to each other again and turned towards their spectators. The half-goblin was smiling widely. Now that you've seen what you're supposed to achieve coming here, it's time to talk about the logistics. As usual, every year group will have a slot during the afternoon, except for Sunday, that is. Mondays will be for second years, Tuesdays for third years, and so on. We will meet every week at 7, after dinner, and I will give you small assignments and spells to learn mostly during each session. We will meet near the Great Hall, but our lesson will be in a different room. Now, as it is a Monday, everyone that's not a second year, or first year student for that matter, is to leave the hall so that I could start my lesson. The upper years thanked the professors and slowly started to leave through the main door. It left Harry with 5 other students, a familiar Gryffindor named Cormac McLaggen, a Hufflepuff boy that was sneering at him who Harry didn't even know. There was another, Slytherin, a girl this time. Her name was Raoul or something, and 2 Ravenclaws, a black-haired boy and an Asian girl. The professor clapped their hands. All right, students, as you can see, there is a new member in our little group. So, everyone, introduce yourselves. McLaggen started up. Hey, I'm Cormac McLaggen. I'm in Gryffindor, and I like Quidditch and Transfiguration. Huh, that wasn't so bad. Harry had assumed that he was the Gryffindor version of Malfoy or something. Of course, the boy had to ruin it. Oh, and my dad works at the ministry, so last year an Aura friend of his showed me a few moves. Yeah, he's a spoilt brat all right. The Asian girl rolled her eyes at him. Cho Chang. It's nice to make your acquaintance. I also like Quidditch. I'm hoping to apply to be a seeker next year since the Ravenclaw one is in his 7th year right now. The other Ravenclaw introduced himself as Patrick Jones and said that he wanted to be a dueling champion someday. The Slytherin girl introduced herself as Rowena Rowell and didn't say anything else. Finally, it was time for the Hufflepuff to introduce herself, and he seemed to keep glaring at Harry for some reason. My name is David Abbott. That should tell you everything you need. Honestly, Harry didn't know why he was pressing his voice when he said his last name, and he didn't really understand what he was talking about. He had the last name of one of his Hufflepuff classmates, nothing more. Harry simply shrugged, which seemed to incense the boy even further. My name is Harry Potter. I like Transfiguration and Charms. I'm in Slytherin, obviously, and I'm happy to be part of this club. The half-goblin clapped his hands. Well done. Now for Harry's benefit as well as yours, what can you tell me about what you have learned in the last semester? Cho raised her hands. Well, we learned the 3 basic stances, attacking, defending, and flexible. We learned 2 shield spells, the Contigo and Repelio, as well as the Punching Jinx, the Disarming Charm, and the Jelly Legs Curse. We also learned a few dueling tactics and practiced our spells on the training dummies. It wasn't really that impressive, all things considered, but it was a good introduction. 2 defensive spells, 3 offensive ones, and a few stances seemed like a good grounding for dueling. Not that Harry knew for sure, but he had faith that Flitwick knew his stuff. The professor nodded profusely. Well done, Miss Chong. You're right. Most of what we have done before was theoretical work, and this semester we'll start focusing on the practical part. At the end of each session, each one of you will duel another student. The students grinned at one another. All right, now, I want each of you to cast the 3 attacking spells I taught you on the training dummies, just to make sure you haven't forgotten anything during the holidays. The 6 students stood in front of a training dummy each, which seemed to be slightly animated and was holding a stick. Harry nodded to himself and prepared to cast at his dummy, but his hand was held up by the professor. Not so fast, Mr. Potter. I want you to use the attacking stance before casting a spell. It's good that you're standing sideways, but you need to widen your legs a little and bend your knees slightly. Yes, that's perfect. Well, then, Harry, show me what you can do. Harry nodded to himself and murmured, Expelliarmus. A small jet of light emerged from Harry's wand and hit his opponent's hand, disarming him. The professor clapped his hands in excitement. A perfectly executed disarming charm. Now, show me the Jellylegs curse. Harry nodded once more and cast Locomotor Wibbly. The dummy's wooden legs seemed to turn to jelly, and it fell down with a bang. Finally, Harry cast the Punching Jinx, and the dummy was hurled away from the impact. The charm's master seemed to be smiling very brightly. I was correct. It seems you'll be able to catch up easily on the offensive side of dueling. Now, show me your shields. Harry cast the Contigo and Repelio shields many times, with the professor testing them with basic casts at different powers. He seemed to be satisfied, even if he told Harry to fix his defensive stance many times. By the end of the session, the professor simply told him to practice his stances for the next meeting. Finally, he addressed the rest of the students. All right, it seemed that you're all caught up. Starting next week, we'll start with the duels. Now, as homework, I want you to look up what spell chains are and how they're commonly used. That's what we're starting with in our next sessions. Now, off you go. It's almost curfew. Harry smiled and turned to leave, only for Abbott to bump into him violently on the way. What's his problem? He murmured to himself. Cho gave him an unreadable look. Don't you know? A branch of the Abbott family lived in Godric's Hollow. David lost his parents and everything that belonged to them to that fire. The fire that you survived while being completely unharmed. Apparently, he was at his cousin's for the day, so he wasn't there. I'm not saying that it's your fault, but I guess he's still bitter about it. I know I would be too if it was me. That night, Harry dreamed of cursed flames and screaming. Reparations. Chapter 47. Reparations. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. January 15th, 1991. Hogwarts. Cho gave him an unreadable look. Don't you know? A branch of the Abbott family lived in Godric's Hollow. David lost his parents and everything that belonged to them to that fire. The fire that you survived while being completely unharmed. Apparently, he was at his cousin's for the day, so he wasn't there. I'm not saying that it's your fault, but I guess he's still bitter about it. I know I would be too if it was me. That night, Harry dreamed of cursed flames and screaming. It had been 2 days after his dueling session, and Harry was engrossed with the sport. The demonstration of skill and precision that Professor Flitwick and Alex Smith demonstrated was breathtaking, and the Potter Scion wanted to surpass them. He had holed himself in the library as much as possible researching rules and regulations on the sport, and that was fascinating. Apparently, the spell limitations were far more complicated than he assumed. There are multiple levels of dueling circuits separated by age and rule. There are circuits dedicated to a single magical branch, but were more relaxed in the restricted spells, while there are what are essentially fight clubs where you can use any legal spell without being disqualified. Deaths were fairly common in these circuits. Still, from the sound of it, Professor Flitwick wanted to prepare them in the standard dueling circuit, which is mainly divided by age. The 11 and under tournament was a bit of a joke, where only a handful of spells could be used. The 13 and under tournament also had a relatively restricted set of spells, but it's enough to make duels at least somewhat exciting. The 17 and under tournament also had a restriction on spells, but they can be summarized into a tome per magical field. The allowed charm spells alone were in a book that was almost as thick as all of Harry's school books put together, And that was just a list of spells with their effects, nothing more. The adult tournament, on the other hand, was far more forgiving. Transfiguration and charms were allowed, even unknown spells, but there was still a list of curses, jinxes, and hexes that could be used. Apparently, dark magic was simply too dangerous to be used willy-nilly in a sporting tournament. Yeah, Harry could see why this decision was wise. He still didn't really understand what made dark magic, well, dark, but a common property of dark spells was how lasting their effect could be. Harry had tried to research this topic further. Alas, he was completely stumped. There were no books in the library on the matter, and the restricted section was too big for such a broad topic as dark magic. The room of requirements was of no help at all, and Harry finally understood why he couldn't really use it to get any forbidden knowledge. Funnily enough, it was in one of the books on the castle in the forbidden section of the library. Harry had experimented every time he visited the room of requirements, and for every topic, the book selection was very random. In the end, he ended up using his spell to look for any book with the words Room of Requirements on it. And yeah, a wizard 500 years back had researched the room entirely. He renamed it the Room of Illusions, and from what he had found, it made sense. The room could sense the thoughts of whoever wanted to enter it and use some kind of expansion enchantment to fit his desires. The rest of the room is filled with conjurations and illusions, nothing more. It wasn't some miracle room that could do everything. It couldn't even materialize the books in the Room of Hidden Things. The room was only allowed to conjure things that can either be pictured in the user's mind or in the public rooms in the castle. It was the same for books. Conjuring a replica of a book was similar to using a doubling charm, and most books, especially ones with delicate knowledge, were protected against such enchantments. It was why every time Harry had tried to get any book, the results will always be completely random, and it couldn't even take a single book from the restricted section since they're especially warded. Harry will simply have to settle for sneaking in with his cloak. Although Harry wondered where it had gotten the book on family crests, it must have been hidden either in the Room of Hidden Things or somewhere else in the castle, where the room could find. Still, the room was very useful for practicing spells anyway, so that wasn't a waste. Plus, Harry was planning on raiding the Room of Hidden Things as much as possible to find any hidden treasure inside that might help enrich his house once more. Alas, Harry was probably going to use the room to practice his dueling. The room could theoretically conjure moving targets that could send projectiles at him. Yeah, having dummies cast actual spells was a little out there, probably impossible, so projectiles will do. Harry was so engrossed in a book about dueling tactics that he didn't notice someone sitting next to him until they bumped into him. The Potter Scion stiffened in surprise, only to relax at seeing a familiar mess of bushy hair next to him. Hermione Granger had finally deigned to speak to him for the first time in months. "Hey, Harry." The young Slytherin nodded to her. "Hermione." The girl was fidgeting in apprehension. "I see that you got into the Dueling Club." Harry shrugged. "I'm just a probationary member. I'll be an official one in a month after Professor Flitwick sees if I catch up." Again, the girl seemed to not know what to say. Harry could understand her pain. He was also extremely socially awkward. "Did you get my present?" "Yeah, it was a nice book. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't get you anything. I thought that we weren't friends anymore." The girl couldn't really hold it anymore. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I didn't know how horribly I treated you. I was like the mean kids in Muggle school who ignored me. I hope you could forgive me." Harry couldn't help but pity the girl slightly. "I have forgiven you months ago, Hermione." "So, does that mean that we're friends again?" the girl asked with a hopeful smile on her face. That was a very weighted question. Being friends with Hermione was surprisingly easy. They just connected, oddly enough. But with her having chosen Longbottom and Weasley over him, he just couldn't trust her. And with the boy who lived being a trouble magnet and the center of attention of Dumbledore and Voldemort, Harry didn't want to get involved. It was why he didn't take credit for saving Hermione from the troll in the first place. A friendship with Hermione was more trouble than he knew how to deal with it at the moment. "No," Harry simply answered. "I said that I forgave you. I don't hate you, nor am I angry at you. I'm just disappointed that our friendship didn't last. Look, all you proved to me is that you didn't think that being friends with me was worth the effort of sneaking away. You chose Longbottom and Weasley, and I will respect your decision. What I will not respect is you changing your mind over and over again. Just stick with the choice you made." The girl's eyes were teary. "But I'm sorry." "Look, Being sorry is good and everything, but the reasons why you chose your housemates are not gone. We won't be friends again, but that doesn't mean that we have to hate each other. If you need help with anything, I'll hear you out. At most, we'll be friendly acquaintances. What do you think? The girl sniffed. I guess I'll take it. Harry snorted and went back to reading his book. A couple of minutes later, Hermione hit him on the shoulder. There's something I don't understand about our transfiguration assignment. The book says that you need to change the entire set of wand movements to turn the mouse into a snuff box, and why the spell to do the opposite is a lot more difficult. The Potter scion inwardly groaned. He had spent an hour the day prior explaining this very topic to Daphne. Well, the previous semester we were focusing on inanimate to animate transfiguration. The most a spell had to deal with was turning a state of matter into another, like a liquid to a solid, and vice versa. But here, you're turning a being that is alive, and when you cancel the transfiguration, you want the mouse to still be alive. This means that excluding the material transfiguration, you need to preserve its consciousness as well, hence the extra wand movements. It's a really advanced transfiguration theory which will take somewhere after our OWLs, since we'll need to know it before trying out any human transfiguration. It's also why the animagus transformation is so dangerous. The two forms, animal form and human form, handle consciousness differently, which can somewhat overlap, making the casters react more like their inner animals even in their human forms. The Muggleborn looked thoughtful for a moment and nodded to himself. Harry was under no illusion that she wasn't going to research this on her own later. What about the snuff box to mouse transfiguration? Harry snorted. That's because you're not really turning a snuff box into a mouse. You're turning the snuff box into the body of a dead mouse and then animating it to act like it. It's a combination of two spells, a transfiguration and a charm, hence why it's more difficult, and we'll learn it after we're done with animation charms with Flitwick. How do you know all of this? Hermione asked. I get bored easily, replied Harry while shrugging. I thought you would do the same. To be honest, I get distracted by Neville and Ron's antics. They've been especially restless since Dumbledore decided to make Snape the referee in the next Quidditch game. Yeah, it was a bit of a scandal when that happened. Apparently, for the first time in a decade, Dumbledore was personally attending a Hogwarts Quidditch game, and Snape of all people was refereeing. Harry couldn't see the potion master being fair, and the Gryffindors felt the same considering how outraged they all were. Harry snorted. I still don't understand why people find that game enjoyable. Yeah, it's driving me mad. Ron and Neville spent the entire time practicing for Quidditch. They even stopped helping me search for Nicholas Flamel. The Muggleborn immediately panicked. She probably hadn't wanted to reveal that tidbit, especially with the perceived danger involved. Harry really wanted to burst into laughter at her expression, but just gave her a questioning look. Huh, why are you even looking for Flamel? He hasn't been seen in public for a while, as far as I know. It would be all over the French news if he and his wife did. Wait, you know who he is? Hermione asked him with an incredulous tone. Well, yeah. Practically everyone who knows anything about the magical world knows who he is. Half the first years, at least, and almost all of the upper years. So, who is he? The Muggleborn questioned with an excited look on her face. You seriously don't know. It's like common knowledge. Hell, he's even known in the Muggle world, I think, Harry replied. Just tell me who he is, will you? Fine. Nicholas Flamel is the single greatest alchemist to have ever existed. He personally taught Dumbledore back in the day, and they made some discoveries about the properties of dragon blood. I didn't really read much on it, to be honest, since I don't know a lot about alchemy. Still, what Flamel is known for the most is his creation, the Philosopher's Stone. It absolutely circumvents the basic laws of alchemy and can turn any metal into gold, as well as make something called the Elixir of Life, which extends the natural lifetime of its drinker and can even serve as a healing agent, as well as remove curses. There's not much known about his private life, only that he and his wife, Perenelle Flamel, have lived for over 600 years. So, why are you researching Flamel in the first place? Harry barely finished speaking when he saw the Muggle-born girl had run away to another corner of the library. He suppressed a small grin. That girl was so predictable.